Player detected before the video, unmatched by any other. The divine level hint system seeks binding. Simply send 3 dog heads to get the binding opportunity, and reply with 666 to receive a beginner's mega gift pack. Who would believe this? Yet, I still sent the 3 dog heads. The next second, a system notification sounded. Ding, the divine level hint system has been activated. No way, are you serious? Hearing the system's voice, I was stunned speechless, so I replied with 666 again. The next second, the system notification sounded once more. Ding, the beginner's gift pack has been issued. Host, would you like to claim it immediately? Claim it now. Ding, the beginner's gift pack has been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following items: Gene Potion 1, Advanced Mastery of Free Combat 1, Divine Level Romance Guide Orange 1, Divine Level Wealth Guide Orange 1. Holy crap, it's real! I never expected the system to be genuine. The system I'd been dreaming of had finally arrived. So I immediately chose to use it. The Gene Potion was successfully applied. Congratulations, host, your body enhancement is complete. The free combat skill was successfully applied. Technique infusion complete. Congratulations, host, you are now the strongest fighter on this planet. If the first 2 items are this powerful, wouldn't the last 2, labeled Divine Tier, be even more incredible? But just then, the system suddenly popped up a notification. The Divine Tier Romance Guide and Divine Tier Get Rich Quick Guide are passive triggers and cannot be activated manually. Still, anger aside, at least the system is bound, right? Judging by the name, I'd have to go out for any chance of romance. Since I hadn't eaten yet, I figured I'd grab a meal first. A little over 10 minutes later, I arrived at a snack street near the urban village. The environment wasn't great, but it was cheap. However, as I walked down the street, the system's alerts made me too wary to eat. Everything was either cooked with gutter oil or made with overnight ingredients, all kinds of hygiene issues. So I reported every single one. What can I say? I'm a real-life lay phone. What's going on today? So many police officers. Not just the police, even the Commerce Bureau, Food and Drug Administration, and Health Bureau are all mobilized. I heard someone reported all the shops on this street. Along the way, I overheard many passers-by discussing the situation. The feeling of doing good deeds anonymously is truly wonderful. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. There is a sports lottery shop 500 meters ahead, and a scratch-off ticket worth 100K will be sold in 10 minutes. Damn, 100 grand. I was just wondering how to pay the rent, and now I've got 100 grand handed to me. So, I started walking forward slowly. Soon, I arrived at the lottery shop the system had pointed out and strode right in. After casually browsing around, I asked the shop owner to take out the 10 yuan scratch-off tickets from the cabinet. At a glance, there must have been over 100 of them, and I didn't have that much money on me. But the system immediately gave me a hint. The winning ticket was the 10th one from the top. The system is really thoughtful. So, I directly told the owner, give me 10. Then I slapped a 100 yuan bill on the table and pulled out 10 tickets from the back of the pile. Why not just buy one? Think about it, if I won 100 grand with just one ticket, what would the owner think? So, I started scratching them right in front of the owner. First one, second one up to the 6, and not a single win. The owner was amused, occasionally encouraging me, don't worry, it's normal. You'll definitely hit one soon, don't lose heart. How did he know that I was actually pretending? I continued scratching, and by the 9th ticket, to my surprise, I won 20 yuan. The shop owner exclaimed, see? I told you you'd hit something eventually. I chuckled and said, thanks, boss. I'll take your good words to heart. Then I started scratching the last ticket, with the owner watching intently. Unexpectedly, when I revealed a string of zeros, the owner was stunned. This can't be real. He began counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Seeing that I had finally scratched out 100,000 yuan, I knew the system hadn't deceived me. Putting on a show of overwhelming gratitude, I said to the lottery shop owner, thank you, boss. If it weren't for you, I might not have won this big prize. The lottery shop owner waved his hand dismissively, though it was clear he looked a bit upset. After exchanging pleasantries, I walked out of the shop. Such a large amount couldn't be cashed there anyway. Just as I stepped outside, I saw a young couple entering the shop, and the system's prompt sounded. Due to the hostess interception, a young couple has lost their chance at the grand prize. Looking at the prompt that suddenly appeared, Hoda smiled slightly and said in his heart, I'm really sorry. But after this matter, Hoda also once again saw the power of the system. At this moment, with the 100,000 grand prize in his pocket, Hoda's heart is happy. It feels so good to be rich. I have to add 2 more chicken legs in a while to make it work. The next day, Hoda slept until sunrise before being woken up by the ringing of the phone. Hoda, do you kids still want to work? I haven't paid yesterday's fine, and I'm absent from work again today. What? Don't think you don't have to pay the fine if you don't come to work. I'm telling you to dream. Hurry up and get your ass over here and pay the fine, counting yesterday's 500, a total of 1,000. As soon as the phone was connected, Joe Pipey's roaring voice came from the other end. Joe Pickpocket is Hwoda's top boss. His real name is Joe Dahai, but the employees privately prefer to call him Joe Pickpocket. What this guy is best at is sneaking around, as well as squeezing his subordinates. In Hwoda's memory, the former owner of this body did not suffer a lot from the Joe Pickpocket's oppression. But Hwoda wouldn't spoil this guy, not to mention that he had won the $100,000 jackpot last night. Pickpocket Joe, I think you're the one who's daydreaming, still wanting me to pay the fine. I'll tell you this day, I'm quitting. After saying that, Hwoda didn't give Joe Pippi a chance to dislike him back and directly hung up the phone. Then there was a dragon of pulling black and deleting. This Joe Pickpocket actually wants him to pay a fine, eat. After pulling black and deleting all of Joe Pippi's contact information, Hwoda instantly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I go, it's more than 10 o'clock. At this time, Hwoda glanced at the time on his cell phone and realized that it was already 10:15. The lottery center was going to close at 11:30 p.m. If he couldn't redeem his winnings before the lottery center closed at noon, he would have to go hungry at noon. After winning the lottery last night, he had been extravagant. Not only did he add 2 more chicken legs, but he also ordered 2 bottles of snowflakes. At the moment, he only had 20 left in his pocket. Can't wait to think about it, Hwoda violently bounced up from the bed, his face didn't even play to put on his clothes and rushed out of the rental house. Just downstairs, Hwoda accidentally bumped into Zhao Chunmei. At the moment, the two men's eyes are facing each other. Hwoda was able to clearly see the abnormality in Zhao Chunmei's eyes, and looked at the smile hanging at the corner of Zhao Chunmei's mouth. The entire person immediately winced. The way this Zhao Chunmei looked at him was so abnormal. A middle-aged woman who hasn't been nourished by love for a long time sees prey within her reach, and if the host fails to pay the rent within 3 days, the other party will use force on the host. After seeing this tip, Hwoda's entire body was bad. How could he not expect that yesterday's words had made Zhao Chunmei look at him and treat him as prey? It was all because of this damn system. But the good thing was, he would have money soon. As long as he could make up the rent, Zhao Chunmei would have no excuse to find him that. Xiaohua, what are you going to do in this hurry? At this moment, Zhao Chunmei's voice was soft and charming, and her dainty appearance was completely unlike a 300-plus-pound fat person. That look in her eyes was scary as hell. Hwoda was shocked in his heart, and immediately made a casual and perfunctory remark, I have some urgent things to do, I have to hurry up and leave, see you later Auntie Zhao. Be careful on the road, don't forget our agreement from yesterday. The other party is already horny for the host, so we suggest that the host remember to lock the doors and windows when he sleeps at night. The lottery center was not far from the urban village where Hwoda lived. Hwoda took a drop and arrived at the lottery center in only 10 minutes. Perhaps it was close to noon. When Hwoda walked into the lottery center, there was not a single person inside who had come to cash in their prizes other than the staff. Ding! Specific scenario triggered the 7-day riches raider. The raider has been opened, please check the details with the host. Seeing the system prompt that suddenly appeared, Hwoda was stunned. What was the situation? The system couldn't be trying to make him rob the lottery center. However, he did not wait for him to open the details of the raid. A new prompt appeared in front of his eyes once again. Warning! Warning! If the host does not check the strategy in time, his life will be in danger, please check it immediately. This time Hwoda was even more confused. This dog system wouldn't really want him to rob the lottery center. If that was the case, even if he had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Thinking of this, Hwoda hurriedly clicked on the strategy to check it out. 7-day raiders of riches means the only way to make money for the host in the next 7 days, please cherish the host. 5 minutes later, there will be a group of vicious thugs breaking into the lottery center to rob it, and these people are all wanted criminals at large online. If the host leaves now, he will be 100% safe, but will lose the chance to get rich. If the host chooses to stay, there will be a certain probability that his life will be in danger, but if the host is able to subdue this group of wanted criminals, the host will receive a 100W bounty. After a series of prompts, Chen Zhao's entire body was bad. What the hell is this? To cash in a prize and still run into a wanted criminal robbery. The key was that it was also related to the riches raider. But the rich and powerful, for the sake of that $1 million prize. Hwoda decided to fight. Of course, the reason why he dared to stay was mainly because the genetic potion and free fighting technique that the system had previously rewarded had given him the bottom line. Since he knew what would happen next, Hwoda wasn't in a hurry to cash in his prize, but quietly waited for the group of wanted criminals to arrive. 5 minutes passed quickly. At this moment, a black Jetta did stop in front of the lottery center. Immediately afterward, there are 3 masked big men from the car down. The wanted criminals have guns in their hands, please respond with caution to the host. At the system's prompt, Hwoda really noticed that the clothes of the 3 were bulging, and it was obvious that under the clothes of the 3, guns were hidden. Seeing the trio walk into the lottery center, Hwoda decisively dialed the police. Prior to this, Hwoda was thinking of ways to stop this robbery. But they were all rejected one by Hwoda. After all, the robbery hadn't happened yet, and no one would believe what he said. He couldn't tell people that he had a system and that he could predict the future. If he really said that, not to mention being captured and sliced, he would definitely be treated as a psychopath. By the same token, it would be hard to tell if he called the police ahead of time. Therefore, after some deep thought, he then decided to call the police the moment the three of them stepped into the lottery center and have a live broadcast. Ta-da-day. As soon as the three robbers entered, they pulled out the guns hidden under their clothes and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. As the gunshots rang out, the atmosphere inside the lottery center instantly froze. Everyone cowered in the corner in fear, not daring to utter a single breath. Hwode, on the other hand, kept his cool and hid in the corner, secretly pulling out his cell phone and aiming it at the 3 robbers. All of you listen to me, my brothers are only looking for money, you'd better cooperate obediently, or else my brothers won't mind sending you to hell. Now, put all the money into this bag for me. The lottery center's cash was not as good as the bank, but it was better than the security. The bank's security was directly connected to the police station, and in the event of a special situation, Uncle Hat would be the first to go out. But the lottery center is different. The security at the lottery center is not as tight as at the bank. And no one would expect someone to rob a lottery center. Of course, that's under normal circumstances. The robbers wouldn't have thought that their robbery plan would be known by Hwode in advance. What's more, they wouldn't have thought that from the moment they stepped into the lottery center, Hwode had called the police. And at this moment, countless police cars were whistling towards the lottery center. Chapter 5, Triggering the Divine Erotic Raiders. Ding! Special scene triggers divine level erotic encounter raiders. Please host check the detailed rundown so as not to miss out on the perfect opportunity to meet a beautiful woman. Hwode was filming the record of the robbers' crimes, who knew that a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. God TM's God level erotic encounter? Stranding the robbery scene triggered a God tier erotic encounter. Where's the haunting? However, just as Hwode was spitting on the system, the siren of a police car suddenly sounded outside. Boss, it's bad, there are a lot of police coming outside. One of the 3 robbers instantly panicked a bit after hearing the sirens. According to their assumptions, even if someone called the police couldn't have come so quickly. So this police car must have just happened to be passing by. Thinking of this, the boss of the 3 then opened his mouth and chided. What's the panic? It's just a police car that happened to pass by. Act according to the plan. A group of robbers at the tip of the knife and think they are, not realizing that 3 minutes later will be surrounded by the police, will be inserted into the wings do not, and after the breakdown of negotiations with the police will start shooting hostages. Boom! Seeing the system's prompt, Hwode's brain buzzed at once. The whole person was not good. This gang of robbers actually dared to shoot the hostages. They are really desperados, they can do anything. No, I must stop them. At this moment, Hwode was no longer thinking about the $1 million prize, he was thinking about how to save the dozens of staff at the lottery center. Just as Hwode was thinking about how to deal with the 3 men. One of the robbers suddenly pulled out a female from the crowd. Boss, this chick is really watery looking, why don't we take her along later? Good looking indeed, it just so happens that old man hasn't had any meat for a while, take this chick along with you later, I'll reward you guys when I'm done having fun. Thank you, boss. After hearing these words from the robbers, Hwode tightly gripped the cell phone in his hand, his heart was anxious. 7-day erotic encounter raiders. Within 7 days the host will have peach blossom luck and will automatically open when he encounters the target. Please check the raiders carefully so as not to operate improperly and miss out on the opportunity for an erotic encounter. At this moment, Hwode had the heart to see what racy encounter strategy just when he wanted to close this damn system prompt. The system prompt immediately changed. Linhwan Air, Jiangcheng University School Flower. Today the first day to the lottery center internship, did not expect to encounter robbers robbery, because of outstanding appearances coveted by the robbers, eager to have a big hero can save her, host out to save her, there will be a probability of 80% to capture the other party's heart, if in the process of rescue injured, will be 100% to capture each other's heart. The school beauty of Jiangcheng University? Hwode finally understood what was going on. He had to say that this dog system was something. It's a real dog with this one ring. But then again, this Linhwaner was really wow-looking. Before, Hwode hadn't paid attention to it, he just felt that the other party had a good figure. A set of tight-fitting overalls outlined the other party's figure to the fullest, and with those beautiful legs in black silk, a man would be impulsive when he looked at them. But when the system prompted that the other party was the schoolgirl of Jiangcheng University, only then did Hwode carefully scrutinize Linhwan Air's face value. Even after being held hostage by the robbers and losing her color, Linhwaner's face was still permeated with a kind of clear beauty that was hard to ignore. Her skin in the pale face of the reflection more delicate and smooth, as the first bloom of the petals, although due to panic and slightly knitted eyebrows for her even more added a few points of the beauty of weakness. Especially that pair of bright eyes full of fear and helplessness, called people look at the heartache. At this moment, Linhwan Air was roughly dragged out by a robber. She stared in horror, looking at the cold muzzle of the gun in the robber's hand and the robber's hideous face, feeling her heart beating fast and her body trembling uncontrollably. She tried to keep herself calm, but fear overwhelmed her like an icy tide. Don't! Please don't hurt me. Lin Wan Air begged the robbers with a trembling voice, but her begging instead made the robbers even more excited. "Little beauty, how can we bear to hurt you? As long as you are obedient and serve us comfortably, we will naturally release you." After saying that, the robber let out a cold smile and pushed Lin Wan aside. Then, he ordered his men to quickly bag the money. At this moment, Huode kept an eye on the time and kept thinking of countermeasures in his head. If the robbers didn't have a gun in their hands, even if the three of them came together, he was confident that he would be able to handle it. But on the other hand, the other party had weapons in their hands that were equal to all beings, and there were still three of them, which made it very difficult. After all, there were so many hostages here. Once the other party took hostages, he would be very passive. If not good, he would even get it wrong instead. Just as he was thinking, the sound of sirens outside was getting closer and closer. Obviously, the entire lottery center had been surrounded by the police. "Boss, something's not right." At this time, one of the robbers had already sensed that something was wrong. "Boss, it's bad, there are all police outside, we've been surrounded." Another robber passed through the window and saw that the outside was densely packed with heavily armed police. "What are you panicking about? We have so many hostages in our hands, I don't think these cops would dare to rush in." On this side, the robber leader's words just fell. Outside came the shouting sound of the police loudspeaker. "People inside, listen, you have been surrounded by the police. Now immediately release the hostages, put down your weapons and surrender for leniency." Hearing that the police had surrounded the place, the hostages being held hostage burst into commotion, as if they saw the hope of being saved. However, the next second the head robber dragged up Lin Wanner to the front door and shouted at the police outside. "Listen to me, the police outside, you are limited to prepare a car and $5 million in cash within 10 minutes, or I'll kill a hostage if it's more than 1 minute. Good chance." At this time, Hoda, who was hiding in the shadows, finally started to act. The robbers' attention had already been attracted by the police outside, and they completely failed to see Huode in the corner. Huode, who had been remodeled with a genetic agent, was several times faster than a normal person. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived behind one of the robbers. Then, Huode covered the other party's mouth with one hand and struck the back of the other party's neck heavily with his other hand. "Oh!" The robber only had time to let out a low whimper before he fainted and lost consciousness. Hoda gently defended the other party down, noisily picked up the gun in the other party's hand, and then quietly came behind the other robber. By this time, the hostages had already discovered Hoda. But they knew that Hoda was saving them, so they all held their breath, afraid to make a little noise to attract the robber's attention. Hoda came behind the other robber and put down the other as he did. In this way, there was only one last robber left. At the same time, it was also the most troublesome robber, because the other party had a hostage in his hand. Chapter 6, Heroic Rescue, Heroic Injury. However, what Hoda didn't know was that everything he had just done was all seen by the distant sniper in the eyes, and reported it to the higher-ups. After learning about this, the higher-ups were also shocked. But now the robbers have a hostage in hand, one to force the attack is never easy. Now there is Hoda as an insider, then everything will be fine. Su Jun was the brigadier of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jiangcheng Public Security Municipal Bureau, and was also the on-site commander of this incident. "Calm yourself first, don't hurt the hostages. I've already reported your request to my superiors, who have already gone to raise money, and the car is on its way." After observing Huada's movements, Su Jun immediately decided to stabilize the robbers first, attracting the other party's attention and creating an opportunity for Huade. The robber didn't expect the police in Jiangcheng to agree to his conditions so quickly, and was feeling smug in his heart. But the next second, he saw Huade behind him through the glass door in front of him. At that moment, Huade pounced on the robber as if he were a cheetah. Huade's hand is very accurate. A hand grabbed the robber's hand holding a gun, force a break, only to hear click sound. The robber's wrist was broken, the hand of the gun also fell. Then, Huada's other hand directly locked the robber's throat, forcing him to let go of Lin Wanner. "Hurry up!" Huade shouted towards Lin Wanner, and then he and the robber wrestled together. Hearing Huada's instructions, Lin Wanner gratefully glanced at the other party and without hesitation, she turned around and ran towards the outside of the lottery center. Several police officers saw Lin Wanner come out and immediately came forward to meet her. It was only at this moment that Lin Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, from her pale face and frightened eyes, it was still evident that she had suffered quite a shock. Bang! But right at this moment, a gunshot instantly broke the tranquility. Lin Wanner hurriedly looked back, just in time to see the scene of Huade being shot and falling to the ground. This shot was Huade deliberately letting the robber hit him. With his current strength, if he hadn't done it on purpose, the robbers wouldn't have had the chance to shoot him. And the reason why he did it was of course because of the system's prompt. He hadn't forgotten the system's previous tip that if he was injured while rescuing Lin Wanner, he would capture the other party's heart 100%. Now that Lin Wanner was also safe, it was time to get a little injured. Although he was injured a little bit, in fact, he was not injured seriously at all. At the moment the robbers fired, he dodged the vital parts, and in the end the shot hit him in the shoulder position. However, due to inertia, it made him fall to the ground, looking as if he was seriously injured. However, this sudden scene made everyone freeze. No! Lin Wanner even exclaimed in heartbreaking shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Hwode, who had just been so valiant and saved him and her from danger, had unexpectedly collapsed in a pool of blood at this moment. She hadn't had time to say thank you to the other party, she didn't know the other party's name yet. Lin Wanner wanted to rush forward regardless, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by the two policemen behind her. Bang! In the next second, another gunshot rang out. The sniper in the distance accurately killed the robber who wanted to shoot again. Quick, save the people, call an ambulance. Soo Jun and the SWAT officers reacted very quickly and immediately rushed into the lottery center. A few minutes later, the remaining 36 hostages were all successfully rescued. The two remaining robbers were also captured by the police. As for Hoda, he was carried to the ambulance and sent to the hospital for surgery. The moment she saw Hoda being sent to the ambulance, Lin Wanner instantly couldn't hold herself together. Tears surged out of her eyes like broken beads. Lin Wanner tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, but her body was trembling from excessive grief. It was this man in front of her, who disregarded his own life and saved her from the robbers. Watching the ambulance drift away, Lin Wanner's heart was filled with endless worry and self-blame. At the same time, there was an unspeakable complexity surging through it. She realized that she had developed an emotion that was hard to part with towards this man that she had never met before, but it saved him. Ambulance. Hwode forced himself to endure the pain in his body, but his heart was already happy. When he was just being carried into the ambulance, he happened to hear that the police had already confirmed the identities of the three robbers. It was none other than the wanted criminals who were previously wanted by the police throughout the country. This meant that he would immediately be able to obtain a $1 million bounty. In addition, he also saw the worried look Lin Wanner had when she looked at him. From his experience as a person who had been there, this look was enough to show that Lin Wanner had already had her heart captured by him. After arriving at the hospital, Hwode was sent into the operating room at the first opportunity. Fortunately, the bullet hit was not a vital location, and the surgery ended after only an hour or so. Evening. Hwode slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a single ward in the hospital. Then, he moved his injured shoulder. There was no pain as imagined, instead, there was an itchy feeling. In fact, what Hwode didn't know was that at this moment, his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the previous transformation of the gene potion, he had already obtained a healing ability that was beyond normal. You're awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Just at this moment, the door of the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Soo Jun, who was wearing a police uniform, walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. You are? Hwode did not recognize Soo Jun, but seeing the police uniform on Soo Jun, he guessed the other party's intention in his heart. Soo Jun then placed the flowers in his hand on a side table, and then rushed towards Hwode and gave a standard military salute. After the salute, Soo Jun spoke again. To introduce myself, my name is Soo Jun, I'm the Brigadier of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Jiangcheng Public Security Municipal Bureau. I came here this time to specifically thank Mr. Hua for your bravery and courage, stepping forward to subdue the robbers when the people needed it the most. Hwode waved his hand and said modestly, Captain Soo is too kind, I was just doing what I had to do. Hearing this, a trace of appreciation flashed through Soo Jun's eyes. I didn't expect Hwode to not only be good with his hands, but also have such a high level of ideological awareness. Mr. Hua, in fact, there's one more thing I want to inform you about this time. We have confirmed the identity of those three robbers, they are wanted criminals wanted nationwide, and you have successfully assisted us in capturing them, so you can get a 100W bounty. Coming. Wasn't the reason he took the risk for that 100W bounty. Hwode's heart was instantly delighted, but on the surface, he still maintained a calm demeanor. Captain Soo, I'm not doing this for any bounty, I'm just doing what every person with a righteous heart would do, so this bounty. Hearing this, Soo Jun became even more admiring towards Hwode, but he still hurriedly interrupted. Mr. Hua, your heroic actions not only saved the hostages, but also helped our police capture the robbers, so this bounty is what you deserve. It's just that this reward money is still going through the procedures, and it will take a few days before it can be approved. Hearing this, Hwode was lost for a moment, he thought that this money would arrive right away, but he didn't realize that it would take 3 more days for so long. After that, the two of them talked for a few more sentences, then Soo Jun got up and prepared to leave. And at this time, another system prompt popped up in front of Hwode's eyes. Chapter 7 Sometimes being missed by a woman isn't a good thing. A heroic old police officer has been working in the Criminal Investigation Detachment for more than 10 years. After this incident, the higher-ups have already had the will to promote him, only that there is still an opportunity to be missed. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This diligent and dedicated servant of the people was attacked by the robbers' accomplices on the way to the prison tomorrow, and finally sacrificed honorably. The sudden prompt caused Hwode to momentarily freeze. However, he quickly sorted out a few useful pieces of information from it. First, after this robbery incident, Soo-jun had already entered the sights of the higher-ups and was just one opportunity away from promotion. Second, the three robbers still have accomplices who have not yet been caught and will rob the prison van tomorrow. Third, in tomorrow's melee, the army will be sacrificed. After clearing his mind, Hoda's brain raced. Soon realized that the so-called opportunity may be tomorrow. Thus, Hwode hurriedly opened his mouth and called out to Soo-jun. "Captain Soo, wait." At this moment, Soo-jun, who had already walked to the door, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Hwode as he asked in confusion. "Mr. Hwa, is there anything else?" Although Hwode called out to Soo-jun, for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth to tell the other party that the robbers still had accomplices and were preparing to hijack the prison van. Fortunately, at this time, another system prompt appeared in front of his eyes. This is an old police officer with many years of experience in handling cases. The host only needs to reveal to him that the robbers still have accomplices, and the other party will naturally know how to deal with it. After seeing the system's prompt, Hwode immediately said to Soo-jun, "Captain Soo, I have an important piece of information that I want to report to you. It's about that gang of robbers." In order to get Soo-jun's attention, Hwode directly brought out those three robbers. As expected. After hearing these words from Hwode, Soo-jun decisively retraced his steps and reappeared beside the hospital bed. "What important information?" Hwode organized his language and said, "When I was at the lottery center earlier, I seemed to vaguely hear those three robbers say something about where to rendezvous. I forget exactly where, but I'm sure they must have accomplices." These words, Hwode said both true and false, but he also told the most important information to Soo-jun. After hearing that the robbers still had accomplices, Soo-jun also immediately frowned. "Alright, I know, thank you Mr. Hwa for the clues." After saying that, Soo-jun walked out of the ward without looking back. After Soo-jun left, Hwode just wanted to rest for a while. Who knows, the door of the ward was once again pushed open from outside. "Captain Soo, is there anything else?" Hwode thought that Soo-jun had gone and returned, but when he looked up, he realized that the person who came was not Soo-jun, but Lin Wanner. At this time, Lin Wanner was still wearing her work uniform. Although it was just an ordinary work uniform, wearing it on Lin Wanner's body, it outlined her body in a concave and convex manner. Especially that pair of long legs on the Parisian family, in the light of the illumination flooded with a slight luster, but also added a few points of flirtation and temptation. Hwode was mesmerized and couldn't wait to play with it. Lin Wanner doesn't seem to notice Hwode's subtle eye changes. She quickly walks to the side of the hospital bed and asks with concern. "Hello Mr. Hwa, my name is Lin Wanner, thank you for saving me today, I came to see you specifically, are you better now?" Hwode smiles and expresses his gratitude. "I'm fine, just a small injury, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. But I still have to thank you, Ms. Lin, for coming to see me. That's how it should be, if it wasn't for you, I might." Saying this, Lin Wanner's voice was a little choked and her eyes were slightly red. Never in her life had Lin Wanner felt like death was so close to her as it was today. When the robbers pointed a gun at her head, she had thought that she would surely die. It was Hwode who saved her from the hands of the robbers like a heavenly god stepping on a seven-colored auspicious cloud. If it wasn't for Hwode stepping forward, I'm afraid she would have been a cold corpse. So Lin Wanner is grateful to Hwode from the bottom of her heart, not to mention that in order to save her, Hwode was even injured as a result. Looking at the flickering tears in Lin Wanner's eyes, Hwode softly consoles, "It's all in the past, you're already fine." Lin Wanner nodded gratefully and tried to calm her emotions. Then she looked deeply at Hwode, as if she wanted to engrave the image of this lifesaver in her heart forever. "Mr. Hwa, I don't know how to thank you properly." Hwode smiled faintly and waved his hand. "Actually, this is all what I should do. I don't want a beautiful woman like Ms. Lin to suffer misfortune at a young age." After hearing these words from Hwode, Lin Wanner's face was instantly colored with a blush. She shyly lowered her head, her long eyelashes gently trembled, and her hands unconsciously twisted together, revealing her inner nervousness and uneasiness, but more than that, it was the joy and shyness after being praised. Looking at this shy appearance of Lin Wanner, Hwode only felt his mouth dry up and his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Especially after his eyes looked at the proud peaks on Lin Wanner's chest, he was trying hard to swallow his saliva. Fortunately, Lin Wanner did not notice Hwode's abnormality. "So what, Miss Lin, it's getting late or you should go back earlier." Hwode gave an expulsion order. He was afraid that if Lin Wanner stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist doing something worse than a beast. As much as he wanted to, he was afraid that it was inappropriate to do that kind of thing in a hospital. Moreover, he didn't know what Lin Wanner was thinking. Finding out that the big hero who saved her was also a big handsome man, this rich girl who had been addicted to idol dramas since she was a child was determined to give her body in return, only that her shyness as a girl made her not dare to express her feelings. Well. This is all about giving her body in marriage. This system does have a couple of tricks up its sleeve. "Mr. Hwa, Ms. Lin, it's really late, if you don't go back, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Right now I'm still lying in bed, I can't protect you if you're in danger." Without waiting for Lin Wanner to open her mouth to finish, Hwode hurriedly interrupted. Lin Wanner froze for a moment when she heard this, and then a petulant look once again appeared on her face. Lin Wanner didn't expect Hwode to be so worried about her well-being, which made her very touched. Of course, in order to not let Hwode worry. Thus, she nodded heavily and said, "Alright, then I'll go back first, I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Subsequently, the two of them left each other's contact information, and only then did Lin Wanner leave the hospital room in 3 steps. The moment he saw the door of the room being closed, Hwode then let out a long sigh of relief. Sometimes being missed by a woman wasn't a good thing. For example, right now. Lin Wanner had only just left not long ago when Hwode received a message from the other party. "Mr. Hwa, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll bring it to you. Baozi donut is fine? No, you just had surgery and can't eat anything too oily. I'll still bring you skinny kanji with eggs." Secretly, I love eating skinny kanji. Chapter 8, Seeing Justice and Becoming a Suspect. The next day, Lin Wanner did come to Hwode's hospital room early in the morning with a bag of breakfast. However, since she had to rush to work, Lin Wanner didn't stay long and left in a hurry. Seeing the windy Lin Wanner, Hwode really couldn't figure it out. According to the system's hints, Lin Wanner was a rich family lady. Since she was a rich family lady, why did she have to go to work? And it was still a lottery center. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Hwode is not a bullseye person. Since he can't figure it out, then he doesn't want to. After washing up, Hwode opened the breakfast that Lin Wanner brought and ate it. Not to mention, the skinny egg kanji tastes really good. After eating breakfast, Hwode began to pay attention to the real-time news. According to the system's hints, the 3 robbers' accomplices would be robbing the prison van today. I wonder if Captain Su will succeed in capturing these criminals. Hwode waited until noon, which was when he swiped from the real-time news about the robbers' accomplices. At 10 a.m. today, the police were escorting yesterday's lottery center armed robbers on their way to the prison when they were attacked by the robbers' accomplices, and a fierce gunfight broke out at the scene. The police have now successfully captured 3 of the robbers' accomplices, and there were no casualties at the scene. The police have successfully captured the robbers' accomplices, with no casualties at the scene. After this incident, Su Jun will receive a commendation from his superiors and will be promoted to the position of Deputy Director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. The news reported the hijacking of the prison car by the robber's accomplice, but the sudden hints gave Hwode more information. This time, the hijacking of the prison car is really an opportunity for Su Jun, enabling him to be promoted to the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. After that, Hwode stayed in the hospital for 2 more days before he walked out of the hospital amidst the shock of a group of doctors and nurses. The reason why they were shocked was because Hwode's injury recovery was just too fast. In 3 days, his injuries were healed. This completely refreshed the knowledge of these medical workers. In fact, as early as the day after the surgery, Hwode's injuries were already completely healed. If it wasn't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, he would have wanted to be discharged from the hospital. But he didn't expect that it would end up causing shock to the crowd. But fortunately, these doctors didn't say much and only thought that Chen Zhao's physique was different from normal. After coming out of the hospital, Hwode went to the lottery center at the first opportunity. He hadn't yet exchanged his $100,000 winnings. If he didn't redeem it, he was afraid that it would expire. After taking a taxi to the lottery center, Hwode was quickly recognized by the staff. Everyone was thankful to Hwode for a while. After all, if it wasn't for Hwode stepping forward, their group wouldn't have been saved so easily. In the end, the director of the referee center personally helped Hwode with the exchange procedures and personally sent him to the door. Before leaving, Hwode still asked the question in his heart. "Director, is Ms. Lin off today? Why haven't I seen her?" Upon hearing this, the director of the lottery center froze and then spoke. "Mr. Hwa is asking about Lin Wanner, right? She left her job 3 days ago." Left her job? Hwode didn't expect Lin Wanner to actually leave her job, but he quickly figured it out. After all, Lin Wanner was a rich girl, there was no need for her to work in the first place. Perhaps this job was just a way for her to experience life. After leaving the lottery center, Hwode was ready to take a taxi to the Public Security Bureau to collect the 100W bounty. However, just then, a sharp cry came from the distance. "Robbery! Catch the thief!" Hwode immediately looked at the sound, only to see that not far away, a thief was running towards him in a panic. And not far behind the thief, a woman was staggering and anxiously shouting, "Robbery! Catch the thief!" An ordinary girl from a poor but filial and kind family, the bag that was robbed contained a sum of money that he had worked hard to save and used to pay for his mother's surgery to save her life. If this money was robbed, her mother would die because she had no money to pay for her surgery. Seeing the system's prompt, Hwode couldn't help but let a bitter smile spread in his heart. He had only been to this lottery center twice, but both times he had encountered robberies, and he didn't know if it was his bad luck or these criminals. Seeing that the thief was already rushing towards him, Hwode no longer thought much about it and quickly adjusted his state, preparing to stop the other party. It would have been fine if he hadn't encountered this, but since he had encountered it, he couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, the thief was robbing people's life-saving money. The thief ran while waving the dagger in his hand and shouted, "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." Seeing that the thief had a weapon in his hand, many of the passers-by who were ready to see the thief for what he was doing took a step back and made way for the thief. But at this time, Hwode didn't retreat, and without hesitation, he reached out his foot and tripped. The thief immediately lost balance, fell a dog. This sudden turn of events caught the thief off guard. Hwode did not give the thief a chance to react, immediately pounced on, and the other party wrestled together. In 3 or 2 strokes, he snatched the dagger and the snatched bag from the thief's hands. Just when Hwode was ready to return the bag to the owner, a police car came whistling and stopped steadily in front of Hwode. The door of the car quickly opened and a valiant female policewoman came down from the car. "Stop!" Seeing the dagger in Hwode's hand, the female police flower directly handcuffed him without saying a word. A female police flower who has just participated in the work not long ago and is as vicious as an enemy, bent on solving a big case as a way to prove herself. The first time she went out to the police, she encountered an armed robbery, and at this moment is in the middle of extreme exuberance. What's the situation? Hwode was first stunned, then reacted, hoping that this female police flower was treating him as a thief. "Holy, you guys arrested the wrong person, he's the thief, I'm the one who saw justice." Seeing justice and being arrested instead, Hwode is really convinced by this busty woman. He knew that if he didn't speak up again, he would really be taken away as an armed robbery criminal. "Comrade police, don't listen to his nonsense, he is the thief. Look at his hand, not only has a knife, there is also a bag." At this time, the real thief on the side is a backward rake said. Shin Yueshio, this year 24, 3 months ago just graduated from the police academy. After graduation was assigned to the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Detachment to do the internal work. Today, the first time out of the police received an alarm, then immediately rushed to the scene. Although she is inexperienced in handling cases, she is not blind. As the thief said, the knife and the bag were in Hwode's hands, and it was hard not to make her suspicious. Now that the physical and human evidence is all there, what else do you have to say? Hwode never expected that the thief would actually backtrack. The key was that the policewoman in front of him actually believed the crap that the thief said. Then, he was handcuffed and escorted into the police car. Although he was mistaken for a thief, the good news was that the girl's money was recovered and her mother was saved. "Comrade police officer, do you think I can go now?" After the thief saw Hwode being escorted into the police car, he thought about bugging out. But, the next second, Shin Yueshi said coldly, "Did I let you go? Come back to the police station with me." After saying that, Shin Yueshi then escorted the thief into the police car as well, and then drove to the police station with the two of them. Chapter 9, Misunderstanding Lifted, Regaining Freedom. Yo! Our female police flower caught back 2 suspects on her first trip out to the police, how awesome! When Shin Yueshi returned to the police station with Hwode and the thief, she immediately caused a crowd of police officers to gather around. The first day Shin Yueshi reported to the Criminal Investigation Detachment, she clamored to solve big cases and catch criminals. However, she had been placed in the Criminal Investigation Detachment for more than 3 months to do logistics work. Today it was not easy to go out to the police for the first time. I did not expect that she really caught 2 people back. Soo-jun's side had just come out of the director's office, and he had already learned the news that he would be promoted to deputy director. He knows very well that the only reason he was promoted was because of Hwode's reminder. If Hwode hadn't reminded him that the robbers had accomplices, he wouldn't have been able to deploy in advance to capture the robbers' accomplices in one fell swoop, and he might have even paid a terrible price. So, Hwode not only helped him further his career but also saved his life in disguise. Just as he was considering whether or not to treat Hwode to a meal to express his gratitude, he suddenly heard that Shin Yueshi had captured 2 suspects and returned. Shin Yueshi's family was not bad, being the daughter of a certain big shot in the province. So as soon as she graduated, she was assigned to the City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Brigade. It was also because of her deep background that Soo-jun had been letting the young lady handle the logistical aspects of the team. But this Missy is not a peaceful master, bent on solving big cases. After 3 months of observation, Soo-jun finally agreed to let her out of the police. Unexpectedly, this first time out of the police arrested back 2 suspects. For a while, Soo-jun was also curious about the people who were captured back by Shin Yueshi. Thus, he quickly walked towards the interrogation room. The other side. The dark interrogation room. Hwode had handcuffs on his hands and was secured on a special chair. In front of him were Shin Yueshi and a civilian police officer with complex records. Shin Yueshi interrogated Hwode expressionlessly. "Name?" Knowing that he hadn't committed a crime, Hwode said with a clouded face. "Hwode." Shin Yueshi, gender? Upon hearing this, Hwode was amused. "Comrade police officer, are my male features not obvious enough?" Shin Yueshi instantly clapped her hands and said angrily, "Hwode, I advise you to be more honest and give a clear account of what you've committed in order to fight for leniency. This beautiful policewoman's top boss is already on his way here. He recognized your identity and you will be acquitted." Honestly speaking, although Hwode knew he was not guilty, he was also afraid that this stupid woman would bend over backwards. But after seeing the system's prompt, he finally put his heart down. So he cooperated with Shin Yueshi and said, "My name is Huode, male, 25 years old, a local from Jiangchang." That's more like it. Seeing that Huode finally cooperated honestly, Shin Yueshi then sat down again. "Tell me, why did you rob in broad daylight, and have you committed any other crimes before?" "I'll reiterate, I didn't rob, I acted in a righteous manner. The one who really robbed was the one who was captured back by you together with me," Hoda said righteously. "Humph." Shin Yueshi sneered, obviously not believing Huoda's words. "Then tell me, why do you have a knife and a bag in your hand?" Come on, this woman had already preconceived the idea that he was the criminal. He now, even if he said the other side would not believe him. Huode Suasex directly shut his mouth, began to close his eyes and rest, waiting for the other party's top boss to appear. For a time, in the interrogation room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Shin Yueshi's gaze was like a torch, staring at Huoda's cloudy face, anger rising in her heart. In her opinion, Huode was deliberately provoking her at this moment. "Huode, do you think we can't convict you if you don't say anything? I'm telling you, with all the human and material evidence, you won't be able to escape." Shin Yueshi roared at Huoda like an angry tigress. In the next second, Shin Yueshi got up and came in front of Huode. "What do you want?" Seeing Shin Yueshi's expression as if she wanted to eat people, he was really afraid that this woman would lynch him. But right at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open, and Soo-jun walked in with large strides. As soon as he entered, Soo-jun saw Huode, who was handcuffed to the chair, at a glance, and the image of Huode rescuing the hostage despite his own danger popped up in his mind. He would never believe that Huode would be a suspect in an armed robbery. "Shin Yueshi, what are you doing?" Soo-jun let out a violent cry of anger and immediately came to Huoda's side with quick steps. "Team Soo, why are you here?" Seeing Soo-jun's sudden appearance, Shin Yueshi could not help but be stunned in her heart, but then it occurred to her that Soo-jun must have heard that he had captured an armed robbery suspect on his first day out on the police force, and had come over specifically to congratulate her. However, Shin Yueshi did not wait for Soo-jun's congratulations, but instead saw Soo-jun waiting for herself with an angry face. At that moment, she couldn't help but thump in her heart, sensing that things were not going well. "Shin Yueshi, do you know what kind of person you've captured back?" Soo-jun pointed at Huode, his tone filled with reproach. Shin Yueshi froze and looked at Soo-jun uncertainly. "Team Soo, isn't he the suspect of the armed robbery?" When Soo-jun heard this, he was directly furious. "What armed robbery? Do you know that Mr. Huo was the hero who assisted the police in capturing a wanted criminal 3 days ago? You, on the other hand, captured him as a criminal." When Shin Yueshi heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning. How could she not have thought that the suspect that she had gone through so much trouble to capture back would be the hero who helped the police capture the wanted criminal 3 days ago? For a moment, Shin Yueshi instantly lowered her head in shame. "So what, can Captain Soo release me first?" Seeing that Soo-jun had finished his training but delayed opening his handcuffs, Huode finally couldn't help but open his mouth and said. This Soo-jun once entered the door to Shin Yueshi, crackling a whole training, indeed for him out of breath. But the problem is, this Soo-jun doesn't have the slightest bit of insight, not seeing that he's still handcuffed. Still not quick enough to open the handcuffs for Mr. Hua. Soo-jun yells towards Shin Yueshi before he makes amends towards Huode. "Mr. Hua, don't be angry, it's all because I usually don't discipline my subordinates well." After regaining his freedom, Huode rubbed his wrist and said with a smile, "It's fine, just explain it clearly." Seeing that Huode has no intention of pursuing the matter, Soo-jun once again slates his face and says to Shin Yueshi, "Why don't you quickly apologize to Mr. Hua?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua." Shin Yueshi also knew that she had misunderstood Huode and apologized in an extraordinarily sincere manner. Afterward, Shin Yueshi retrieved the surveillance video of the place of the incident, along with Huoda's testimony, and quickly figured out what really happened. And that thief, due to the bad circumstances of the crime and the excessive number of amounts stolen, was happy to receive a 10-year package of food and shelter. In the next 10 years, he no longer had to worry about food and drink, and could even work inside to make money. Chapter 10, System Mall opens, escape from rental house. Mr. Hua, thanks to your reminder last time, we were able to catch that gang of robbers' accomplices, thank you indeed. Team Soo, you're too kind, this is all what I should do. Let's not be so polite, if you don't mind, call me Big Brother Soo from now on. Big Brother Soo, then my bounty. The higher-ups have already approved it, I believe it will soon be credited to your card. As soon as Soo-jun finished speaking, Huode felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. Pulling it out, he saw that it was a message from the bank. The 100W bounty had been credited to his card as it was. Because it was a bounty, there was no need to deduct taxes. In other words, he was now a millionaire. Brother Soo, the bounty has arrived, and I see that it's also dinner time, why don't I treat you to a meal? Huode knew that official procedures were slow, especially when it came to money. The efficiency was simply not too low, not to mention that the money was 100W. The police were able to get the money over so quickly, so Soo-jun must have played a very important role in it. Therefore, Huode then thought of treating the other party to a meal to thank them. How can I let you treat me? It has to be my treat, only I still have things to do, I have to do it next time. Soo Jun said with a bitter smile. Although the appointment letter hadn't come down yet, his promotion to deputy director was already a done deal. Before taking office, he had to hand over the work at hand and also familiarize himself with the work of his new position, so he was expected to be very busy for the next period of time. Seeing Soo Jun say so, Hwode also no longer forced. Afterwards, Soo Jun personally sent Hwode to the entrance of the city council before the two of them waved goodbye. Mr. Hwa, wait. Just as Hwode was about to leave, Shin Yueshi suddenly chased after him. Officer Shen, is there anything else? Hwode looked at Shin Yueshi, whose chest was slightly heaving because she was panting heavily, and asked in confusion. This policewoman, although she acted impulsively, it had to be said that she still had a lot of capital. Only after seeing Shin Yueshi calm her breathing did Hwode withdraw his greedy gaze. Mr. Hwa, I'm here to apologize to you, and to express my apology, I want to treat you to a meal. Shin Yueshi took a deep breath and said. Hwode sniffs and is slightly stunned, not expecting Shin Yueshi to chase him out in order to invite him to dinner. Then he laughed and said, Officer Shin, I've received your apology, as for a meal there's really no need. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Hwode wiped his feet and directly slipped away. Alas! Damn it, actually dare to reject this young lady, Hwode you're dead. Looking at Hwode's distant back, Shin Yueshi was so angry that she stomped her feet. If it were usual, a beautiful woman treating him, Hwode would definitely accept it gladly. But at this moment, he had to endure the pain and refuse. Half an hour later. Hwode sneakily looked for an unoccupied corner, and only after making sure that no one was around, did he carefully look at the information hovering in front of him. Just a moment ago, when Shin Yueshi chased him out. A system prompt appeared in front of his eyes once again. Unlike the previous prompts, this time, the content of the system prompts made his eyes light up, and even his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. Congratulations on completing the Divine Tier Raider, you have gained 5 W points, the system mall has been opened, I wish you a pleasant experience. Completing the intelligence can obtain the corresponding points can be used to buy various props in the system mall, will help you go to the peak of life. The first time you complete the information, you will be rewarded with additional props, Super Hacker Card. Note, please use this prop with caution, improper use can easily cause social unrest and panic among the public. Points? Mall? After seeing the system tips in front of him, Hwode's heart was ecstatic. The system's function before had already shocked him, and he didn't expect that there was actually a system mall. However, this place is not absolutely safe. Hwode held back his excitement and casually stopped a cab. Back to the rental house. Hwode had just pulled out his keys when an ambiguous voice sounded behind him. Little Hwa, where are you going these days, but let Auntie me wait. Hearing this voice, Hwode instantly shivered, and his body was instantly covered in goosebumps. He slowly turned around, and what met his eyes was Zhao Chunmei's face, which was covered in heavy foundation that couldn't hide the traces of age. What makes Hwode's stomach turn is that Zhao Chunmei is actually wearing a red halter nightgown. Imagine a 300 pounds middle-aged woman wearing a red halter nightgown and wearing heavy makeup. That picture simply can't bear to look at. Luckily, it was not nighttime. If it was nighttime, Hwode would have thought that he had encountered a female ghost. Oh, no! Female ghosts don't look this ugly. Auntie Zhao, so what? I was hospitalized a few days ago, and I was just discharged today. Hwode said while unconsciously backing up, trying to keep a safe distance from Zhao Chunmei, fearing that the other party would pounce on him at the drop of a hat. Hospitalized? Is it serious? Where are you hurt? Quickly show Auntie. With that, Zhao Chunmei started to get on her hands. Wait. Luckily, Hwode had gotten a genetic potion modification, and now had excellent hands, dodging Zhao Chunmei in a flash. However, when Zhao Chunmei saw how insensitive Hwode was, she immediately said with a dark and sullen face. Brat, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Within 3 days, if you can't pay the rent, then you have to pay in flesh. Auntie Zhao, it's not just rent, I'll pay it. After saying that, Hwode took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to Zhao Chunmei. Who knows? Zhao Chunmei coldly snorted. I lack your 3 melons and 2 jujubes. My mother lacks a man who can warm the bed. I advise you not to know how to appreciate. So what, Auntie Zhao? The company asked me to go on a business trip. I have to rush to the airport right away. I'll transfer the rent to you later. Hwode said while quickly opening the door of the room, then dodged inside with a flash, and at the same time, with a strong push, he blocked Zhao Chunmei out of the door. Bastard! Bastard, you wait for me! Zhao Chunmei angrily slapped the door of the room a few times and left after screaming and cursing for a while. Only after Hwode passed through the cat's eye on the door and determined that Zhao Chunmei had really left did he let out a long sigh of relief. He was really scared just now, and his heart is still pounding. It looks like this house can't continue to live, or else one day this old woman will really be Hwa. He won't even be able to cry. So, he immediately packed up his luggage, while Zhao Chunmei has not yet returned to sneak out of the rental house. However, he wasn't the kind of person who was unprincipled. When he left, he paid Zhao Chunmei's rent at once. Hwode walked down the street with a bag and looked at the time. It is too late to find a house, first find a hotel to deal with a night. Thinking of this, Hwada waved his hand and stopped a cab. Master, go to Cheetah Hotel. Chapter 11, The Group Battle Drama in the Presidential Suite. Cheetah Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in Jiangchang. It is said that the most expensive presidential suite costs 18,888 a night. Hwada is at least a millionaire now, so he has to be extravagant. So, after coming to Chanda Hotel, Hwada decisively opened a presidential suite. After checking in, it didn't take long for Hwada to follow the lady at the front desk to the presidential suite on the top floor. After getting a small note from the other party, Hwada watched the other party disappear around the corner of the corridor before opening the door to the room. Upon entering the door, what met his eyes was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking around, half of Jiangchang was in full view. The familiar flavor is back. In his previous life, Hwada had frequented high-class hotels and had long been familiar with this luxurious environment. He took out a bottle of 1990 vintage Romanée Conti from the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. Then, he took the wine glass to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out over the Jiangchang at his feet, and took a sip of the red wine in the glass. The rich wine flavor instantly spread over his mouth. Cool! Hwada shouted, and then drank the red wine in the cup in one go. Then, he went to the bathroom and put hot water in the bathtub and started to take a bath. Feeling the temperature of the hot water, Hwada was incomparably comfortable and relaxed at the moment. At this time, Hwada remembered that he had checked the system mall halfway before. So he immediately clicked on the system interface. At this moment, he saw that the system interface in front of him suddenly had an additional option of a props bar. After tapping on the props bar, a black card appeared inside. There were no words on it, only a portrait of a person wearing a black hat who couldn't see his proper face. He attached his consciousness to the card, and the card's purpose instantly appeared before his eyes. Super Hacker Card. After using it, you will become the strongest hacker in the world. No matter what you do on the internet, no one will be able to track down your real identity, and during the period of use, all the proceeds you gain through the internet will be strictly encrypted, and any transactions will not be inquired about for traces. The duration of this prop after use, 2 hours. Hwada's eyes changed and a look of shock appeared on his face. This was too heaven-defying. Becoming the strongest hacker in the world and not being traced no matter what you do was outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, it was amazing that all the proceeds gained through the internet would be strictly encrypted, and the transactions wouldn't be checked for traces. Doesn't that mean? At this time, Hwada thought of a very evil thing. There were 1.4 billion people in all of China. If he withdrew $1 from everyone's account, wouldn't he instantly have 1.4 billion in wealth? However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was snuffed out in the cradle by him. He was a very principled man. What was his, and he wouldn't take a penny of what wasn't his even if it was more. This was also an important reason why he was able to start from nothing in his previous life. But then again, this card was only valid for 2 hours, which was really a bit short. But when he thought about it, such a perverted card, it would be abnormal if it didn't have some limitations. Next, Hwada's consciousness opened the system mall. There are really a lot of things inside. Gene Potion, points, 1W, after using it, it will transform and strengthen the body, making it stronger and more resistant to manufacturing, the upper limit of taking it, 5. Super Hacker Card, points, 5W, top props for hiding virtual identity, limitation, 2 hours. Universal Human Skin Mask, points, 5W, after using it, you can change your face, body type, height, gender, and other features at will, limitation, 12 hours. Random Intelligence, points, 1000, after using it, it will open a random piece of intelligence with unlimited content. Hwada took a cursory look at the props within the system mall. There were quite a lot of them and they were all fine products. But unfortunately, there weren't many that he could afford to buy right now. After looking around, Hwada finally exited the system mall without buying anything. As the saying goes, a good knife should be used on the blade. Currently, he had a limited amount of points in his hand, so he couldn't squander them at will. It had to be kept and used at critical moments. After that, he took a bath for a while, which led him to the living room with his robe on. Those who hadn't stayed in a presidential suite might not know that a presidential suite was actually like a commercial house. Not only is there a bedroom, there is also a living room, and even the better hotels even have a study, gym, and entertainment room. This is the case with the presidential suite at the Cheetah Hotel. A total of 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and a study and entertainment room, totaling 260 square feet. After taking a bath, Hwada suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He then remembered that he hadn't eaten anything for a day since he was taken to the police station by Shin Yueshi after coming out of the lottery center at noon, and now he was naturally starving in front of him. It's time to eat something. Thus, he called the hotel's food delivery service. Not long after, the hotel attendant delivered a cart full of food. Half an hour later, Hwada burped, which made him lean back on the sofa with a satisfied face. At this time, he suddenly heard a sound that was inappropriate for children. At first, he thought that he had misheard. This was a presidential suite after all, the soundproofing wouldn't be so bad. Plus there were just 2 presidential suites on the top floor, and ordinary people who came to the hotel to get a room wouldn't have the luxury to open a presidential suite. But after all, Hwada's body had been transformed by genetic agents, and his senses had long exceeded those of ordinary people. After listening carefully for a while, he was sure that he hadn't heard wrong. It seemed like there really was some kind of juvenile sport going on next door. And listening to the sound, it seemed like there were more than 2 people. No way, playing so excitingly? At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Hwada's eyes once again. A group battle drama is being staged in the next room, and the participants are famous online scouting bloggers. Scouting flowers? I'm sure many men know what it means. Hwada also enjoyed watching this kind of small movie in his previous life, but it was the first time he encountered it in reality. Although Hwada wanted to join in, he didn't want to be the male lead. Just as he was planning to see no evil and hear no evil, preparing to go back to his bedroom, the prompt in front of him suddenly changed. After half an hour, the female protagonist cannot withstand the ravages of the male protagonists and will die suddenly in the house. What? This amount of information is not ordinary. Hwada thought that there would be several pairs next door, but he didn't expect it to be several pairs of one. However, after seeing this message, Hwada decided to call the police. Although the other party is unknown to him, and doing that kind of work. But as the old saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Met, cannot see death to save. So, Hwada took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Yueshi. Quickly come to presidential suite number 6666 on the top floor of the Chanda Hotel to give you a gift. He was staying in presidential suite 8888, and presidential suite 6666 was exactly the one next door to him. Not long after the message was sent over, Hwada received Shin Yueshi's reply. Shin Yueshi's reply was simple, only one word. Scram. Chapter 12, this woman, too good at teasing, right? Looking at the cell phone screen, Hwada froze for a long time. What does it mean? Shin Yueshi actually let him roll. He was kind enough to send her a chance to solve a big case. This woman actually let him roll. Really, uncle can tolerate, and cannot tolerate. Hwada immediately called Shin Yueshi. But after the phone beeped twice, it was directly hung up. Just as Hwada was about to call a second time, Shin Yueshi sent another message. Hwada, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This kind of person? What kind of person? For a moment, Hwada was even more confused. So Hwada hastily edited a message and sent it over. Haven't you always wanted to solve a big case? Come to the Chanda Hotel or someone will die. Sure enough, not long after this message was sent over, Shin Yueshi took the initiative to call. Hwada, what do you mean by the message you just sent me? Shin Yueshi asked at the head of the phone. Literally, you don't talk nonsense, hurry up and bring someone over. Hwada said impatiently. However, Shin Yueshi still didn't trust Hwada a bit, so she reconfirmed again. Are you sure there's a case, not that you want to sleep with me? What? Sleeping with Shin Yueshi? Hoping that this woman thought that she was looking for her to come to the hotel in the middle of the night because of this. It's really speechless to go home, speechless as mom to open the door to speechless, speechless to home. Hwada really want to dislike a sentence, Miss, what is your status? I sleep with you, I am too long life. However, Hwada still explained again, there is really a case, if you don't come again you will really kill someone. Seeing that Hwada doesn't look like he's telling a lie, Shin Yueshi immediately said, wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Hurry up, my aunt. After saying that, Hwada hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Hwada heard footsteps coming from the hallway and immediately opened the door to the room, seeing Shin Yueshi and a few uniformed hat uncles. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Hwada pointed to the next room. What in the world? Shin Yueshi asked as she gingerly came to Hwada's side. However, without waiting for Hwada to answer, a high-pitched female shriek rang out in the quiet hallway. Now, without Hwada's explanation, Shin Yueshi knew what was going on. You heard it too, I suspect that the next door is gathering a crowd fornication. The moment the words, gathering a crowd fornication came out, Shin Yueshi instantly froze on the spot, her face turning red. But soon, she replied. Although gathering a crowd to commit lewdness wasn't a major crime, if she could capture the gang, it would also be a reflection of her ability. Thinking of this, Shin Yueshi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself, her gaze firmly looking at Hwada. Are you sure? Next door is in. For that kind of thing, Shin Yueshi, who had not experienced the affairs of men and women, was really difficult to speak. However, Hwada was also aware of what she wanted to say, so he nodded his head and said in a serious and earnest tone, I'm sure, I've been listening for quite a while before you guys came here, and I'm sure that there are at least 4 or more people inside. Hearing Hwada say that he had already been listening for quite a while, Shin Yueshi immediately revealed a look of disgust. However, she quickly collected herself and said to Uncle Hat beside her, go get the hotel duty manager and prepare to break down the door. Not long after, the hotel's duty manager arrived with a room card. Drop. The room door opened, and Shin Yueshi led the people to immediately rush in. Although Hwada stood outside the door and didn't go in, he still saw the scene inside. Good fellow. There were actually a full 7 people inside. 6 against 1, no wonder people were killed. Who can stand it? It didn't take long before the 7 people were handcuffed and taken away. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, thank you for today. After the arrest operation was over, Shin Yueshi thanked Huode and left the hotel. After returning to the house, without the disturbance of others, Huode could finally have a good night's sleep in peace. Suddenly, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the intelligence, perfection, 100%, gained 1 W points, remaining 0.6 W, gained props reward, word modifier 1. Huode, who was just about to fall asleep, was instantly sleepy again after seeing this prompt. Word modifier? What the hell is it? Huode tapped on the system's props bar with doubt and checked the introduction. Word modifier, after use, it can read out the target's intelligence and change the modifiable intelligence that exists within the intelligence in order to achieve the purpose of modifying the target's future behavior. Number of times of use, 1. After reading the introduction, Huoda's spirit instantly shook. So perverted. This thing can actually modify the target's future experiences. It's simply a great killing weapon for killing people. The more Huode thought about it, the more excited he became, and as a result, he didn't fall asleep until the latter part of the night. By the time Huode woke up from his sleep, it was already noon the next day. After having lunch at the hotel, he checked out. Although the presidential suite was good, it wasn't a long-term solution to stay in it all the time. It was still necessary to find a place to stay and settle down first. But at this time, Huode was in trouble again. Although he is now a millionaire, there are more than 1 million cash in hand, but want to buy a house in Jiangcheng is not enough. Jiangcheng is a third-tier city, yes, but the price of housing is not low at all. Even a little bit of ordinary just need, moved to hundreds of thousands of dollars. In his hands this money, not enough to buy a house. Second-hand house is possible, the problem is that he cannot see off. But the solution is always more than the difficulty. If you can't afford to buy, you can't afford to rent. After leaving the hotel, Huode looked for an agent on the internet. He then took a taxi to the agent. There were many large and small agencies in Jiangcheng. The agency he looked for was small, but had a good reputation. Sir, looking for a room? As soon as he entered the door, a real estate sale wearing a black professional suit with thin heels greeted him with a smile on her face. Huode looked the other party up and down. She had a clear face, tall posture, and her slender legs were wrapped in tight black stockings, making them look long and tantalizing, and she couldn't help but make Huode think of the 3 words leg player. Yes, I want to rent a house, Huode said with a smile after withdrawing his gaze. The saleswoman didn't care about Huoda's greedy gaze. Instead, she brought Huode to the store and personally poured a cup of water before squatting in front of Huode with a set of real estate information. From this viewpoint of Huode, he could just see the beauty of the other party's chest. Hiss! Huode couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, thinking that no wonder the store has such a good reputation online, so it's so good at playing. Sir, my name is Yin Tao, you can call me Peach, do you have any needs for the house? Yin Tao ruffled her hair as she spoke. The flirtatiousness that radiates inadvertently makes Huode unable to resist looking at her a few more times. It's a good thing that his fixation was enough, otherwise he would have fallen in just this one moment. If the demand is there, the house should be a little bigger, and it's best to be able to move in with a handbag. Huode thought about it and said. After saying that, looking at the other party's half-squatting posture, he couldn't help but open his mouth again. That you can sit, aren't you tired of squatting like this? Who knows? At this time, Yin Tao suddenly reached out and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, and with a teasing face, she looked at Huode and said, Brother, you are really considerate, but I think this is more convenient for me to communicate with you. Moreover, don't you like it? Saying this, Yin Tao also stuck out her tongue and pursed her lips, her eyes flickering with a crafty light. Huode was startled by the other party's sudden move. He did not expect this woman to be so bold. In his heart, he straightly exclaimed, This is also too good at teasing. Really can't stand it. Chapter 13, The Woman Who Turns Her Face Faster Than a Book. Yin Tao's boldness was out of Huoda's expectation. However, one thing is for sure, the listings in her hands are still quite good. Under Yin Tao's introduction, Huode quickly picked out a few houses. 2 large flats and 1 villa. The large flats are all sea view houses, one 140 square feet and one 200 square feet. The house price is not expensive. The 140 square feet is a little more than 3,000 a month, the 200 square feet is a little more than 6,000. Although the villa is not a sea view, but it is also by the mountains and the water, beautiful environment. Moreover, this villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below, with a total usable area of more than 1,000 square meters. Unfortunately, it is a bit expensive. The rent is $15,000 a month. But for Huoda's 15,000 rent, it is still acceptable. Just these 3 sets. First take me to have a look on the ground. After choosing the house, Huode got up and said, Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll take you to see the houses. After saying that, Yin Tao stood up. But, the next second. Agu. I don't know if it's because she's been squatting for a long time, but Yin Tao let out a cry of surprise as soon as she got up, and her body stumbled, looking like she was about to fall. Fortunately, Hua De was quick on his feet and hurriedly took a step forward, steadily holding her up. The other party has been attracted by the smell of money on your body. Want to use physical contact to facilitate this single? Now start will be 100% to take the other party. Who would have thought that renting just a house would have an unexpected gain? Although his heart was moved, Hua De also knew that it was not the right time to do shy things. So, after helping Yin Tao up, he smiled and asked, "Are you alright?" After Yin Tao steadied herself, a blush spread across her face. Smelling the testosterone emanating from Hua Da's body, she lowered her head in some embarrassment and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Hua, I'm fine. Maybe my legs are a bit numb after squatting for a long time." "It's good if you're fine, let's go look at the house," Hua De said with a faint smile. After the two walked out of the agency, Yin Tao looked at Hua De and asked, "Mr. Hua, where is your car parked?" "Ha? I don't have a car." Hua De was slightly stunned and said truthfully, "Ah, you don't have a car, then how do we get there?" "Take a taxi." "Cab." Hua De thought that Yin Tao would continue to seduce him, who knew that the other party had changed her previous attitude, deliberately keeping a distance from him, and even had a trace of disgust in her eyes. "Because you don't have a car, the other party identified you as a swollen face, stinking beggar. The other party no longer believe that you have the money to be able to rent a house. If you make some out of the ordinary moves now, we'll be 100% happy to mention the police station day trip package." "What the hell? This is a flip-flop? It's just that you don't have a car, is that so?" Although Yin Tao's change in attitude upset him, he had only wanted to come and rent an apartment. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Although Yin Tao is not bad looking, but compared to Lin Wan Er, it's a far cry. Not to mention that Lin Wan Er is the school flower of Jiangcheng University, just the status of a rich family's daughter is a few blocks away from Yin Tao. Moreover, Lin Wan Er's heart was in his hands right now. There was absolutely no need for him to let Lin Wan Er, a rich girl, not go after her and turn his head to chase a real estate saleswoman. Who knows how many people the other party has had sex with? What if he got a disease? The more Hua De thought about it, the more dangerous it became, and then unconsciously sat towards the side. Seeing Hua Da's actions, the disgusted expression on Yin Tao's face became even more obvious. For a while, the atmosphere in the car became unusually gloomy. Fortunately, at this time, the car stopped at the entrance of a neighborhood called Haitian Wangfu. After getting out of the car, Hua De originally wanted to pay, but once he thought of Yin Tao's attitude towards him before and after, he wanted to fix her. So, Hua De intentionally did not pay. Once he got out of the car, he walked towards the entrance of the neighborhood without looking back. Seeing this, Yin Tao paid the fare with a black face and hurriedly caught up with Hua De. While walking, she is still cursing Hua De in a low voice. "Stinking beggar, you'd better rent the house, or else see how my old lady will fix you." Yin Tao didn't realize that Hua Da's hearing was overpowering, and just now those words she cursed word for word were heard by Hua De. This woman even wants to get him killed. This made him very upset. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything about whether he had money or not. Just because he didn't have a car, it made this woman mistakenly think that he didn't have any money, and then if he didn't rent an apartment, he had to get him killed. This woman's heart is really black. At this time, Hua De already had the idea of leaving. However, he has come here, so let's take a look at the house first. As long as the house is good, even if it's not in this woman's hands, it can be rented through other channels. Next, Yin Tao brought Hua De to the number 8 building in the neighborhood. There are only 9 buildings in this neighborhood. Each building is a single-family house with one staircase. The one we're going to look at now is the largest house type in this neighborhood, with an area of 200 square feet. Yin Tao introduced while pressing the elevator. There were 20 floors in total, and Yin Tao pressed the 16th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. What comes into view is a large corridor. Mr. Hua, from the moment you step out of the elevator, it's equivalent to walking into your home. Here, all of it belongs to the usage area of this house. Yin Tao said. Hua De nodded. He still knew about one elevator in one household. The benefits of this type of household lay in the privacy and the fact that all the area in the corridor belonged to the owner. Yin Tao then entered the password on the fingerprint lock and led Hua De to the house. After this house was handed over, the landlord carried out renovations at the first opportunity, and the materials chosen for the renovation were all imported, as were the furniture and appliances. The landlord originally intended to use it as a wedding house, but because of the work transfer went abroad, but did not want to sell it, was first brought to rent. Yin Tao introduced while showing Hua De around the house. This is a standard string house. After the agency bought it at a very low price, the house was decorated with the worst quality decorative materials, and normal people will experience all kinds of discomforts due to formaldehyde overload in less than 3 months after they move in, and the severe cases will also be life-threatening. After seeing the system's prompt, Hua De was immediately startled. He had just wondered why he smelled an unpleasant odor as soon as he entered the door. At first, he thought that it was because his sense of smell was too sensitive, but he didn't realize that this house was a skewered room with a severe overload of formaldehyde. Miss Ian, did you ask about an unpleasant odor? Hwade asked, covering his nose. Upon hearing this, Ian Tao's face changed, then she forced herself to walk over to the window and opened it, explaining, maybe it's been a long time since anyone lived there, it's just a matter of airing it out. Hwade originally thought that the other party did not know that this house was a string house, but he had just clearly caught the change in the other party's expression. This proved that the other party knew the inner workings of this house. Knowing that this house is a formaldehyde overloaded skewer room, but also dared to take it out to rent to others, really his heart can be punished. Good thing he has a system, if it were anyone else that would not be hit. At this moment, Hwade has made up his mind, must let this agency be duly punished, cannot let them harm people again. Chapter 14, Hi Cool Landlady. This house looks good as good, it's just that this smell is too unpleasant. And this decoration style I don't really like, why don't we go look at another house? Hwade was picking the faults of this house while thinking in his mind how to make this agency get the punishment it deserves. This house, because of the use of poor quality decoration materials, waterproofing work is not done in place, just open the bathroom faucet can make the downstairs leakage, and the downstairs occupants happen to be the housing authority's small leaders. Hwade's eyes lit up, the way this does not come. That, can I borrow the restroom? Without waiting for Ian Tao to refuse, Hwade walked straight into the bathroom. Bastard! Ian Tao wanted to stop Hwade, but Hwade's movements were too fast, and he also locked the door the first time after entering. You hurry up. Immediately. Inside the bathroom, Hwade responded, then quickly found the floor drain and blocked it. Then, he covered the wash basin drain, and then opened the faucet. However, Hwade didn't turn the faucet switch to the maximum, but instead turned it to a more even speed. After all this last night, he pressed the flush button on the toilet lid and then walked out of the bathroom as if he had just finished using the toilet. Let's go, show me the other house. Honestly speaking, at this time, Ian Tao no longer wanted to take Hwade to continue looking at houses. In her eyes, Hwade is a pure beggar, completely taking him for a laugh. The progressively cranky female real estate salesperson doesn't want to take you to see another set of houses, and is thinking of how to get rid of you. There is such a good thing? In that case, Hwade decided to cooperate with the other party. Hwade then took out her cell phone and pretended to receive a call. Ms. Ian, I'm really sorry, I have a temporary matter, I'm afraid. Hwade said with a hint of a difficult expression. Upon hearing this, Ian Tao was overjoyed. She was still thinking of finding some reason to send Hwade away, but she didn't expect him to find a good reason on his own. It's fine, you go and get busy, if there's a need, you can contact me anytime. That's all for now then, see you next time. Bye. After the two parted ways, Hwade didn't leave the first time, but continued to skulk around the small area while brushing through the online rental information. The agency's ruse was a bit deep, making him not dare to look for an agency anymore. It's still a bit more reliable to directly look for a landlord. On the other side, after Ian Tao returned to the company, she came to her boss's office and poured out her grievances at her boss. Zhao Biao was the boss of this Dajiang agency, known as Brother Biao in the Jianghu. Zhao Biao was a bricklayer at a construction site in his early years, and because he was a righteous man, he had many brothers following him. Gradually, he has more and more brothers under his hands, business is also bigger and bigger. Dajiang agency is one of his many industries. Originally, Zhao Biao did not pay much attention to this company, and could not come once a year. But since Ian Tao came to work at the agency, Zhao Biao ran here every 3 days. After a while, the two naturally got together. Baby, what's going on? Which ungrateful one pissed you off? Tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Seeing Ian Tao come in, Zhao Biao pulled her into his arms and made her sit on his lap. Don't mention it, I ran into a smelly beggar today, it really pissed me off. Then, Ian Tao told Zhao Biao all about what happened when she met Hwade today, one by one. You know what, the money for the taxi ride there was all paid by me. Little baby, don't be angry, Brother Biao helped you teach him a lesson. How do you want to teach him a lesson? Forget it, just consider me unlucky today. Then I'll turn around and buy you a new bag. Really, thank you Brother Biao, you're the best, mwahaha. Hearing that there was a new bag, Ian Tao immediately had a smile on her face and sent her kiss. This thank you gift is not enough. What do you want then? What do you say? Zhao Biao directly carried Ian Tao to the desk and leaned down to kiss her. A few moments later, a melodious tune was heard in the office. At the same time, Hwade finally found a rental information on the internet. The other party's house happened to also be in the Haitian Wangfu neighborhood, only it was not in the 8th building, but in the 6th building. Hwade immediately dialed the other party's phone. Hello, may I ask who is it? After the phone was connected, what Hwade didn't expect was that the other party was a woman. And listening to the voice, it seemed to be quite young. Hello, I saw your rental information on the internet, so I called to find out more. I don't know if it's convenient to take a look at the house now. Hearing that Hwade is here to rent the house, the other party is silent for a while before saying, then let's meet at the entrance of the neighborhood in half an hour. Okay, no problem. Hwade came to the entrance of the neighborhood, and after waiting for less than half an hour, he saw a white Dabon parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. The next second, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Hwode was just about to pick up the phone when the window on the passenger side of the Grand Ben came down. "Hello, is it you who wants to see the house?" This was too beautiful. In his 2 lives, Hwode had seen a lot of beautiful women since healing, but the face value of the woman in front of him still surprised him. The woman in front of him had a cool face, and her eyebrows revealed an unspeakable high and cold temperament. The nose was straight with clear lines, adding a bit of ing chi to her. Her voice was cool and calm, not carrying the slightest ripple of emotion. Different from Lin Waner's sweetness and Shinyashi's coolness, this cold beauty in front of her is more like a cold plum in winter, blooming alone, not causing dust, purely imperial lady style. Hwode silently compared the 3 women in his mind, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the creator, who was able to create such diverse and unique beauty. This also made him look forward to further exchanges with this high-cooled beauty even more. After losing his mind, Hwode immediately returned. "It was me who called you. Get in the car." Hwode hesitated for a moment, but still got into the passenger seat. Not long after, the car stopped downstairs in Building 6. After the 2 of them got out of the car, Yi Yunyao led Hwode to the 17th floor. Unlike the house type of Building 8 that Hwode had looked at before, this bump was all 140 square feet, but it was also a 1 staircase 1 family. This house of mine was just renovated half a year ago, and all the furniture and appliances are brand new. And I haven't lived in it a day myself. If you like it, we can sign the contract anytime. However, I don't accept short-term rentals here, at least it has to start at 1 year. After Hwode visited the house, he also felt good and already had the idea of wanting to rent it in his heart. The house is indeed quite good, it's just that can this rent be cheaper? The price Yi Yunyao offered was the same as the agency, but the problem was that the agency was taking a commission, while she as the landlord signed the contract directly with the tenant, there was no commission in between. Yi Yunyao smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "You should know that this neighborhood has a good geography, from the balcony there is an endless sea. And because of the high property prices, the overall quality of the owners are all generally high. I believe that you should have known the prices here before, right?" Hwode nodded and said, "Look at it like this, 3,500 a month, I'll just pay all the rent for a year at once." Yi Yunyao asked for 3,700 a month and asked for a deposit of 3. Although Hwode cut it by 200, paying the rent for a year in one go does make Yi Yunyao unable to refuse. After all, very few people would pay all of a year's rent at once. "Alright, then let's do as you say." Yi Yunyao readily agreed to the price Hwode offered. For one thing, Hwode's offer was really impossible to refuse, and for another, Hwode didn't look like the kind of person who would mess around. Yi Yunyao was also more at ease when she rented the house to him. Afterwards, Yi Yunyao then pulled out a blank contract from her bag. Just when the 2 of them were about to sign the contract, Yi Yunyao's stomach suddenly hurt, and her whole body suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. In the next second, Yi Yunyao could not withstand the pain and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 15, A Massage, A House for Nothing. Seeing Yi Yunyao suddenly fall to the ground, her face pale and cold, Hwode was startled and hurriedly went forward to check. "What's wrong with you? Is it somewhere uncomfortable?" Hwode asked anxiously and tried to help Yi Yunyao up. But Yi Yunyao seemed to be in severe pain and was unable to move at all. My stomach hurts. Awful." Yi Yunyao used all her strength and squeezed out a few words from her mouth with difficulty. Seeing Yi Yunyao in such pain, Hwode's heart was burning with anxiety and panic in his eyes. His brain is racing, thinking of ways to deal with the situation. But after all, he is not a medical student, and in the face of such a tricky situation, for a while he is at his wit's end. The beautiful woman in front of him was in desperate need of a cup of hot water to warm her stomach because of sudden menstrual cramps during her physiological period, and she could hardly tolerate the pain. "You're suffering from menstrual cramps caused by irregular life, bear with it for a while, I'll go get some hot water." With that, Hwode turned around and went into the kitchen. While at this moment, Yi Yunyao's face is written with shock. She was sure that she didn't know Hwode before, but how could the other party know that she had menstrual cramps? Could it be that this person is a doctor? A few minutes later, Hwode returned to Yi Yunyao with a cup of hot water. And once again, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Hot water is not difficult to completely relieve the pain. Gentle abdominal massage can effectively relieve the symptoms of menstrual cramps. Pay attention to the technique to be gentle and clockwise pressing and rubbing. After seeing the system prompt, Hwode's expression froze slightly. He really didn't expect the system to actually prompt him to give Yi Yunyao a massage, and it was also a massage of the abdomen. Hwode did not offer to give it to Yi Yunyao at the first moment. He planned to wait and see what happens first. "You should drink some hot water first, this might be better." "Thanks." Yi Yunyao gave a thank you and took the cup of water handed over by Hwode. After drinking the hot water in the cup in one go, Yi Yunyao immediately felt that the pain had eased a bit, but it was still vaguely painful. "Really thank you, I'm much better." "You're welcome, my name is Hwode, what's your name, miss?" "My name is Yi Yunyao." "Miss Yi, do you need me to send you to the hospital?" Seeing that Yi Yunyao's face was slightly redder, but her hand still kept pressing her stomach, she proposed to send her to the hospital. Who knows that Yi Yunyao waved her hand and said, "No, I'll be fine after a while. By the way, how did you know that I was having menstrual cramps just now? Are you a doctor?" "I'm not a doctor, I just have some research on Chinese medicine. I just saw that you didn't look too good, and there was a hidden depression between your eyebrows, plus you just said that your stomach hurt a lot, so I guess that it might be menstrual cramps." From the perspective of Chinese medicine, dysmenorrhea is often related to factors such as poor qi and blood circulation, cold and dampness stagnation, and liver depression and stagnation. Poor qi and blood circulation will lead to obstruction of the menstrual blood flow, thus causing pain. Cold dampness stagnation is due to the cold invasion, making the menstrual blood stagnate, which will likewise cause severe pain, while liver depression and qi stagnation is due to emotional upset and liver qi stagnation, which affects the normal operation of qi and blood, and will also lead to menstrual cramps. As Yi Yunyao listened to Hua Da's explanation, she couldn't help but flash a look of surprise and admiration in her eyes. She didn't expect that Hua Da would have such an in-depth understanding of Chinese medicine at such a young age. "Then, Mr. Hua, which one do you think my condition belongs to?" Yi Yunyao asked curiously, wanting to know the root cause of her menstrual cramps. She had been suffering from menstrual cramps for a long time, but in the last few months this pain had gotten worse and worse, even to the point where she couldn't move, so she was curious to know what exactly her menstrual cramps were caused by, so that she could also prescribe the right remedy. Hua Da slightly pondered for a moment, then said, "From the symptoms you just had, you probably belong to both cold damp stagnation and liver depression qi stagnation. Your constitution may be on the cold side, plus you should normally like to eat something cold and raw, so you have irregular ants, dysmenorrhea, and also uterine cold. In addition, you may have been experiencing more mood swings and irritability lately. You have to control your emotions." Yi Yunyao's expression instantly petrified when she heard this. She is now becoming more and more impressed with Hua Da's medical skills. Because what Hua Da said, all hit the mark. She usually likes to drink cold beverages, and then lately, she has really not been in a good mood because of work matters. Moreover, her physique was really cold and she often had cold hands and feet. "Then, Mr. Hua, what do you think should be done to regulate my condition?" Out of her admiration for Hua Da's medical skills, Yi Yunyao unconsciously used honorifics. Hua Da thought for a moment, then said, "First of all, you have to pay attention to keeping warm, especially your abdomen and feet, so you can't get cold. Secondly, you can try to regulate with some Chinese herbs that warm the meridians and dissipate cold, and ease the liver and resolve depression, such as mugwort leaves, safflower, angelica, and chuanxiong. Most importantly, keep your mood happy and don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can do a regular abdominal massage, which can effectively relieve the pain." "Mr. Hua, can you help me massage?" Yi Yunyao said with a shy face, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth she regretted it, but in her heart she had a little expectation. Hua Da takes in the expression on Yi Yunyao's face, and his heart can't help but feel a little anticipation. "It's okay, but it requires you to lift up your clothes." "No problem, I can do it." Yi Yunyao didn't even hesitate for a second and directly agreed. "Then go to the room." After saying that, Hua Da helped Yi Yunyao to the bedroom. After Yi Yunyao laid down, Hua Da signaled the other party to lift up her blouse. The next second, without a trace of flap, the white and slim waist appeared in front of Hua Da's eyes. Hua Da subconsciously swallowed his saliva and forced himself to hold back his inner arousal and said, "Ms. Yi, try to relax your body, I'm going to start massaging for you." Hua Da then gently placed his hand on Yi Yunyao's belly and began to press clockwise as the system prompted. As Hua Da's fingers slowly moved, Yi Yunyao immediately felt the pain reduced by a few points. So comfortable." Yi Yunyao couldn't help but moan, her tightly locked brows gradually stretching as a hint of enjoyment appeared on her face. After a few minutes, Hua Da ended the massage. "That's enough, Miss Yi, how do you feel?" "It really doesn't hurt anymore, you're too good, Mr. Hua." Yi Yunyao felt it and realized that her stomach really didn't hurt anymore, and said with a face full of gratitude. Hua Da laughed and said, Nowhere, you flatter me. Since you're fine, let's sign the contract." "There's no need to sign it, Mr. Hua, you cured me, let's consider this house as a consultation fee, you can stay as long as you want." "That's not good, is it?" "What's not good about it? It's decided," Yi Yunyao said in an undeniable manner. At this moment, it was as if she had changed back to the high and cold Yi Yunyao. Hua Da never expected that just by helping Yi Yunyao with a massage, he would whore out a house for nothing and even save the rent. "Thank you then." Chapter 16, Retribution, the house is leaking. After separating from Yi Yunyao, Hua Da stayed that night. As Yi Yunyao said, this house is fully furnished with furniture and home appliances, so there is no problem at all to move in. At night, Hua Da ordered a takeout and simply ate before returning to his bedroom early. Hua Da lying in bed, recalling the things that happened during this period of time, everything is so unreal. But it must be said that now with millions of dollars in hand and a place to stay, he has barely been considered to have a firm footing in this world. You have completed primary intelligence, degree of completion, perfect, reward points, 1W, remaining points, 7W. The system panel suddenly jumped out, prompting Hua Da to complete a primary intelligence, rewarding 1W points. This should have been completed while helping Yi Yunyao with her massage in the afternoon. Huo De thought in his heart. What just made him a little depressed was that completing a primary intelligence only rewarded 1 W points. Wasn't it a little too little? He also didn't know how many points would be rewarded for intermediate intelligence and advanced intelligence. Although he now had 7 W points remaining, he still couldn't afford to squander them. However, Huo Da's eyes were locked on the first item within the system mall at this moment. Random intelligence, points, 1000. He immediately covered his consciousness with it, and then a paragraph of the commodity description popped up in front of his eyes. This commodity will randomly open all kinds of intelligence, including invalid intelligence, primary intelligence, intermediate intelligence, advanced intelligence, special intelligence, and god-level intelligence, and the quality of the intelligence all depends on luck. Once this product is sold, points are not refundable. Good luck to the host. What? Huo De froze after reading the introduction. This is just like opening a blind box, it's all about luck. This is like a lottery, which is about probability. The worse it is, the higher the probability of getting it. The better it is, the lower the probability of getting it. Just when Huo De is considering whether to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. On the other side, Lin Hao dragged his tired body back home after finishing the day's work. When he opened the door of the bathroom and prepared to enjoy a relaxing hot bath, he was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. There was a large wet mark on the ceiling of the bathroom, and there were water droplets dripping down continuously. And at this moment, a small puddle of water had converged on the floor of the bathroom, and water had even begun to accumulate in some areas. Holy! I just installed the house. Lin Hao stood in front of the bathroom door with an iron face, and in the next second, he rushed out. Lin Hao came upstairs and slapped the door of 1603's room vigorously. But after half a day of tapping, there was no response. At this moment, Lin Hao's anger instantly reached its peak. He immediately took out his cell phone and called the property manager. Not long after, the property manager arrived at the scene. After learning what happened, the property manager immediately called Yin Tao again. Zhanghai Shopping Center. Yin Tao had just come out of the Zhanghai Shopping Center with Zhao Dubiao on one hand and an LV shopping bag on the other. The two of them were discussing which hotel to go to in a while when they suddenly received a call from the property manager of the Haitian Lookout Mansion. Hello, is this Ms. Yin? I'm the property manager of Haitian Lookout Mansion. Are you the owner of 1603 and Block 8 of Haitian Lookout Mansion? Yes, what is it? Although Yin Tao did not understand why the property manager would suddenly call her, she still said truthfully. The water pipe in your house may have burst. It has leaked into the home of the owner of 1503 downstairs. Come over to take a look at it now if it's convenient for you, and discuss how to deal with it. What? Yin Tao immediately changed her face, then said, okay, I will go over now. Seeing Yin Tao's entire mood change after she answered the phone, Zhao Dubiao immediately asked, what's wrong, what happened? Yin Tao was also very puzzled and said, the property manager of Haitian Wangfu just called and said that the 1603 set of house in the 8th building seems to have a water pipe burst, and the water leaked into the 1503 downstairs, so I have to go over to take a look now. Zhao Dubiao revealed a trace of doubtful expression. How can a water pipe burst when it's fine? Yin Tao frowned. Yes, I also wonder, it was fine when I went there this afternoon. You've been to Haitian Wangfu in the afternoon? Zhao Dubiao exclaimed. Yeah, I brought that stinky beggar to the Haitian Lookout Mansion this afternoon to look at the house. It's Block 8 1603. Speaking here, Yin Tao seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that stinking beggar did it? Just go and take a look. With that, the two of them rushed to the Haitian Hope Mansion. Half an hour later, the two arrived at 1603, Block 8 of the Haitian Wang Mansion. After seeing the two, Lin Hao started a flurry of complaints. You guys are finally here. Do you know what it's like to leak my house? I'm a freshly renovated house. Sorry. Yin Tao hurriedly apologized, and then immediately opened the door to the room. As soon as the door opened, the group immediately rushed towards the bathroom. However, before they could reach the bathroom, they saw that the floor was already covered in water stains. After opening the door to the bathroom, several people were even more shocked. The entire bathroom was already flowing with water, as if they had just experienced a small flood. At this moment, the four people also saw the faucet that was still continuously spraying water out. This is not a pipe burst, this is clearly forget to turn off the water. Now, Lin Hao was even more furious. What's wrong with you guys? How did you even leave without turning off the faucet? Lin Hao almost roared as he questioned Yin Tao and Zhao Dubiao. Yin Tao went forward and immediately turned off the faucet, then apologized to Lin Hao one after another. I'm really sorry, don't worry about this matter, we will definitely be responsible to the end. It should be repaired and compensated. Although Lin Hao's residual anger had not yet subsided, but seeing Yin Tao apologizing with such a sincere attitude, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. At this time, the property manager on the side also immediately said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll call cleaning over to clean it up now. As a well-known rich neighborhood in Jiangcheng, the property fee is quite high, and naturally the property service is one of the best in Jiangcheng. Even if it was already almost 10 o'clock at night, the property manager immediately got 2 cleaning ants with a single call over. Mr. Lin, this is my business card, my humble self Xiaodabiao. It's really too late tonight, so I won't disturb your rest much. Wait for tomorrow. I'll look for a decoration company to fix your house as soon as it's light tomorrow. In addition, if you need compensation, just name a number. Zhao Dabiao handed a business card to Lin Hao, and his tone was also very sincere. Of course, it wouldn't do to be insincere. After all, it was them who were at fault, and Zhao Dabiao knew very well that the selling price of Haitian Wang Fu was not low, and anyone who could afford to buy a house here was not simple. Compensation is not necessary, just help me fix the house. Lin Hao wasn't an unreasonable person. Seeing that Yin Tao and Zhao Dabiao were willing to take the initiative to repair his house, he no longer intended to pursue the matter. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw that the wooden floor of 1603 appeared deformed and arched. The walls in the corners also showed signs of looseness, peeling, and flaking. Most importantly, he smelled a pungent odor. Before, because he was too angry, he did not notice this. But the signs that appeared at this moment made him wonder in his mind. This house also looked like it had just been renovated, so why would this happen? Even if it had been blistered by water, it wouldn't appear so serious. At this time, Lin Hao inadvertently saw the business card that Zhao Dabiao had given him. General Manager of Dajiang Agency. Lin Hao had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. Chapter 17, String Room Checked, Woody Exposed. It must be that stinking beggar who did it. He was the only one who went into the bathroom in the afternoon. After everyone left, Yin Tao said viciously, "Know that kid's information?" Zhao Dabiao had the same tone of voice and was obviously also furious. This house is originally a string house, the cost of decoration is not high, and that Ben cannot spend much money to redecorate it. Trouble is downstairs 1503, people are self-owned housing, and by the Haitian Wang Fu house and how people will not spare money on the decoration. Of course, the most upsetting thing for Zhao Dabiao is Huada. Yin Tao shook her head and said, I don't know, I don't think that kid looks like he wants to rent a house either, so I didn't leave the other party's cell phone number. Grass. Zhao Dabiao angrily cursed. This feeling of being tricked and not being able to find someone to take revenge made him very unhappy. He could only be mute and unable to speak. The next day, after Lin Hao came to the unit, the first thing he did was to report the discovery of the string house last night. He himself worked in the housing authority, so the higher-ups paid a lot of attention to this. Immediately, he ordered people to go to Haitian Wangfu to search for evidence on the ground. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yin Tao found a construction team and together they came to Haitian Wang House to redecorate the house. The master workers were just about to start working when a group of uniformed housing authority staff walked in. They looked serious and held various testing equipment in their hands, clearly looking prepared. Excuse me, are you Ms. Yin Tao? The leading housing authority staff asked as their eyes locked onto Yin Tao in the crowd. Yin Tao froze for a moment, clearly not expecting the housing authority staff to suddenly come to her door. At this moment, she vaguely had a bad premonition, but still forced herself to step forward and said, May I ask what's the matter? We are staff from the housing authority. We received a report that there may be illegal renovations here. We need to conduct a forensic investigation. Please cooperate. Saying this, the staff member showed Yin Tao her work ID. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao's face suddenly changed. Although she didn't know which one of the 1,000 dagger reports it was, she had already greeted the other party's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. However, on her lips, she was still sophistically arguing, impossible, how could there be a violation of renovation on my part? It must be someone who deliberately slandered me. Whether or not it's a violation of renovation, we'll know once we check. Seeing that she couldn't stop them, Yin Tao immediately called Zhao Dabiao. And at the same time, the staff of the housing authority began to conduct an in-depth inspection of the house. Soon, they found some problems. The decoration materials did not comply with the regulations, there were safety hazards in the electrical circuit remodeling, and even some of the walls had been altered without authorization, affecting the structural safety of the house. Of course, the main thing is that they detected a serious problem of excessive formaldehyde in this house. This series of irregularities made the staff of the housing authority frown, and they immediately began to take pictures for evidence, and recorded all the problems found in detail. By the time Zhao Dabiao arrived, the staff of the housing authority had just finished collecting evidence and issued an administrative penalty slip to Yin Tao. Ms. Yin Tao, according to our on-site evidence collection, we have confirmed that your house has the following violations, and we are hereby imposing a penalty on you. The penalties are as follows: you are restricted to remove all the violating decorations within 1 month, and a fine of 30,000 yuan is imposed. What? Remove all the violating decorations and a fine of 30,000 yuan? When Zhao Dabiao heard this, he immediately exploded. The fine of 30,000 yuan is nothing. Remove all the illegal decoration, that is not to say that his previous investment is all wasted. The leading staff of the housing authority glanced at Zhao Dabiao and said, What? Opinions? If you have opinions, you can go and make a complaint. However, I advise you better die this heart. Now the evidence is conclusive, even if you go to the complaint is not. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, this house should be a string house. Fortunately, it's under an individual's name. If this house is under the agent's name, the punishment can be more than that. Once this was said, Zhao Dabio immediately stopped talking. Although he has some connections in Jiangcheng, but with his curiosity in front of the official people cannot speak. Then, Zhao Dabio immediately changed his face and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely rectify the situation and pay the fine on time." After the staff from the housing authority left, Yin Tao asked doubtfully, "Brother Biao, do we really have to knock it all down here? What can we do if we don't knock it down?" Zhao Dabio snorted coldly and said, "Don't let me know who reported it, or see how I'll clean him up." "Brother Biao, don't you think this matter is a bit strange? This is first a water leak, and then the housing authority to investigate. I always feel that this matter seems to be a chain of events." When Zhao Dabio heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're right, this series of events is by no means coincidental. Brother Biao, do you think this matter could be the work of some stinky beggar?" Yin Tao suddenly thought of Huode, the smelly beggar that made her very upset. Zhao Dabio pondered for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "We can't rule out this possibility, go check this person's background and see what he is about." Yin Tao nodded, then the two of them left the place. At the same time, Huode had also just gotten up and was preparing to go out for a midday meal. As a result, coincidentally, at the entrance of the neighborhood, he encountered the duo of Zhao Dabio and Yin Tao who were preparing to leave. "Brother Biao, he's that brat from yesterday," Yin Tao said as she pointed at Huode in front of her. Potential danger detected. "Zhao Dabio, Yin Tao has developed strong hostility towards you due to the incident of water leakage in the house and the punishment by the housing authority, and is plotting to take extreme measures against you. Please be careful in dealing with the host." Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Huode was instantly startled. "These two aren't trying to get me killed, are they?" And at this moment, Huode also saw the two people who were walking towards him in the distance. The two, Zhao Dabio and Yin Tao, walked quickly to Huode. At this moment, Zhao Dabiao's face was grim as he looked at Huode with a mischievous face and said viciously, "Kid, I know that you did all of this, just wait for me." "What? What is it that I did? Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Although Huode didn't recognize Zhao Dabiao, but seeing that he was with Yin Tao thought that the two were in the same gang. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to actually know that it was him who did this so quickly. However, he wasn't panicked at all. The way you acted dumb made the other party even more annoyed, and the other party decided that no matter if you did it or not, they would find someone to waste you. Zhao Dabiao snorted coldly, "Less pretending here, let me tell you kid, you have offended me, I have ways to get you killed." Feeling the hostility on Zhao Dabiao's body, Huode knew he couldn't hide and was planning to strike first. But just at this moment, Zhao Dabiao's phone suddenly rang. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Huoda's eyes. A call from Zhao Dabiao's mistress. The other party is the mistress of Jiangcheng's underground emperor Deng Changyan. The two of them got together behind Deng Changyan's back. You can use Deng Changyan to borrow a knife to kill someone. Kill someone with a borrowed knife? This I like. Chapter 18, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. After answering the phone, Zhao Dabio left with Yin Tao. However, he didn't forget to find someone to deal with Huode. So he called his junior under his hand. Although Huode knew that Zhao Dabio was going to deal with him, he wasn't worried. Instead, he still had a calm face as he thought about what to eat for lunch. An hour later, Huode walked out of the Shaxian Grand Hotel. Although he wasn't short of money now, he still liked the flavor of the San County Grand Hotel. According to his words, it's a large amount of food, and the main one is affordable. Just when he was biting his toothpick and passing by a small road, suddenly a Wuling Hongguang van stopped in front of him, blocking his way. The next second, the car door opened. From the car came down 5 spiritual guys holding sticks. Huode didn't need to think about it to know that these guys must be the ones Zhao Dabiao found to deal with him. "Kid, do you know who we are?" The leading yellow hair looked at Huode with a disdainful face and asked. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, instead of having fear in his eyes, Huode had an inexplicable excitement. Previously, through the system rewards, he had acquired a set of free fighting techniques, but had been suffering from the lack of opportunity. At this moment, didn't the opportunity come? Huode sneered and said, "Zhao Dabiao sent you guys, right? You guys can go together, I'm in a hurry." Grass. When Yellow Hair heard this, he was instantly enraged, feeling like he was being underestimated. So he immediately swung the baseball bat in his hand and charged towards Huode. The 4 juniors behind him saw that their bosses were on board, and they also followed without hesitation and rushed up. However, Huode was not afraid of the danger, and with a flash of his body, he easily dodged Yellow Hair's attack. Immediately see the opportunity, a knee top hard on the Yellow Hair's stomach, so that the Yellow Hair immediately bending down in pain. But Huoda's attack did not end there. His left hand grabbed Yellow Hair's hair, while his right hand slapped him hard on the face, sending out a loud and clear sound. Huoda's full force slap went down. Not only did it make Yellow Hair's face swell instantly, it also left 5 clear fingerprints on his face. Yellow Hair only felt a burning pain in his cheeks, and the scene in front of him began to gradually become blurry. "Lay you door we why still will froze table with enough do raw what well what? Give it to me." Yellow Hair roared, signaling his minions to go together. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, there were a few knocked-out teeth mixed in. This turn of events made Yellow Hair even angrier, and at the same time, terrified his minions. They didn't expect Hwode to be so powerful, letting their boss suffer a big loss with a single strike. But at this moment, there was no time for them to think too much. A few people gathered their courage and waved the baseball bats in their hands, and once again rushed towards Hwode. However, Hwode was like a ghost, nimbly weaving in and out of the alleys. With every strike, he would make one of them lose their fighting strength. It didn't take long before all 5 of them were beaten down by Hwode. Hwode clapped his hands and rushed at Yellow Hair. Go back and tell Xiaodubia that this isn't over. After saying that, Hwode left the alley, and everything was as if nothing had happened. After returning home, Hwode was thinking about how to take revenge on Xiaodubia. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Maybe I can use this. Hwode remembered the super hacker card rewarded by the system. In no time, he thought of a perfect plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then, he couldn't wait to use the super hacker card in the system's backpack. Super hacker card used successfully. Within 2 hours you will become the most powerful hacker in this world. All your operations on the internet will be encrypted during this period. Please surf with abandon. In an instant, a powerful stream of information instantly surged into Hwode's mind. After a few seconds, he had mastered the most advanced hacking techniques in this world. The super hacker card statute of limitations was only 2 hours, and Hwode immediately began to remotely hack into Xiaodubiao's cell phone. Soon, he was able to locate Xiaodubiao's current location through his cell phone. Zhengcheng Hilton Hotel, room 8808. This is an executive suite, and coincidentally there happens to be a computer in the room, and even more coincidentally it's an Apple all-in-one with its own camera. Hwode used hacking techniques to remotely turn on the camera on the computer. Immediately afterward, an embarrassing scene appeared on the phone. There were 2 people on the screen, and one of them was none other than Xiaodubia. The other was a woman, whom Hwode didn't recognize, but soon learned the identity of the other party with the prompts from the system. The woman of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangchang. Seeing what was on the screen, a wicked smile floated up on Hwode's face, and then he pressed the record button. A few minutes later, Hwode ended the recording with satisfaction, then found Xiaodubiao's contact information on the internet and sent this small video over. On the other side, Xiaodubiao lit a cigarette and entered sage mode. Suddenly, the sound of a cell phone text message alert rang in his ears. He frowned, picked up his phone, scanned the screen, and realized that it was an unfamiliar number. And what made him strange was that the number in the screen had as many as 18 digits, among which there were some peculiar symbols. Grass, telecom fraud is getting more and more rampant these days. Xiaodubia cursed angrily and was just about to throw his cell phone to the side when he suddenly realized that this text message was not an ordinary text message. It was actually a MMS. The content was a video, and the cover of the video gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Driven by curiosity, Xiaodubia ended up clicking on this MMS. At once, the screen image turned. A small video that was comparable to a small-time rom-com immediately appeared on the cell phone screen. Seeing this video, Xiaodubia was immediately startled. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a text suddenly surfaced on the screen. If you don't want Deng Changyan to see this video, prepare 200W and call this account. Then, a string of bank account numbers appeared on the screen. Xiaodubiao's brain was buzzing, his face was pale with fear, and his heart was even more filled with fear. He only realized today that his mistress was actually Deng Changyan's woman. Originally he wanted to break contact with this woman after today, but did not expect, actually was recorded like. The key is, the other party seems to know everything. It's over. Finished. Thinking of Deng Changyan's terror, Xiaodubiao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had a little bit of money and had a few juniors under his hand, he was completely incomparable to Deng Changyan. He was the underground emperor of Jiangchang. He was a big shot who really knew black and white. If he really let Deng Changyan know that he had played with his woman, he would not have enough lives to die. No, absolutely can't let Deng Changyan know about this. Xiaodubiao glanced at the bathroom and after determining that Deng Changyan's woman was still in the shower, he immediately transferred 200W to the designated account. Although 200W was a lot, it wasn't like he couldn't take it out. Compared to this 200W, it was obvious that a small life was more valuable. Chapter 19, a wonderful little video. After transferring the money, Xiaodubiao immediately returned a text message. I've transferred the money to you according to your request, shouldn't you delete the original of this video? According to reason, this belonged to an extortion case. But at this moment, Xiaodubiao was too scared to call the police at all. Because once he called the police, it would be a case of not fighting, and he would be just as likely to be killed by Deng Changyan. All of his hopes now rested on the fact that this mysterious person would keep his word and delete the original video after receiving the money. And Hwode was eating up this point of Xiaodubiao to come up with this underhanded trick. At the same time, Hua De, who was at home, had also received the 200W from Zhao Dabiao. System, will this money really not be checked? Please rest assured, host, all transaction records have been done with the tightest encryption, no one will trace it back to you, your income is all legal and compliant. After seeing the system prompt, Hua De was finally relieved. Then, Hua De immediately edited another message and sent it over. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, I've already deleted the video. After seeing the text message, Zhao Dabiao's hanging heart was finally put down. But afterward, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The thought of losing 200W for nothing, not to mention that he didn't even know who the other party was, made him very upset. Moreover, everything he encountered in the past 2 days had caused him to lose a lot of money. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Hua De. So he immediately called his subordinate Yellow Hair. How did things go? Boss, that kid is too powerful, we're no match for him. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. Now, Zhao Dabiao became even more angry. Brother Biao, what made you so angry? Right at this moment, Deng Changyan's woman finally finished her bath and came out of the bathroom draped in a towel. Looking at the other party's marvelous figure, Zhao Dabiao instantly felt that he had done it again. Zhao Dabiao thought to himself, lousy, spent all 200W, I must have some interest back. On the other side, after Hua De received the money, he started his next plan. Recording a small video and asking Zhao Dabiao for 200W was only the first half of the plan. What he was going to carry out now was the second half of the plan. As he said, he was a man of his word. After saying that he would not show the small video to Deng Changyan, he would not show it to Deng Changyan. But that didn't stop him from uploading the small video online for the general public to view. Soon, Hua De sent this small video to all the major hidden websites. And also gave this little video a loud title. Hotel Dating Mobster's Woman. Once the small video was released, the number of clicks that went up drastically. In less than half an hour, it had already exceeded 100,000 hits. Jiangchang Heavenly Palace Entertainment Center. On the surface, this was a business-type KTV. In reality, this was Deng Changyan's home base. It was also the largest KTV clubhouse in Jiangchang. Because it was daytime, there weren't many guests in the clubhouse. In a lounge, some of the juniors were playing cards, while some were holding their cell phones and playing games. One of the juniors named Airdog was holding his phone and watching a small movie. Holy, this chick's body is awesome. You kid, you're watching a movie again in broad daylight, show it to me too. At this time, another little brother named Skinny Monkey came over. Grass, still talking about me, don't you want to see it yourself? This woman, how do I feel so familiar, as if where have I seen? It can't be that you dreamed about it in your dream, and then the male lead is still you. No, I think I've really seen it somewhere. I remember, this is Big Brother's ING woman. Along with the thin monkey's exclamation, the entire lounge seemed as if the mute button had been pressed, and all the voices suddenly came to a screeching halt. Everyone's gazes gathered on Airdog's body, and then quite a few people came up. Upon seeing the woman in the picture, quite a few people recognized the identity of the other party. It's over, it's over. This is a big mess. Right at this moment, the door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and a man with a stout figure and a scar on his face walked in. He was Deng Changyan's right-hand man and the general manager of the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange, Li Lei. The first time Li Lei came in, he noticed the strange atmosphere in the room. What's wrong? Why is everyone panicking? Li Lei asked as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Brother Lei, take a look at this first. Skinny Monkey grabbed Airdog's cell phone and handed it to Li Lei. Mysterious. Li Lei took the cell phone and just glanced at it, his face instantly changed as he questioned towards Thin Monkey. What's going on here? Thin Monkey pushed Airdog to Li Lei's front, and Airdog stammered an explanation. Brother Lei, I was just watching a small movie, then I randomly clicked on one I didn't expect. Li Lei sort of heard and realized the seriousness of the matter. With that, he picked up Airdog's cell phone and turned around to leave the lounge. And on the other side, Hua De leisurely lay on the sofa, looking at the rising number of hits on his cell phone, the corner of his mouth buried a smug smile. He knew that as the number of clicks on this video continued to rise, Deng Changyan would definitely see this video. Even if Deng Changyan didn't personally see it, someone would send this video to him. At that time, Deng Changyan would definitely make Zhao Dabiao, who had cuckolded him, pay a painful price. And all he needed to do was to quietly wait for Deng Changyan to make a move to get rid of Zhao Dabiao and still get 200W for nothing. Just as he had predicted. Li Lei rushed into Deng Changyan's office at the moment with Airdog's cell phone. Big brother, something big has happened. Li Lei looked flustered, a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Deng Changyan frowned, stopped the work in his hands, looked up at Li Lei and asked, what is it? Panicking. Li Lei did not answer, but handed the cell phone in his hand to Deng Changyan. Deng Changyan suspiciously took the phone and clicked the play button. As the video played, Deng Changyan's face gradually became gloomy. On the screen, his woman and a strange man were. For a moment, anger was instantly written all over his face, and he smashed the phone on the ground. The phone was instantly shattered into pieces. What the hell is going on here? Deng Changyan's low and angry voice echoed in the office. Li Lei stood at the side, not daring to utter a single breath, knowing that any words at this time might touch Deng Changyan's anger. He could only quietly wait for Deng Changyan's instructions. Go, find out the identity of this man for me, and also where they are now. Deng Changyan forced down the anger in his heart and gave orders to Li Lei. Yes. Li Lei even nodded his head and exited the office. When Li Lei left, Deng Changyan then took out his cell phone and called his woman. But the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Deng Changyan called several times and was so angry that he once again slammed his cell phone into pieces. Chapter 20, The Evil One Will Be Paid Back. Advanced Intelligence completed. Jiangcheng Hilton Hotel, room 8808. My dear, your performance today was amazing. Hearing the other party's praise, Zhao Dubiao felt an unprecedented encouragement. He focused his mind and was about to give the other party a deeper and more sincere response when he did so. Bang! There was a loud bang. The door of the hotel room was kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a group of people rushed in. In the midst of the two's panic, Deng Changyan walked in with Li Lei. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing the two to instantly fall into a state of shock. Pa! After seeing this pair of dogs and men, Deng Changyan directly slapped the woman's face. Bitchy woman! How dare you put a green hat on my old man? The woman was scared out of her wits after seeing Deng Changyan. The woman hurriedly crawled to Deng Changyan's front and hugged his thighs and cried. Husband is not what you think, listen to my explanation. It's him who forced me to do this, he took pictures to blackmail me, I didn't mean to apologize to you. The woman's words managed to catch Deng Changyan's attention. After all, Deng Changyan also realized that he was cuckolded only after seeing that little video. And at this time, Zhao Dubiao had long since pissed himself. How could he not have thought that Deng Changyan would actually suddenly bring someone to break in? He was very clear about the consequences of this being known by Deng Changyan. But he really couldn't face death openly. So he immediately knelt in front of Deng Changyan and prayed for his forgiveness. Brother Chang, it's my fault, please spare my life. Spare your life? You cuckolded my old man and you still want me to spare your life? What do you think I, Deng Changyan, am? Deng Changyan looked at Zhao Dubiao with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead man. Then, Deng Changyan rushed Li Lei and said, Do them, I don't want to see these two again. Yes. Deng Changyan left the room without looking back amidst the two men's pleas for mercy. A few moments later, the two men's pleas for mercy gradually stopped, and then there was no sound. The next day, after Huda woke up, he used his cell phone to brush the real-time news of Jiangcheng as usual. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. At 6 o'clock this morning, two sea fishing enthusiasts found two corpses on the seashore of Jiangcheng. The two corpses were a man and a woman, and there was no clothing on the two people when they found the corpses. The police have already intervened in the investigation, and the police of Jiangcheng will be informed at the first time if there is any progress in the case. These two people hang up so quickly? Although the photos of the scene were not clear, Huda still recognized who the two corpses were at a glance. Although two people had died, Huda didn't have any psychological burden at all. In his opinion, these two people also deserved to die. Yesterday, when he was hacking into Zhao Dubiao's cell phone, he discovered quite a few illegal acts that he had previously engaged in. Now that he died at the hands of Deng Changyan, he also deserved to die. Moreover, Deng Changyan, as the underground emperor of a city, wasn't much cleaner. The two of them, this is also considered dog eat dog. Ding! You have successfully completed the advanced intelligence, gained points, 10W, reward, universal human skin mask 1. Huda instantly brightened up. This good deed was really one after another. Not only did he solve the problem of Zhao Dubiao and get 200W for nothing, but he also completed the advanced intelligence, gained 10W points, and actually had additional benefits. Before he wanted to buy the universal human skin mask, but because of the shyness of the bag has not been willing to buy. This time, the system directly sent one for free. This system, sometimes it is still very considerate. After getting these 10W points, his remaining points were already 17W. 17W points, finally allowing him to splurge a bit. He couldn't wait to open the system mall, but after seeing the items in it, his heart was suddenly cold. It wasn't that the props sold in the mall didn't work, but he simply couldn't afford them. The 17W of points simply couldn't afford him to splurge. At this moment, the items in the mall had been updated to 10 pages. However, only the items on the first page were able to be purchased. Among them, he had already used the super hacker card, the word modifier in the universal human skin mask he had, so there was no need to purchase them. The rest were genetic potions and random intelligence. It looked like he still had to work hard to brush up his score. His original mood, which was still quite good, was instantly low. However, the Great Wall wasn't built in a day, one bite couldn't make you fat, and there was no hurry. Huda's mentality is quite good, just depressed for a while and put this behind him. Now, he holds a huge amount of 300W, it is time to treat yourself. Thinking of this, Hwode joyfully went out the door. Half an hour later, Hwode came to the door of a footbath store called Edo. He just thought to go in and find a beautiful technician miss knocked a back and pressed a motor, who knows because he came too early, people have not opened it. Also, who foot bath store at 8 o'clock in the morning to open ah? There is no way, Hwode can only turn the direction, went to the opposite side of the breakfast store. Let's eat a breakfast first and then wait for the foot bath store to open. Boss, a cage of xiaolong bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Perhaps because it was already past the morning rush hour, there weren't many people in the store at this time, Hwode casually found an empty seat with no one in it and sat down. Not long after, the owner of the breakfast store brought a cage of xiaolong bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Unlike other people, Hwode has loved sweet soy milk since he was a child. Taking a bite, it was the flavor of his childhood. Boss, your soy milk is so delicious. Hwode looked up at the boss, not mincing his praise. Who knew that when he looked up, he unexpectedly realized that the owner of this breakfast store was actually a big beauty. She was wearing a white apron and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. There were no gorgeous decorations or exquisite makeup, but her beauty was as warm and dazzling as the first rays of sunlight in the morning. Her face was clear, and her eyes revealed a kind of calmness and serenity, as if the disturbances of time had nothing to do with her. Although she was in a busy breakfast store, surrounded by noisy people and busy figures, she was like a lotus flower out of the mud, quietly blooming its own beauty. Hwode was attracted by that unique aura emanating from her, a beauty that transcended the exterior, a serenity and beauty that emanated from the depths of her heart. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and an inexplicable sentiment welled up in his heart. If you like it, take care of my business more in the future. The beautiful boss said to Hwode with a smile. Okay, no problem. Hwode agreed in a single breath. Even based on the face value of the beautiful boss, he would patronize this store often in the future, not to mention that the buns and soy milk in this store were really delicious. Just as Hwode was enjoying his delicious breakfast, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came to the store. Boss, isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? Chapter 21, A Bitter Father and Daughter. Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. With bandages wrapped around his hands and crutches, Yellow Hair walked into the store with 4 minions who also had bandages wrapped around their bodies. Although several people had injuries on their bodies, Baiji's expression obviously changed when she saw them and her body trembled. Didn't you just pay the protection fee last week? Baishi said cautiously. She worked hard every day, getting up early in the morning and working late at night, and only earned that much money a month, a large portion of which she paid protection fees. In the past, she used to be able to do business peacefully after paying the protection fee, but recently, the protection fee has increased in price, not to mention that she actually has to pay the protection fee once every other week. Bah! Yellow Hair spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said with dissatisfaction, last week, a few brothers were following Brother Biao to mix, now a few brothers have already changed the mountain, with the new big brother, this protection fee naturally have to be recalculated. But I already have no money, my father is still lying in the hospital in need of money for treatment, I beg you to do good. Said, Baiji is going to kneel down to kowtow to Huang Mao several. But just at this moment, a pair of strong and powerful hands suddenly appeared, dead dragged her. At the same time a cold voice came from her ears. Are you few not injured enough? Where did the mongrel come from, dare to control your master? Before the latter words could be uttered, Yellow Hair saw a face that he would never forget. Big brother, oh no, warrior. Warrior, spare my life, I didn't know that this store is under your cover, we'll roll. Yellow Hair and the few of them originally followed Zhao Dabiao. Now that Zhao Dabiao is dead, they naturally worshipped their new big brother. So they thought of coming to collect some protection fees to honor their new big brother. But he never thought that he would actually run into Hwode here. Next time if I see you guys come here to collect protection fees again, I don't mind making you guys like Zhao Dabiao. Scram! The moment these words came out, the Yellow Hair few people were so scared that they instantly ran away. The speed of that running away, how could they not look like people who were injured? The main reason was that they were really frightened. Ordinary people didn't know how Zhao Dabiao died, but their group of juniors who had followed Zhao Dabiao before were clear about it. However, listening to Hwode's tone, Zhao Dabiao's death seemed to have something to do with him. The amount of information here is not normal. Zhao Dabiao's death was due to offending Jiangcheng's underground emperor Deng Changnian. Could it be that Hwode has a relationship with Deng Changnian? Yellow Hair and the others didn't know, nor did they dare to know. They were just ordinary punks, they didn't dare to discuss these big brother-level characters. Thank you. Waiting for the Yellow Hairs to leave, Baiji looks at Hwode with averted eyes and says thank you. That look is obviously treating Hwode as a triad as well. Seeing Baiji's appearance, Hwode also guessed a little bit of her inner thoughts, but Hwode did not want to explain. But he still opened his mouth to comfort. Don't worry, they won't dare to come back to collect protection money in the future. After saying that, Hwode turned around and prepared to go back to continue eating breakfast. Suddenly, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. A filial girl with a rough fate, her mother left early in life, and now her father is seriously ill. She carried the financial burden of the entire family at a flowery age. The black-hearted hospital delayed the girl's father's condition in order to make money, not to mention that they are also prepared to wait for her father to die and sell human organs. After seeing this tip, Hua De just sold his leg back and turned to Bai Ji. Alright, I just heard you say that your father has a serious illness, right? I happen to know a bit of Chinese medicine. If you don't mind, take me to meet your father. Maybe I have a way to cure your father's illness. In order to dispel the concerns in the other party's mind, Hua De spoke again. My name is Hua De. I'm not the bad guy you think I am. Bai Ji looked up at Hua De and saw that Hua De's eyes were clear and did not look like he was cheating, so she nodded and said, my name is Bai Ji. I'll take you to the hospital to see my father later when it's closed. 9 a.m. The people who came to buy breakfast were already few. Bai Ji simply closed the door early. Hua De helped clean up together and then took a taxi to the hospital with Bai Ji. In the car, Bai Ji has been secretly observing Hua De consciously or unconsciously. When she thinks of the look in Hua De's eyes when he scared off Yellow Hair and the others earlier, she's still a little scared at this point. But then she thinks of the way Hua De helped her clean up the hygiene together, and he doesn't look like a bad guy. And he also knows Chinese medicine. The more Bai Ji thinks about it, the more she feels that Hua De is a bit mysterious, giving people a feeling of not being able to see through him. Hua De of course knows that Bai Ji is secretly observing him, but he is thinking about how to save Bai Ji's father at the moment. He doesn't really know anything about Chinese medicine, and all of his strength comes from the system. Although he hasn't seen Bai Ji's father yet, he believes that with the system in place, he will be able to check out the cause of the other side's illness. Only he was worried that even if he found the cause of the disease, did not find a solution how to do. Between their thoughts, the two had already arrived at the hospital. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Inside an ordinary ward. Bai Ji's father, Bai Yongxian, was staying here. Originally, the hospital has given him a critical notice, ready to pull him to the ICU treatment, but Bai Yongxian think ICU one-day treatment fee is too expensive to insist not to go, which continues to live in the general ward. It is also his decision to let Hua De have the opportunity to see him. Otherwise, if he really went into the ICU, Hua De wouldn't have had the chance to see him. Dad, are you better today? After walking into the ward, Bai Ji immediately walked over to Bai Yongxian's bedside and leaned over to ask softly. In fact, there was no need to ask. Just by looking at Bai Yongxian's face, Bai Ji knew that Bai Yongxian's condition was not getting any better at all. On the contrary, it was also getting more and more serious. And the other side. Hua De just walked into the ward and saw the system's prompt. An old man who has been misdiagnosed by the hospital and thus is on his deathbed, will pass away in 24 hours if no intervention is made. Patient Bai Yongxian, suffering from meningioma. The onset of the disease is due to genetic inheritance. The tumor has already compressed the surrounding brain tissue, nerves, blood vessels, and other structures. The patient has already appeared limb weakness, vision loss, and other symptoms. The patient needs to be operated on immediately. The survival rate of 5% after surgery. The survival rate of 0% without surgery. Good lord, even if surgery is performed, there is only a 5% survival rate. Wouldn't that mean that the hand has to die without surgery? For a moment, Hua De didn't know what to say. However, right at this moment, a middle-aged doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly came in the ward. The other party was Bai Yongxian's attending doctor and the vice president of this hospital, Liang Guowei. Liang Guowei saw Bai Ji as soon as he came in, then opened the door and said, Ms. Bai, it's great that you're here. Your father's situation is not too optimistic. He needs to have an operation as soon as possible. I'm afraid his life will be in danger if he delays any longer. But I haven't gotten enough money together for the surgery. Bai Ji said with a look of desire. How could she not know that her father's illness could not be delayed? But she simply didn't have the money to give her father an operation. You don't have to worry about the surgery fee. Our hospital now has a hospital organ donation quota. As long as you sign on top of this agreement, our hospital can operate on your father for free. While saying this, Liang Guowei looked like I'm doing this for your own good. As for Bai Ji, after learning that the hospital could operate on her father for free, she also immediately prepared to sign without even looking at the contents of the agreement. Really, that's great. I'll sign right away. Wait. You can't sign this. Chapter 22. Hua De, do you believe me? Wait. You can't sign this. Just as Bai Ji was about to sign, Hua De stopped Bai Ji with a shout. The reason Hua De stopped Bai Ji was also because he saw the prompt in front of him. A human-faced and beastly doctor. On the surface he is a highly respected vice president who saves lives, but behind his back he is doing human organ trafficking. He knows that Bai Yongxian can't leave the operating table alive, intentionally luring Bai Ji into signing an agreement to voluntarily donate human organs, in order to remove the organs from Bai Yongxian's body the first time after his death, and then sell them to the black market to make a huge profit. What kind of person are you? Do you know that the patient's current situation is very dangerous, and you can't afford to delay for a second? Seeing Hua De messing up, Liang Guowei immediately frowned and questioned Hua De, then looked at Bai Ji and kindly advised, Ms. Bai, you know your father's illness, you can't afford to delay. Liang Guowei didn't know Hua De, but he knew that Bai Ji was Bai Yongxian's daughter. As long as Bai Ji wanted to save Bai Yongxiang, she had to sign the agreement or she would have to watch her father die in front of her eyes. It doesn't matter what I am, what matters is that this cannot be signed. Hua De walks over to Bai Ji's side and says in a resolute manner. He knew what Liang Guowei was playing at, and he also wanted to expose Liang Guowei's hypocritical face. But he agreed that he also knew that there was no proof with words, and even if he said it the other party wouldn't necessarily recognize it, and might even startle the snakes. However, he had already thought of a way to save Bai Yongxiang, so naturally he could not let the other party take Bai Yongxiang away. Hua De glanced at the work permit on Liang Guowei's chest, then opened his mouth and asked. Di Liang, I want to ask you a question, I hope you can answer me truthfully. What question? If Uncle Bai chooses to undergo surgery, how certain are you that he will make it off the operating table alive? This. Although he didn't know why Hua De asked this, he still truthfully replied, less than 10%, but if he doesn't opt for surgery, he'll definitely die. As a doctor, even if a patient only has a 1% chance of survival, I will still do my best to save every patient. With Liang Guowei's righteous look, those who don't know would think that he really is a good doctor with a heart for his patients. But how could he not have thought that Hua De had already known about the dirty and filthy deeds he had done behind his back? At this moment, Bai Ji's embroidered eyebrows frowned when she heard that the success rate of the surgery was only 10%. It could be said that this success rate was not high. But like Liang Guowei said, by doing the surgery, there was still a 10% chance of success. If they didn't do the surgery, then Bai Yongxiang would die 100% of the time. For a moment, Bai Ji was also caught in a dilemma. At this time, Liang Guowei did not say anything, but quietly waited for Bai Ji to make a choice. Because he knows, no matter what, Bai Ji will finally agree to the operation. But who knows, just at this moment, Hua De said with a smile on his face. Ms. Bai, if I say that I can cure Uncle Bai 100% without surgery, do you believe me? Really? You can really cure my father? Bai Ji suddenly asked as she excitedly grabbed Hua De's arm. Without waiting for Hua De to answer, Liang Guowei sneered and said, what a big talker. Little brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you, do you know that medicine is a rigorous science, it's not something you can cure by bragging? Ms. Bai, you must not be fooled by this kind of charlatan. Hua De ignored Liang Guowei's mockery, but gently said to Bai Ji, Miss Bai, don't worry, I won't joke with Uncle Bai's life, I'm a very powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. Liang Guowei sniffed and became even more disdainful. Traditional Chinese medicine? This is the age of science, still believe in those old-fashioned things. Ms. Bai, you have to think clearly, in case you miss the best time for treatment, it will be too late to regret. Somehow. Upon hearing Hua De say that he had a way to save her father, Bai Ji believed Hua De from the bottom of her heart. She takes a deep breath and says to Liang Guowei, Dean Liang, thank you for your concern, but I still want to reconsider other treatment options. Although Liang Guowei was dissatisfied in his heart, he couldn't force Bai Ji to sign immediately. He could only pretend to be generous and said, alright, since you have decided so, then I also respect your choice, however, I still have to remind you of one thing, your father's illness cannot be delayed. After saying that, Liang Guowei left the hospital room with a disdainful look on his face. Looking at Liang Guowei's departing back, Bai Ji's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She turns her head to look at Hua De with anticipation and gratitude in her eyes. Hua De, thank you. As long as you can save my father, Hua De gently pats Bai Ji's shoulder, giving her a firm look, don't worry, I will definitely return you a healthy father. You stay here with him now, I'll go prepare the things needed for the treatment. After saying that, Hua De turned around and left the hospital room with a chesty look on his face. In fact, Bai Yongxiang's illness was said to be serious and very serious, and said to be not serious was actually not serious. It was serious because, in terms of the existing medical skills, it was almost incurable. Even if the operation was successful, there would still be serious after effects. But Hua De was different, he had the system. After Hua De walked out of the ward, he turned the corner and walked into the safe passage. After looking around and making sure no one was there, he clicked on the system mall. According to the previous hints, Bai Yongxiang's meningioma was due to a lesion triggered by genetic inheritance. Therefore, Hua De thought that the way to cure Bai Yongxiang was to change Bai Yongxiang's genes through genetic potions, curing the meningioma from the root. Just one thing he wasn't sure about right now was whether the genetic potions sold in the system mall could be used by people other than him. However, at this time, as if the system knew what was on his mind, a prompt suddenly popped up. The genetic potions sold by the system mall can only be used on the host himself, and cannot be used on others. In one sentence, it directly wiped out Hua De's hopes. But immediately after, the system popped up another prompt. The host can modify another person's life through the word modifier. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Thinking of this, Hua De immediately rushed back to the ward. In the ward. When Bai Ji saw Hua De return so quickly, she thought that she had left something behind. Just as she wanted to ask, Hua De was the first to speak. Miss Bai, do you trust me? Bai Ji subconsciously nodded her head. Seeing this, Hua De once again said, if you believe me, you can apply for Uncle Bai to be discharged from the hospital right now, and we'll go back right now, I've already found a cure for Uncle Bai. Good. I'll go and do the discharge formalities right now. Bai Ji didn't have any nonsense, since she chose to believe Huode, she would naturally cooperate fully. Chapter 23, This is my first kiss, this is also my first kiss. Soon, Bai Ji was able to complete the discharge procedures for Bai Yongxiang. The three of them returned to the Bai family by car. Father and daughter lived in an apartment building from the 1990s. The area is not large, only more than 50 square feet, 2 rooms, 1 hall and 1 bathroom. Although the house is not big, but the arrangement is very cozy. Only because Bai Yongxiang hospitalized for a long time, a house less popular. Next, what to do? Looking at Bai Yongxiang lying on the bed, Bai Ji asked with a worried face. After returning home, Bai Yongxiang's upturn got even worse, as if he would spill out at any moment. You go and bring over a basin of hot water. Huode thought about it and casually found an excuse to try to temporarily sidetrack Bai Ji. When Bai Ji left, Huode opened the system backpack and used the word modifier. The next second, the word modifier in the backpack instantly disappeared. And a piece of information popped up in front of Huoda's eyes. Word modifier consumption 1, target is locked, please modify according to the displayed words, please be responsible for all consequences caused. Note, within 2 hours, the host can make any word modifications to the target, enjoy your experience. I didn't realize that this big killing weapon could actually save lives. Huode laughed to himself, and then began to carefully observe Bai Yongxiang. Soon, a piece of information different from the past appeared before his eyes. An old man who is dying of a serious illness will pass away in a few hours if nothing unexpected happens. An old man suffering from a serious illness is suffering from the pain of the disease all the time and is in a long coma. The original intelligence was all fixed. And at this time, there is even an additional button for modification behind the intelligence. By clicking the button, one could modify any word or even change the content of the entire piece of intelligence. Huode directly clicked on the change button. Then, according to what he had in mind, he modified the content of the information. A healthy, disease-free old man fell into a deep sleep because he was tired from work and will wake up when he is rested enough. The old man's body is very healthy, there are no hidden diseases, as long as he keeps exercising, he can live to be 100 years old. After revising the information, Bai Yongxiang's complexion became red, and even his breathing became much smoother. At this time, Bai Ji happened to return to the house with a basin of hot water. The water is here. Your father is already fine, rub your father's body. Huode said with a smile. Okay? Bai Ji looks at Huode with an unbelievable face, the water basin in her hand almost falling over from shock. Don't believe it? Just take a look and you'll know. Bai Ji walked to the side of the bed in disbelief and scrutinized Bai Yongxiang. Sure enough, she found that Bai Yongxiang's rising color had improved significantly. How is this possible? Bai Ji murmured, disbelief shining in her eyes. She hurriedly put down the water basin and gently touched her father's cheek, feeling a hint of warmth. My father is really better? But why hasn't he woken up yet? Huode smiled and explained, don't worry, Uncle Bai is just too tired and needs to rest a little longer, he will naturally wake up when he is rested enough. When Bai Ji heard this, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. She excitedly holds Huoda's hand, her voice is a little choked. Mr. Hua, thank you, really thank you, if there is no you, I really don't know what to do. Huode feels the warmth coming from Bai Ji's hand and consoles, don't say that, aren't we friends? Friends? Bai Ji is first stunned, then she takes a deep breath, then gathers her courage and suddenly stands on her tiptoes, gently nodding on Huoda's lips, quickly withdrawing it like a dragonfly pointing at water. After doing this, she shyly lowers her head again, her cheeks blushing, not daring to meet Huoda's eyes. Huode is also slightly stunned by Bai Ji's sudden action. A young girl who is in love with you, if you do it now, the other party will willingly cooperate with you, in other words, even if you do whatever you want to her, the other party won't resent it. Now, Huode knew what was going on even if he was slow. It was just my first kiss. Bai Ji's words caused Huode to instantly go to his head and then ghostly said, can you kiss again? Just now I didn't react? Hate. Bai Ji's cheeks turned even redder, she shyly glared at Huode and pretended to be angry as she ran out of the room. Huode smiled and touched his lips, recalling that sweet kiss just now, a smile inexplicably appeared on his face. In a sense, this was also considered his first kiss. It was his first kiss after coming to this world. After that, Huode stayed in the Bai family for a while longer, and only left the Bai family when Bai Yongxiang woke up. After Bai Yongxiang woke up, he knew that Huode had saved him, and had to stay with Huode for a few drinks to repay the favor of saving his life. However, Huode realized that the father and daughter needed space to be alone at this time, so he declined their kindness. After leaving the Bai family, Huode finished settling for lunch at the San County Grand Hotel, and then slipped back to the Haitian Wang mansion. Huode? It's really you. Huode had just walked into the gate of the neighborhood when he heard someone shouting his name. Turning his head to look, it was unexpectedly Lin Wanner. At this moment, Lin Wanner had just gotten down from a red Porsche Palmer that hadn't been photographed, and had obviously just picked up a new car. Huode wasn't too familiar with the Porsche brand, but he knew that it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Originally he thought that Lin Wan'er's family just had a little money, but now it seems that he is still shallow. Just graduated from the Porsche, this is a little bit of money this is really rich At this time, Lin Wan'er had already walked up to Huode. After Huode saw Lin Wan'er, his eyes never left her. Today's Lin Wan'er was wearing a tight black halter dress, and the hemline was open to the base of her thighs. As she stepped, the hidden beauty made Huode instantly feel like his blood was spurting. Lin Wan'er also seemed to have noticed Huode's greedy gaze. Not only did she not get angry, but instead she was also a little snickering, as if she was happy that Huode was mesmerized by herself. How come you didn't tell me when you were discharged from the hospital? You didn't reply when I sent you a message. Do you know how hard I've been looking for you these past few days? As soon as they met, Lin Wan'er began to complain about her suffering. As she spoke, her eyes began to roll in her sockets. Huode was most afraid of women crying, especially in public. Ms. Lin, don't cry first, I do have something going on these days. I didn't mean to not reply to your messages. Huode hurriedly explained. He did have something going on these past few days, but it wasn't to the point where he didn't even have time to return messages. The reason why he didn't reply was mainly because he forgot about it. However, could this be said? The answer was obviously no. It was good that Lin Wan'er didn't dwell on it either. By the way, why are you here? Huode asked curiously. I live here, what about you? I live here too, I just moved here after being discharged from the hospital. Hearing that Huode also lives in the Haitian watch mansion, Lin Wan'er's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Really? That's really great, from now on we'll be neighbors and can meet often. Alright, in a few days it will be my grandpa's birthday. My grandpa wants to invite you to participate. He wants to thank you face to face for saving me. Lin Wan'er suddenly remembered and said, Birthday? Inviting me? It's not necessary, right? Huode instinctively wanted to refuse. Ding. Getting information about the future. A mansion banquet full of crisis and opportunity. Choosing to attend will bring unexpected rewards. Chapter 24, a wave hasn't settled yet, a wave has arisen. No, you have to go. Seeing Huode's refusal, Lin Wan'er immediately crossed her arms and put on a stance that if you don't agree, I'll cry to you. After seeing the information prompted by the system, Huode had planned to agree, so he agreed. Alright then. Seeing Huode agree, Lin Wan'er's face immediately bloomed into a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, then why don't you accompany me to the antique market tomorrow? I'm going to pick out a birthday gift for my grandfather. Huode thought to himself that he was fine anyway. And since he promised Lin Wan'er to go to her grandfather's birthday banquet, he couldn't go empty-handed, he had to show something as well. So, Huode nodded his head and agreed. Alright, then you can contact me tomorrow. After that, the two parted ways. On the other side, Liang Guowei was still waiting in the hospital for Bai Ji to come over and sign. However, he waited and waited until almost the end of the day and still didn't see Bai Ji's figure. So, he personally came to the ward to look for Bai Ji. However, when he came to the ward, he was directly dumbfounded. The hospital bed that originally belonged to Bai Yongxiang had been changed at the moment. He hurriedly came to the nurse's desk and asked, Where is the patient called Bai Yongxiang in bed 28? Discharged. Discharged? When was it? Discharged this morning. What? Liang Guowei roared, his expression instantly changing. How could he not have thought that Bai Yongxiang had actually been discharged from the hospital? One must know that in Bai Yongxiang's current state, he would never survive the night without surgery. Could it be that they knew that Bai Yongxiang wouldn't survive the night, so this is why they chose to discharge him from the hospital? Liang Guowei guessed in his mind. But in that case, he had lost an opportunity to make money. Moreover, he had already promised the buyer, so now he could only think of another way. Liang Guowei returned to his office and cumbersome the door of his room, then pulled out an elderly cell phone from the drawer. There was only one number in the cell phone. Liang Guowei pressed the call button and dialed it. Not long after, a low male voice came from the phone. Are the goods ready? There was a problem. Liang Guowei explained, I had it all ready, but who knows that patient was suddenly discharged. The person on the other end of the phone said impatiently, I don't want to hear any explanations, I want results. The deposit has been paid, so you have to ship the product on time, otherwise you know the consequences. After saying that, the other party directly hung up the phone. Liang Guowei cursed angrily, then threw the phone heavily into the drawer. Although he was angry, he also knew that the other party was not one to be messed with. Just like what the other party said, he had already received the deposit. If he couldn't ship the goods on time, then he himself would become the goods. After calming down, Liang Guowei immediately opened his computer to check the recent surgery schedule and began to re-select suitable patients. Soon, he saw a suitable patient. Chen Fong, male, 27 years old, admitted to the hospital with a broken leg due to a ballgame injury, and will undergo surgery tomorrow. Liang Guowei chose the other not only because the other was young, but also because the other had signed an agreement to voluntarily donate his body after death. Signing this agreement will save him a lot of trouble. But there is also a problem, that is, the other party is only a leg fracture, the probability of death on the operating table is very small. But these are not things, the patient on the operating table, life and death are not all decided by the doctor. Thinking of this, Liang Guowei's mouth floated up with a grim smile. Then, he made a call to the nurse's desk and asked them to notify the patient and his family to prepare for the surgery immediately. Jiangchang, Public Security Bureau. Su Jun had just finished his day's work and was ready to go home. The appointment from above had already been issued, and he had become the deputy director of the Jiangchang Public Security Bureau. The elevation of his position did not reduce his workload, but instead, it was more than before. Recently, there happened to be another human life, adding to his already heavy workload. Deputy Bureau, the identities of the two floating corpses on the seashore have been confirmed. Su Jun was just about to leave when Xin Yueshi hurriedly walked into the office. Who is it? Su Jun put down the briefcase in his hands and sat back down again. Xin Yueshi handed the documents in her hand to Su Jun while reporting. The man's name is Zhao Dabiao. When he was young, he worked at a construction site, then became a contractor, gathered some punks under him, and during his lifetime, he operated an intermediary company, a renovation company as well as a construction company. The female's name is Chen Li. She doesn't have a job, but we found out that a few years ago she was working as an escort at the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange, and was later adopted by Deng Changyan. Deng Changyan? This matter has something to do with Deng Changyan? When Su Jun heard this, he burst out in shock. He had been a police officer for so many years, so he naturally knew who Deng Changyan was. If this murder case was related to Deng Changyan, it would not be simple. Currently, the evidence we have does not point to Deng Changyan. Xin Yueshi said truthfully. Did you find out the relationship between the two deceased then? Su Jun asked. Not yet, but we're looking into it. Although there was no conclusive evidence pointing to Deng Changyan yet, according to Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the real culprit behind this murder was most likely Deng Changyan. Because only Deng Changyan dared to do this in Jiangcheng. But Su Jie's heart is also very clear, if it is really Deng Changyan did, then they have no way to bring him to justice. Even if they investigated the other party's head, the other party would most likely push a random little brother out to take the blame. Su Jun rubbed his temples, inexplicably giving birth to a sense of powerlessness. Don't look at him now sitting on the position of deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, but there are times when the face of the murderer on the loose still can't do anything. Because he knew that these murderers had a powerful umbrella behind them. Before investigating clearly who the umbrella behind Deng Changyan was, it was impossible to move Deng Changyan. Alright, let's first find out the relationship between the two deceased. Su Jun waved his hand and then intended to let Xin Yueshi go back. But just at this moment, the cell phone he placed on the table rang. Deputy Bureau, it's not good, there's a medical accident at the Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, and the family is making a scene. I know, I'll rush over right away. Su Jun hung up the phone and rushed at Xin Yueshi who hadn't left yet. Come with me to the Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, something has happened. While on the way to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, Su Jun closed his eyes and squinted for a while. These days were really evil. One thing after another. First, robbers robbed the lottery center in broad daylight. Then two floating corpses appeared on the beach. Now it's a medical accident with family members causing trouble. It's really not stopping at all. At the same time, Hua De, who is at home, also brushed the short video of the medical accident at the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng. Hua De's first reaction is that this medical accident is probably related to human organ trafficking. Chapter 25. Is it a medical malpractice, or is it a deliberate murder? This morning, when Hua De learned that Liang Guowei was secretly engaging in the illegal act of human organ trafficking, he wanted to report this information to Su Jun. However, without solid evidence, he wasn't sure if Su Jun would believe him. After all, the police case is concerned about evidence. He has no proof even if he said the sky is not helpful. But Hua De never expected is that so soon something happened. Ding! Get real-time intelligence. This is not an ordinary medical accident, this is a case of intentional murder, because you took away by Yongxiang, so that Liang Guowei cannot collect the goods. In order to deliver the goods on time to prevent themselves from turning into goods, Liang Guowei found a substitute. Hua De was directly dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this was actually because of him. It looked like he had saved by Yongxiang's life, but indirectly killed another living life. For a moment, Hua De's heart was filled with self-blame. However, if he were to do it all over again, he would still choose to save by Yongxiang. However, he would no longer choose to sit back and do nothing, but would instead stand up and expose Liang Guowei at the first opportunity. Only, it was too late to say anything now. A person could not be revived after death. All he could do now was to do his best to bring Liang Guowei to justice and get rid of this human organ trafficking organization. No more people would be harmed, and it was also a way to return justice to all the victims, as a way to console their souls in heaven. Thinking of this, Hua De immediately left the door and went straight to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. And by this time, Su Jun had already arrived at the scene. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that there was a large group of people surrounding the entrance of the hospital, pulling banners and shouting curses. Among them there is no lack of old people, in the help of others crying. Soo-jun rushed forward and understood the situation. What's going on? Deputy Bureau Soo, you finally arrived. After seeing Soo-jun, Wang On-yuan, the head of the precinct police station, immediately greeted him and prepared to report on the situation at the scene. But his cry of Deputy Bureau Soo was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The family members present instantly swarmed around and surrounded Soo-jun, crying and shouting non-stop. Leader, you have to do right by us. Leader, you quickly arrest them, they are all murderers. Leader, this is the only child in our family, he was supposed to get married next month. Everyone calm down, listen to me. Soo-jun waved his hand and shouted, signaling the crowd to calm down. Only after he said it 3 times in a row did the scene gradually quiet down. I can understand everyone's feelings, but we will investigate the matter clearly, please trust us. Soo-jun assured the crowd. After that, he entered the hospital and asked Wang On-yuan about the situation. What's going on? According to the family, the deceased's name is Chen Fong, male, 27 years old. He was admitted to the hospital yesterday due to a leg fracture caused by playing soccer. He was originally scheduled for surgery tomorrow morning, but as a result, the hospital suddenly called to say that the surgery was advanced in the evening. The surgery started at 5:40 p.m. and was scheduled to end in 2 hours, but the surgery didn't end until 2 hours later. In between, a nurse came out and informed the family of the deceased that the deceased was being resuscitated for bleeding from the aorta. At 9:10 p.m., the doctor came out of the operating room and announced that the deceased was dead, and the cause of death was excessive blood loss. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple, right? Soo-jun vaguely felt that this matter reveals something fishy everywhere. Wang On-yu sighed and said, it really isn't that simple. In theory, even if the patient died, the hospital should let the patient's family see the patient one last time. But the hospital is not letting the patient's family see the patient. Hearing this, Soo-jun's brows instantly furrowed. Needless to think, there was definitely a problem in there. At this time, Wang On-yuan continued, not only that, the hospital side also doesn't allow our people to touch the corpse, and even the forensic pathologist can't conduct an autopsy. Hearing this, Soo-jun was 100% sure that this was not a simple medical accident, and there must be some unknown secrets inside. It was just that he couldn't figure out for a moment why the hospital wouldn't let them touch the corpse. That's because the hospital removed the patient's organs and then resold them to the black market. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Without knowing when, Hwode had already come to the side of the two. Hwode, why are you here? Wait, what did you just say? The hospital removed the organs of the deceased and sold them to the black market, how did you know that? Soo-jun and Wang On-yuan revealed a shocked expression when they saw Hwode, who had suddenly appeared. But what the two were even more shocked about was the words that Hwode had just said. Hwode, everything is about evidence, are you sure what you just said is true? Is it true, don't we just need to examine the corpse to know? Where does Hwode have evidence? If he had evidence he would have taken it out long ago, and that Chen Fong wouldn't have died. But he was also right, Chen Fong's corpse was the best evidence. In his previous life, Hwode liked to watch criminal investigation dramas, especially TVB's Forensic Pioneer series. There was a classic line in this drama, corpses don't lie. As long as he was able to see Chen Fong's corpse and conduct an autopsy, he would be able to know if what he said was true. But the problem is that we can't even touch the dead body right now. Wang On-yuan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Hwode smiled and said, that's a matter for you police. Soo-jun nodded and said, Hwode is right, searching for evidence is the police's business. Director Wang, you now immediately send someone to ask the hospital for Chen Fong's body, even if you have to rob it, you have to get it back for me. Yes. Wang On-yuan saluted towards Soo-jun and promised before quickly leaving. By the way, Hwode, how do you know all this? Soo-jun was very curious about this, he really couldn't imagine why Hwode would know this. The other party is an experienced veteran criminal police officer, don't try to muddle through, it's best to answer truthfully. Hwode's heart was shaken, then he opened his mouth to explain. The matter is like this, I came to this hospital this morning to visit my friend's father, and then I met their vice president. My friend's father's illness is a bit serious, and he needs immediate surgery, but she couldn't come up with the surgical fees for a while, and that's when that vice dean offered to let my friend sign an agreement to voluntarily donate her remains. Said, my friend as long as signed this agreement, the hospital will be free to my friend's father to do surgery. I saw that the tone of that vice president was not right at that time, so I let my friend refuse to sign it and arranged for my friend's father to be transferred to the hospital in the first place, and I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the evening. I instinctively felt that this was a bit abnormal, so I immediately rushed over, just in time to hear what Director Wang reported to you just now, and then as soon as I combined it with the words of that vice dean from before, I felt that it was related to the trafficking of human organs. At first, Soo-jun still felt that Hwode was making things up, but the more he listened, the more he felt that it was just that moment. Hwode, I have to say that you really have the potential to be a criminal police officer. Do you want to consider coming to work in the criminal police force? Soo-jun asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huda quickly waved his hand and refused. Brother Su, don't shame me, I'm not material to be a criminal police I just like to watch criminal investigation dramas. Anyway, thanks for the clues you provided for the police. The truth of the matter depends on the results of the autopsy. Su Jun said. Chapter 26, Arresting Liang Wei in the whole city. D. Liang, it's not good, the police outside insist on sending the body for autopsy, we can't hold it anymore. If we can't hold out, we have to hold out, none of us can run away if something goes wrong. After saying that, Liang Wei directly hung up the phone. The development of things had completely exceeded his expectations and became uncontrollable. Luckily, he had already sent out the removed organs at the first opportunity. Now as long as he waited until the payment for the goods arrived, he would be able to leave Jiangcheng at the first opportunity to go to a foreign country and share the joy of heaven with his wife and children. One day a year ago, a mysterious person found him and offered him 100W to find a kidney for a kidney transplant. It just so happened that there was a brain-dead patient who had signed a voluntary donation of his remains at that time. Liang Kwai secretly sold one of the brain-dead patient's kidneys to the mysterious man for 100W. Since then, he started to help that mysterious person collect all kinds of human organs. This year, he has earned tens of millions of dollars, to say the least. Liang Wei also knew that what he was doing was illegal, and he inevitably worried about the day he was caught. Therefore, he sent his wife and children abroad early. Originally, he wanted to wait until he earned enough 100 million to close, and then go to foreign countries and wife and children reunion. I never thought that this matter was exposed so quickly. Of course, this is something he did not expect at all. He would not have thought that the patient's family would be so radical, actually called the police. In fact, if you think about it, how could a simple fracture surgery make the patient unable to get off the operating table? This was something that no normal person would be able to accept. Ding! At this moment, Liang Wei's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that the payment for this shipment had arrived. With that, he began to pack up his things and sneaked out of the office while no one was around. And at the same time, Huda, who was in the hall on the first floor, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Liang Wei has left the office and is heading towards the underground garage. 5 minutes later, he will drive out of the hospital and head straight to the airport. He has purchased the fastest departure ticket and wants to escape to a foreign country. Damn, this bastard wants to run. Brother Su, did you control the doctors and nurses who operated on the deceased? Huda pretended to ask casually. Damn! Su Jun gave a dark cry. He hadn't thought before that a case of human organ trafficking would be involved behind a medical accident. Therefore, he did not have anyone control all the doctors and nurses involved in the surgery in the first place. It wasn't until Huda reminded him that he remembered. Brother Su, quickly have someone control them. If they really have a problem, they will probably abscond while this is going on. Okay, I'll go now. He couldn't directly say that Liang Wei was going to run away, so he can only remind Su Jun from the side. Let's hope it's in time to get Liang Wei back. Looking at Su Jun's distant back, Huda said silently in his heart. On the other side. After receiving Huda's reminder, Su Jun immediately arranged for manpower to control all the doctors and nurses involved in the operation. However, soon after, he learned of a bad news. Vice President Liang, who had performed the surgery on Chen Fong, had disappeared. The disappearance of Liang Wei also made him more certain of Huda's statement. This medical accident wasn't as simple as imagined. It was most likely like Huda said, there was a huge mysterious organization that trafficked in human organs hidden behind this. Did the surveillance check? Did you see any footage of Liang Wei leaving? Su Jun thought about it and asked, if not, then it would mean that Liang Wei was still within the confines of the hospital. However, the possibility of him leaving the hospital in disguise could not be ruled out. Not yet, we checked the surveillance of the hospital's various intersections and did not find Liang Wei's car leaving the hospital. When Su Jun heard this, his already locked brows furrowed even deeper. If Liang Wei had left in his own car, they would still be able to track Liang Wei's trail through the heaven's eye. But now Liang Wei's car was still in the hospital, but the person had disappeared, which was troublesome. Because they weren't sure now whether Liang Wei had left the hospital or not. Inform down, block off all highway intersections in Jiangcheng, immediately send people to the airport, train station, and bus station, and make sure to bring Liang Wei back to me. Also, send a group of people to Liang Wei's home, he might come home. Also, continue to search every corner of the hospital for me, absolutely do not let go of any suspicious places. Su Jun immediately gave the order. As Su Jun's order was given, tens of thousands of police officers all over Jiangcheng moved in an instant. At the same time, Liang Wei had just arrived at the parking lot along an internal passage. Search carefully, Deputy Su said that we can't spare any suspicious places, we must find Liang Wei. After Liang Wei, who was hiding in the shadows, heard these words, he instantly realized that he had been exposed. So, he hurriedly returned to the internal passage the same way. This internal passageway was only known to the hospital's people, and the police couldn't find it for a while. However, he also knew very well that this place was not safe, and the police would discover this place sooner or later. No, I have to find a way to leave the hospital before I can do so. Liang Guowei's brain raced, thinking of a way to leave. It had to be said that when people were in a desperate situation, their brains tended to be very bright. Liang Guowei quickly thought of a way. He carefully avoided the cameras and snuck back to the locker room, then quickly changed his outfit. Then he sneaked to the ambulance station again, wanting to leave the hospital with the help of an ambulance going out to pull a patient. Although the police had blocked all the entrances and exits of the hospital, the Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, as the largest and most authoritative hospital in the whole of Jiangcheng, couldn't be completely disconnected from the outside world. Many emergency patients will still be sent here, and the ambulances of the hospital will still be able to go out. Ding! Getting real-time intelligence. Liang Guowei had already learned that the police were doing their best to arrest him, so he mixed into the ambulance station's fleet after disguising himself, wanting to leave the hospital by using the ambulances to go out and pull patients. This old ghost still has brains. After seeing the intelligence, Huodi also froze for a moment. He had originally thought of going to the morgue to see if there was a chance to touch Chen Fang's corpse. He didn't expect to be shocked by the intelligence that suddenly popped up. He also knew that it was impossible for the police to completely blockade the hospital. After all, hospitals were places that treated the sick and saved lives, with new patients coming in and going out every moment. If Liang Guowei had really done a disguise, it would be really hard for the police who weren't familiar with him to recognize him in the first place. No, we can't let this old geezer get away. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao hurriedly ran towards the hospital gate. Right at this moment, an ambulance, which happened to drive up to the hospital entrance, was ready to go out and pull patients. Chapter 27, Late Night Chase, Liang Guowei finally caught. Ding! Real-time intelligence obtained. Liang Guowei is in the ambulance ahead. He disguised himself as a driver. The police didn't recognize the driver as Liang Guowei. If they let him go, it will be very difficult to catch him again. Huoda's heart was shocked and he quickened his pace once again. As he ran, he loudly reminded the police at the entrance. Stop that ambulance, Liang Guowei is in it. At this point, Huoda couldn't care less if he would scare the snakes. Since the system had said so, it must be the case. Huoda shouted so loudly that not only did the police at the entrance hear him, even Liang Guowei in the car heard him. Liang Guowei didn't know why he was exposed, but he knew that if he didn't run now, what was waiting for him would be a trial by law. So, he kicked the gas down and went straight for a hard brake. The police at the entrance didn't react at all, or they didn't expect Liang Guowei to brake in hard. Quickly chase after him. For a moment, several police cars whistled and chased after him. Huode also flew onto a police car, wanting to follow along to chase after Liang Guowei. He wasn't sure if the police would be able to bring Liang Guowei in successfully, but he knew that with himself there, the chances of catching Liang Guowei would be greatly increased. Why are you coming up here? We're on official business, get down quickly. Xin Yueshi was just about to drive up after him, but he didn't expect Huode to come up directly. Huode glared at Xin Yueshi and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't hurry up and drive, if you don't catch up, it will be too late." You'd better not drag this girl down." Xin Yueshi also knew that now was not the time to argue with Huode, but Huode had just glared at her, which made her very upset. What a lot of nonsense, drive. Sit tight. The next second, Xin Yueshi drove the police car and directly ejected to start. Let Huode truly experience what is called the feeling of pushing back. Xin Yueshi's driving skills were very good. Even though she was the last to set off, she soon overtook police car after police car and caught up to the first place. Ahead, Liang Guowei had already stepped on the gas to the bottom, and the car's speed directly soared to 140 yards. Fortunately, it was nighttime and there weren't many vehicles on the road. Coupled with the fact that the ambulance Liang Guowei was driving had the siren on, many drivers chose to avoid it. But seeing the police car behind the ambulance, many drivers stopped their cars and talked. What's the situation? It can't be that something happened, right? Why do I feel like these police cars are chasing this ambulance? Don't say it, someone was really right. At this time, Xin Yueshi held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up the car's megaphone with the other hand and shouted, "Liang Guowei, you can't escape, immediately turn off the engine and pull over, otherwise we will take coercive measures. Repeat, you can't escape, immediately turn off the engine and pull over, otherwise we will take coercive measures." But how could Liang Guowei be obedient? Not only did he not stop, but he accelerated again. Seeing this, Xin Yueshi immediately kicked the gas and chased after him. Huode, who was sitting in the co-pilot, stole a glance at the dashboard. Good guy. The speed of the car is almost right at 160. If it goes on like this, something must happen. What Huode didn't expect was that Xin Yueshi was actually accelerating at this moment. What are you doing? Are you crazy, don't want to die, still accelerating? Huode looked at Xin Yueshi and questioned. His body had been modified by genetic agents. Even if he crashed, he wasn't worried that he would suffer any serious injuries. But Xin Yueshi was different, she was just an ordinary person. In case of a crash, a scene of car destruction was likely to occur. However, Shin Yueshi was like she didn't hear Huada's words for a moment. Once again a foot of gas down, the car once again speed up. At this time, Shin Yueshi looked ahead intently and slowly spoke. I have to catch him, I can't let him get away. Huade heard this and couldn't help but be moved in his heart by Shin Yueshi's courage and persistence. But at the same time, he was also well aware that such a chase was extremely dangerous and could lead to a major disaster if he wasn't careful. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, his mind racing as he thought of countermeasures. There is a section of broken road 10 kilometers ahead, so you can drive the other party to the broken road and force them to stop. Huade, who hadn't originally had any thoughts, immediately dialed Su Jun's phone after seeing the prompt. Brother Su, this is Huade. I'm currently chasing Liang Guowei with Officer Shin. I need your cooperation. As soon as the phone was connected, Huade opened the door and said. On the other end of the phone, Su Jun was shocked when he heard that Huade was actually chasing Liang Guowei with Shin Yueshi. However, he also knew that now was not the time to talk about this, so he directly asked, what do I need to cooperate with? You should be able to see where we are now. I need you to get the police to cooperate and drive Liang Guowei to the cutoff road 10 kilometers away to force him to stop. Huade quickly told Su Jun about the system's suggestion. After hearing this, Su Jun immediately replied back, I'll inform down now, you guys continue the chase, but make sure to be safe. The police reacted very quickly, and in no time, they set up roadblocks at various intersections, forcing Liang Guowei to drive in the direction of the cutoff road. At first, Liang Guowei didn't realize the police's intentions, he just instinctively wanted to avoid the police's capture. Coupled with the fact that he looked behind him from time to time at the pursuing police car, he paid even less attention to where he was driving. Soon, he was forced onto the cutoff road. Liang Guowei wanted to continue escaping after getting out of the car, and Shin Yueshi directly fired a warning shot. Bang! Liang Guowei, you can't run away, if you don't surrender I'll shoot. Seeing that Shin Yueshi really dared to shoot, Liang Guowei was so scared that he didn't dare to move at once. Then, Shin Yueshi handcuffed Liang Guowei with the help of Huade. When Liang Guowei saw Huade, he immediately recognized him. It's you? Di Liang, good to see you again. Huade smiled faintly at him. Only in Liang Guowei's eyes, Huade's smile was akin to a devil's smile. It wasn't long before Su Jun arrived with a large group of people. Seeing that Liang Guowei had been brought under control, Su Jun was also relieved. Tonight's commotion was not small. If he let Liang Guowei escape, he really couldn't account for it. Little Shin did a good job. After praising Shin Yueshi, Su Jun came to Huade and solemnly saluted him. Huade, thank you. Brother Su, what are you doing? There's no need, there's really no need. I didn't do anything, this is all Officer Shin's doing. Shin Yueshi was originally a little smug when she received praise from Su Jun. But when she saw Su Jun thanking Huade, her heart instantly felt a small emotion. Although Huade had put in some effort, he hadn't put in much effort. She was the one who had been chasing after Liang Guowei and finally caught him. However, after hearing Huade's words, she immediately gave Huade a count your knowledge look. I still have to go back to interrogate Liang Guowei overnight, so I won't send you back. Su Jun looked at Huade and said, then turned his head to Shin Yueshi and said, Xiao Shin, you'll send Huade back later. Remember, this is an order. Su Jun was afraid that Shin Yueshi would not be willing to send Huade, and emphasized in the end. Only after Su Jun left with the large troop did Shin Yueshi become so angry that she stomped heavily on her sleep. At this time, Huade had already gotten on the co-pilot, sticking out his head and smiling. Officer Shin, get in the car and send me back. Remember, this is an order. Scram! Chapter 28, Misty, Mysterious Criminal Organization. The Jiangcheng police staged a thrilling car chase late at night, instantly creating a furor on the internet. Many people in Jiangcheng have uploaded this shocking scene to short video platforms, attracting countless spectators and discussions. Jiangcheng police quickly responded, through the official account, detailed disclosure of the ins and outs of the incident so that the public can get a glimpse of the whole picture. Who would have expected that a vice president of a municipal hospital, under the bright and shiny surface, behind the scenes is involved in the dark trade of human organs? Even more shocking is that a seemingly unusual orthopedic surgery has taken a young life, bringing an otherwise promising future to a screeching halt. Xiao Tiger document anti-stolen prints, looking for machine candidate Xiao Tiger, stable, reliable, do not step on pit. The incident, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, provoked a strong reaction throughout the country. The public was outraged, and the internet was filled with calls for severe punishment of the criminals and justice for the victims and their families. This wave of public opinion quickly attracted the great attention of the Ministry of Public Security, which immediately issued a red-top document, strictly ordering the Jiangcheng police to solve the case in the shortest possible time, and vowing to eliminate this evil chain of human organ trafficking and bring all the criminals involved to justice. At the same time, Jiangcheng. Inside a luxurious river-view villa. The higher-ups have already paid attention to this matter, know what to do, right? A mysterious man leaned his back against the sofa, inhaled a cigar, slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and said without a trace of emotion, "Don't worry, boss, Liang Guowei doesn't know who we are, we've always contacted him through overseas. The opposite henchman bowed slightly and responded respectfully. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. The mysterious man took another puff of his cigar, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he continued, to us, Liang Wei is nothing more than a pawn, and now that this pawn has lost its usefulness, then there is no need to keep him. Okay boss, I know what to do. The henchman bowed once again, then prepared to turn around and leave. At this time, the mysterious man spoke again and called out to the henchman, remember, don't leave any traces. Yes. The next day, 10 a.m. Su Jun stared at a pair of panda eyes and dragged a tired body out of the interrogation room. Last night, he had interrogated Liang Wei in a surprise overnight interrogation. Liang Wei had confessed to the crimes of deliberately murdering Chen Fong and trafficking in human organs. But when Su Jun asked him about this organization, Liang Wei did not know anything about it. According to his explanation, he only interfaced with a person named Doctor. He knew nothing else. According to Su Jun's many years of experience in handling cases, the other party was bound to be a criminal group with a very tight organizational structure and a high degree of secrecy among its members. The difficulty of digging out all the members behind this criminal group could be imagined. Su Jun rubbed his tired eyes and pondered in his heart. He knew that this case had already attracted a great deal of attention from the state and the nation, and the burden on his shoulders was very great. He had to find a breakthrough as soon as possible and eliminate this crime syndicate in one fell swoop before he could do so. But the problem was that now all the clues to Liang Wei's side were broken, there was no way to start. At this time, he thought of Huode. Last night, it was Huoda's reminder that revealed the secret behind the medical malpractice. It was also Huoda's reminder that they didn't let Liang Wei escape and finally managed to capture him. Maybe Huode will have some thoughts. With the idea of one more person, one more thought, Su Jun called Huode. Huode returned home last night has been almost 1 o'clock, until now has not yet woken up. But a sharp ringing of the phone interrupted his beautiful dream. Hello? Huode picked up the phone in a daze, not even looking at the caller ID. Elder brother Hua, this is your big brother Su. Big brother Su, what is it that you're looking for me for? Are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal. I wanted to thank you last time, but I never had the chance. This time you helped me again. I must treat you to a meal to thank you properly. Hearing this, Huode had sobered up quite a bit. He quickly realized that Su Jun was drunkenly not interested in wine. It appeared to be a treat for dinner, but in reality, he had come to ask for opinions on the case. Thinking of this, Huode smiled and said, alright, send me the address, I'll be there in a while. Okay, then I'll send you the address, we'll see you in a while. See you in a while. After hanging up the phone, Huode pondered. Brother Su said last night that he would interrogate Liang Wei overnight, so it seems like Liang Wei shouldn't know much. He should just be in charge of finding sources of goods. He doesn't have much status within this criminal organization, and he shouldn't even be a member of this organization. The person who really has access to the organization should be the person who contacted him, or the person behind that contact. But this person isn't easy to find. It had to be said that Huode's brain was really good. With a slight analysis, all of them were analyzed to the point. It wouldn't be too much to describe Huode as being almost demonic in his wisdom. On the other side, after Su Jun sent Huode his location, he was ready to leave the police station. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Xin Yueshi. Bureau Su Fu, will you take me with you? Su Jun froze at the words and asked with a surprised face, what just take you with you? Seeing Su Jun still playing dumb, Xin Yueshi immediately held her mouth and said, I all heard it at your office door, you want to invite Huode for dinner, take me with you, okay. Bring you? Su Jun looked Xin Yueshi up and down, revealing a difficult look. Yes, take me with you, please. Xin Yueshi pulled on Su Jun's arm and said with a pleading face. He had worked with Xin Yueshi for some time, and in his work, Xin Yueshi had always been thunderous, completely not treating herself as a woman. Su Jun couldn't help but feel a little amused as he looked at Xin Yueshi's rare petulant appearance. However, when he thought that Xin Yueshi and Huode were both of similar age, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Why don't we set up elder brother Hua and little Shun? The moment this thought came out, the more Su Jun thought about it, the more feasible it became. Huode was young and talented, and rich in a sense of justice, a young man who could not be missed. Although Xin Yueshi is usually a bit short-tempered, she is the flower of the Jiangcheng Police Department. The two of them together, that's a perfect match. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jun immediately smiled and said, alright, then you can come with me, it just so happens that I have something to look for you as well. Thank you, Deputy Su. Xin Yueshi sniffed, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. Vice Bureau Su, let me drive, you go up to the back and lie down for a while. When Su Jun heard this, he was instantly startled. The scene of Xin Yueshi racing after Liang Wei last night was still fresh in his mind, he didn't dare to let this ant drive. So, he hurriedly walked 2 steps quickly and grabbed the main driver before Xin Yueshi. It's okay, I'll drive, you don't know the way. Chapter 29, Inviting Guests to Dinner, and Incidentally Consulting Huode. Ahai Seafood Stalls, a seafood stall that has been operating in Jiangqing for 20 years, due to the change of boss seafood quality is getting worse and worse. There is also the behavior of ripping off customers. The reputation in Jiangqing plummeted. Huoda, according to the positioning of Su Junfa, took a taxi to a store Ahai Seafood Stall. As soon as he entered, Huoda saw the prompt in front of him. He didn't know why Su Jun chose the store, but he knew one thing: Su Jun was afraid that he would be slaughtered tonight. On the way here, Su Jun had sent Huoda the box number. Therefore, Huoda went straight to box number 6 after entering. But when Huoda arrived at the box, he realized that in addition to Su Jun, Shin Yueshi had also followed him. "Elder brother Hua, you're finally here, please sit down." Su Jun's face is full of smiles. As he speaks, he warmly greets Huoda, while also not forgetting to order the waiter to serve the food. "Brother Su, sorry to keep you waiting, the road was a bit jammed," Huoda said after taking his seat. At this time, Huoda turned his gaze to Shin Yueshi on the opposite side of the table, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile as he flirted. "Yo, Officer Shin is also here, what a coincidence." "Humph." Shin Yueshi snorted coldly and did not answer. She knew that Huoda was still angry with herself. Last night, Su Jun had asked her to send Huoda home, but she was in a hurry to go back to the police station and wanted to interrogate Liang Guowei with Su Jun, so she sent Huoda to a place where it was easy to get a taxi and left him behind. Originally, she wanted to take the opportunity of Su Jun inviting Huoda to dinner to match a mistake in person. Who knew that this guy, Huoda, as soon as he entered the door, he had a gloomy look, which immediately made her very unhappy. Su Jun on the side also heard something in the words of the two, but in his opinion, it was just a flirtation between two young people. This also strengthened his determination to set the two up. Soon, the waiters started serving the food. Su Jun also personally filled Huoda's wine glass with wine. "Elder brother Hua, this cup is on me. Thank you for helping the Jiangqing police today. This cup, I'll drink, feel free." After saying that, Su Jun drank it all in one go. Seeing this, Huoda was also quick to pick up his glass and muffled it in one gulp. After a cup of white wine goes down, Huoda only feels a pungent spice rush straight to his throat, as if there is a blazing fire that burns down his throat all the way to his chest. "Elder brother Hua, good wine capacity." Seeing that Huoda has such a good drinking capacity at such a young age, Su Jun can't help but give a thumbs up, his eyes full of appreciation. Nowhere, big brother Su was overpraising. Huoda wiped the wine stains on the corners of his mouth, and a modest smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, he had long practiced a good capacity for alcohol after years of fighting on the mall. In this life, with the genetic potion modification, his drinking capacity was even better than before. To say that he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups was not an exaggeration. Come, don't just drink, eat your vegetables." This sweet and sour carp is the signature of this store, and this steamed Eastern Star Spot is even the signature of signatures. Let me tell you, this store has been open for more than 20 years, it's very famous in Jiangqing. Su Jun introduced the specialty dishes of this store while greeting Huoda with chopsticks. "Yuck, why is this fish so mushy, and the fishy odor is so heavy?" Shin Yueshi tasted a mouthful of steamed Eastern Star Spot and couldn't stand the fishy odor of the fish and immediately spat it out. "It can't be, I've been eating at this store for years." Saying this, Su Jun also picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. "Bah!" Su Jun frowned and couldn't help but spit out the fish in his mouth as well, surprise and disappointment written all over his face. "This fish really isn't fresh, I'll have the boss come and get another one." Su Jun also didn't expect that the first time he invited Huoda for dinner, he flopped. Huoda had long known that this restaurant had changed owners, and the ingredients and reputation had long since gone downhill. Even if he changed a strip of Eastern Star Spot, the end result would still be the same. Moreover, Su Jun inviting him to dinner was not just a simple meal. So, he waved his hand to stop Su Jun and said, "Forget it brother Su, just make do, I'm not a picky eater." After saying that, he even chucked a piece of fish and sent it into his mouth. Well, the fishy odor was indeed quite heavy, and the meat of the fish was not fresh. However, Huoda still forced himself to swallow the discomfort, and then flashed an okay smile at Su Jun. "Elder brother Hua, you don't have to force yourself, it's better to let the waiter give another one. This store's reputation is still good, similar situations have occurred before, and the owner will always give a replacement," Su Jun said. Looking at Su Jun's ignorant expression, Huoda truthfully said that was before, now people have changed their bosses, and have long been unfortunate with that previous set. However, Huoda still waved his hand and said, "Brother Su really don't need it." Seeing Huoda insisted, Su Jun also had to give up. "By the way, big brother Su, your invitation to dinner this time shouldn't be as simple as just eating, right?" At this time, Huoda took the initiative to bring the topic to the forefront. Su Jun sniffed, patted Huoda's shoulder and laughed. "It's true that nothing can be hidden from you, brother Hua. I do have some doubts about Liang Guowei's case and would like to ask you to analyze it together." The moment Su Jun said this, he directly stunned Shin Yueshi on the side. At first, she thought that Su Jun was simply inviting Huoda for dinner, but she didn't think that he wanted to ask Huoda to analyze the case. Who is Su Jun? He has the title of Jiangqing's #1 arresting officer. He was the idol of the young police officers in Jiangcheng. Shin Yueshi had heard of Su Jun's great name when she was in the police academy, so as soon as she graduated she used her family's relationship and then came to the Jiangcheng criminal police team to follow Su Jun. However, such a senior-old criminal police officer now actually want to think of a young man who was only in his early 20s to help analyze the case together. This was really somewhat subversive to her perception. However, neither of them noticed the change in the expression on her face and instead chatted earnestly about the case. Elder brother Hui is like this. Last night we conducted a surprise interrogation of Liang Wei, who has confessed to the 2 charges of intentional murder and trafficking in human organs, but the problem has also come up. At this time, Hui suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt Su Jun and then asked, "Brother Su, you guys shouldn't have asked anything about that organization behind Liang Wei on his side, right?" Su Jun nodded and said, "Well, now that the clues are all broken on Liang Wei's side, we only know that every time we contact Liang Wei, it's a person called Doctor. And whether this person is male or female, tall or short, fat or thin, how old, what nationality, none of these are known. We don't even know how and where to check, so we want to hear your advice." Su Jun's tone revealed a strong sense of frustration as he said this. He has been a police officer for so many years, and has been in contact with large and small cases. Without a 10,000 there are also several thousand. But this is the first time he felt from the bottom of his heart that he is particularly incompetent. There is no way to investigate this case. Hui sniffed and immediately frowned, his expression grave. He anticipated that this case was not ordinary, but he did not expect that even Su Jun was at his wit's end. Even Su Jun had no thoughts. What thoughts could he have? We can start with Chen Fang's removed organs and detect the recent transplants to be performed nationwide, focusing on the rich, especially those in Jiangcheng. The sudden appearance of the intelligence made Huada's eyes light up. "Brother Su, I have a thought." Chapter 30, Huadi offers suggestions, new direction of investigation. "Brother Su, I have a thought, I don't know if it's correct or not. Tell me. Chen Fang's organs weren't already removed, we can start from this aspect," Huadi suggested. Su Jun was worthy of being a veteran criminal police officer who had just said a beginning and already had a thought. "You mean from where these organs went and then reverse detection?" Su Jun asked. Huadi nodded and said, "That's right, those who are able to buy human organs on the black market are definitely not ordinary people, they must be either rich or noble, you can start from that." "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Su Jun slapped his thigh and said, "Start with the buyers and then follow the trail. Elder brother Hui, you are truly my lucky star." Where, I'm just talking casually, brother Su, you were just in too much of a hurry to think of it for a moment, even if I don't say it you'll think of it in a few days. Huadi said modestly. No, if it wasn't for your reminder, I'm afraid it would have taken me quite a while to think of it," Su Jun said. At this time, Shin Yueshi on the side just couldn't stand it anymore. "Can you two stop blowing each other commercially? Huadi, you said to start with the buyers, but there are so many rich people in the country, how long will this take to investigate?" Upon hearing this, Huadi looked at Shin Yueshi with a look of idiocy. Seeing Huada's disgusted look, Shin Yueshi immediately screamed, "What kind of look is that? Did I ask the wrong question? Little Shin Na, have you forgotten what rich people buy human organs for?" Su Jun similarly revealed an intriguing expression. "What for? Isn't it for transplant surgery? What else could it be for?" Shin Yueshi looked at the two with a puzzled expression. "Right, you've said it's to do transplants, we just need to focus on those rich people who are sick and need transplants." After Su Jun finished speaking, Shin Yueshi then realized. However, once she thought of her performance just now, Shin Yueshi was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. At the expense of her, she had been clamoring for a big case to be solved, and now that the big case had come, this was her performance. It was really humiliating. "Brother Su, I think that since they use Jiangcheng as a source of goods, then they are most likely spreading out in all directions with Jiangcheng as the center. I think we can focus on checking out the rich people in Jiangcheng," Huadi suggested. "Makes sense, I'll arrange for someone to follow this line." With that, Su Jun turned his head to Shin Yueshi and said, "Xiaoshun, contact Xiaozi and the others immediately and focus on investigating the line of buyers." "Okay, I'm going to call back to the bureau." Huadi watched the two men quickly get into work and couldn't help but nod in his heart. He knew that with a clear direction of investigation, the next investigation would be more efficient and targeted. After the trouble in his heart was solved, Su Jun was in a great mood and clinked glasses with Huadi again and again. After Shin Yueshi went out to make a phone call and came back, she also apologized to Huada through the strength of the wine. It wasn't until the three of them had finished a whole bottle of white wine that they ended the meal. "Old brother Hua, that's it for today, let's get together again next time we have the chance." "Good, next time I'll treat." "No problem." The two of them talked and laughed as they arrived at the entrance of the store, then Huada took the first step. However, he had just stepped out of the doorway when he heard Su Jun's miserable scream. "Are you guys making a mistake? A meal actually costs more than 8,000, you guys are trying to rob." Hearing Su Jun's miserable screams, Huada laughed and got into a cab and left. Su Jun finally bought no bill do not know, but he knew that this store is afraid to open to the end. The city's public security bureau deputy director of the head of the slaughter, when it is really do not know what to do with their lives. On the way back, Hwode received a call from Lin Wan-er. He just remembered that yesterday he promised Lin Wan-er to accompany her to the antique market to pick out a gift. Hwode got off the car at the entrance of the neighborhood and saw the red Palm parked on the side of the road. Hwode walked over, pulled open the passenger door and sat directly on it. What a great smell of alcohol, have you been drinking? As soon as Hwode got on the car, Lin Wan-er smelled an unpleasant odor of alcohol and immediately opened the windows to dissipate the smell. Well, I was just at a dinner party, as soon as you called I immediately rushed here. Hwode told a small lie, but it was Lin Wan-er who ate this. Hearing that Hwode cared so much about her, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Today's Lin Wan-er wore a gray sleeveless blouse, which was simple and generous, perfectly outlining her delicate figure. Paired with a short beige skirt, the skirt's length was moderate, showing off her slender leg lines while maintaining a dignified and decent style. The combination of beige and gray made the whole outfit look both harmonious and high class. Seeing Lin Wan-er in this ensemble, under the effect of alcohol, Hwode's breathing began to become rapid. The urge to kiss her welled up in his heart. At this time, Lin Wan-er started the car, and a sense of pushback came, accompanied by the strong wind outside the window, finally blowing out Hwode's restless heart. Half an hour later, Lin Wan-er parked her car at the entrance of an old street. This was the largest antique market in Jiangcheng. Every day, many people with the mentality of getting rich overnight came here to pick up the pieces. Soon, Lin Wan-er led Hwode into the bustling antique market. Here, the stalls are lined up with all kinds of antiques, jades, paintings and calligraphy, dazzling people. Lin Wan-er traveled through the crowd with ease and familiarity, occasionally stopping to think carefully about the antiques and paintings in front of one of the stalls. Hwode follows behind her, but his eyes can't help but be attracted by her elegant and graceful figure. Mainly, the things here really can't enter Hwode's eyes. A pair of imitation Tang Pak Fu paintings, the actual value is only a few $100s. A synthetic jade pendant, costing only 50 yuan. Deliberately aged Tang San Kai, with no collector's value. Fake. Fake. As far as the eye can see, it's all fake. In Hwode's opinion, instead of looking at these fakes, he could not appreciate the beauty in front of him. Hwode, what do you think of this jade pendant? Lin Wan-er picks up a jade pendant that is emerald green in color and asks as she scrutinizes it under the sunlight. Hwode glanced at the jade pendant in Lin Wan-er's hand. The next second, information about this jade pendant immediately popped up in front of his eyes. Antique jade piece buckle, made of synthetic materials. This jade piece buckle, although the appearance is exquisite, the color is green and beautiful, but it is actually made of synthetic materials. Its cost is relatively low. The market selling price can be as high as thousands of dollars, but the actual value is much lower than this, and it is often used by unscrupulous merchants to deceive consumers. After reading the intelligence in front of him, Hwode then said bluntly, "Fake, that is a synthetic antique jade piece button. The cost price is only a few $100s. Ah, it's fake. Ah, I thought it was real." Hearing Hwode say that the jade pendant was fake, Lin Wan-er immediately lost interest. She was here to pick a birthday gift for her family's old man. How could she send a fake one? Hwode, are you very knowledgeable about antiques? Seeing that Hwode could tell the authenticity of the jade pendant with a single glance, Lin Wan-er instantly looked at Hwode with a look of admiration and asked. Seeing Lin Wan-er's eyes, Hwode said smugly, "Not bad, just that I usually like to read some books on the subject." "That's pretty impressive too." Lin Wan-er heartily exclaimed, "It seems like it was a wise choice for me to let you accompany me. You must help me pick a gift that will satisfy Grandpa." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." The two of them continued to casually stroll around the antique market. Hwode offered Lin Wan-er some advice from time to time, helping her to recognize the authenticity and value of the antiques. But just at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly interrupted the exchange between the two. "Wan-er, why are you here? Who is this man?" Chapter 31, pretending to be Lin Wan-er's boyfriend, picking up 10 million jade jewels. "Wan-er, why are you here? Who is he?" Hwode and Lin Wan-er were chatting vigorously when suddenly a man wearing an Armani suit and sunglasses blocked their way. Seeing the visitor, Lin Wan-er immediately changed her face and revealed a look of disgust. "Wang, how your control is too wide. Is this run by your family? Why can't I be here? And who is he? It's none of your business." After saying that, Lin Wan-er pulled up Hwode's hand and prepared to go around Wang Hao's side. Who knows, Wang Hao made a sliding step and stopped the two once again. "Kid, loosen your hand. Is Wan-er something you can touch?" Hwode could sort of tell that this man called Wang Hao was mostly Lin Wan-er's suitor. However, at this time, Lin Wan-er protected Hwode behind her like an old mother hen and rushed at Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, what do you want? Who are you to me? It's not your turn to mind my business." Wang Hao ignored Lin Wan-er and instead continued to point at Hwode's nose and cursed. "Kid, I don't care who you are. I'll advise you to stay away from Wan-er. She's not something a poor kid like you can mess with." Facing Wang Hao's brutality and irrationality, Hwode wrapped Lin Wan-er into his arms, then stared at Wang Hao and said word for word, "I'll mess with her. What can you do to me? As for who I am, can't you see that you're blind? I'm Wan Air's boyfriend. With these words, Wang Hao's face instantly turned a shade of green and white, as if he had suffered a great insult. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly due to his anger, and his eyes glittered with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you're good. You've managed to enrage me, just wait for me." A rich second-generation man who indulged in female sex and overindulged in sex had just had an in-depth exchange with a woman diagnosed with HIV half an hour ago. "I advise you to hurry to the hospital." Hua De cursed, then raised a middle finger at him before disappearing into the crowd with Lin Wan Air in his arms. "Who was that brainwashed person just now, and told me to wait for Cutie Pie? It's only waiting. Put." Lin Wan Air directly burst out laughing when she heard Hua De call Wang Hao brain-dead. "When you say it like that, it's really quite graphic, but why did you let him go to the hospital?" Lin Wanner asked in disbelief. "Brain problem, mustn't go to the hospital?" Hua De didn't say anything about the fact that he had an in-depth exchange with the woman who had been diagnosed with HIV, but instead made a random excuse. However, just a casual excuse made Lin Wan Air laugh again. Afterward, Lin Wan Air introduced Hua De to Wang Hao's history. As he had guessed, Wang Hao was one of Lin Wan Air's many suitors. Moreover, he was also the heir of the Jiangchang Wang clan group. He was considered a little famous figure in the circle of Jiangchang's second generation, right? Of course, Hua De didn't even put this kind of little karami in his eyes. Because he is much stronger than Wang Hao and these people, he not only hugged Lin Wan Air, but now he is also holding Lin Wan Air's hand. Can they do it? After Hua De and Lin Wan Air both left, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey, brother yellow hair, this is Wang Hao. There's something I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Good talk, just ask away, young Wang. I'm in the antique market now. You bring someone over right now. Help me waste a person, 200,000. I want to waste both of his hands." "Okay, no problem." After Yellow Hair hung up the phone, he immediately greeted his brothers, come to life. On the other side. After this incident, the relationship between Hua De and Lin Wan Air seemed to have undergone a slight change. The hands of the two had been held tightly together since a while ago, and neither one of them had any intention of letting go. At this time, the two arrived at a store called Wanbao Pavilion. "Both of you feel free to take a look." Seeing someone come in, the owner immediately came forward and greeted them warmly. Inside the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, there were everything from coins to jade, from calligraphy and paintings to porcelain, and even the armor and swords of ancient military generals. No wonder it dared to be called the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, it really had some stuff. Then the two of them wandered around inside the store. Song Dynasty Celadon vase, produced during the Southern Song Dynasty, belonging to the finest Longquan kills, worth no less than 3 million. Hua De glanced at the price tag. "Good guy, 8 million. Hua De immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. "I can't afford to buy it." Then, Hua Da's eyes were attracted by a fine tang horizontal sword. Every man had a martial arts dream when he was a child, and Hua De was no exception. So as soon as he saw this knife, he couldn't walk away. Hua De gazed at this exquisite tang horizontal sword, and a strong interest showed in his eyes. An imitation Tang Dynasty Tang horizontal knife, using modern technology, the blade is made of high-quality fine iron. After a special process, the sharpness and durability are at an extremely high level. The handle is made of high-quality wood, the surface is finely sanded and polished, it feels comfortable in the hand, and it is valued at about 50,000 yuan. Although this knife is an imitation, it strives to restore the essence of the Tang Dynasty Tang horizontal sword in both appearance and texture, with a market price of around $50,000. Seeing Hua Da's interest in this one, the boss immediately stepped forward to introduce it. Upon hearing this, Hua De nodded his head slightly. What the boss said was basically the same as the information prompted by the system. It could be seen that the owner of this store was a real person, and didn't specialize in ripping off little white people who knew little about antiques like the vast majority of antique store owners. $50,000 wasn't expensive, and Hua De could afford it now. Just when he wanted to purchase this Tang horizontal sword, Lin Wanner shouted from afar, "Hua De, come see this." Hua De turned his head to look, only to see Lin Wanner standing in front of a display cabinet, excitedly pointing at an item inside. He curiously walked over, only to see an ancient jadeite placed in the display cabinet. Just from the naked eye, one could tell that the jade was warm and moist, with fine carvings, giving off an unearthly aura. "This is?" At this moment, the boss smiled and introduced, "This is a piece of imitation Het-En jade bic from the Han Dynasty that I just received some time ago. Although the carving is superb and the jade is of superior quality, one look at the jade bic's color tells me that this jade bic is a modern imitation. Han Dynasty Het-En jade jib, carved from the finest Het-En jade material, because it has been buried underground for many years with its jade body intact, it looks like a modern imitation, with a true value of up to $10 million, it is recommended that you get your hands on it right away." $10 million. This piece of Het-En jade actually up to $10 million. At this moment, Hua Da's heart has long been in shock. However, he still suppressed his inner excitement and remained calm on the surface. On the contrary, Lin Wanner immediately lost interest after hearing that it was a fake. "A fake? I thought it was real." Although it's a fake, but just for the craftsmanship it's also worth tens of thousands of dollars. After 100 years it's not also an antique. The boss said with a smile. Said like it makes sense. Lin Wana responded with a smile, but her gaze had already moved away from that piece of Han Dynasty Hetien jade, obviously having lost interest in it. However, at this time, Huda spoke up and said, the boss is right now this jade bib isn't worth much, but after a few decades, or even a few hundred years this jade bib will become an antique. By then it can be worth quite a lot of money, so I think it's worth getting your hands on. This little brother is right, if you like it, this number is for you. Saying that, the boss gestured a 6, how about 60,000? Alright, 60,000 is a deal. Huadadu didn't bargain and agreed directly. He then quickly pulled out his cell phone and swept the code to pay. The boss saw Huda being so quick and even carefully packed the jade jewelry and handed it to Huda. After Huda received the jade, he hurriedly left the 10,000 treasures pavilion with Lin Wan Air. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Box. Not long after the two left, Wang Hao walked in. As soon as he entered, Wang Hao went straight to the display case where the Huten jade jewelry had been placed just now. Seeing that the display case was empty, Wang Hao hurriedly asked the boss. Boss, where is the Huten jade jewelry? It was just bought away by a little brother. Bought away by someone? Young Wang, if you want Hutian jade bits, I still have plenty here. With that, the boss pulled out a few pieces of Hutian jade bits from the cabinet on the other side. Who wants these? I want the Han Dynasty Hutian jade by that's worth $10 million. Wang Hao said with a disdainful face. What did you say? How much is that piece of Hutian jade jewelry worth? Worth $10 million, how come you don't know? Wang Hao looked at the other party with a suspicious face, thinking that he was playing with me here. Who knows? The boss suddenly paralyzed on the ground, crying, Sinza. I've been playing with eagles all my life, but I didn't realize that the old back eagle had pecked me in the eye. Seeing this, Wang Hao also sighed and left the 10,000 treasures pavilion. If he knew that the jade he had his eye on was bought by Huda for 6W, he was afraid that he wouldn't be any better than the boss. After coming out of the Wanbao pavilion, Lin Wan Air had been looking at Huda with a strange look. She really couldn't figure out why Huda would spend 6W on an artifact. And after buying it, he even ran so fast. As if he was afraid that someone would catch up. Huda took Lin Wan Air and ran for a while to make sure no one was following him before he slowed down. Huda, what are you running for, and why did you spend 6W on a craft? Lin Wan Air panted and asked the doubt in her heart. Huda stopped his steps and turned to look at Lin Wan Air, a mysterious smile flashed in his eyes. He gently patted the box in his hand, which contained the very same piece of Han Dynasty Heten jade jib that he had just bought from the Wan Bao Go. Wan Air, sometimes what the eyes see may not be the truth. With that, Huda slowly opened his mouth to explain, if I guess correctly, this jade should be real and worth 1,000 W. How much? 1,000 W. Shoo, keep your voice down. Huda hurriedly covered Lin Wan Air's mouth, signaling her to keep her voice down. Only then did Lin Wan Air realize how out of character she had just been, but she was still shocked by the price of the jade. 1,000 W. This was 1,000 W. Even though she came from a wealthy family, it wasn't that she hadn't seen 1,000 W before, but she had never seen an item worth 1,000 W bought for 6W. This was simply earning numbness. Huda, are you sure? Lin Wan Air was still a bit in disbelief. Don't worry, I won't look away. Huda said with great certainty. He might look away, but the system would never make a mistake. After receiving Huda's repeated affirmation, Lin Wan Air also reacted. Then we'd better hurry up and go, in case we wait for that boss to react, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. It wasn't known if Lin Wan Air had the constitution of following the law with her words. As soon as she had finished speaking, the boss of the 10,000 treasures pavilion chased after her with his men. Little brother stay, little brother please stay. Boss, is there anything else you want? At this moment, Huda looked at the other party with a vigilant face, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating how to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise in a while. The owner of the 10,000 treasures pavilion crossed his arms and adjusted his breathing for a moment, then said with a smiling face, Little brother, I just thought carefully about it, and I think that there might be some problems with that piece of jade, so I would like to ask you to give me a look at it again. Upon hearing this, Huda's heart burst into cold laughter. The other party has already learned that that piece of Han Dynasty Hetien jade buy is genuine and wants to recover it for 100 W. Wanting to buy the jade back for 100 W, there's no door. Then to say it was 100 W, even if it was 1,000 W he wouldn't sell it. Huda didn't move and held the box tightly in his arms, shook his head and said, Boss, we've already cleared the money and goods, you're being a bit unorthodox. Hearing Huda say this, the boss also smiled awkwardly. But that was a Han Dynasty Hetien jade buy valued at $10 million, actually being sold by himself as a fake at $60,000, he felt unwilling no matter how he thought about it. Little brother, let's do it this way, I'll offer 100 W to buy your jade buy. How about that? You spent 6W to buy it, you'll make 94W when it changes hands, you don't lose. The other party directly threw out 100W in an attempt to buy away the Hutien jade by in Huada's hands. This old geezer still thought that he didn't know the true value of the Hutien jade bit and wanted to pick up the pieces from his hands. I'm sorry, this is a birthday gift I'm planning to use to send to my elders, so I'm sorry I can't part with it. Moreover, this Hutien jade buy is more than 100W, if I'm not wrong, the true value of this Hutien jade buy should be in the range of 1000W. Seeing Huada directly tell the true price of the Hutien jade bit, the owner of Wan Baoji's face suddenly changed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to buy back the piece of Hutien jade by no matter what. He sighed and said, "That's just it, it's the old man's eyes that hit the mark. Old man Wan Yukai, little brother is so young that he has such a good eye, old man is ashamed to be inferior. I don't know what is the name of the little brother?" Huada smiled slightly, answered without condescension, "One boss over praise, in the next Huada, only slightly understand some knowledge of antiques and cultural relics." When Wan Yukai heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Huada to be so calm and introverted. The key is that he has such a deep understanding of antiques. I wonder if little brother Hua is free right now. Huada frowned, not knowing what this old guy was up to again. Seemingly seeing Huada's hesitation, Wan Yukai hurriedly explains, "It's like this, there's an old object in my store, even I can't tell what it is. Since little brother has such an insight into antiques, I'd like to invite you along to give it a palm. The other party has been convinced by your eyesight. Help the other party to successfully identify the antique. You will gain a loyal and powerful little brother, and you will receive more benefits then." Originally, Huada was planning to refuse, but after seeing the system's intelligence, he immediately changed his mind. "Elder Wan, please. Please." Soon, Huada and Lin Wan Air followed Wan Yukai back to the Wan Treasure Pavilion once again. Only, this time, as soon as they entered, Wan Yukai brought the two of them to a single room in the backyard. Then Wan Yukai opened the organ of the room in front of Huada and Lin Wan Air. From within the organ, he took out a box wrapped in yellow cloth. The box is made of treasured Hainan yellow pear wood, which has lasted for thousands of years without changing color. True value, 300W. I'm going. Just a box is worth 300W, what kind of valuable stuff is inside? For a time, Huada is also more and more curious about the things in the box. Chapter 33, The Strange Stone with an Inner Reality. This box is something I got by chance some time ago. After my identification and that of several other old friends, this box is made of fine Hainan yellow pear wood, which should have a history of several hundred years from now. According to my estimation, the value of this box should be above 300W. But what's inside this box? The old man and a few old guys can't really see the calendar. Wan Yukai opened the box while introducing it. What Huada did not expect was that inside the box was actually a peculiarly shaped stone. Seeing Huada's wrongly stunned expression, Wan Yukai continued to speak. "I also felt a bit unbelievable when I first saw this stone. How could a piece of broken stone take such a precious box? Elder Wan, can I take a look at this stone?" Huada asked. Wan Yukai waved his hand signaling Huada to look at it as he pleased. Huada picked up the stone and scrutinized it. Of course he wasn't really looking at what was so peculiar about this stone, he was mainly waiting for the information given by the system. This is a stone that looks ordinary on the surface, but inside the stone there is a priceless treasure hidden. Priceless treasure? Huada was thinking about what priceless treasure it could be, and the next second the system gave the answer. The treasure of the Son of Heaven, one of the 25 precious seals of the Qing dynasty, its value is incalculable. After seeing the answer given by the system, Huada's hand trembled in fear and almost didn't hold the stone in his hand steady. Although he didn't have much research on history, he still knew some history. The treasure of the Son of Heaven inside this stone is one of the 25 precious seals of the Qing dynasty, which is a real national treasure. At the beginning of the Qing dynasty was just founded, there are 29 kinds of seal, Qianlong 11 years, the Qianlong emperor according to the Zhou Danyan, the number of days 25 records, hoped that the Qing dynasty can also be passed on to the 25th, and therefore decided to seal 25 kinds of seal, that is, the Qing dynasty 25 seals. But why would such a precious cultural relic appear here and be hidden in the stone? If Huada remembered correctly, the Qing 25 treasure seals should be stored in the palace of the Forbidden City's Jiaotai Hall. Huada didn't know what unknown secrets it contained, and he didn't want to know either. He only knew that this treasure seal was bound to cause a sensation once it was a reality. Wan Yukai had been observing Huada's expression from the side, and when he saw him frowning in deep thought, Wan Yukai opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Hua, do you see the mystery?" Upon hearing this, Huada came back to his senses and said, "Elder Wan, if my guess is correct, there should be something else inside this stone. Judging from the shape of this stone, I boldly speculate that what is hidden inside should be a treasure seal." Treasure seal? For a while Wan Yukai also fell into silence. China had a history of 5,000 years, and many treasure seals had appeared in such a long history. The most famous and mysterious one was the Jade Seal of Transmission. After Emperor Shi Huang unified the 6 states, he ordered Prime Minister Li Si to use the Yishir Bic as the raw material, engraved with the 8 words, "By the order of heaven, both life eternal prosperity," and made the Jade Seal of Transmission of State. This seal is a symbol of imperial power and orthodoxy, and all the emperors wanted to get it. However, after thousands of years, the whereabouts of the jade seal has become a mystery. When he heard Huode say that the stone was probably a treasure seal, Wan Yukai's first reaction was that the treasure seal in the stone was the jade seal of the state. Brother Hua, you're not saying that what's contained here is the jade seal of transmission, are you? Wan Yukai asked with a trembling voice and a shocked expression. Hearing the words transmission jade seal, even Lin Wanner, who hadn't studied much about history, was taken aback. Huode, is this really the transmission jade seal in here? How could it be? Huode shook his head and laughed lightly. If it's really the jade seal of passing state, how could it appear here? Historically, the state seal had been lost several times, and the most recent time it appeared was during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period of the later Tang dynasty. In the 3rd year of Qingtai of the later Tang dynasty, that is, in 936 AD, Li Tsongke, the last emperor of the later Tang dynasty, climbed up a building with his entire clan and set himself on fire, and the jade seal of state transmission disappeared. Since then, although there have been occasional news of the reappearance of the jade seal of state, they have all been proven to be forgeries. Even the current transmission jade seal stored in the Forbidden City Museum was confirmed to be a copy of a later generation. Wan Yukai smiled awkwardly and also felt that he was overthinking. Then, according to Brother Hua's opinion, the treasure seal in here is? Huode pretends to be mysterious. I don't know if Wan Lao has heard of the 25 treasured seals of the Qing dynasty? You mean? No way. When he heard the 25th seal of the Qing dynasty, Wan Yukai was first stunned, and then immediately denied. Impossible, the 25th seal of the Qing dynasty are now preserved in the Forbidden City. How can it appear here? Nothing is absolute, if you do not believe in breaking the stone to see. Wan Yukai sniffed, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But when he saw the expression on Huode's face, it seemed like it wasn't fake again, and in his heart he said, could it be that this stone really contains one of the 25 precious seals of the Qing dynasty? But how did he know? Seeing Wan Yukai's hesitation, Huode smiled and said, Elder Wan, believe it or not, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. But let me advise you, old man, if it's really one of the 25 treasured seals of the Qing dynasty inside, I suggest that it's better for you to turn it over to the state. After saying that, he took Lin Wanner with him and left the 10,000 treasures pavilion once again. The reason why he advised Wan Yukai one last time was solely because the system told him to do so. As for why, he wasn't sure. But existence was reasonable. The system definitely had its reasons for doing so. After Huode and the two of them left, Wan Yukai stared at the peculiarly shaped stone for a long time. His heart was mixed. Huode's words were like a huge stone weighing heavily on his heart. In the end, to smash open the stone to find out? Wan Yukai paced back and forth and fell into a deep thought. Finally, he decided to take a gamble. If it is really as Huode said, he will treasure the seal to the state. On the contrary, he will leave it to treasure. With this in mind, he found a hammer and struck the surface of the stone hard. As the hammer fell again and again, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. Wan Yotsai's heartbeat accelerated, and he stared at the stone in anticipation of the answer that would soon be revealed. Finally, with a crisp click, the stone shattered into pieces. A sight of exquisite carving, dragon body intertwined, lifelike jade seal appeared in front of his eyes. This was precisely the legendary treasure of the Son of Heaven, one of the 25 treasures of the Qing dynasty. Heavens! It's actually one of the 25 precious seals of the Qing dynasty, the treasure of the Son of Heaven. At this moment, Wan Yukai was unable to move as if he had been cast in a stasis. After a long time, he reacted and hurriedly dialed the phone number of the Forbidden City Museum. He hadn't forgotten the advice that Huode had left behind when he left, and at the same time, he knew that handing over this precious seal to the state was more valuable than keeping it in his own hands. Chapter 34, Lin Wanner. How could someone have 3 legs? After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Huode and Lin Wanner both continued to stroll through the antique market. After learning that the Lin family's old man usually likes to collect some paintings and calligraphy, Huode helped Lin Wanner find a genuine painting of Tang Pakfu. Tang Bohu, or Tang Yin, was the first of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan and was a famous calligrapher, painter, and man of letters in the Ming dynasty. He was extremely good at landscape paintings, figure paintings, and bird and flower paintings, and his paintings were highly collectible. In his previous life, there was news that Tang Pakfu's Lushan waterfall view was sold at Sotheby's New York at a price of $590 million. Of course, Lin Wanner bought this picture as not what Lushan waterfall view, but Tang Pakfu's wind and bamboo picture, and the price is not expensive, only spent 10W only. With this, the seller still felt that he had made a profit. If you know what you sell is the real work of Tang Pakfu, I'm afraid to vomit blood and die. After buying the gift, the two of them planned to go back once they saw that it was getting late. However, just at this moment, that Lin Wanner's suitor from before, Wang Hao, suddenly brought someone to stop the two of them. Kid, you really made this young man wait. Brother Yellow Hair is this kid, help me waste him. Perhaps because there was someone behind him, Wang Hao's attitude was very arrogant. But Huode didn't wimp out in the slightest, instead he even looked at the old acquaintances beside Wang Hao with a smile on his face. Yellow Hair and the others originally followed Zhao Debiao, and after Zhao Debiao's accident they followed a more powerful big brother. They thought that they would have a better life than before, but things were not what they thought at all. People only nominally took them in, but completely disregarded their lives and deaths. In the past, they used to drink big bowls of wine and eat big mouthfuls of meat, but now they were on instant noodles and couldn't even afford to add a sausage. It was hard to take a job, but I didn't expect to meet Huode. Speaking of which, they were also unlucky enough. This was already the third time they had encountered Huode within this week. It seems like when they come out to make some money, they always run into Huode. At this moment, when Yellow Hair saw Huode's oozing smile, he was instantly shocked and immediately wanted to run away with his brothers. However, Wang Hao on the side was still arrogantly shouting, "Brother Yellow Hair, as long as you help me waste one of this kid's legs, I'll give you 20W and 50W for both legs." Interesting. Huode somewhat wanted to laugh, slowly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, then looked at Wang Hao disdainfully and said, "How come Wang Xiao is so poor? 50W just want to buy my 2 legs." Wang Hao snorted coldly and said, 50W to buy your 2 legs are considered to be affordable to you, your kind of poor people take out 50W? Huode held a cigarette in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of smoke. Ignoring Wang Hao, he turned his head to look at Yellow Hair and said indifferently, "I'll offer 100W to buy his 3 legs. 3 legs? Lin Wanner on the side was a bit puzzled. "Huode, you've got it wrong, how could someone have 3 legs? Huode was stunned when he heard this, then he laughed out loud. This Lin Wanner was really simple, she didn't even know that men had 3 legs. On the contrary, Wang Hao and Yellow Hair and the others were all confused. They didn't expect Huode to be so ruthless. Not only did he want to waste 2 of Wang Hao's legs, he even wanted to waste his middle one. This was clearly not letting Wang Hao be a man. "Kid, can you get 100W? Although Wang Hao was a little shocked by Huode's words just now, he quickly reacted, "Huode is a poor man, how can he take out 100W? The Yellow Hair on the side is also a difficult face. Huode has 100W he does not know, but he knows that Huode is a ruthless person. If he didn't scrap Wang Hao's 3 legs as he wanted, he had no doubt that Huode would scrap their 3 legs first. At this moment, Lin Wanner, who was on the side, finally reacted to what the 3rd leg was in Huode's mouth. She looked at Huode with a surprised expression and whispered in his ear, "Wow, you're so bad, you actually want to waste his." After Wang Hao saw that Huode and Lin Wanner still looked as if they didn't put him in their eyes and were still interacting intimately on the sidelines, he instantly became enraged and growled at Yellow Hair and the others beside him. "Yellow Hair, aren't you going to do anything yet? Are you really waiting for that kid to give you 100W to waste me?" At this moment, Yellow Hair was now in a dilemma. He only blamed himself for listening to Wang Hao and wading through this mess. Yellow Hair, who was gradually breaking down and in a dilemma, doesn't dare to offend Wang Hao, and even more so, doesn't dare to offend you. If you can help him get rid of Wang Hao, you will gain a group of loyal minions. Originally, Huode was ready to take action, but now, he changed his mind. Huode saw that Yellow Hair and the others were hesitant to make a move, so he thought of adding fire to the other side. "Wang Xiao, it's not that I'm talking about you, just because you look like this wimp, you still learn from the triads, don't tease, or hurry home and drink more milk, don't come out to disgrace yourself." Sure enough, Wang Hao was furious by Huode's words. He glared fiercely at Huode, then turned to Yellow Hair and the others and said, "What are you guys still waiting for? Give me on. Waste him." However, Yellow Hair and the others were still slow to move. They were aware of Huode's strength. If they really moved, it wasn't certain who would waste who. "What's going on? Why don't you guys go on?" Wang Hao roared. At this time, it was still Huode who said a fair word. "Wang Xiao is playing a good game, not giving people money and thinking that they will buy your life." By Huode's words, Wang Hao really thought that Yellow Hair and the others didn't make a move because he didn't pay. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and transferred 50W to Yellow Hair. "50W transferred over for you, I'll give you another 50W after it's done." Ding dong. Alipay arrived with $500,000. It didn't take long for Yellow Hair's cell phone to ring with the sound of Alipay arriving. This was great. Yellow Hair's face became even more ugly. It's okay to say that he didn't receive the money before, but now that the money is received, it's not possible to do anything about it. Seeing the Yellow Hair or a difficult look, Huode then hooked his finger and urged, "Wang Xiao, money are given, you must not be a little professionalism, come on." Yellow Hair hard across, "Anyway, the money has been collected, the big deal is to stay in the hospital for a few days." Thinking of this, he immediately brought a few juniors rushed up. After seeing Huang Mao, several people finally moved. Huode pushed Lin Wanner aside and whispered, "Don't worry about me, quickly go to the police." Lin Wanner knew that she would only help if she stayed, so she immediately ran to the police station not far away to call the police. The antique market was originally a place where fish and dragons mixed, so there was a police station less than 500 meters away from the antique market. Wang Hao also saw the escaping Lin Wanner, but he didn't care, he only wanted to see Huode get his legs broken now. At this moment, Yellow Hair and the others had already rushed to Huode's front and swung a fist at his face. But to his surprise, Huode didn't dodge, he just put out a block. "Bastard, don't you know that you can't punch someone in the face?" "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Bastard, what are you apologizing to him for? Wang Hao shouted. Yeah. What am I apologizing to him for? The reacting yellow hair immediately swung his fist at Huode again, only this time it was no longer aimed at Huoda's face. This time, Huode didn't block again, but received a solid punch from yellow hair. This time, yellow hair was confused. What is this situation? Wasn't Huode very powerful? Did he become stronger? Chapter 35, Huoda's theaterman sends Mr. Wang to the bureau. Uncle Hat will be arriving at the battlefield in 3 minutes, please perform to your heart's content. Huode was waiting for this time. Knowing that Uncle Hat would be arriving at the scene soon, Huode suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, then began to moan painlessly. Ah! Help! Hit someone! Help, come and save me! Yellow Hair's expression changed, he didn't even lay such a heavy hand, how did Huode howl on? A few juniors also looked at each other, many of them have not yet made a move, the result is that Huode himself is lying on the ground first, this is also too cooperative. Don't stop! Keep fighting! After seeing Huode being knocked down, Wang Hao's heart couldn't be happier, but he didn't wait for him to be happy for long before he saw Yellow Hair and the others suddenly stop. Wang Hao urged Yellow Hair and the others, while personally going on the field ready to give Huode a few kicks. Huode was worried about not having a chance to get close to Wang Hao, but this guy sent himself to the door. Huode didn't care about the others, and directly stepped forward to hold Wang Hao's thighs and cried, Wang Xiao please, don't fight, if you fight again, you're going to kill someone. Let go. You bastard, let go of me. Wang Hao didn't expect Huode to suddenly hold his leg, and he was so scared that he quickly swung his fist and smashed Huoda's back. Huoda's body had been transformed by genetic agents, and his resistance to blows was several times that of a normal person. This bit of pain was like scratching an itch, not feeling it at all. The reason he was crying so hard was to put on a show. Young Wang, stop hitting, if you hit me again, I'm going to die. At this time, the yellow hair on the side was able to see that this Huode who had nothing to do was deliberately pretending. He quickly let a few of his men stop, he always felt that this matter reveals a trace of oddity. Big brother, we really don't go up to help Wang Xiao? Let's take a look first, that kid's hands are not like this. Yellow Hair and the others stopped, but Wang Hao didn't stop, on the contrary, he also fought harder and harder. It was only because Huoda's tears, snot and saliva all stained his newly bought Armani suit pants. Bastard, how dare you dirty my newly bought pants, I'm going to kill you. Wang Hao had already lost his mind, and then he saw a brick on the ground aside, then copied the brick and was about to smash Huoda's head. However, just at this moment, a roar suddenly stormed from the distance. Stop it for me, all hold your heads and squat down for me. Lin Wanner finally arrived with 3 police uncles. When Yellow Hair saw the police, he immediately wanted to run, but there were also 3 uniformed police officers on the other side. Both the left and right sides were blocked, and Yellow Hair and the others couldn't run even if they wanted to. The other side can experience a free 7-day tour by provoking this arrogant and domineering rich second generation to fight in front of the police. After seeing the intelligence, Huode instantly had a plan in mind. Young Wang, please, don't fight, don't fight. As he spoke, Huoda's voice gradually weakened, then he directly fainted. Huoda's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes to Wang Hao. Good guy. The police are here and still dare to make a move. Wang Hao looked at the crowd with an innocent face and defended, I didn't hit him, I really didn't hit him, he fainted on his own, I didn't do anything. However, the brick in his hand at the moment made his defense seem both pale and powerless. Huode hadn't really fainted, he had been secretly observing Wang Hao's moves. Seeing that Wang Hao hadn't put down the brick in his hand until now, he wanted to laugh. You said you didn't hit anyone, so what are you doing with a brick? Sure enough. The police uncle wasn't idle either, and immediately stepped forward to control Wang Hao. At this time, Lin Wanner on the other hand immediately ran over and held Huode in her arms to check up on him. Feeling the greatness of Lin Wanner's chest and the charming scent of her body, Huode instantly had a feeling of confusion. But just as soon as this thought appeared, it was stifled in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to enjoy himself, he had to keep adding more fire. Huode pretended to have just awakened, then after seeing the police, he immediately walked to the police with Lin Wanner's support and said, Comrade police, make sure to arrest this outlaw who committed murder in the street. He relied on his family's wealth and power to molest my girlfriend in the street in broad daylight, and also threatened to cut off my legs. He also said that he is the king's law in Jiangcheng, no one can touch him. Boom! The moment Huode said this, it directly aroused the anti-rich mentality of the melon eaters present. In fact, the reason why many common people hate the rich is that they are not used to seeing them commit crimes on the basis of their own money and power, and then they can still get away with it. Damn, it's so untrue, being rich is great, can you do whatever you want just because you're rich? Arrest him, the police comrades must arrest him and send him to jail. I know this man, he's the young proprietor of Wang's group in Jiangcheng, Wang Hao. So it's Wang's group, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant, he must be arrested. Wang Hao was a bit flustered, he didn't expect things to develop to such a serious point, even his own identity had been revealed. Although he usually acted recklessly, it was all in the dark. Because there was no evidence, some things passed with one eye open. This time is different. This time it was in broad daylight, in public, and there were police. The key is that there are people who took out their cell phones to take pictures and videos there, and some people even opened the live broadcast. Although he was panicking in his heart, Wang Hao knew that with the Wang family's ability he would soon be released even if he went in. Take away. Click. As a voice rang out, a pair of silver handcuffs had been placed on Wang Hao's hands. On the other side, when the other police officers were about to handcuff Yellow Hair and the others as well, Wudi suddenly stood out. Comrade police officer is mistaken. They were acting in a righteous manner, not accomplices. Then Wudi said blindly with his eyes wide open, they were just going to save me again, but that person had a brick in his hand, so they weren't able to save me in the first place. Although Yellow Hair was surprised why Wudi spoke for them, he knew that Wudi was saving them by saying this. So he immediately opened his mouth and said, that's right, we are good citizens who see the road and help each other. The policeman felt that the Yellow Hairs looked like punks, and the 4 words of bravery did not match at all, but Wudi said so. The policeman did not say anything. However, Wang Hao did not do it. Why should he be arrested alone? He immediately clamored, Comrade police, so not to arrest them, they are all called by me, it is I who bid 100W for them to come and break this kid's legs. Without waiting for the police to ask, Wudi immediately retorted, you're opening your mouth with this nonsense, I'm friends with Yellow Hair, how could he help you come and beat back my legs? Yellow Hair was shocked when he heard that Wang Hao actually wanted to pull him down. Luckily, Wudi spoke up in time, and he also immediately picked up, that's right, we are friends with Mr. Hua, how could we possibly help you, you're spitting blood. When Wang Hao heard this, he immediately cursed. Wudi didn't care about Wang Hao at all. He turned to the leading police officer and said, Comrade police officer, just now you all heard that he bid 100W to break my legs, you must arrest him, otherwise I'm afraid that he will retaliate against me. Don't worry, we will definitely enforce the law impartially and will never let a bad guy go. After saying that, he followed the police officer beside him and said, take him away. Chapter 36, Subduing Yellow Hair, determined to establish a security company. The police came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the crowd with Wang Hao. Seeing that there was no more drama to be seen, the surrounding melon eaters immediately swarmed and dispersed. Mr. Hua, thank you just now. Yellow Hair knew that it was Wudi who saved him, otherwise he and his gang of brothers were afraid that they would have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Wudi went forward and patted Yellow Hair's shoulder and said, you're welcome, we're kind of not fighting anymore, are you interested in mixing with me in the future? He recruited Yellow Hair not only because of the system, but also because he understood that even if he had money, he couldn't fight with those who had power and influence. Just like him in his previous life, he started from nothing but in the end, because he offended some big brother. The company he worked so hard to run for many years was lost overnight. So after suffering a loss, he would never allow himself to make the same mistake. Moreover, by accepting Yellow Hair and the others himself, he would also be able to help a few people return to the right path. This kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Yellow Hair never dreamed that Wudi would actually offer to let them follow him, and for a moment he was in a bit of a trance. Seeing that Yellow Hair was slow to answer, Wudi smiled and asked, what? Not willing? Forget it if you're not willing, I won't force it. Not forced, I'm willing. Yellow Hair immediately agreed, but he was talking about me, not us. Obviously he didn't want to make the decision for his brothers, but left the decision to themselves. Wudi also knew what Yellow Hair meant, so he looked at the others and asked, what about you guys? After several people looked at each other for a few moments, they said in unison, we are also willing. Good, since you're all willing to follow me, then we'll all be brothers from now on, we'll enjoy the same blessings and suffer the same hardships, but I'll say the ugly words up front. Said here, Wudi expression changed, said seriously, illegal and disorderly things in the future absolutely not allowed to do, against the moral and ethical things also not allowed to do, especially the yellow gambling and drug absolutely cannot touch, understand it? Boss, this can't be touched, that can't be done, then what are we going to do? At this time, a little brother opened his mouth and asked. Although Yellow Hair didn't open his mouth, he was also looking at Wudi with a blank face waiting for his reply. They are all punks, 1 has no education, 2 have no skills, in addition to being a punk nothing can Wudi scanned the crowd, then smiled and said, be a security guard. When the security guard? That's right, is to be a security guard. I know you guys don't have education or skills, there are many things you can't do even if you want to, but you can be a security guard. Think about it, you guys usually collect protection fees, aren't you also protecting those traitors in disguise? Wudi looked at the crowd and explained. When Yellow Hair and the others heard this, they thought about it carefully, and it seemed like it was really something like that. Wudi will be the crowd's reaction to the bottom of his eyes. At this time he continued, I will fund the establishment of a security company, Yellow Hair you to be the manager. Your main business in the future is to give the neighborhood, shopping malls, office buildings as security guards, to protect the personal and property safety of every owner and trader. I? Be the manager? Hearing Huode ask himself to be the manager of the security company, Yellow Hair immediately waved his hand and refused. No, I'm not cut out to be a manager, I can't. Yellow Hair felt that he was at most a security chief, but he didn't have the skills to be a manager. Seeing Yellow Hair's refusal, Huode immediately had a feeling of hatred. The opportunity was right in front of him, but Yellow Hair actually backed down. Huode was so angry that he directly yelled at Huang Mao, do you want to make big money? Want? Yellow Hair didn't even think about it and directly blurted out. Hearing this, Huode knew that Huang Mao was not hopeless. So he said in a serious tone, Yellow Hair, remember one sentence, others can underestimate you, but you yourself should never underestimate yourself. Huode's tone was firm, and his eyes revealed his trust and expectation of Yellow Hair. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, the key is to find a position that suits you. I believe that you have the ability to be qualified for the position of security company manager. Yellow Hair heard Huode's words, and a warm current immediately surged in his heart. He had never imagined that a small punk like himself would be valued so highly. He took a deep breath and his gaze gradually became firm. Boss, thank you for trusting me so much. I will work hard. Yellow Hair's voice trembled slightly, but his tone was filled with determination. Huode nodded with satisfaction and continued, change your name in the future, don't call me boss, call me boss or Mr. Huo will do. Boss, that's the name of a triad society, we're not a triad society. Yes, boss. Yellow Hair and the other juniors responded in unison. At this moment, their eyes were filled with hope and determination for the future. After Huode and Yellow Hair both left their contact information with each other, Huode took Lin Waner's car and returned to the Haitian Wangfu neighborhood. Huode, I'll pick you up again tomorrow night. Okay. Saying this, Huode gestured an OK sign and watched Lin Waner leave. Because tomorrow was Elder Lin's 80th birthday, Lin Waner had to go back tonight to help set up the venue together. After returning home, Huode took a shower and then laid down on his bed, thinking about ways to make money. Although he still had more than $1 million in his card, it was unrealistic to think of opening a security company with this amount of money. Moreover, he didn't just want to open a security company, he had more things to do. But the prerequisite was that there had to be sufficient funds in his pocket. For Huode, who had the system, it was actually very easy to make money. Just go to the lottery store and buy scratch-offs. After all, his first bucket of gold was earned by scratch-offs. But the problem is, 1 or 2 is fine. If you win more than 1, you will definitely attract the attention of people who have a heart. Therefore, this is not a long-term solution. After that, Huode thought of antiques. After all, he just today from the antique market to 6W price plucked 10 million worth of Han Dynasty Hetyan jade. However, this idea was also quickly rejected by Huode. Although going to the antique market to pan for gold was a good idea, he had carefully observed it today. There weren't really many genuine pieces in the entire antique market, and those that were mistakenly thought to be fakes were even less genuine. So, this wasn't a good idea either. At this moment, Huode suddenly thought of the random intelligence in the system mall. Why did I forget about this? Thus, Huode immediately opened the system mall and locked his eyes on the random intelligence. He had already learned about this random intelligence before, and this time, he didn't pay attention to the introduction about the random intelligence. He directly bought 10 random intelligence first to test the waters. As his thoughts moved, the points instantly decreased by 1W. The good thing was that after completing a few intelligence in the past 2 days, his remaining points had already exceeded 20W, and he didn't feel any pain at all when he spent these 1W points. Moreover, the intelligence of Liang Guowei's case had not yet been settled, and he had a vague feeling that as long as he uncovered the mastermind behind the human organ trafficking organization, he would surely be rewarded with a generous amount of points. As the remaining points became 19W, a suspended text also appeared in front of his eyes. Consumed points 1W, remaining points 19W, redeem random intelligence 10. Chapter 37, Intelligence worth 10 million, picking up foreclosed homes. As Huode exchanged 10 random intelligence, 10 scrolls of bubbling blue light immediately appeared in front of his eyes, appearing incomparably mysterious. Huode rubbed his hands together in excitement and even began to do the spell. Heavenly spirit and earthly spirit, Tai Shan Lao Jun show his spirit. Open. As soon as Huode's words fell, the 10 scrolls immediately lit up with blinding blue light. In the next second, the 10 scrolls opened at the same time. Random scroll 10 opens. 3 days later, Typhoon Ginkgo will be upgraded to a super typhoon, which will affect Jiangchang, and Jiangchang will experience extremely heavy rainfall for 2 days. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., there will be a car accident at the traffic light intersection 500 meters away from the neighborhood, no casualties. 10 minutes later, the police will carry out a pornography crackdown on a footbath store 1 kilometer away. This operation will arrest 20 people involved. A week later, Jiangchang officials will introduce a plan to renovate urban villages, and will demolish the current urban villages. Huode read the first 9 pieces of information in one breath, and for a moment, his entire body was bad. Although he had guessed that the results would be bad, he didn't realize that these 9 pieces of intelligence would be so bad. What the hell is all this? One moment it's a typhoon, another moment it's a car accident, and even the police pornography sweeps are out. Hwode was simply speechless. Even though there was still one last piece of intelligence that he hadn't read, Hwode no longer had any expectations in his heart. However, when he saw the last piece of intelligence, he suddenly brightened up. At first, Hwode thought that he had misread it, then he rubbed his eyes, which made him sure that he hadn't misread it. Half an hour from now, the village house at number 30 City Middle Road in the city center village will be put up for foreclosure, with a starting price of 10W, and the value of this house will skyrocket 100 times a week after it is auctioned off. How much? 100 times? There's something wrong with the system. After all, there was a piece of information that pointed out that in a week's time, the official government would be remodeling the urban village and would demolish the village. But even if the demolition is not so bad that the value of the house will skyrocket 100 times, right? Although Hwode didn't understand why the system would say that the value of the house would skyrocket 100 times in a week, it didn't stop him from wanting to auction this house. After all, putting aside this 100 times value, even if it was just the demolition of the house in a week's time, he would be able to profit a lot. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened Alipay's foreclosure interface. Sure enough, the homepage of the screen was a notice that this house was about to be auctioned. Hwode immediately clicked in. There are 28 minutes and 31 seconds until the auction starts. The starting price is 10W. The number of people who want to bid is still 0. However, if you think about it, people who can casually take out 10W simply can't see the house in the city center village. And the people who want to auction the house in the urban village may not be able to take out the money. The main thing is that very few people pay attention to foreclosed houses. In the eyes of ordinary people, the original owner of a house that will be put up for auction is not a good person. Hwode did not think so much. He took advantage of the auction has not yet begun to immediately register an account, paid the deposit, and the number of people who want to bid on the auction has also become 1. Half an hour passed quickly. Inside this half hour, Hwode has been focusing on the cell phone screen. When the auction started, the person who wanted to bid on this set of village houses was still only him. He decisively clicked the bidding button. The entire auction session would last for half an hour, and if there was no second bidder after half an hour, then the village house would be auctioned off at a price of 10W by Hwode. This half hour was very torturous for Hwode. He had to stare at the cell phone screen all the time. If someone bidding, he had to be the first time to bid. Good thing in this half hour, in addition to his bid, there is no second person bid. He waited until the time of the auction went to 0, and only then did Hwode breathe a long sigh of relief. Now, this set of village houses nominally belonged to him. However, it still needed to go through the relevant formalities. But now it is already night, the relevant departments have long been closed. Want to handle the formalities can only wait until tomorrow morning after the door opens. After exiting Alipay, Hwode soon received a text message. Notify him to bring the relevant documents to go to the housing authority tomorrow to handle the formalities. The next day, Hwode went out early in the morning. The housing authority's working time is 8:30, so it's still too early to go over there, so Hwode planned to go and have breakfast first. Slipping over to Baiji's family breakfast store, business is still as good as ever. However, Baiji was finally not alone in her busy schedule today. Bai Yongxiang's body had fully recovered and was even healthier than ever before. Boss, give me a cage of xiaolong bao and a bowl of sweet soy milk. Alright, pack it or eat it here. Eat here. Baiji nimbly takes out a cage of xiaolong bao from the steamer, and just as she looks up, she sees Hwode. Hwode, you're here, please come in. After Baiji greeted Hwode, she immediately shouted towards Bai Yongxiang in the inner room. Dad, Hwode is here. Hearing that Hwode has come, Bai Yongxiang immediately puts down the work in his hands and jogs out from the inner room. Little Hwa, you're here, quickly inside please. Girl, go get another cage of xiaolong bao, not 2, how can this much be enough to eat? Bai Yongxiang looked at the cage of xiaolong bao held in Baiji's hand and said with a stern face. When Hwode heard this, he quickly waved his hand. Uncle Bai, no, 1 cage is enough, I can't eat this much. It's okay, if you can't eat it, pack it up and take it with you. Really no, I can eat 1 cage is enough. After some excuses, Hwode really couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Bai family's father and daughter, and in the end, Hwode reluctantly asked for 2 cages of xiaolong bao and a bowl of sweet soybean milk. Then, Hwode just found an empty seat and sat down. Baiji brought over a bowl of sweet soy milk. Then she sat down across from Hwode. Go get busy, don't worry about me. Hwode said casually. I'm off duty. Off duty? Hwode raised his head and swept around, realizing that there were still many people eating breakfast in the store, and there were even a lot of people lining up in front of the store. So how did he get off work? Baiji explained, well, my dad let me off work, he said he wanted me to come over to accompany you. After saying that, Baiji shyly ruffled the hair in front of her forehead, revealing a touch of shy expression. At this time, Baiji saw Hwode's documents and information on the table and asked curiously, are you going to run an errand later? Hwode nodded and said, well, I shot a house last night, I'm going to do the formalities later. Bai Shi sniffs and immediately reveals a look of adoration and says, "You're really great, you bought a house at a young age." Hua De scratches his head somewhat embarrassedly and laughs. "It's actually nothing, it's just a set of foreclosed house." "That's also very impressive. My biggest dream is to make money to give my dad a big house," Bai Shi said. "You can do it," Hua De said with a smile. Bai Shi family breakfast store business is good, according to the current revenue. As long as the house prices do not go crazy in a short period of time, within a few years Bai Shi will be able to realize her wishes. After finishing breakfast, Hua De secretly swept the code to pay, then bid farewell to Bai Shi, took a car and went straight to the Jiangcheng Housing Authority. Chapter 38 Debt Collection, We Are Professionals. 9:30 in the morning. Hua De took a taxi to the Housing Authority of Jiangcheng. Into the hall of the Housing Authority, all the people who came to handle all kinds of formalities in great numbers. Hua De queued for more than an hour before it was his turn to do business. Good thing he prepared all the documents and information in advance, the procedures for the surprisingly smooth. In less than 10 minutes, he got a brand new real estate license. Then he got the key to the village house from the staff of the Housing Authority. However, before Hua De left, the staff of the Housing Authority said with a difficult face, "Mr. Hua, you should finally go and take a look at your house in a while, so you can also be mentally prepared." "What do you mean?" Hua De asked in confusion. "You'll know if you go and take a look." The staff didn't explain too much, just let Hua De go and take a look himself. In fact, without the staff saying it, he also wanted to go and take a look at the house he had gotten. This was after all his first house, so it was always a good idea to take a look. After leaving the Housing Authority, Hua De took a taxi to the city center village. "This is really inconvenient without a car. I'll have to go buy a car in the next few days, otherwise I'll have to take a taxi when I go out," Hua De mumbled to himself in the 37-degree heat. Recently, with global warming, the summer in Jiangcheng is getting hotter and hotter every year. In previous years, the highest temperature in Jiangcheng in summer was just over 30, but this year, it directly soared to 37.8 degrees, which was the highest in the past years. If you go out without a car, you can really heat people to death. Hua De along the road sign found his house. This is a 2-story village house with a yard of about 10 square meters. But it was just a bit older in terms of decoration. Why is this door open? Hua De walked to the door and realized that the iron gate of the courtyard was actually open. Hua De walked into the courtyard with a puzzled mood and found that there were actually clothes that had just been hung up to dry in the courtyard. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that there are still people living here? This is not a foreclosure? How could someone be living here? For a while, Hua De was full of questions. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman came out from the inner room and asked with an unkind face after seeing Hua De, a stranger. Upon hearing this, Hua De was stunned and then asked, "Is this number 30 City Center Road?" "That's right, this is number 30 Middle City Road. Who are you?" Zhao Guifang once again opened her mouth and asked. After hearing the other party say that this is number 30 Middle City Road, Hua De made sure that he hadn't gotten off on the wrong foot and then opened his mouth and said, "This is my house, and who are you?" "What's your house? This is clearly my house. Who the hell are you?" "You're trespassing. If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police," said Zhao Guifang, a copy of the broom aside, to whisk Hua De out. At the same time, the house rushed out another bare-chested, middle-aged man with a shovel. "The other party is a tenant here, has been living here for 20 years. The original owner of the bankruptcy of the house will be mortgaged to the bank. The bank repeatedly to drive away the pair of tenants could not be, which is at a super low price for auction." Seeing the system's intelligence and combining it with the words of the Housing Authority staff before, Hua De then reacted to what was going on. It was as if he wasn't picking up the pieces, but was being pitched. No wonder the starting price was so cheap at only 10W. No wonder no one has been bidding with him. There is a pit here. Facing the fierce tenant couple, Hua De didn't panic at all, directly took out the real estate license and said, "Look carefully, this is the real estate license, written on it is my name. This set of house now belongs to me. Please move out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being nonchalant." You are not polite. Look, old man has lived here for 20 years, you let old man move ah. Lu Dezhuang said with a shovel and a fierce face. A notorious old scoundrel, he also knew that the house was auctioned, so he wanted to rely on not leaving or ask for a settlement fee. Although this house is located in the middle of the city village is not worth much money, but at least it can be sold for more than $500,000. It turns out that the owner of the house, because of investment failure, thought of selling the house to save the emergency. Whoever thought that this Lu Dezhuang and Zhao Guifang, two people, actually refused to move, but also many times will come to the door to see the buyer to drive out. The original owner of the door to negotiate many times, but Lu Dezhuang is oil and salt, threatened to live here for 20 years, is half of the owner of the house. If he wanted to sell it, he would have to share half of the money with him before he would agree to move out. Of course, the original owner refused, so the sale of the house was delayed. Then, the original owner, in a fit of desperation, mortgaged it to a bank. However, even when the bank stepped in, it failed to repossess the house. In the end, it had to be auctioned off at a low price. Coincidentally, Wada became the receiver. Wada knows that this place will be demolished soon, so he has to think of a way to get rid of this old rogue couple as soon as possible, or else the trouble will be even bigger. Lu Dashwang is a bully and a gambler. He owes a bunch of gambling debts outside. You can start from this aspect. Wada's brain had a flash of light and had already thought of a way. I'll give you guys one day. If you don't move out, you'll be waiting to go in and step on the sewing machine. Wada let out a harsh word and turned his head to leave the village house. When Wada left, Zhao Guofang asked with a worried face, "Child's father, do you think this little waif won't really call the police?" Lu Dashwang said with a disdainful face, "It doesn't matter. It's not like the police haven't been here before. We're fine." Seeing Lu Dashwang say this, Zhao Guofang was relieved. On the other side, after Wada left the village house, he didn't leave directly, but found a corner where no one was, and made a call to Huang Mao. "Boss, you're looking for me? Yellow hair, bring your brothers over to this side of the city center village now. I'll wait for you here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then he lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Yellow Hair and the others. He was going to let Yellow Hair and the others pretend to be debt collectors to scare Lu Dashwang and make them know what to do. When Wada finished his third cigarette, Yellow Hair finally arrived at the city center village with a group of minions. "Boss, what are your orders?" "In a moment, you take your brothers to pretend to be debt collectors and go to village house number 30 to look for a guy named Lu Dashang and ask him to pay back the money. If the other party doesn't have the money, you let him take the house to offset it. Remember, you can teach him a little lesson if necessary." "Don't worry, boss, I know what to do. Debt collection, we are professionals." After saying that, Yellow Hair then waved his hand and greeted his minions as they headed towards the village house at number 30, Middle City Road in great numbers. "Lu Dashwang, get your ass out here." Chapter 39, Taking Back the House. "Lu Dashwang, get the hell out of here." Not long after, Yellow Hair walked into the courtyard of village house number 30 with a bunch of minions. Lu Dashwang heard the commotion outside and immediately walked out. After seeing a huge group of punks outside, he was startled. He quickly asked in a low voice, "Big brothers, what are you looking for me?" Yellow Hair did not immediately answer Lu Dashang, but took out a cigarette in his mouth. The sight of the little brother saw the situation immediately gave him a fire. Huang Mao took a deep breath of smoke, slowly spit out a smoke ring, which slowly opened his mouth and said, "Lu Dashwang, your memory does not seem to be very good. Then I'll help you to recall memories. Otis money when to return off?" "Money? What money? When did I owe you money, big brothers?" After Lu Dashwang heard these words from Yellow Hair, although his heart thumped a bit, his face still forced calmness and asked. Yellow Hair heard this, narrowed his eyes, looked Lu Dashwang up and down, then the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful smile, waved his hand and said, "Go and loosen this old thing's shins, let him reminisce." As soon as Yellow Hair's words fell, the two juniors walked towards Lu Dashwang. However, they did not wait for the two to make a move. Lu Dashwang flop kneeled on the ground, crying, "Big brothers, you cannot not be faithful. The thin monkey brother said to forgive me 3 days, these 3 days have not yet passed, you how to?" What Lu Dashwang said later is no longer important, but Yellow Hair from Lu Dashwang's words heard a few important information. Lu Dashwang's debtor was Thin Monkey, and Thin Monkey had given Lu Dashwang 3 days. "Damn, you all said that it was Thin Monkey who gave you a 3-day grace period. Now that Thin Monkey is in trouble himself, do you think what he said is still useful?" Yellow Hair said while pulling out a dagger from his pocket and walked to Lu Dashwang. "You? What are you doing, you? Don't come over." Seeing that Yellow Hair had pulled out a knife, Lu Dashwang was instantly so frightened that he couldn't even speak. Yellow Hair squatted down, took the dagger and slapped Lu Dashwang's face, and said ferociously, "Pay back the money, or I'll chop your hand off." "Big brother, I also want to pay back the money, but I really don't have any money," Lu Dashwang cried out. Yellow Hair's face sank as he violently threw his cigarette on the ground. "No money, huh? Then take the house." At this moment, Yellow Hair finally said his real purpose. When Lu Dashwang heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "The house is given to you, then where do I live?" "Then I don't care, either pay back the money or take the house. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you see blood." Yellow Hair threatened viciously, then took the dagger and waved it in front of Lu Dashang, scaring him to the point of trembling. Seeing the dagger in front of his eyes, Lu Dashang thought in his heart, "Anyway, this house is not his, give it to him, he has no loss not to mention, but also can pay off the gambling debt." Thinking of this, Lu Dashwang immediately put on an expression of pain. Trembling voice to Huang Mao said, "Big brother, this house. I can give it to you, but that gambling debt? We only seek wealth, you only need to hand over the house and the gambling debt will be written off," Yellow Hair said cheerfully. Although Huang Mao said this, but in his heart, he thought, "You don't owe me money, when the house is in hand, who cares about the gambling debt?" When Lu Dashwang saw Huang Mao say this, his heart was immediately happy, and then he hurriedly organized things with Zhao Guofang. An hour later, the two handed over the key to Huang Mao and then left the village house dragging large bags of luggage. After making sure that Lu Dashwang was gone, Huang Mao then called Huda. Not long after, Huda re-entered the village house. "Boss, it's all settled." Saying this, Yellow Hair handed over the 2 keys to Huda. "Good job, you guys worked hard today. Then, Huode transferred 10,000 to yellow hair in front of him. Take this money and treat your brothers to dinner later. Boss, this. Don't this that, let you take it. Huode boarded up a face and said, since you guys followed me, that I have to be responsible for you. The matter of the security company isn't so fast. You guys just rest at home during this period of time. You can also go and contact your previous brethren. If they are willing to change their ways, you will gather them all and wait for my notice afterward. Yes, boss. Alright, you guys go back first. When yellow hair and the others left, Huode walked into the house. He wanted to see what treasures were hidden in this house that could make the value of this house skyrocket 100 times. But unfortunately, after looking around, he didn't get any intelligence tips from the system. However, as he was leaving the village house, a piece of intelligence about Lu Dazhuang suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. After Lu Dazhuang moved out of the village house, the thin monkeys thought that he owed money and ran away, and he was beaten into a vegetable by the thin monkeys after they caught him. After seeing this piece of intelligence, Huode did not have any mental burden. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and it is not the time for retribution, and people like Lu Dazhuang do not deserve to be sympathized with. After leaving the urban village, Huode didn't go home directly, but took a taxi to the shopping center. At night, he was going to attend Master Lin's birthday banquet. He had to buy a decent outfit. Arriving at the Jianghai shopping center, Huode went straight to the men's clothing area. Men buy things, pay attention to efficiency, straight to the destination, unlike women like to shop around, comparison shopping, look at this, look at that, and finally either what I do not buy, or go back to the first. Sir, how can I help you? Huode just walked into the Armani counter. There is a shopping guide warmly greeted up. As expected, the quality of the guide of a big international brand was different. Those shopping guides in the novel who judged people by their appearance were all lies. But some of the bridges in the novel were true, such as the beggar hero always encountered some unpleasant experiences when he came to buy things. Just like now. Huode hadn't yet returned to the scene when a discordant voice came to his ears. Yo, this is not Huode, how to come to buy clothes, this is a place where you poor can come, can you consume? This beautiful woman, I tell you this person it is a poor monthly salary on 3 or 4,000 simply cannot afford to buy the clothes here, you still feel to drive him away. Huode sniffed, frowned slightly, turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Only to see a pair of men and women of different ages standing not far away. The man he didn't recognize, but the woman was the original owner's former colleague Lin Fei. And what was even more embarrassing was that the original owner had once pursued the other party, but the other party didn't agree to the original owner's pursuit, but instead publicly humiliated the original owner, making him unable to raise his head in front of a group of colleagues. The original owner cannot stand the blow, which is on the internet to find a sense of existence, crazy to some hosts brush gifts, and finally led to a tragedy. Originally, Huode didn't want to go over to Lin Fei to find trouble, but since he encountered it then he had to help the original owner to get rid of the anger. Chapter 40, The Original Mate vs. the Little Three. A vain woman, because of the accident on the list of the rich and powerful become dazzling, see the former lick dog, they want to humiliate each other. The man's original mates is shopping at the mall with his girlfriends, all you have to do is make a big commotion and the original mate will come down to catch the junior, and you'll be able to get away in one piece. Lin Fei, this is something you asked for. Huode snorted coldly in his heart, then said with a pleasing face, so it's Sister Fifi, are you here to buy clothes for uncle? Hello uncle, my name is Huode, is Sister Fei's former colleague. Saying that, Huode stretched out his hand wanting to go forward and shake the man's hand. Lin Fei blocked Huode's hand away and said with a disgusted face, what uncle, this is my husband, are you blind? Husband? Huode pretended to show a puzzled expression, then said regretfully, Sister Fei you said you look so pretty, why did you find an old man, pity, too bad. Lin Fei just wanted to retort when Huode suddenly shouted. I know, you're working for someone as a mistress. Huode's voice immediately caused the surrounding passers-by to crowd around. Chinese people love to watch the fun, not to mention it was still such a powerful junior script. Huode, what are you babbling about, you're the one who's a mistress, your whole family is a mistress. Although Lin Fei was retorting, she had obviously started to panic. The man saw that more and more people were gathering around him, fearing that things would get bigger and bigger. He immediately said to Lin Fei beside him, Fei, we'd better get going. At this time, Lin Fei also saw that someone had already pulled out a cell phone and was ready to record. She was aware of her identity, in case if it was exposed and posted online, she would be in trouble. So she glared at Huode and took the man's arm and prepared to leave. The other party's original mate is about to arrive at the battlefield. If they let the two leave now, everything will be lost. Sister Fei don't go it's not just not, what are you running for, it's not easy for us to meet, why don't I treat you guys to a meal, thank you for taking care of me before. Huode went forward to stop the two, said with a sincere face. Seeing Huode blocking the way, Lin Fei's face instantly became gloomy and said through gritted teeth, Huode, don't go too far. I'm warning you, hurry up and get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Huode, however, as if he didn't hear Lin Fei's threat, still said with a smile, Sister Fei, don't be in a hurry to leave it's not easy for our old colleagues to see each other and talk more. Besides, your husband looks like a rich man. I still want to treat you to a meal to learn more from your husband? When the man heard Hwade's words, his face became more and more ugly. He looked at Hwade and said coldly, "We don't know you, and we are not interested in having dinner with you. Hurry up and get out of my way." Just at this moment, a woman with a noble temperament and a cold face suddenly rushed out from the crowd. With a lightning-fast momentum, she slapped the man's face. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the other party slapped Lin Fei-Fei's face again. "Li Maoyuan, if it wasn't for my father you would be in the position you're in today. You actually dared to look for a mistress behind my back. And you, this vixen, actually seduced my husband. See if I don't beat you to death." The woman was on fire. Grabbing Lin Fei-Fei's hair was a fat beating. After receiving 2 slaps, Lin Fei-Fei finally came back to her senses from the previous shock and began to change hands. Then she and the woman twisted. In the process of twisting and fighting, both sides were laying down deadly blows. Suddenly, a tearing sound rang out. Lin Fei-Fei's halter dress was torn open a long mouth, immediately revealing a sexy scene. Seeing this, the men present erupted into gasps of surprise. In the next second, those male compatriots who accompanied their wives and girlfriends to go shopping were all slapped in the face at once. On the other hand, Li Maoyuan, who was on the side, was in a dilemma, helping no one. Finally had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call the police. Not long after, the hat uncle came. "Will be all 3 people back to the bureau. There is no more fun to watch." The crowd immediately dispersed. As for Hwade, he silently sent a video to his friend's circle with a text. Zhanghai Shopping Center, the original mate versus the junior. Then selected the original work grouping and sent it out. Although Hwade had quit his original work group, he had not deleted some of his co-workers' WeChat. He believed that once he sent out this circle of friends, the matter of Lin Fei-Fei being a mistress and being beaten by the original mate would soon become known throughout the company. "Lin Fei-Fei, let you also taste what it's like to be fingered," Hwade thought in his mind. As for what would happen to Lin Fei-Fei afterward, it was none of Hwade's business. After the farce ended, Hwade re-entered the Armani counter. Under the guide's recommendation, Hwade picked a grey casual suit. After changing into it, Hwade's entire temperament became different. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the handsome self inside, Hwade's mind suddenly surfaced a famous saying. "People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Sir, this dress is just too suitable for you." At this moment, even the shopper's eyes changed when she looked at Hwade, with pink love emanating from her eyes. The guide's praise made Hwade's mood even more pleasurable. He smiled and said to the guide, "This is it, and that beige one also wrap it up for me." "Yes, sir." Erasing the change, the total is 50,000. Hwade directly swiped his card and then left the mall under the guide's hot gaze. Not long after returning home, Hwade received a call from Lin Wan-er. "Hwade, I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly." "Okay, I'll come down right away." Hwade hangs up the phone, picks up the Han Dynasty Hetian jade jewel that he was going to give to Elder Lin and goes downstairs. When he came downstairs and saw Lin Wan-er's Pame, Hwade directly opened the passenger seat and sat in it. Perhaps today is a special day. Lin Wan-er deliberately drew an exquisite makeup. Let the original clean up the vulgar face added a few more points of charm and elegance. Lin Wan-er's dress today was also extraordinarily charming, a big red bustier evening gown that perfectly outlined her curves. Paired with the pearl necklace she wore around her neck, the whole person exuded a noble temperament. After Hwade got on the car, his eyes couldn't help but be attracted to Lin Wan-er. He couldn't help but praise, "Wan-er, you're so beautiful today." When Lin Wan-er heard this, her cheeks blushed slightly and she smiled shyly. "Really? Then tell me where I'm beautiful?" "Everywhere is beautiful." "Humph, oily mouth." Lin Wan-er glared at Hwade angrily, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, displaying the woman's mouth in the best way. She gently ruffled the hair around her ears and said, "You're also very handsome today." "Then where am I handsome?" Hwade asked with a smile following Lin Wan-er's tone just now. Not joking with you anymore, let's get going, Grandpa and the others are still waiting." With that, Lin Wan-er started the car. However, Hwade still kept asking, "Where am I handsome?" All handsome, all handsome," Lin Wan-er said perfunctorily. Chapter 41, Elder Lin's Birthday Banquet. Half an hour later. Lin Wan-er brought Hwade to a restaurant named Gao Zhuang in Zhangchang. A long-established restaurant that has been passed down for more than 50 years, such as not unexpected can be developed into 100 years old. Today, in order to celebrate Elder Lin's 80th birthday, the Lin family had specially chartered the entire banquet hall and had even invited a wedding celebration company to set up the venue. Although the birthday banquet hadn't started yet, there were already quite a few guests. When Lin Wan-er walked into the banquet hall on Hwade's arm, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present and let out a burst of gasps. Lin Wan-er was already born beautiful and was the eldest miss of the Lin family, so her appearance would naturally become the center of attention of the room. But no one expected Lin Wan-er to come in on the arm of a man, although this man is very handsome. But today this birthday banquet is not just a birthday banquet, it's also the engagement banquet of Lin Wan-er and the Wang family's great young man. And Hwade was obviously not the Wang family's major. Who is the man beside Miss Lin? Looks a bit familiar. I don't know if he looks familiar, I only know that there will be a good show in a while. Yes, today is the engagement banquet of the Lin family and the Wang family, but this Lin family's eldest daughter is actually holding a strange man, which is not a slap in the face of the Wang family. I see that this young man has a good appearance, he's not a young master of a certain family, is he? If that's really the case, it's going to be exciting in a while. Huada's ear power was already amazing, and these people didn't deliberately lower their voices when they were discussing. Therefore, all of these discussions entered Huada's ears word for word. What's the situation? Lin Wanner, this niece isn't addicted to using me as a shield, is she? This is not an ordinary birthday banquet. Wang Hao, after being humiliated by you, pleaded with his old man to propose marriage to the Lin family, and after the Wang family paid for the urban village renovation plan, the Lin old man agreed to the marriage. Wang Hao came out so soon. Didn't he just go in yesterday? Huada still underestimated the ability of these powerful plutocrats. But what about this urban village renovation plan? The official approval will not come down until a week later. How did the Wang family learn about it in advance, and how did they get the plan? Could it be that there was some kind of backroom operation going on in there? For a while, Huada frowned tightly and fell into deep thought. Seeing Huada's frown, Lin Wan'er thought that Huada was angry with her. After all, she had just heard the comments of the people around her. So she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Huada, it's not what you think, listen to my explanation. I also only realized this morning that my grandfather was preparing to give me an engagement. Lin Wanner's voice pulls Huada back from his contemplation. He looks at Lin Wanner and realizes that her eyes are full of uneasiness. Huada gently patted Lin Wanner's hand and smiled. Wanner, you don't need to explain, I don't mean to blame you. I know you don't want to marry that Wang Hao, and I will never allow you to marry another man. Although Huada and Lin Wanner hadn't yet pierced that layer of window paper between them, he had long since internalized Lin Wanner. Moreover, he was very clear about what kind of virtue this man Wang Hao was. By marrying Lin Wanner to Wang Hao, the Lin family was pushing Lin Wanner into the fire pit. So no matter what, Huada would definitely not sit back and watch. Huada's words caused a warm current to well up in Lin Wanner's heart, but more than that, she was shy. Is he confessing to me? Should I say yes to him? Your overbearing speech has already made this rich girl die for you and not marry you. I'll go. Am I that charismatic? Huada felt the majesty of Lin Wanner's chest and immediately had a feeling of floating. Who said that it's hard to chase after a rich girl? It's not just having a mouth. Lin Wanner, what are you doing? Suddenly, a furious bellowing voice rang out in the banquet hall, instantly drowning out the noisy murmurs of the scene. At this moment, Wang Hao, dressed in a black suit, appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall at an unknown time. Only to see him angrily walking towards the two of them, Huada and Lin Wanner, his eyes filled with anger. It's the Wang family's eldest young man who's here, now we'll have a good show. The main man has made an appearance, we'll just sit back and watch the show next. Seeing Wang Hao appear, the banquet hall crowd was filled with excitement, looking forward to the good show that was about to happen. Yo, isn't this the Wang family's great young man, so quickly out of the detention center, and you can be unharmed even after committing a murder on the street, worthy of being the Wang family's great young man, admire, admire, admire. Without waiting for Wang Hao to open his mouth, Huada took the lead. And his words were like thunder from the ground, instantly blowing up the pot. What? Young Wang Dazhou was in the detention center for committing a murder in the street? Fake it, how could young Master Wang be in a detention center? I remembered, yesterday I brushed to a short video, seems to be someone in the antique market in the street murder herd or a rich second generation, that person will not be Wang Dazhou, right? I also swiped it, that person seems to be called Wang Hao. That's right, it should be Wang Dazhou. The crowd's murmurs fell on Wang Hao's ears, and instead of making him feel ashamed, he was also very pleased with himself. He looked at Huada with a disdainful face, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Surnamed Hua, you didn't expect it, I came out so quickly. Fighting with me, you're still a bit young. Today is the day of my engagement to Lin Wanner, you're not welcome here, get the hell out. Facing Wang Hao's provocation, before Huada could open his mouth, Lin Wanner was like a tigress protecting her calf, pulling Huada behind her and blocking him. You're the one who should roll, also today is my grandfather's birthday banquet, not some engagement banquet. Huada is also a friend I invited. Lin Wanner, I'm telling you the engagement banquet was promised by your grandfather himself, you can't change it even if you want to. Wang Hao said with a grim expression. Although he was upset that Lin Wanner was still defending Huada up to this point, he couldn't help but feel smug at the thought of Lin Wanner about to become his fiancée. At this time, Huada pulled Lin Wanner behind himself and directly faced Wang Hao and said, you even said that it's just an engagement, it's not a marriage, so I don't know what you're so happy about. You? Wang Hao looked at Huada, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Kid, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I advise you to die of this, Lin Wanner is destined to be my Wang Hao's woman. Just as the two of them were at swords drawn, the doors of the banquet hall were once again pushed open. A group of people swept in, led by none other than Lin Jinghua, the old master of Lin, who was dressed in a red tang suit, as well as Wang Xiaolong, the chairman of the Wang group. The appearance of the two men instantly attracted the attention of the entire room, causing the originally noisy banquet hall to suddenly quiet down. Lin Jingwo wore a smile, his eyes revealing a kind of calmness and composure after experiencing the world. As for Wang Jialong, although he was much younger than Grandpa Lin, his eyebrows revealed an aura of unruffled authority, an aura that was naturally formed after a long time in the upper echelons. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here, you guys have to do right by me. Chapter 42, The Conspiracy of the Wang Family's Father and Son. Dad, Grandpa Lin, you guys are finally here, you guys have to do right by me. Seeing Wang Jialong and Elder Lin appear, Wang Hao immediately walked quickly to the two of them, pointing at Huda and cursing. Elder Lin, this. Wang Jialong pointed at the two of them, Lin Wanner and Huda, waiting for Elder Lin's explanation. Although he didn't say anything, that meaning was obvious. The two families were going to be in-laws soon. What was the point of your granddaughter making love to another man in front of so many people? At this moment, Lin Jingwo was also frowning, feeling that his old face had been disgraced. He roared with contained anger, "Security guards, kick this person out of here. I'll see who dares." At this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly stood out and blocked in front of Huda, protecting him. Seeing this scene, Lin Jingwo's face instantly became gloomy. He didn't expect his granddaughter to defend a stranger so much. To know, this was something that was absolutely impossible in the past. "Wan Er, do you know what you're doing?" Lin Jingwo's voice carried anger and disappointment that was hard to hide. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and looked firmly at her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, I know what I'm doing. Huda is my friend, and even more so, my lifesaver." The moment the words life-saving benefactor came out, Lin Jingwo's face immediately changed. He was aware that Lin Wanner had been held hostage by robbers a few days ago, but fortunately someone had seen fit to save her at that time. He didn't realize that the youth in front of him was his granddaughter's savior. Lin Jingwo's face eased slightly, but still maintained his majesty. "Even if he is your savior, but you are about to get engaged to Wang Hao, how can you act so intimately with him? That was you who engaged me. I never promised to marry Wang Hao." Lin Wanner's words were undoubtedly a public slap in the face of Lin Jingwo and Wang Jialong. The banquet hall instantly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Wanner, and the atmosphere became unusually tense for a while. Lin Jingwo's face was blue, so angry that his entire body began to tremble. On the side, Wang Jialong's face didn't look too good either, but after all, he was a business giant who had single-handedly created the Wang Group. His city was extremely deep, and he quickly regained his composure. He looked towards Lin Jingwo and spoke indifferently, "Elder Lin, in that case, let's call it quits on the betrothal. As for that matter, I think we should forget about it as well." "Dad, why are you?" "Shut up. Is there a place for you to speak here?" Wang Hao's face instantly turned pale when he heard his own father's words. He didn't expect his father to just give up the opportunity to marry the Lin family. He just wanted to try to argue, but Wang Jialong's stern eyes made him immediately shut his mouth. Lin Jingwo looked at Wang Jialong with mixed feelings in his heart. He deeply knew what this marriage meant to the Lin family. Don't look at the surface of the Lin family. It was a high-class family in Jiangcheng, but in reality, business hadn't been good in recent years. In particular, a previous project had caused the Lin family to lose a lot of money. Now they can only marry the Wang family and rely on the Wang family's power to get the urban village renovation project in order to save the day. In fact, Lin Jingwo has always loved Lin Wanner as his granddaughter, but he really can't help it when it comes to the survival of the Lin family. A year ago, Lin's group got a piece of land in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng ready to be developed into a commercial complex. Construction during a major safety incident forced to stop, resulting in the project cannot be delivered on schedule owes a huge amount of debt. The real culprits behind the back of the Wang Jialong father and son. Wang Jialong learned that Jiangcheng will carry out urban village renovation, want to use this to force Lin Jingwo will Lin Wanner marry to Wang Hao, so that Wang's group annexed Lin's group. Wang Jialong is well aware of the predicament that the Lin family is currently facing, and wants to force Lin Jingwo to agree to a marriage between the two families by retreating. Huda's face changed, finally realizing the sinister intentions of the Wang family's father and son. Indeed, like father, like son, this Wang family's father and son are not good things. Huda took a step forward and looked at the Wang family's father and son with a teasing face as he applauded. What a move to advance by retreating. First letting the Lin group fall into a bankruptcy crisis, then luring Elder Lin into marrying his granddaughter, and then using the opportunity to annex the Lin group. You Wang Jialong are really playing a good game. Kid, what are you babbling about? When Wang Jialong heard this, his face immediately sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a wave of disdain. Young man, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Don't just say anything without evidence, otherwise. Facing Wang Jialong's naked threat, Huda meets his gaze without fear. The corner of his mouth hooks up a faint smile. Wang Dong, don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished yet. Then, Huda looked at Lin Jingwo and said, Elder Lin, do you want to know why that project of Lin Group had an accident a year ago? What do you mean? Lin Jingwo's brows tightened as he looked sharply at Huda. A year ago, the Lin family had also suspected that it wasn't an accident, but after investigating for a long time they hadn't found any clues. But listening to Huda, there seemed to be something else involved. and it seemed to be related to Wang Xiaolong. Hua smiled slightly and said, Elder Lin, I can tell you responsibly that the accident in that project was not by chance, but someone did it on purpose, and this person. Saying this, Hua smiled and looked towards Wang Xiaolong, pointing at him, and this person is none other than Wang Xiaolong, the chairman of the Wang group. His purpose is to force the Lin group into a desperate situation, and then use the opportunity to annex the Lin group. Where's the evidence? Wang Xiaolong sneered, I have to say that your ability to make up stories is pretty good, but everything has to be about evidence. Do you have any? Right. Do you have evidence? Wang Hao also echoed with a disdainful face. Although Wang Xiaolong still had a calm and collected face at the moment, his heart had begun to feel uneasy. Who exactly is this kid, and how does he know all this? Wang Xiaolong pondered in his heart, his eyes glancing back and forth at Hua, trying to find a break in the other party. However, Hua seemed to have read his mind, and the corners of his mouth always wore a bland smile. Hua did not answer Wang Xiaolong's question and continued to speak eloquently. Elder Lin, the reason why you were willing to marry one heir to Wang Hao was because Wang Xiaolong gave you a condition that you could not refuse. If I'm not mistaken, this condition should be the Jiangqing Urban Village renovation project, right? Hua's words were like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded in the banquet hall. The guests present exchanged words and discussed. What? An urban village renovation project? The officials are really going to remodel the urban village? If that's the case, that's a huge piece of cake. If the Lin family really gets this project, there's a real possibility that they'll rise from the dead. Wang Xiaolong is willing to give such a big project to the Lin family? I don't think so, there must be a conspiracy here. And at this moment, Lin Jinghua was filled with shock. He didn't expect Hua to even know about the urban village renovation plan. This news hadn't been officially communicated, and there was no way for the general public to know about it. Where did Hua learn about it? For a while, Lin Jinghua became more and more unable to see through the young man in front of him. Chapter 43, Uncovering the Conspiracy, Rescuing Elder Lin. Who exactly are you? How did you know about the urban village renovation plan? Wang Xiaolong's eyes stared at Hua with a deadly glare and said in an unkind tone. The urban village renovation plan was still in the secrecy stage, and only a very few people knew about it. Obviously, Wang Xiaolong did not think that the Hua in front of him would be one of those very few people. But why would he know about this? Wang Xiaolong really couldn't figure it out. Hua smiled faintly and said mysteriously, It's not important who I am, and it's not important how I know. What's important is that your Wang family wants to use this opportunity to annex the Lin group, am I right, Chairman Wang? Spitting blood, you're practically spitting blood. You keep saying that my Wang family wants to annex Lin's group, where's the evidence? You come up with the evidence. Wang Xiaolong sneered and said. At first, Hua's words did make him a little flustered, but he had at least been in the business world for many years, and he still had this bit of city spirit. He knew very well that Hua had no evidence in his hands, or else he wouldn't have appeared here today. The other party is certain that you can't get any evidence, so they don't panic in the slightest. You only need to inform Lin Jinghua that the accident a year ago was caused by feng shui, and he will naturally believe you. Hua saw Wang Xiaolong look like he was certain that he couldn't produce any evidence. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He slowly spoke, Evidence? I really don't have any. Ha ha. Laugh me to death. Kid, since you don't have any evidence, then you're talking, it's hilarious. Wang Hao couldn't help but mock. And Wang Xiaolong's heart also breathed a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Hua would come up with any evidence. However, Hua's next words instantly solidified his smile. Although I don't have any evidence, I know that the accident at the Lin group a year ago wasn't caused by a machine malfunction, but by a feng shui problem. At this moment, every word Hua said was like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into Wang Xiaolong's heart. Wang Xiaolong's face instantly turned pale as he stared at Hua with wide eyes in disbelief and asked, You? How did you know? Boom! With these words, it was undoubtedly a no-brainer. Lin Jinghua had been paying attention to Wang Xiaolong since a while ago, and when Hua said that the accident was due to feng shui, he saw that Wang Xiaolong's face did not look right. Now, after hearing these words from Wang Xiaolong without a fight, even if he was stupid, he knew that he had been tricked by Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong, why did you lie to old me? What exactly do you intend to do? Lin Jinghua shouted angrily, seemingly because of his anger. He almost didn't stand still. Fortunately, Lin Wanair was quick to help Lin Jinghua. Seeing that things had been defeated, Wang Xiaolong also stopped pretending. Old man, since you know all about it, then I won't pretend anymore, I'll show my cards. Just like what this kid said, I want to annex the Lin family. As long as I annex the Lin family, my Wang family will be able to go to the next level. At that time, my Wang family will not only be able to become the #1 family in Jiangcheng, but also become a first-class family in China. Speaking here, Wang Xiaolong stared fiercely at Hua and said, It's a pity that all of this has been ruined by this kid of yours. But it doesn't matter, even without your Lin family, my Wang family can still rely on the urban village renovation project to be among the top families in Jiangcheng, while your Lin family will be completely bankrupt without this project. Ha ha ha. You. Elder Lin was so angry that he spat out blood and fainted. Grandpa! Grandpa! Dad, don't scare me, Dad! Call an ambulance! No one expected that Lin Jingguo would suddenly pass out, and that a good birthday banquet would turn out like this. When Wang Yaolong saw that Lin Jingguo had fainted, his previous unhappiness was swept away, and he left the banquet hall with Wang Hao with a smug look on his face. At this time, the attention of the Lin family was on Elder Lin, and no one bothered with the Wang family. On the contrary, Hua De looked at the back of the Wang family's father and son as they left, and a bad premonition silently welled up in his heart. He had dismantled the conspiracy of the Wang family's father and son today, and he thought that they wouldn't let it go. But now was not the time to consider this. The most important thing now was Elder Lin's physical condition. Lin Jingguo's anger has caused an acute heart attack, and if he is not treated in time within 10 minutes, his life will be in danger. When will the ambulance arrive? Hua De asked as he glanced at the Lin family's children on the side. 15 minutes. It's too late. 15 minutes. By the time the ambulance arrived, Elder Lin was afraid that he would be dead already. Right at this moment, a tip about Chinese massage suddenly popped up in front of Hua De's eyes. At this time, human life is at stake. Hua De can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Let me do it. Hua De pushes through the crowd and comes in front of Elder Lin. Kid, can you do it? What are you doing? Hua De, can you really save my grandfather? In the face of the Lin family and Lin Wanner's skepticism, Hua De didn't say much. He only saw that he quickly began to massage Lin Jingguo according to the system prompts. Although he had no previous experience in saving people, his technique was very precise, and every step followed the steps prompted by the system. First, he performed rapid light pushes on Lin Jingguo's chest to promote blood circulation, and then he performed deep pressure and kneading for several key points around the heart as a way to stimulate the heart's function and help alleviate the symptoms of a heart attack. For a while, the Lin family and all the guests present held their breath and looked nervously at Hua De. Most of them did not understand Chinese massage and were puzzled by Hua De's behavior. In this era, Chinese medicine had long since declined. Compared to Chinese medicine, the vast majority of people trusted Western medicine more. But at this time, they had no choice but to pin their hopes on Hua De. Time passed by in a tense atmosphere. As time passed, fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out from Hua De's forehead. He was fully focused on it, as if the entire world had stood still at this moment, leaving only him and Lin Jingguo lying on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Jingguo's body trembled slightly, then his eyes slowly opened. Although his eyes were still somewhat blank, he had clearly regained his consciousness. Grandpa, you're awake. Lin Wanner cried out in surprise, and the other Lin family children also gathered around, inquiring about Elder Lin's condition with concern. What's wrong with me? Lin Jingguo asked weakly as he looked at Lin Wanner. Grandpa, you just fainted. It was Hua De who saved you. Lin Wanner said truthfully. At this moment, Lin Jingguo looked at Hua De, who was sweating profusely on the side, and in his heart, he instantly understood what was going on. He struggled to sit up, and Lin Wanner hurriedly helped him up when she saw this. Thank you, young man. Lin Jingguo's voice was weak but filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving the Lin family. Hua De looked stunned. He thought that Elder Lin thanked him because he saved his life. He didn't expect it to be because he saved the Lin family. Hua De smiled and said, Elder Lin is overstating things. Since I am Wan Air's friend, I naturally won't sit back and do nothing. Not long after, the ambulance arrived at the scene. The paramedics quickly conducted a preliminary check on Lin Jingguo, confirming that his vital signs had stabilized, and then sent the old man to the hospital for further treatment. Watching the ambulance go away, Hua De let out a sigh of relief. He knew that even though he had stabilized the old man's condition with the Chinese massage, the real treatment still needed to rely on Western medicine. Chapter 44, Your grandfather has betrothed you to me. Elder Lin was sent to the hospital. The birthday banquet had to be terminated early, and the guests left one after another. Originally, Hua De was also ready to leave, but Lin Wan Air called out to him. Hua De, my grandfather wants to see you. Thus, the two hurried to the hospital. Zhangcheng First People's Hospital, inside an intensive care ward. As soon as the two of them, Hua De and Lin Wanner, entered the door, they saw that the doctor was examining Elder Lin. Doctor, how is my grandfather doing? Lin Wanner hurriedly went forward and asked. There's nothing serious wrong with old Mr. Lin, but for safety's sake it's better to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor leaves, Elder Lin says to the Lin family's children who were gathered around the hospital bed, all of you go out as well, I want to talk to little friend Hua alone. When the Lin family members heard this, although their faces showed concern, they still nodded their heads and exited the hospital room one by one after saying soft goodbyes, leaving only Hua De and Lin Wanner behind. Lin Wan Air originally wanted to stay and accompany her grandfather, but also to help Hua De speak. However, after seeing Lin Jingguo's firm gaze, she finally chose to listen to Elder Lin's words and followed him out of the ward as well. Inside the ward, Elder Lin gazed gently at Hua De. There was both gratitude and a few moments of appreciation in those eyes. Little friend Hua, thanks to you today, this old life of mine was saved. Hua De heard this and hurriedly returned humbly. Elder Lin is overstating things, you can just call me Hua De. Besides, you are Wan Air's grandfather, that makes you my elder, how could I see death and save my life? Lin Jinghua faintly smiled and said, Huoda, you and Wan Air. Huoda knew what the old man wanted to say and hurriedly interrupted, Elder Lin, Wan Air and I are just friends, we are not what you think. Huoda, if you can, help me take care of Wan Air in the future. Lin Jinghua seemed to have thought of the end of the Lin family and sighed helplessly. He had betrothed Lin Waner to Wang Hao in order to help the Lin family through the crisis with the resources of the Wang family. Now, it seemed that the Lin family was destined to go bankrupt. Therefore, he wanted to entrust Lin Waner to Huoda before the Lin family went bankrupt. Lin Jinghua knows that the Lin family is about to go bankrupt and wants to entrust Lin Waner to you. Elder Lin, are you worried about the Lin group? If that's the case, I think I have an idea. Huoda said with a smile. You really have a way to help my Lin family? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua instantly said with excitement. Huoda smiled and nodded, exuding a sense of confidence and calmness. Elder Lin, I do have a way that can help the Lin family get through this difficult time. Huoda slowly spoke, his tone revealing a chesty composure, but I need a bit of time. Seeing Huoda's confident look, Lin Jinghua immediately said, Good, as long as you are able to help my Lin family through this crisis, I will betroth Wan Air to you. Huoda was stunned at his words, obviously not expecting Elder Lin to say this. However, for Lin Waner he seemed to have no reason to refuse. After coming out of the hospital room, Lin Waner pulled Huoda aside and asked, What did my grandfather say to you? Looking at the anxious Lin Waner in front of him, Huoda suddenly smiled and said, Nothing, your grandfather said that he wants to betroth you to me. When Lin Waner heard this, her face flushed with a blush and she said shyly, Who wants to marry you? Huoda looked at Lin Waner's shy appearance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and when Lin Waner wasn't paying attention, he quickly kissed her on the cheek. Lin Waner was startled by Huoda's sudden move and her cheeks instantly turned red. She looked at Huoda with a surprised face, then quickly looked around to make sure no one else saw her before she shyly hammered Huoda and pouted, You. Huoda smiled and dodged Lin Waner's fist, waved his hand and left the hospital in big strides. After leaving the hospital, Huoda began to think about how to help the Lin family through the crisis. The urban village renovation project. Elder Lin had promised Lin Waner to Wang Hao because Wang Xiaolong had come up with the urban village renovation project. As long as this project was given to the Lin family, then the Lin family's crisis would naturally be lifted. But how to snatch the urban village project from Wang Xiaolong's hands? Friendly reminder, you can use the universal human skin mask, which can be of great use in critical moments. Not only can you hide it from the world, but you can also use the knife to kill people to bring criminals to justice. What does it mean? Is this the rhythm of turning yourself into Wang Xiaolong? But what would he do after becoming Wang Xiaolong? Huoda somewhat failed to understand the system's intention in doing this for a while. Tip: the universal human skin mask can store 10 identities, and after storing 10 identities you can spend 1 W points to clear all data. Wait a minute. Isn't the universal human skin mask only able to turn into one person at a time, so wouldn't that be? Huoda felt that he had thought of a way. If he wanted to snatch the urban village renovation project from the Wang family, he had to bring down the Wang family first. And the best way to overthrow a family with such a huge power is to disintegrate it from within. Thinking of this, Huoda already had a plan in his mind. Wang family. Dad, are we just going to give up? Wang Hao had a face of unwillingness, seeing that he was about to get engaged to Lin Waner, but it turned out to be a lost cause. Of course, he didn't dare to say outright that his unwillingness was because he didn't get Lin Waner. Wang Xiaolong sat on the wide sofa with his brows locked, seemingly thinking about something. After a moment, Wang Xiaolong said in a deep voice, However, our current situation is not optimistic. The Lin family line is considered completely ruined, but we still have the urban village project. As long as we can successfully get the urban village project, our Wang family will be able to soar just the same. But Dad, Lin Waner, she. Wang Hao looked like he was about to say something. Obviously he still couldn't get Lin Waner out of his mind. Wang Xiaolong seemed to have read his son's mind, gently patted his shoulder, and said in a serious tone, It's just a woman. When my Wang family is firmly seated as the #1 family in Jiangqing City, what kind of woman won't you be able to get? Wang Hao sniffed inside. He knew that his father was right. Then what should we do next? Wang Xiaolong smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Act according to the original plan, help Secretary Wang to build a new source of human organs, and then use this to take down the transformation project of the urban village. I understand. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left the Wang family villa. Chapter 45, The Truth Behind. Jiangchang, Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange. Wang Hao came straight here after coming out from the Wang family. Yo, isn't this young Wang? Quickly inside please. After seeing Wang Hao, Li Lei, the manager of the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange, immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Lei, is Brother Chang here? Wang Hao asked with a serious expression. Li Lei took a look and instantly understood that Wang Hao wasn't here to have fun today, but had come specifically to find Deng Changyan. Brother Chang is in the office, I'll take you there. With that, Li Lei led Wang Hao towards the office area. On the surface, Wang Yaolong and Deng Changyan couldn't be tied together, but secretly both of them were working for Jiangqing's secretary Wang Hongyuan. For so many years, the two had helped Wang Hongyuan solve a lot of trouble in black and white. Some time ago, the human organ trafficking case in Jiangqing that was making a lot of noise was their operation behind the scenes. On the other side, Huode was just about to go home when he received a call from Su Jun. "Brother Su, calling me so late, did something happen?" Huode asked. "Liang Wei is dead." Huode was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly asked after him, "Dead? When did it happen?" Su Jun said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone, "Just a moment ago, I received a call from the side of the detention center, saying that Liang Wei was killed in the detention center." What? Obviously, the other party was trying to kill to silence. But Liang Wei didn't know much. Why would the other party do this? For a while, Huode was puzzled. The other party's purpose is to divert the police's attention, so as to buy more time to develop new supply channels. "Huode, what do you think about this?" Su Jun asked. Huode contemplated for a moment and slowly said, "Kill to silence. That's what I think too, but why would the other party do that? Liang Wei doesn't know much, ah?" If he didn't have systematic intelligence, Huode's thoughts at this moment were the same as Su Jun's. But unfortunately for Huode, he had a hang-up. "Brother Su, I guess the other party would be trying to divert the attention of the police?" "What do you mean? Liang Wei didn't die earlier or later, but at this time, there must be something fishy. And the one who wants Liang Wei to die the most is undoubtedly that organization that traffics in human organs. No matter how much Liang Wei knows, the clues will all be cut off if he dies. In addition, the police will definitely track down the cause of Liang Wei's death and his murderer, and then they won't have any more energy to pursue the case, and they'll be able to look for new sources of supply channels in the meantime." Huode spoke eloquently, relaying the intelligence that the system had told him to Su Jun. After hearing Huode's analysis, Su Jun on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke. "What you said is not unreasonable, but just like you said, once Liang Wei died, our only clues were all broken." "No, the clues are not broken." The corner of Huode's mouth hooked up a cold smile and said, "Start with the murderer who killed Liang Wei." At this time, Huode thought of the organ's destination that he had previously asked Su Jun to check, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Su, how is the investigation of those organs' destination going?" "Not too smooth." Su Jun sighed and continued, "Those organs seem to have changed hands many times during transportation, and each time they changed hands, they used a different mode of transportation, making it difficult to trace the final destination. Moreover, those organs cannot be stored for a long time, and I think they have long since completed the transplantation surgery. The most important point is that those rich businessmen don't publicize their illnesses, so if you want to look into it from that direction, it's probably not going to work very well. But we'll continue to pursue it, but there may not be much hope." Huode frowned. He also knew that the longer the time dragged on, the harder it would be to trace where the organs went. "Now, I'm afraid that the only way to start is with Liang Wei's death. Friendly reminder, arrive at the Sky Palace Entertainment Center within an hour, there might be an unexpected surprise." Tiangong Entertainment Exchange? Although Huode didn't know why the system told him to go to the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange, but after looking at the address of the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange, it wasn't far from where he was, and it would only take 10 minutes if he went over. Since the system told me to go, there must be his intention. Thinking of this, Huode ended his call with Su Jun and immediately rushed to the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange. 10 minutes later, Huode rushed to the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange. This is the largest entertainment club in Jiangqing. It is the property of Jiangqing's underground emperor Deng Changyan. Head to the general manager's office on the 3rd floor. There will be things you want to know. I'd like to see what's going on. Huode stepped into the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange. The Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange covered an area of 1,800 square feet, with a total of 3 floors above ground and 1 underground. The underground layer was a huge bar. The first floor above ground was a KTV. The second floor is a water club, bath, massage. And the 3rd floor is the office area as well as Deng Changyan's private area, which is never open to the public. General guests can only move around on the 1st floor and the 2 floors above ground. At this time, Huode had just walked into the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange when he ran head-on into Li Lei, who had just come out of the elevator and was about to go outside for a smoke. "Hello, Brother Lei. Where's Brother Lei smoking? I'll light your fire." Name, Li Lei. Identity, General Manager of Sky Palace Entertainment Exchange. On the surface, in reality, Deng Changyan's right-hand man. Character, cold-blooded, arrogant and domineering. You can pretend to be Li Lei's appearance to blend into the 3rd floor office area. Keep in mind that you only have half an hour. Huode immediately went to the bathroom and found a single room with no one in it and walked in. When he came out again, he had already transformed into Li Lei's appearance. Even the way he was dressed was exactly the same as Li Lei. Looking at himself in the mirror, Huode couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the universal human skin mask. This universal human skin mask was not only able to change his appearance and body shape, even his voice and the clothes on his body could become exactly like the person he changed into. Lei has gone to the bar area on the first floor, so you can go to the office area on the third floor without any fear and strut around. After learning that, Lei had gone to the underground floor, Huode swaggered out of the bathroom and then took the elevator to the third floor. Hello, brother Lei. The little brother who handled the doorway on the third floor did not have any suspicion after seeing Huode's changed Lei. Instead, he even greeted him respectfully. Aha! Huode faintly replied back and quickly walked towards the general manager's office. Just as he reached the office door, he heard Wang Hao's voice coming from inside the room. Brother Chang, I've already had someone get Liang Wei killed. I believe I can confuse the police in a short period of time. We must take advantage of this period of time to help Secretary Wang open up a new source of goods. Boom! After hearing this news, Huode's heart violently trembled. He had never expected that Liang Wei was actually killed by Wang Hao, and what he hadn't expected even more was that the human organ trafficking case that had stirred up the whole country would involve the secretary of a city. It's good that he was smart just now and made a recording beforehand. But with this recording alone, it was not enough. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Su Jun. Big brother Su, immediately bring someone to inspect the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange now. Chapter 46, Covert Action, Capturing Deng Changyan. These past few days, Su Jun was under a lot of pressure. The higher-ups had given a clear directive that they must solve the human organ trafficking case within a week. As the deadline approaches, they still have no clue. Moreover, even Liang Wei died in the detention center. Although he had gotten the direction of investigation from Huode, Su Jun always felt that this line of investigation would not yield much in the end. However, just at this moment, the cell phone he placed on the table suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a message from Huode. Brother Su, bring someone to inspect the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange right now. Looking at the message sent by Huode, he just wanted to call Huode back over, but the intuition of a veteran criminal police officer made him immediately dismiss the idea. He had just finished talking to Huode on the phone not long ago, so it was reasonable to say that Huode would definitely call him directly if he had something to find him. But Huode didn't, but rather through sending a message. This meant that Huode was not conveniently on the phone right now, and if he called there rashly he would probably put Huode in danger. And as a police officer in Jiangchang, he knew very well what the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange was. It was the territory of Deng Changyan, the underground emperor of Jiangchang, so how could Huode go there and ask him to bring people there to check it out? Could it be that Deng Changyan is related to the human organ trafficking case? As soon as this thought came out, Su Jun felt that this possibility was getting bigger and bigger. Even if Deng Changyan was not the mastermind, with his energy in Jiangcheng compared to him, he still knew any important information. Thinking of this, Su Jun immediately notified down. Not long after, a dozen police cars whistled towards the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange. Huoda sighed, counted the time. Then suddenly rushed in the office, put on a panicked look and said, Brother Chang, something big is wrong. I just received news that the police are coming to inspect our place. What? Deng Changyan's brows immediately frowned, but he soon recovered and rushed at Lei, who was pretending to be Huode, and said, Inform down there, let the people below hurry to get ready, and hide all the stuff for me. Yes. After saying that, Huode retreated. Although he didn't know what the things Deng Changyan was referring to in his mouth, he thought that it shouldn't be anything good. Huode came to the entrance of the third-floor corridor and waved his hand to call over the two juniors watching the door. The police are coming for a pro-inspection, Brother Chang ordered to hurry up and hide the stuff. Huode said nervously. Okay, Brother Lei. After hearing this, the little brother immediately turned around and left. Wait. At this time, Huode once again opened his mouth and called out to the other party. Brother Lei, is there anything else you want to order? The little brother asked in confusion. Huode thought for a moment and said, for safety's sake, I'd better go with you. Then, Huode followed the little brother to a grocery room. Under Huoda's surprised gaze, this junior brother moved down a large box from a corner shelf. Opening it, it was surprisingly full of packets of white powdery objects. 50 pounds of high-purity white powder, these white powder once found by the police, enough to sentence Deng Changyan to death. Good man, 50 pounds of white powder. You know that smuggling, trafficking, transporting, manufacturing 1 kilogram of white powder is enough for 15 years in prison. And here was a full 50 pounds of white powder. Even if Deng Changyan had 10 heads it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. Leave the stuff to me, you hurry and go inform everyone. Huode took the box in the hands of the junior brother and signaled him to hurry to inform the others. Although the junior brother was a bit puzzled, he still followed Huoda's instructions and hurriedly left. After confirming that the junior brother had left, Huode quickly picked up the case and looked for an unoccupied place to hide. Meanwhile, Su Jun had already arrived at the Sky Palace Entertainment Exchange with a large group of people. The police quickly took control of all the intersections and began a full search of the entire Heavenly Palace Entertainment Center. Just as the police launched their search, Huode placed the box in a conspicuous location. Soon, a police officer found the box with the white powder. Seeing this, Hwade immediately changed his face, assumed the appearance of the junior brother just now, and once again returned to the office on the third floor. Boss, it's bad, the police have found out that we are harboring white powder. Brother Lei has been arrested by the police. Hwade rushed into Deng Changyan's office in a panic and said with a panicked face. When Deng Changyan heard this, his face instantly turned iron blue. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How could this happen?" Wang Hao on the side was also startled. Drug trafficking was a felony. "Brother Chang, you'd better run away before the police come. I believe Li Lei will carry everything down." Wang Hao knew that Li Lei was Deng Changyan's beloved. Once something happened, he would definitely take all the charges on his head. As long as Deng Changyan wasn't arrested, with the help of Secretary Wang he would still have a chance to rise again. "Right boss, you'd better hurry up and run." Hwade said hypocritically on his lips, but in his heart he grunted coldly, "If you want to run, none of you can run." Deng Changyan knew that it was not a good idea to stay here for a long time, so he immediately bid farewell to Wang Hao and led Hwade to the secret passage. Wang Hao, on the other hand, took advantage of people not paying attention to go to the bathroom, pretending to be a customer who came here to spend money. Originally, Hwade wanted to arrest Wang Hao together, but if Wang Hao was also arrested, it would definitely attract Wang Zhelong's attention, and then there is a possibility that it would scare the snakes. So Hwade decided to let Wang Hao go for a while, and clean up Deng Changyan first. At this time, Deng Changyan brought Hwade to a bathroom, and then opened the mechanism in front of Hwade. Then, the wall of the bathroom suddenly parted, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. "I'll go down first, and when I do, you can go down again," Deng Changyan said as he turned his back to Hwade, and then prepared to enter the passageway. However, it was at this time. Hwade suddenly struck out like lightning, grabbing Deng Changyan's shoulder and pulling him back from the entrance of the passageway. "Brother Chang, where are you going?" Hwade sneered and revealed his true identity. Seeing Hwade suddenly change his face, Deng Changyan was instantly startled. "You? Who exactly are you? What do you want?" "It doesn't matter who I am." Hwade stared at Deng Changyan and said coldly, "What's important is that you have committed too many crimes, and today is your end." After saying that, Hwade suddenly made a move and knocked Deng Changyan out with a slap. Then, Hwade called Su Jun again and informed him of his current location. Not long after, Su Jun rushed over with his men. After seeing Deng Changyan, Su Jun immediately wanted to call someone to take Deng Changyan away. However, at this time, Hwade stopped Su Jun with a hand. "Brother Su, let them go out first, I have a recording here, listen to it first." Chapter 47, Breaking into the Mansion at Night, Gathering Evidence. The time of the recording was short, but the content inside was a shock to Su Jun. "Hwade, everything inside this recording is true?" Su Jun gripped his cell phone tightly and looked at Hwade with a face full of shock. This recording was exactly the conversation between Deng Changyan and Wang Hao that Hwade had inadvertently secretly recorded earlier. And the content inside had revealed the mastermind behind the human organ trafficking organization. It was just that what Su Jun did not expect was that behind this matter would involve Jiangcheng's municipal party secretary, Wang Hongyuan. If this matter was true, it had completely exceeded the scope of his ability. Wanting to arrest a city's municipal party secretary was not something that he, a small deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, could do. Seeing Su Jun's face full of shock, Hwade nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Su, I can guarantee with my personality that the content of this recording is true. No, I have to report this matter as soon as possible." Su Jun said hurriedly. This matter was no longer something he could handle, he had to report this news and wait for further instructions from his superiors. "Slow down." However, at this time, Hwade suddenly stopped. "Brother Su, I think there might be someone else behind Wang Hongyuan, even if there isn't someone we can't scare the snakes. This case was not easy to get a clue, we absolutely cannot scare the snakes." "What do you mean?" Su Jun asked as he looked at Hwade in puzzlement. Actually, Hwade already had a solution in his mind, just that this solution could not be detailed with Su Jun. He points to Deng Changyan who was lying on the ground and says, "Brother Su, you take Deng Changyan back first, pay attention to secrecy, not letting anyone know that he has been arrested by the police, leave the rest to me." Su Jun glanced at Hwade suspiciously, although he didn't know what Hwade's next plan was, he still chose to believe him. "Good, then do as you say." Su Jun nodded, then called two of his inner circle and led Deng Changyan to leave the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange through a secret passage. After that, Hwade also bid farewell to Su De, then looked for an unoccupied corner to turn into Deng Changyan's appearance. Hwade then took out Deng Changyan's cell phone and found a number with a note of boss in his address book. The number is Wang Hongyuan's private number, dialing it now will cause the other party to speculate, tomorrow morning he will take the initiative to contact you. Seeing the system's intelligence, Hwade decisively gave up the idea of calling Wang Hongyuan. Since the system had said that Wang Hongyuan would take the initiative to call tomorrow morning, then he would wait for one night. Hwade didn't go back to Haitian Wang Fu, but found a hotel to stay for the night. The next day, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Ding Changyan's cell phone did ring. Hua picked it up and saw that it was Wang Hongyuan who called. What happened last night? A low voice came from the phone. Hua knew that on the other end of the phone was Jiang Cheng's municipal party secretary, Wang Hongyuan. Hua took a deep breath and answered in Ding Changyan's voice tone, "Boss, last night the police suddenly came to visit the inspection and then found 50 pounds of white powder. Lazy has already gone in. Where are you people now?" Wang Hongyuan continued to ask. "I am now in a small hotel, very safe." Hearing that Ding Changyan had not been arrested, Wang Hongyuan let out a long sigh of relief, then said again, "You run away right now, the farther away the better, you don't have to care about anything else." At the same time, the latest intelligence tip popped up in front of Hua's eyes. Wang Hongyuan has gotten up to the killing and decided to get rid of Ding Changyan to eliminate future troubles. So ruthless? But this was a good opportunity for Hua. Half an hour later, Hua quietly left the hotel and took a taxi to Wang Hongyuan's home. Wang Hongyuan was currently divorced and living alone, while his ex-wife and children had emigrated several years ago. Of course, this was the information that could be found out to the outside world. As for whether it is really divorced, only Wang Hongyuan himself knows. Wang Hongyuan lived in a 3-bedroom apartment, which was the residence the Jiangcheng officials had arranged for him. After Hua slipped in, he started looking for evidence of Wang Hongyuan's crimes. But unfortunately, Hua didn't even find a single hair after half a day of searching. Looks like it was a wasted trip. Just as Hua was about to leave, an intelligence tip suddenly popped up in front of him. This is only Wang Hongyuan's residence on the surface. Secretly he has another set of villa located in Linglong Court. This old man is hiding deep enough. After learning that Wang Hongyuan had another set of villas, Hua immediately rushed to Linglong Court. However, when Hua rushed to Linglong Court, he realized that he couldn't get in at all. Linglong Court is also considered one of the richest neighborhoods in Jiangcheng. The security here is extremely tight, and every visitor must have the owner's permission to enter, or else they won't be able to get in the gate of the neighborhood. Hua also tried to go over the wall, but looked around and found that the whole neighborhood is covered with surveillance, can be said to be 360 degrees without dead angle. Plus it was daytime. Even if he scaled the wall and entered, he would be discovered by the security guards in the first place. Looks like we can only wait for the night. 11 p.m. Hua once again appeared near Linglong Court. He checked around and confirmed that no one was around before he quietly approached the neighborhood's fence. Using the night and the surrounding trees as cover, he leapt over the fence and successfully entered the neighborhood. After entering the neighborhood, Hua did not rush into action, but first observed the layout of the neighborhood and the location of the surveillance cameras. However, using his speed, he skillfully avoided all the surveillance equipment. Only then did he silently approach towards Wang Hongyuan's villa based on the location prompted by the intelligence. A few minutes later, Hua arrived in front of a 3-story villa, which was Wang Hongyuan's villa. There are 2 people in the villa, and they are all in the master bedroom. Master bedroom? 2 people? You don't have to guess to know what they are doing. Because the security of the neighborhood is already very tight, the security of the villa is very lax. Hua easily climbed over the fence and entered the courtyard of the villa. Then Hua saw that there was a window on the 2nd floor that was open, so he climbed up to the 2nd floor with his bare hands and tumbled into the villa through that window. The villa was dark and quiet. Only the master bedroom on the 3rd floor would ring with intermittent gasps from time to time. Hua carefully advanced along the roots of the wall, trying to avoid making any noise. The 3rd room on the 2nd floor is a study. Immediately there is something you want. After receiving this piece of information, Hua's heart stirred and he immediately felt towards the direction of the study. He gently pushed open the door of the study and quietly walked in. The room was dim, but Hua's body had been modified with a genetic potion that was enough to see any object in this dim situation. He looked around and realized that the study was simply decorated. There didn't seem to be anything he was looking for. In the next second, however, a new intelligence tip appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 48, Revealing the Truth. Behind the mural on the wall there is a safe. What you want is inside. Hua quickly walked to the front of the mural, gently lifted up a corner of the mural, and indeed saw a small safe about 40 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide behind the mural. The safe was found, but the problem was how to open it? He didn't know the password either. Just then, he heard a light sound of footsteps coming from the 3rd floor. As the footsteps got closer, Hua instantly realized that something was wrong. No good, it's Wang Hongyuan. Hua looked around and realized that the study was very empty, and he couldn't find any place where he could hide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Seeing the window in the study, he immediately tumbled out of the window and then stuck tightly under it. Fortunately, it was late at night, there were not many people in the neighborhood, plus he was wearing black clothes, the whole person seemed to be integrated with the wall. As long as he didn't look closely, no one would even know that there was another person on the wall. Not long after, Hua only heard a pop sound, the study lights then lit up. Hua cats in the window, saw a middle-aged man wearing pajamas into the study. After He learned that Wang Hongyuan was the boss behind the human organ trafficking organization, he made a point of checking Wang Hongyuan's information. So with just a glance, He had already confirmed the identity of the other party as none other than Wang Hongyuan. Wang Hongyuan walked to his desk and pulled out a senior citizen phone from the drawer, then made a call. Soon the phone was connected and Wang Hongyuan asked, "Have you found Deng Changnian yet?" Although separated by a long distance, with Huada's hearing, he still heard the voice coming from the phone. "Not yet, that guy just seems to have evaporated, how to find cannot be found. I asked a circle of people who do smuggling, they all said they haven't seen Deng Changnian. Boss, do you think he could still be in Zhongcheng?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Hongyuan said, "I don't rule out this possibility, you continue to look for it, and I'll send people to continue looking on the Jiangqing side as well. In short, no matter what, dig 3 feet into the ground to find him out for me. Live to see a man, die to see a corpse." After saying that, Wang Hongyuan hung up the phone. Then he came to the mural, removed it, and entered the password to open the safe. This scene was seen by Huada. Wang Hongyuan had a habit, as long as he spent the night here, he would take a look at the contents of the safe before going to bed. It contains all his criminal records for so many years, and is also his talisman. Because if something happens to him, it will involve a lot of people above him. Therefore, he had to keep these things safe. This was both ensuring his own safety and the safety of the people above him. After confirming the contents of the safe, Wang Hongyuan closed the safe and left the study. Huada spaced out for a long time until he heard the sound of the door closing from the bedroom on the 3rd floor, then he re-entered the house. He quickly walked to the mural, removed it, and then entered the combination to the safe. Click. After a slight sound, Huada managed to open the safe. There was nothing inside, only a USB flash drive. Inside this USB flash drive, all of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records are recorded, so as long as they are made public, Wang Hongyuan can be brought down. Note, this item cannot be handed over to the officials have Wang Hongyuan's umbrella, the contents of this USB flash drive can only be made public through special means. Huada looked at the flash drive in his hand and was shocked. What he was shocked about was not that it contained Wang Hongyuan's criminal record, but that the official hierarchy actually had Wang Hongyuan's protective umbrella. However, all of this is not important, what is important is that Wang Hongyuan will definitely die. Huada put the USB flash drive into his pocket, then restored the safe and the mural to their original state. Then he tumbled out of the window again and reintegrated into the night. After leaving Linglong Court, Huada returned to the hotel at the first opportunity and then called Su Jun. After the operation at the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange was over, Su Jun handedly lay over to the people below for interrogation. He, on the other hand, conducted a secret interrogation of Deng Changnian. But what Su Jun didn't expect was that Deng Changnian's mouth was as hard as his bones, and he failed to crack open Deng Changnian's mouth even when he tried his best. If it is not lynching, he would like to give Deng Changnian on the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. At this time, Su Jun just came out from the prison where Deng Changnian was held, and received a call from Huada. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Jun couldn't wait to ask, "Huada, how's it going on your side? Did you find any evidence?" Huada whispered, "Well, I found a USB flash drive from the safe in Wang Hongyuan's villa. I haven't looked at it yet, but I think there should be something we want inside." When Su Jun heard this, he was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Where are you now? I'll go over to you right away." But at this time, Huada asked in return, "Brother Su, if I were to give you the USB flash drive, what would you do?" Su Jun froze, then subconsciously returned, "Of course, I would hand him over to the relevant departments and let them follow up on it." "No way." Huada flatly refused. "I suspect that there will be Wang Hongyuan's protection umbrella at the top of the official hierarchy. Once this USB flash drive is handed over to the relevant departments, I'm afraid that I can only cure Wang Hongyuan's crime." Su Jun sniffed and frowned. He just didn't think of this layer just now, but after listening to Huada's explanation, he then realized the seriousness of the problem. To say that there was no one above Wang Hongyuan, Su Jun would never believe it. If he really gave the USB flash drive to the relevant departments, it might really happen as Huada said. As a people's police officer, he always kept in mind the oath he made under the national emblem. "What are you going to do?" Su Jun asked. Huada pondered for a moment, then spoke, "I'm going to publicize him." Through this period of contact, he knew that Su Jun was a person who could be trusted. Therefore, Huada did not hide his next plan from him. As expected, Su Jun immediately expressed his support after hearing Huada's plan. "Good, take care of yourself, and on my side, I will also continue interrogating Deng Changnian to see if I can pry any useful information out of him." After that, the two of them chatted a few more times, and then they went their separate ways. 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Weibo, Douyin, Penguin, and other major social media platforms, a shocking content appeared at the same time. It recorded all of Wang Hongyuan's criminal records, which included bribing and accepting bribes, organizing human organ trafficking, acting as an umbrella for dark forces, and a series of other crimes. Not only that, the contents also implicated a series of official executives. For a time, the whole of China was in turmoil. And the originator of all this, Huode, is a calm face out of the internet cafe. The reason why he was so calm. For one thing, he had exchanged the super hacker card from the system mall to ensure that no one would trace him. Secondly, he utilized the universal human skin mask to become the appearance of Deng Changyan's little brother, so even if he was captured by the surveillance cameras, no one would be able to track him down. Chapter 49, The Multi-Millionaire. As the incident fermented, Wang Hongyuan's crimes were disclosed one by one. Jiangqing's officialdom, and even the entire Jiangnan province's officialdom ushered in a major earthquake, with several provincial executives all falling into the net. Not only that, but even the central government had a few senior officials involved. Although this matter has caused a lot of commotion, but through this incident also let the Chinese people for the Chinese official clean and honest image has a further understanding. This was also considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, the biggest beneficiary of this matter is not Huode. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Divine Intelligence, degree of completion, perfection, reward points 100W, remaining points 119W. Ding! Since the host has completed the God level information perfectly, the system has evolved and opened a new ability, the Virtual Warehouse. Virtual Warehouse, a portable storage space with unlimited area for storing all kinds of inanimate objects. Ding! I'm going. Virtual Warehouse. It's actually a virtual warehouse. Seeing the system prompt, Huoda's heart immediately rejoiced. Isn't this just like the storage ring in immortal cultivation novels? With this thing, can't you rob a bank without realizing it? Of course, Huode was just thinking about it. As a good young man, he could never do such illegal things. However, the bank couldn't be robbed, but he could sell that Han Dynasty Hutian Jade Jubilee. Previously, he had bought this jade biscuit in order to give it to the Lin family's old man as a birthday gift, but because of some unpleasant things that happened during the birthday ceremony, he didn't have the time to give the jade biscuit away. Since this was the case, Huode wanted to sell the jade for some cash. After all, he was still quite short of money right now. As for a congratulatory gift, there was nothing that was a better congratulatory gift than an urban village renovation project. With the collapse of Wang Hongyuan, the Wang family and his son were also arrested, and the Wang group was seized and auctioned. This urban village project naturally fell into the hands of the Lin family. Ding bell! The cell phone rang, pulling Huoda's thoughts back to reality. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Lin Wanner calling. This is a call from the Lin family's old man. The Lin family has gotten the urban village renovation project. He wants to thank you in person. Huode smiled and picked up the phone. Hello, is this little Hua? This is Lin Jinghua. Elder Lin, what do you want to see me about? Huode asked, feigning ignorance. Xiaohua, old man, I want to thank you. We've got the urban village renovation project. See, when you're free, I want to thank you in person. Elder Lin, you're too polite. You're Wan Air's grandfather. That's my elder. This is all I should do. Hearing Huode say this, Lin Jinghua's cheerful laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Good boy, then this meal is all the more reason to eat it, but it's not for thanks, it's for you and Wan Air's engagement. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lin Wanner's shy voice suddenly rang out on the phone. Obviously she was very surprised by Lin Lao's sudden proposal of an engagement. Lin Jinghua laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. What, our family Wan Air is still shy? You and Xiao Hua are in love with each other, not to mention engagement is no problem to get married right away. Huode sniffed and was also embarrassed for a while. I didn't expect the old man to be so open. After that, Huode and Lin Wanner chatted a few more times before hanging up. As for the engagement, there is no rush. Men, of course, must first establish a career before starting a family. When it comes to establishing a business, you have to sell the Hutian Jade jewelry first. Sold to whom? The first thing that comes to Huoda's mind is Wan Yukai. The Hutian Jade is originally from the hands of Wan Yukai to buy, and he has been missing this piece of Hutian Jade. Think he will be very happy to take over. Thinking of this, Huode took a taxi to the antique market. Antique market, Wan Bo Gu. Wan Yukai has been in the limelight these past few days. After he surrendered the Heavenly Sun's treasure seal to the state, he seemed to have lost a lot, but he actually gained a lot. The first thing was fame. In the business of antiques, the most important thing was reputation. Secondly, there was the string of titles. He was originally the president of the Jiangcheng Antiques Association, and was indeed one of the most important figures in Jiangcheng, but he was nothing after leaving Jiangcheng. But now, he had transformed into the vice president of the Huaxia Antique Association. Don't look at just a vice, but this is the Huaxia Antique Association. That is a serious national nature of the organization. I don't know how many people are waiting to flatter him. Along with that, his business has also gotten a lot better lately. The income from these few days alone was as much as his income for most of the year. But sometimes happiness coming too suddenly wasn't always a good thing. Right now, for example, there wasn't much good stuff left in his Wan Bao Gu. What's left are basically some fake goods, which are fine for the general public, but not for those who are rich enough to sell them. So, he is worried. Worry hand no good objects. At this moment, Huoda's figure appeared at the door. Wan Lao, busy? Wang Yukai hears the voice and looks up, seeing that it's Hwode. A smile immediately blooms on his face. Isn't this little friend Hwa what brings you here? Wang Yukai welcomes Hwode in and personally brews him a pot of fine pu'er tea. After Hwode tasted it, he said right to the point, does boss one still remember the piece of Hatian jade jewel I bought at the beginning? Remember, of course I do. Wang Yukai immediately replied. Hwode doesn't say this okay, once he says it, he gets angry. He had played with antiques for his whole life, but he had never thought that he would fall in front of Hwode. But also because of this matter, the two do not fight, which has the back to let Hwode to help identify the matter of the seal of the Son of Heaven. It is not too much to say that Hwode is Wang Yukai's honored person. Only, when Wang Yukai thought of a piece of Hatian jade that was worth $10 million, was sold by himself at a price of $60,000. He felt a loss no matter how he thought about it. Seeing Wang Yukai's expression, Hwode also guessed what he was thinking in his heart. He doesn't beat around the bush and says directly, Elder One, I want to sell the Hatian jade jewelry, do you want it? Yes, of course I do. Hearing Hwode say that he wants to sell the Hatian jade jewel, Wang Yukai's voice goes up an octave in excitement. But after calming down, he looks at Hwode and asks, how much are you going to sell? Hwode didn't answer, but asked back, how much are you prepared to give? The other party's psychological price is at 1500 W, you just don't have to rush to say yes, the other party will automatically bring the price up. 1500 W. Rao already knew that this jade was valuable, but how could Hwode not expect it to be so valuable? Seeing Hwode's strange smile, Wang Yukai tentatively stretched out a finger and said, 1000 W? Hwode didn't say anything and continued to stare at Wang Yukai. 1200 W? Hwode still didn't speak. 1300 W? 1500 W, no more. Deal. Seeing Hwode finally let go, Wang Yukai was also finally relieved. The market price of this Han Dynasty Hetian jade was between 1200 W 1400 W, and the reason why he would spend 1500 W to buy it back was mainly because he really didn't have any more valuable and good objects in his store. Secondly, with his current reputation in the antique world, it would not be a problem for him to sell this jade for a few million more. So for him to buy it for 1500 W, he still had something to earn. Then, Wang Yukai was very quick to transfer 1500 W to Hwode's account. Hwode also directly handed over the Hatian jade jewelry to Wang Yukai. The transaction was completed. Hwode has just completed the class leap and has become a veritable multi-millionaire. Chapter 50, Brainwashed every year, this year is especially more. After having money, Hwode feels his waist pole is worth it, even walking with the wind. Hwode took a six-parent step and just walked out of the antique market ready to fight back when he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the side of the road. Surprisingly, it was his beautiful landlord, Yi Yunyao. Looking at her anxious appearance, it seemed that her car had broken down halfway. Hi, beautiful girl, do you need help? Hwode went forward and greeted warmly. At this moment, Yi Yunyao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was in a hurry to return to the company, but the car suddenly broke down halfway. She called the 4S store and was told that a tow truck would take about half an hour to arrive. She couldn't just park the car on the side of the road. Just when Yi Yunyao was at a loss, she actually ran into Hwode. It's you! You came just in time, do me a favor. I've already called a tow truck, but I'm in a hurry to go back to the company. In a while you help me send the car to the 4S store, I'll treat you to dinner later. After saying that, without waiting for Hwode to agree, he stopped a cab and left. Hwode is left alone in the wind. Hwode is directly speechless, what kind of thing is this? However, Hwode still stayed in the same place waiting for the tow truck to arrive. In this way, Hwode waited for half an hour before the tow truck arrived. Then, the tow truck dragged Yi Yunyao's Big Ben and carried Hwode to the 4S store. Yi Yunyao's car was towed to be tested, but Hwode didn't leave directly. Instead, he looked at the car in the 4S store. He had wanted to buy a car for transportation, so he took the opportunity today to see if there was anything he liked. Mr. Buying a car? The sales lady at the 4S store was polite and didn't look down on Hwode because he was dressed in ordinary clothes. This was called professionalism. Although in this society nowadays, there is still a lot of judging people by their appearance. But in this line of sales, the most taboo for profiling. Because no one knew if there would be an ordinarily dressed tycoon coming over to buy something. You can take a look, these are the popular models in our store, there are detailed descriptions on this. Hwode took the leaflet handed over by the other party and looked at it carefully. Mercedes-Benz CLA 2024 C200 4-door bridge sports car, official guide price 30.92 W, now the discounted guide price 23.92 W, a direct drop of 7 W. Mercedes-Benz CLE 2024 C260 Bridge Roadster, official guide price 45.76 W, now discount guide price 37.76 W, straight down 8 W. Mercedes-Benz CLE Class AMG 2024, official guide price 71.88 W, now order to send a full car invisible car code, full car film, 5 times maintenance. The flyer, that a handsome car, really makes people very moved. Hundreds of thousands of cars for the current Hwada is not expensive, after all, he has more than 10 million in hand. But the problem was that these cars were not what Hwada wanted. Hello, do you have SUVs here? In Hwada's opinion, a man should drive an SUV, driving a sedan is too petty. The young lady smiled and said, yes, please follow me. With that, the salesgirl brought Hwada to the SUV showroom. As soon as he walked into the SUV's showroom, Hwada's eyes were attracted by the big guy parked in the center. Mercedes-Benz Big G. The dream car that every boy wants to own. And this one wasn't even an ordinary Mercedes Big G, but an AMG G63. Yo, isn't this Lickspill Hwada? Suddenly, a voice with a mocking, unexpected sound rang out in the showroom. Hwada twisted his head to look, and a woman with a hot body walked in on the arm of a young man in an extraordinary dress. The one who spoke was none other than that young man. Hwada frowned and looked at the other party suspiciously, obviously not recognizing who the other party was. But the other party called himself a dog licker, so he should know him. Who are you? Rubbish. You dead-licking dog actually don't recognize me, very arrogant? At those words, Hwada's brows tightened as he felt the hostility on the other party. But the problem was, he didn't recognize the other party at all. Zhou Xiao, who is he? The woman beside him glanced at Hwada, then revealed a look of disgust. A beggar, poor, licking dog, who likes toad wanting to eat swan meat. Beauty, I think you'd better not receive him, he's just a poor guy who can't afford any car, you'd better come to receive me. I'm sorry sir, this gentleman since he came to the store is our customer, we should receive him, if you need to buy a car, I can call other colleagues to come over to receive you. The sales young lady's answer was somewhat out of Hwada's expectation. After all, the other party had said that she was poor, and she was still able to respond in such an unassuming manner, showing how professional she was. What the hell, kindly persuade you don't listen, wait to cry. Go, brother take you to buy a car. Zhou Xiao, you're so nice, mama. The two people played a wave like no one else, and then looked at the car on their own. Hwada was speechless, what is this all about? Who did he provoke? Somehow out of the brainwashed scolded himself a pass. The key is that he still doesn't know who the other party is and what his name is, which is a pain in the ass. Name, Zhou Tao, information, an ordinary rich second generation in Jiangcheng, used to follow Wang Hao around, because you hit the Wang family in the face at Lin Jinghua's birthday banquet, thus harboring a grudge against you. After Wang Hao was arrested, he wanted to use the opportunity to step on you to get to the top. Hwada was speechless, what is this all about? What's this all about? If you're on top, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm in your way. Sir, I'm really sorry, I'll continue to introduce you, which car do you have your eye on? The salesgirl was very polite, and her professionalism is nothing to sneeze at. From start to finish, she was very respectful to Hwada. Just introduce this AMG G63. Put. At this time, Zhou Tao, who was not far away, directly laughed coldly after hearing these words from Hwada. Just you. Do you know how expensive the G63 is? You're afraid you can't even afford a tire, right? Grass, whether I can afford it or not is none of your business, who do you think you are? Not only do I want to buy the G63, but I also want to buy the top of the line. This is intolerable. The other party provoked again and again, even the mudman also has a 3-point fire. Hwada finally couldn't stand it anymore and directly disliked him. Just you? Still paying full price for the top end? You're ing here to be funny. If you can afford it, I'll kneel down and call you dad. Zhou Tao said very arrogantly, not believing for a second that Hwada was able to buy the top-end G63 with full payment. You have to know that the starting price of a top-of-the-line G63 is more than $2 million, and this does not include the options, as well as some of the costs that are messed up. The top of the G63 plus some options, insurance, car tax, etc., landing at least $3 million. Beat him to death, do not believe Hwada this poor can afford to buy more than 3 million G63. Okay, this is what you said, you'll wait to kneel down and call your father. Chapter 51 Pretending to be a bully has a price to pay. Although Hwada was only 25 this year, he didn't mind having an extra good older son. After all, this was the other party taking the initiative to stick his face out for him to hit, so how could he fail Zhou Tao's good intentions? Beauty, I'll take this car, swipe your card. Saying this, Hwada took out a savings card from the construction bank. Just now, he had already seen that the show car in front of him was a top-of-the-line G63. He was prepared to buy this G63 on the spot and make Zhou Tao kneel down and call his father. Not for anything else, just want to export bad gas. Friendly reminder, this program is not the best decision, please think carefully, if you insist, the system will not block it. Hwada frowned, not knowing why the system would pop up such a prompt. But so what if it's not the best option? People live for one breath, they don't steam buns to fight for their breath. The original owner of this body is living too suffocating, he is not easy to be rich, can't he pretend to make a face? Hwada ignored the prompts in front of him, and directly handed the bank card to the sales lady. The company's website is a great place to find out more about the company's products and services, and it's a great place to find out more about the company's products and services. What? What does it mean? Let yourself give up your car to the other party. This is to let him hit his own face? This G63 has safety hazards. Driving this car will be 100% car accident. The other party will become a vegetable after buying the vehicle car because of the accident, and his female partner will die because of this. Hua did just ready to pretend, but was stunned by this sudden change of heart. Along with that, he immediately retracted the bank card that he had handed out. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tao immediately turned on the mocking mode once again. Poor bastard, can't even afford a G63, still dare to pretend to be a bully in front of your grandfather, who gave you the courage? Beauty, I'll take this car, hurry up and swipe the card. Saying this, Zhou Tao pulled out a bank card with gold trim from his pocket. The sales lady looked at Hoda and saw that he was indifferent and could only take Zhou Tao's bank card and handle the car purchase procedures for him. In a short while, she handed Zhou Tao the keys to this G63. Subsequently, Zhou Tao will take his female companion. Driving the G63 left the 4S store. Seeing the two of them leave, the sales lady then said to Hoda, "Sir, sorry for making you have a bad experience." Hoda didn't expect the other party to actually turn around and comfort him. To know, this was something he had given up on himself. This sales young lady is a kind and simple person who saved the other party's life because of your good deed. Nani? Save the other person's life yourself? If you hadn't given up on buying the car, she would have accompanied you on the test drive and lost her life in a car accident. I see. Buying a car is definitely a test drive, and if the system hadn't suddenly popped up with information, it was very likely that he would have let the other party take him for a test drive, at which time a very serious car accident would definitely occur. And since he had been transformed by a genetic potion, even if he was injured, I'm sure it wouldn't be too serious. But she was different. Beauty, what's your name? Ha? My surname is Liu. Hello Ms. Liu, my name is Hoda. Do you have another G63 here? It needs to be the top of the line kind. Mr. Hua, do you still want to buy a G63? Lu Anren was confused by Huada's question. Why do you still want a G63? If you want a G63, why did you just pull out your bank card and not pay for it? Although it was strange, Lu Anren still spoke up and said, I'm sorry Mr. Hua, we only have one top-of-the-line G63 in our store, the one we just had. If you want the top-of-the-line G63, you need to place an order and then wait for the manufacturer to ship it. How long do I need to wait? Huada is aware of this kind of luxury car, because there are a lot of optional parts, so the optional parts are different for different consumers, so there will rarely be a current car, usually have to wait for a few months. Lu Anren picked up the tablet and checked it and said, the fastest will be 1 month. A month, a bit long. Although Huada loved the G63, he couldn't wait for a month if he was asked to wait. Instead of waiting for a month, he might as well go buy a car of another brand. Seeing Huada's slightly disappointed expression, Lu Anren hurriedly opened his mouth and said, if Mr. Hua is not willing to wait for too long, he can increase the price of the purchase and only wait for about a week. Price increase to buy a car. This is a very common thing. Some models are too popular, coupled with the lack of production capacity of the car company, many 4S stores will launch a price increase to buy a car program. In fact, the price increase to buy a car is not to let the car company to speed up the production speed, but in advance of the manufacture of vehicles with price increases. After all, no one knows whose orders the car companies will produce first. Alright, a price increase is a price increase, just place an order for me. With that, Huada then pulled out his bank card once again. This time, he didn't take back his bank card halfway again. 1 minute later, the G63 driven by Zhou Tao will be involved in a car accident with a mud tanker filled with cement tanks at an intersection. Zhou Tao's female companion will be killed on the spot, and although Zhou Tao's life is not in danger, he will become a vegetable because of it. 1 minute later. Just as Lu Anren was going through the booking procedures for Huada, a 4S store staff member suddenly rushed into the store in a hurry. It's not good, it's not good. There's a car accident at the intersection in front. It's just a car accident, what's all the fuss about? That's right. I'm used to car accidents at that intersection. No, the accident was caused by the G63 that we just sold in our store, and it was said that the cause of the accident was due to the failure of the brake system. What? Why don't you go and take a look? At this moment, Lu Anren was stunned that G63 had just been in a car accident. It was important to know that this car was originally going to be sold to Huada, but in the end, it was sold to Zhou Tao by mistake. Let's go take a look as well. Then, the two followed the people from the 4S store and rushed to the scene of the car accident. The scene of the crash was a mess. The mud tanker had overturned, and the entire vehicle was pressed against the body of the G63. The huge weight flattened half of the G63's body. It was also the case that Zhou Tao's female companion died on the spot. At this moment, various sirens came from the distance. The fire department was the first to arrive at the present, and then immediately launched a rescue. After half an hour of rescue, Zhou Tao was successfully rescued, but by now he had fallen into a coma. This person has suffered a serious impact on the brain, resulting in severe loss of intracranial nerves, and will be in a vegetative state for a long time. Not long after, Zhou Tao's female companion was also rescued. Only the other was not as lucky as Zhou Tao, and had long since lost her vital signs. At this moment, a police officer came in front of Huode and Lu Anren and asked Lu Anren, "Excuse me, are you Lu Anren? Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Lu Anren was taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. After all, the car Zhou Tao was driving was sold by her. It was inevitable to cooperate with the police investigation, but Huode believed Lu Anren would be fine. To put it bluntly, she is just a sales, even if there is something that is looking for the boss of this 4S store, will not find him. However, Huode still called Su Jun, explained to him what happened and asked him not to make things too difficult for Lu Anren. After that, Huode took a car and left the scene. Chapter 52, Yi Yunyao encounters trouble, the mysterious Jiang family's third young man. Not long after Huode returned home, he received a call from Yi Yunyao. "I heard that there was a serious car accident near the 4S store in the afternoon. Are you alright?" Yi Yunyao asked worriedly over the phone. "Do you want me to be not okay, or not okay?" Huode flirted. "Listening to your tone, I think you should be fine," Yi Yunyao said without any good humor. The two of them were not considered to be familiar with each other, and counting today, they had only seen each other twice. But after this conversation, the relationship between the two was considered to be a lot closer. It wasn't like the relationship between a landlord and a tenant, it was more like a friend. "By the way, your car has been sent to a 4S store for repair. It seems like it needs to be fixed for a few days," Huode said. "Well, the 4S store has already called me. Thank you for today." Speaking here, Yi Yunyao paused for a moment before speaking again. "Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, I'll treat you to dinner, just as a thank you. There's no reason to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation, even if you've eaten that you have to go." "Okay, I'll send you the address, see you later." "See you later." Night falls, the lights come on. Although Jiangcheng is only a small third-tier city, it is also very lively at night. Huode took a taxi to the place he had agreed with Yi Yunyao. This is a Western restaurant that looks very good. When Huode arrived, Yi Yunyao was already waiting at the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing Yi Yunyao, Huode immediately walked over, then scratched his head and said, "It's okay, I also just arrived not long ago." Yi Yunyao smiled at Huode and then said, "Let's go in." The waiter then led the two into the restaurant. Huode followed behind Yi Yunyao, admiring her back. During the daytime, because of the rush, Huode didn't pay too much attention to Yi Yunyao's outfit today. At this moment, looking at Yi Yunyao's charming back, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Truly a special thing on earth. A head of long, shiny black hair swayed gently with her steps, emitting a faint fragrance. A simple yet elegant black dress outlined her delicate figure to the fullest. The two of them came to a table by the window and sat down. Outside the window was a bustling night scene of Jiangcheng. The waiter hands over the menu. Yi Yunyao orders a few of this side's signature dishes and then hands the menu to Huode. Huode saw that Yi Yunyao ordered a lot, so he didn't order any more, but he did ask for a bottle of red wine. Since he was eating Western food, there was no reason not to drink red wine. Not many people came to eat in the Western restaurant, so the dishes were served quickly. In a short while, the dishes were served. Then the waiter poured red wine for the two of them. Yi Yunyao picked up the wine glass and said, "Huode, thank you so much for today. If it wasn't for you, I would have been in trouble today." The two clinked their glasses and took a shallow sip. Huode puts down his glass and asks, "Look at you, are you in some kind of trouble?" Yi Yunyao smiled and said, "Nothing, it's all been resolved." The other party did not tell the truth. She only solved the problem temporarily, but there will be more trouble to follow. Huode frowned slightly. Since Yi Yunyao doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't pursue it any further. The two of them pushed their glasses and soon the red wine was almost at the bottom. Of course, most of it was drunk by Yi Yunyao. It could be seen that she was not in a good mood, and this was an attempt to use wine to dispel her sorrows. Seeing Yi Yunyao's sad face, Huode can't help but say again, "Do you have something on your mind? Say it out to see if I can help. Even if I can't help, I can help you think of a way together." Perhaps a little drunk from drinking too much, Yi Yunyao didn't refuse again this time. "In fact, I run a few chain of beauty salons. Before the business has been very stable, the reputation is also good, but recently there are often people come to make trouble, and there is also a serious loss of customers." "Loss of customers, that should be done by a competitor, right?" Huode asked. As the saying goes, peers are enemies, such an obvious thing Yi Yunyao should not be unaware of. At this time, Yi Yunyao continued, "If it's just a loss of customers, it's just that. Lately those authorities have been coming over for inspections every 3 days, and there's even a store that's been shut down because the firefighting facilities aren't up to snuff. This afternoon, they came to inspect again. It's good that I went back in time, otherwise another store would have been closed." Upon hearing this, Huode's brows furrowed. This was no longer just business competition. Obviously, this was someone trying to bring down Yi Yunyao's beauty parlor. "Do you know who did this?" Huode asked. Yi Yunyao shook her head and said, "It would be good if I knew who it was. The problem is that I don't." "Have you offended someone recently?" Huode continued to pursue. Yi Yunyao shook her head again. She really couldn't think of anyone she had offended. Just at this moment, Yi Yunyao's cell phone suddenly rang. After Yi Yunyao picked up the phone, her face instantly changed. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yunyao immediately got up and said, "I'm sorry, something happened in my store, I have to go back immediately." "I'll go with you," Hua De said. After all, Yi Yunyao had drank so much wine, Hua De really didn't feel comfortable letting her leave alone. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yunyao nodded and agreed to Hua Da's proposal. Then, after Yi Yunyao finished checking out, the two of them took a taxi together to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. When the two arrived, they found the beauty salon in a mess, as if it had just been ransacked. "Mr. Yi, you're finally back. How come? What happened?" While the two were talking, Hua De was also looking around. A beauty parlor that has just been vandalized by punks. The other party came to the dark side when the open didn't work. At this time, Yi Yunyao also learned what happened from the clerk's mouth. Half an hour ago, a group of punks suddenly rushed into the store and then started vandalizing it without any explanation. Many customers were scared away after seeing this scene and asked for their cards back, threatening never to come back. "Did you call the police?" Yi Yunyao asked. The clerk immediately returned. "The police have come, they accessed the surveillance, said they will investigate but need time. The punks are just getting paid to do their job, there's someone else behind the scenes. It's useless." At this time, Hua De spoke up. "These punks are just getting paid to do their job, even if they are caught, they can't ask anything, the most important thing is to find the person behind the punks." Zhangchang was not too big and not too small. If it was about finding someone alone, there were times when the police weren't as good as the punks. "Let me make a call first and ask around, see if there are any clues." Saying this, Hua De called Yellow Hair. The phone was quickly connected. "Yellow Hair, ask for me who smashed Yaoguang Beauty Hall half an hour ago." "Okay, boss." Yellow Hair's efficiency was high, and it didn't take long to inquire about the person who smashed the store. "Boss, I've inquired, it's someone called Vulture, he was previously a henchman under Deng Changyan, and now he's pulled in dozens of his own minions to form his own faction. I also inquired that he has recently gotten very close to the Zhang family's third young man." "Zhang family's third young man?" Hua De recited. "Okay, I know, hard work." After hanging up the phone, Hua De found Yi Yunyao and asked, "Do you recognize the Zhang family's third youngest?" Yi Yunyao's brows furrowed when she heard this. She didn't know who the Zhang family's third youngest was, but she did recognize someone surnamed Zhang recently. Could it be him? Chapter 53, The Undercurrent of Zhang City. Jiangchang. Tian Nightclub. Originally, the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange was the largest entertainment center in Jiangchang, but with the downfall of Deng Changyan, the Heavenly Palace Entertainment Exchange was seized by the police, and the Heavenly Nightclub jumped to become the largest entertainment center in Jiangchang. Business was more than several times higher than usual. At this moment, inside the supreme box of the Heavens Beyond nightclub, more than a dozen heavily made-up women surrounded a few well-dressed men, sitting or standing, smiling and laughing, scratching their heads, and trying their best to be charming. The lights in the box are dim and disorienting, colorful lights flashing, creating a kind of drunken atmosphere. The air was filled with the mixed odor of tobacco, alcohol and perfume, making people involuntarily intoxicated. The young man sitting in the very center had four women sitting on his left and right sides, enjoying their services as if they were emperors. This man was none other than the third youngest member of the Zhang family in the provincial city, Zhang Wenba. "Young Jiang, as per your order, I have already told someone to go to Yi Yunyao's store. I believe she will soon take the initiative to come to your door and beg you." At this moment, a middle-aged man not far from Zhang Wenba said fawningly. When Zhang Wenba heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smug smile and said, "Good job, I promise on that matter." Zhang Wenba's words just fell. The middle-aged man hurriedly picked up his glass and thanked. "Thank you for cultivating Zhang Xiao. This glass of wine is my toast to you. I'm dry, you feel free." After saying that, he finished the foreign wine in the cup in one gulp. Although the foreign wine was spicy, the man's heart was all sweet. As long as he had Zhang Wenba's support, he would be able to sit as the underground emperor of Jiangcheng as he wished. After Deng Changyan's downfall, Jiangcheng's underground forces are in chaos. In addition to the original forces under Deng Changyan, even the underground forces of several other neighboring cities also wanted to come to Jiangcheng to get a piece of the pie. Of course, it is not only the underground forces in Jiangcheng that are in turmoil, but also the business community in Jiangcheng has experienced some turmoil. The urban village renovation program is a huge piece of cake, to say the least. There are tens of billions of revenue. When Wang Hongyuan was around, no one dared to covet this piece of cake. But as soon as Wang Hongyuan fell from power, some cowboys and snakes jumped out. Even though the project had been given to the Lin family, as long as the project didn't start, these cowards wouldn't give up. Zhang Wenba came to Jiangcheng this time for this project. Just a few days after his arrival, he met Yi Yunyao and fell in love with her at first sight. At first, Zhang Wenba intended to pursue Yi Yunyao openly. However, Yi Yunyao didn't pay any attention to Zhang Wenba. Afterwards, Zhang Wenba brought out his name as the third youngest member of the Zhang family. However, Yi Yunyao still didn't pay attention to him, and didn't even know what the Zhang family's third young man was. After repeated setbacks, Jiang Wenba completely stopped pretending and directly exposed his playboy face. Began to use some on the surface means, want to force Yi Yunyao to give in. Yi Yunyao's store also began to be targeted from this time. Only, Yi Yunyao didn't know that the culprit of all this was Jiang Wenba. Yao Guang Beauty Hall. After Yi Yunyao learned from He De that it was the third youngest member of the Jiang family who was up to no good, she looked for someone to inquire about the other party. It was a shock to find out. This Jiang family's third young man actually has a big head. Although Yi Yunyao is considered a rich woman, but only a little money. Compared to the huge Jiang family, Yi Yunyao's family background is not worth mentioning. The Jiang family's power in the provincial capital was very large, involved in many fields, and had a deep influence in both the political and business worlds. Yi Yunyao realized that she might have run into big trouble this time. If I can't, I'll close the store. After thinking about it, Yi Yunyao made the worst possible plan. However, just at this moment, the cell phone in He Da's pocket suddenly rang. Taking out the phone, he saw that it was actually Elder Lin calling. "Hey, Elder Lin, you're looking for me?" He Da asked. "Little Hua, this time you have to help our Lin family. The Jiang family in the provincial city wants the urban village renovation project in our hands. If we don't give it to them, they are going to exterminate our Lin family." Lin Lao said anxiously on the phone. "The Jiang family again?" He Da exclaimed. "Elder Lin, I know, leave this to me." Although the Jiang family did not provoke He Da, but when they provoked his woman, he would not do anything regardless. That's right, from the first moment he saw Yi Yunyao, He Da had internalized her as his woman. "Jiang family? Let me meet this behemoth." After leaving from Yaoguang Beauty Hall, He Da skipped to a barbecue stall alone. Western food was not filling, plus he didn't eat a few bites before following Yi Yunyao to the store, and now he's long been hungry. He Da ordered some skewers and asked for 2 more beers to drink. The Jiang family is not compared to the Wang family. The Jiang family is a big family in the provincial city, a real powerful family. To bring down such a huge family, one had to think long and hard. He Da dried a glass of beer, and with a few skewers of kebabs in his belly, he finally relieved some of his hunger. Honestly speaking, he hadn't jerked a skewer like this for a long time. The last time he remembered jerking a skewer was the last time. After 10 minutes, He Da still felt only 7 points full after sending the last lamb skewer into his belly. So, he ordered another pot of big oil side. However, just at this moment, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. "Kid, hurry up and leave when you're done eating, we'll take this seat." "Ah? Who are you guys? Can't you see I haven't finished eating yet? You think I'm blind, this is all empty plates, you tell me you haven't finished eating? Who says you can't order more if you've finished?" He Da looked at the other side came 4 or 5 young people, that arrogant look, looks like not like ordinary people's children. He had seen rich second generation like Wang Hao, Zhou Tao, so he could tell at a glance that the other party should all be rich second generation. But the group of people in front of him were clearly quite a few notches higher than those two. The contempt that flowed out of these few people's eyes was from the bottom of their bones. It was as if looking at anyone was a feeling of inferiority. If it was an ordinary person who saw them, they would be afraid that they would immediately turn around and run away, avoiding as far away as possible. But who was He Da? He was the man with the golden finger. How would he be afraid of these people? "Kid, here's $1,000, take advantage of the fact that I'm in a good mood now and hurry up to take the money and get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." At this time, one of the young men took out $100 bills from his pocket and threw them onto the table. He Da didn't even look at the money on the table, pulled out a pack of Tianyi from his pocket, lit a cigarette for himself, then took a deep breath and spat out a smoke ring and said indifferently, "1,000 a lot? I'll give each of you 1,000, now immediately roll for me." When those few rich second generation heard this, their faces changed, a hint of teasing flashed in their eyes, then they laughed out loud. "You actually use money to get rid of us? Funny, really funny, do you know who we are?" "I don't care who you are, hurry up and get lost or don't blame me for being rude to you." He Da returned the previous man's words as they were. In an instant, a trace of viciousness flashed across the faces of several people, as if they were about to prepare to strike at the drop of a hat. Chapter 54, The Plot of Dog Bites Dog. Seeing the change in the faces of several people, He Da was all ready to make a move. Who knows, the guy who took out the money before, counted dozens of $100 bills from his pocket again and threw them on the table and said, "Kid, here is 5,000, I'll say it one last time, take the money and get out. The people who are going to come in a while are not people you can mess with." At this time, the owner of the barbecue stall realized that something was wrong and hurriedly put down the work in his hands and ran over. "A few of you have something to say, I'll give a few of you another table, don't hurt the peace. Doing business, preaching a peace and harmony. No one would want a fight to happen in their store." Therefore, as soon as the boss saw that the situation was not right, he immediately ran over to persuade the fight. A few rich second generation saw that the boss had come, so they simply didn't pay attention to He Da, and instead, they directly started from the boss's side. "Boss, here's 10,000, the brothers have chartered the venue tonight, so hurry up and clear the scene." The guy who took out money before, took out another thick stack of $100 bills from his pocket and put it on the table. After saying that, he looked at Hoda provocatively. It looked like he was saying, "Since you're not leaving, then I'll just pack the venue and see if you leave." The boss was also in trouble at this time. His barbecue stall's business was good, but it wasn't to the point where he could earn 10,000 a night. This 10,000 was almost as much as half a month's income. And most of all, he could also see that these people in front of him were not small, and it was not something that he, a commoner, could afford to offend. The boss hesitated for a moment, but still put the money away, and then said to Hoda with an apologetic face, "Little brother, I'm really sorry, why don't I give you a free bill for this meal? Also, everyone here, all of them are free, they are all on me." Although this loss of a small few thousand, but compared to this 10,000, what is it? A middle-aged man relying on the barbecue stall to support his family, on the old and young, his wife to take care of the elderly and children do not work, the whole family's source of income depends on this barbecue stall, this $10,000 to catch up with the owner of half a month's income, he did not want to lose this opportunity to make money. Seeing this, Wada sighed helplessly. Every family has a hard time, it's not easy for anyone. Since the boss has said so, then I won't make it difficult for you, you pack the big oil side I just ordered. Okay. Although Hoda gave up his position, he didn't want to just hold his breath and leave it at that. "Hey, kid, you stop. What kind of eyes did you just have?" Hoda glanced at the other party a few times as he got up to leave. Originally, he wanted to find a place to hide, then wait for the gang to finish eating and give them an unforgettable lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party actually grasped at it. "It's nothing, it's just that I see that your seal hall is blackened, and I'm afraid that there will be a bloodbath," Hoda said with a serious face. "You know how to read faces?" The other party originally thought that Hoda would pop out a sentence to see what you do, who knows that he actually said that he would have a plague of blood. Looking at Hoda's fervent look, he really believed it. The art of reading, feng shui, this kind of in the eyes of ordinary people may be a vain thing, but in the eyes of this group of rich second generation, that is really this thing. Of course, Hoda can't read faces, he just thought of a way to get the best of both worlds, a way to teach these people a lesson, but also to frame Jiang Wenbo. That was to become Jiang Wenbo's appearance and then beat up this gang. Hoda didn't reply, but after showing a meaningful smile, he raised his head and left. Only he didn't go far, but hid in a corner. Not long afterward, a lengthened version of the executive Palmer pulled up at the side of the road. From the car came down a youth wearing sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, it's more pretentious than me. Hoda, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but spit out after seeing the other party's outfit. At this time, a few rich second generation immediately greeted the youth after seeing him. "Young Qian, you're here." "Aha!" That youth nodded and took off his sunglasses. It instantly revealed an angular face with upright features, wearing a white casual suit. One could tell that he was a son of a large family. Name, Chen Jun. Identity, second youngest of the Qin family in the provincial city. Character, arrogant and domineering, blind will be rewarded, flirtatious. This is a real top rich second generation in China, likes to hang out at roadside stalls, looking for young women, using his status as a rich second generation to hunt ordinary girls, then playing with each other's feelings, and kicking each other away when he's tired of playing. After the other party finishes the barbecue, they will go to the Tian nightclub, where it will be the best time to strike. At that time, a dog-eat-dog plot will be triggered, allowing the two top rich kids to tear each other apart. Dog-eat-dog. I like it. Hoda realized that this system was getting to know his mind. Half an hour later, the group of rich daughters who had finished their meal drove to the Heavens Beyond nightclub. Hoda also waved his hand and called a cab to follow. Although it was already late at night, Heavens Beyond was still brightly lit with singing. Hoda let the cab stop 100 meters away from Tian. Being so far away and in the middle of the night, no one would pay attention to Hoda. However, with Hoda's eyesight, he could see people 100 meters away. After Hoda got out of the car, he happened to see Qian Jun and his group enter the nightclub. Then the two horsemen said a few words to a middle-aged man, and the other man nodded and brought a few people into a private room. Only after all the people were gone did Hoda go around to the side of the nightclub and flip in through the toilet window. Jiang Wenbo was in the Supreme box, while Chen Jun was in the Emperor box. The two boxes were next door to each other, and neither side knew of the other's existence. You only need to wait here for a moment, and the two will deliver themselves to the door. At that moment, the door of the Supreme box suddenly opened, and a figure walked out from the box. Jiang Wenbo, who was a bit confused from drinking, staggered towards the bathroom. The drunken Jiang Wenbo is preparing to come to the restroom and will arrive at the bathroom in 1 minute. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Imperial box, Chen Jun is also getting ready to go to the drain. Chen Jun will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Good guy, two people came together. Hoda originally wanted to pretend to be Jiang Wenbo and then beat up Chen Jun, but now that the two of them had come together it was a bit difficult. Just then, Jiang Wenbo took the lead and walked into the bathroom. then walked straight into a single room. At this time, Huode suddenly had an idea and immediately changed into Jiang Wenba's appearance and came to the urinal. Huode was just about to release the water when Qianjun walked in and came to the urinal next to Huode. Each private room in Heavens Beyond Heaven had its own restroom, so the public restroom wasn't very big, with only 2 urinals. And coincidentally, both Jiang Wenba's and Qianjun's boxes had people in the restroom, so the two of them came out to use the restroom. Together with Huode hogging another urinal, Qianjun could only choose another one. Seeing Qianjun come in, Huode immediately loosened the closure and started to drain the water, then pretended to recognize Qianjun and turned around to greet him. "Yo, if it isn't young Qian." However, at this time, a yellow water column sprayed onto Qianjun's white suit. The clean white suit was instantly dyed yellow. Grass. UING. Chapter 55, Conflict Escalates, The Mountain Storms. Grass. You don't have ing eyes, where are you going? Qianjun would never have thought that he would actually be nourished and pissed on one day. He was just about to get angry when he saw a familiar face. "It's you! Why are you here?" Qianjun asked. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qian, I didn't hold back. Saying that, Huode soared towards Qianjun again. This time, the entire pant leg was covered in yellow urine stains, and Qianjun was completely furious. Although Qianjun and Jiang Wenba were both great young men from the provincial city, their personal relationship was not considered good. On the contrary, there were some grudges between the two. Of course, as the sons of 2 big families, some personal grudges were a normal thing. But Qianjun never expected that he would meet Jiang Wenba here, much less that Jiang Wenba would actually do something so disgusting. "You are ing looking for death." Qianjun roared angrily and raised his leg to kick towards Huode. However, Huode was nimble enough to dodge Qianjun's attack. Not to mention that Qianjun was drunk right now. Even if he hadn't been drinking, how could Huode's stance allow him to kick him? After Huode dodged Qianjun's attack, he immediately drilled into an empty single room. At this time, Jiang Wenba, who heard the commotion outside, walked out from another single room. Coincidentally at this time, Qianjun turned around just in time to see the real Jiang Wenba. Without saying a word, Qianjun swung his fist and rushed up. Pa! Jiang Wenba was uncertain, and after receiving a punch on his face from Qianjun, the whole person instantly sobered up a lot. Jiang Wenba rubbed his somewhat painful cheeks, stared angrily at Qianjun, and loudly questioned, "Qianjun, what are you mad about? What are you doing hitting me for no reason?" "For no reason? You know what you've done yourself." Qianjun didn't bother to talk nonsense and pounced on him once again, twisting and fighting with Jiang Wenba. And at this moment, the originator of all this, Huode, was hiding in the single room enjoying the boxing show between the two. Fight! Fight! Yeah, that's it, hit him in the face. Oops, counterattack, this stupid quick counterattack, Although Huode did not dare to make a sound, but in his heart, he was vigorously cheering for the two. As a result, the two wrestled for more than 10 minutes without distinguishing a winner. But just at this time, seeing that the two didn't go back for so long, the two's minions looked for them. Upon seeing the two people hugging and wrestling together in the restroom, they joined the battle circle. The single combat instantly turned into a group fight. Because Jiang Wenba's side had fewer people, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. After a few more minutes, the winner was finally revealed. At this time, everyone's body has Hung color, but the most miserable also belongs to Jiang Wenba. The whole person was beaten up, his face was swollen, his clothes were torn and tattered, he was in a sorry state. Qianjun wiped the blood on his hands, walked to Jiang Wenba's front and said disdainfully, "Jiang Wenba, remember this, it's not over. Let's go." Qianjun led his minions away. "Young Jiang, are you alright?" Jiang Wenba's junior brother helped him up and asked. "Damn it, you said if it's alright?" Jiang Wenba roared, "Send me to the hospital first. Then we won't take revenge?" "Revenge? I'm going to let Qianjun break into pieces." Although Jiang Wenba didn't know why Qianjun suddenly went crazy and hit him, it didn't matter. He only had one thought right now, and that was to let Qianjun die. Only after both groups of people had left the restroom did Huode slip out of the single room. At this moment, Huode's mood was extraordinarily good, and he knew that his plan had already achieved initial success. The next step was to let the two great young men from the provincial city bite the dog. After leaving Heavens Beyond Heaven, Huode went straight back home. At this time, inside a VIP ward of the First People's Hospital in Jiangchang. Jiang Wenba's hands were wrapped in bandages, his feet were in plaster, and he was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy face. His men stood by the bedside with bandages on their hands, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of offending Jiang Wenba, who was in the middle of a rage. "Young Jiang, calm down first, the doctor said that your side needs to recuperate," a henchman said carefully. Jiang Wenba snorted coldly and angrily looked at the henchman. "Recuperate? How the hell am I supposed to be quiet now? That bastard Qianjun actually dared to hit me, I want him to be broken into pieces." Seeing this, another henchman hurriedly stepped forward and advised, Zhang Xiao, but the other party is the second youngest member of the Qian family after all. If we really kill him, the Qian family will surely start a war against us, and at that time, when the old master blames it on us. He didn't go on with the latter words, but everyone knew that the consequences would be very serious once the two great families went to war. Zhang Wenba of course knew that the power of the Qian family could not be underestimated, but at this moment, he had long been overwhelmed by anger, so how could he care so much? What are you afraid of? Zhang Wenba slammed the edge of the bed, instantly pulling the wound and letting out a wail. After slowing down, Zhang Wenba angrily rebuked, so what if the Qian family? Could it be that my Zhang family is afraid of them? Moreover, today's matter was Qian Jun's first move. If I don't get the scene back, how can I still mix in the provincial city in the future? The men looked at each other after hearing this. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow Zhang Wenba's request. At the same time, a group of punks holding sticks squatted on Qian Jun, who was about to leave at the entrance of Heavens Beyond. As soon as Qian Jun stepped out of the door of Heavens Beyond, the gang of punks swarmed up. The gang of punks swarmed up to Qian Jun and beat him up without explanation. The unknown Qian Jun was knocked to the ground at once. By the time the police arrived, Qian Jun was already out of breath. Finally, on the way to the hospital, he died. Provincial city, Qian family. What, Jun's dead? Who was it? Who did this? Inside a luxurious villa, Qian Jun's father, Qian Dekai, roared with rage as he was overwhelmed with grief upon learning of his son's death. Check. Find out for me exactly who did it. I'm going to have his entire family buried with him. At this moment, Qian Dekai's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Master, I heard from second youngster's group of companions that second youngster had a clash with Zhang family's third youngster in Zhang city before. The two of them had a huge fight, and Zhang family's third youngster was even hospitalized by second youngster. Could this be Zhang family's third youngster's doing? Zhang family. No matter who it is, they will have to bury my son with them. Qian Dekai roared. The other side. Provincial city, Zhang family. Bastard. This rebellious son. Dad, now is not the time to blame third brother. I think the Qian family will definitely go after us this time. We still need to make preparations early. Zhang Yaozong, the head of the Zhang family, had also just learned that his youngest son had actually gotten Qian Jun, the second youngest of the Qian family, killed. Zhang Yaozong's face was horribly gloomy when he heard this. You're right, now is not the time for additional responsibility, we must take action immediately. Zhang Yaozong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he said, notify down immediately and have everyone get ready. Yes. Zhang Yaozong's eldest son, Zhang Wanhan, agreed and immediately turned around. With the escalation of the conflict between the two big families of Qianzhang, the entire Jiangnan province seemed to have a feeling that the mountain was raining. People from all walks of life in Jiangnan province were closely watching the dynamics between the Qian family and the Zhang family, and for a time, the direction of this great family feud touched the hearts of countless people. Chapter 56, The Dust Settles, a New Function in the System. The next day, Hua De woke up with a start and turned on the TV, and after seeing the morning news in Jiangcheng, the whole person was dumbfounded. Qian Jun actually died. He guessed that the two great young men would have a big fight, but he didn't expect that after just one night had passed, Qian Jun would actually hang up. Truly, the development of things had already gone out of his control. However, the war between the two great families was good news for him. First of all, Zhang Wenba had killed Qian Jun, so he wouldn't have the energy to hit Yi Yunyao's idea anymore, and Yi Yunyao's beauty store could resume normal business. The second is that the Jiangqing Urban Village project, there will be no more people staring at not letting go. After all, the two big families had gotten into an endless situation, either one of them would be completely relegated to history, or both of them would lose. Whichever it was, countless resources would appear after their downfall. And these resources could be much bigger than the urban village project. Furthermore, this was no longer just a battle between the two great families. There was also the battle of the forces behind them. It would be a long-lasting battle, and it would be impossible to tell the winner in a short period of time. Congratulations on completing a righteous intelligence, successfully pitted two playboys who endangered social stability and raped many young girls to death, and eliminated the families behind them in one fell swoop. The act saved many young girls in Huaxia from being poisoned. A great credit, hereby rewarding points, 200 W, justice points, 100. Justice points? What the hell is this? As the system prompt appeared, Hua De realized that the system had some new functions. Over the past few days, he had sort of figured out some of the system's laws. As long as he completes a mission, he will be rewarded with points, and there is also the possibility of obtaining other special rewards. If he came across a system evolution, new functions would also be opened. However, what the justice points were that appeared this time made him a bit puzzled. At this moment, the system panel appeared in front of Hua De's eyes. It was different from the past. There was an additional energy value in the character panel, and at this moment, the value of this energy value was exactly 100 points. What the hell is this thing and what is it for? Hoda covered his consciousness with curiosity, and then a prompt popped up in front of him. Completing a justice event will earn random justice points, which can be infused into any life target to make them abandon evil and become a righteous person with a conscience. Note, the human heart is treacherous, everyone has an evil side as well as a good side. Justice points can affect everyone's goodness or evilness, so please use them with caution. Although he didn't understand it very well, Hwode knew that this justice point should be able to influence a person's mind. If it is used on a person who has 10 evils, it can make him abandon his evil and turn into a good person. As for what would happen in the process, one could only wait for the opportunity to experiment with it. After reading the introduction of the new function, Hwode increasingly felt that this system exploded. It is simply a hanging existence. As long as he doesn't drift, with the system assisting him, he will inevitably stand at the top of the world. Ding bell. Hwode came back to his senses. It turned out to be the cell phone ringing. Picking it up, it was actually the sales lady from the 4S store that called yesterday. Lu Anren is calling me at this time. Can't it be that there is something wrong with my car? Hwode couldn't help but think in his mind. Your car didn't have any problems. On the contrary, Lu Anren called to inform you that your car has arrived at the store and can be picked up at any time. It's not, is it? Didn't they say that the new car would take a week to arrive? How come it's arrived after only one night has passed? Hwode picked up the phone in confusion. Hello, is this Mr. Hwa? This is Lu Anren from the Mercedes 4S store. It's me. What is it that Ms. Lu is looking for me for? Mr. Hwa, the car you ordered has arrived. So fast, didn't you say you had to wait a week? It's only been a night? It's like this, Mr. Hwa. The Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the provincial city had previously ordered a G63 exactly like the one you needed, but that buyer had an accident and couldn't make the final payment, so we brought the car over. Lu Anren said with a smile. Had an accident? This car was originally ordered by Chen Jun, but he died so he couldn't pay the final payment. Of course, Lu Anren didn't know the inside story. It's not true. This car was ordered by Chen Jun? Seeing the hint, Hwode didn't know for a moment if he should take this car or not. Say you don't mind, this car is brand new and hasn't been delivered yet. Say you don't mind. Chen Jun hung up after ordering this car. Of course, if he didn't know, he wouldn't care about this. But the key was that he knew now. At this moment, Hwode suddenly felt that the system prompt was a bit redundant. If the system didn't prompt him, he would definitely be at peace and happily go to pick up the car. But now, should he mention it or not? After agonizing for a moment, Hwode still decided to go and mention it. After all, if you miss this one, you still have to wait for a week. Besides, this car is brand new, Chen Jun did not even touch, it should not be so unlucky. After hanging up the phone, Hwode immediately took a taxi to the 4S store. Lu Anren, wearing a professional suit, waited at the door early, and after seeing the cab Hwode took stop, she personally went forward and opened the door for Hwode. Mr. Hwa, this is your car key and your big book. Your car is now taken to be tested and cleaned. You wait here for a while, I'll call you when it's ready. Because after yesterday's accident, the 4S store had an additional testing procedure before handing over the car. Although not every car would have a brake system failure, they were really scared. In case if something like this happened again, it would have a very big impact on the brand. Lu Anren brought Hwode to the VIP lounge and then after pouring him a glass of water, he went to follow up on the progress of the testing of Hwode's car. Hwode didn't know how long this inspection was going to last, so he got bored and pulled out his cell phone. He suddenly thought that Yi Yunyao didn't know about Jiang Wenba's accident yet, so he called her. Ms. Yi, this is Hwode. I want to tell you that the third youngest member of the Jiang family shouldn't bother you anymore after this, and your beauty salon can operate normally after this. Hwode didn't disclose the specifics, but only informed Yi Yunyao of the results. Really? That's really great. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Yunyao looked very happy after hearing this news and immediately said that she wanted to invite Hwode for dinner. Still the same, a beautiful woman invites, must go. Hwode smiled and agreed to Yi Yunyao's invitation, and the two of them agreed on the time and place for dinner before hanging up the phone. After that, Hwode called Master Lin again, informing the other party that he could develop the urban village project at ease. Who knew that Elder Lin had already received the news last night? Only he didn't think that it came from Hwode's handiwork. He was looking for Hwode at that time also belonged to the urgent medical treatment, and later calmed down after thinking that even if Hwode has some ability, it is impossible to fight over the provincial city that's several big families. Besides, just one night in the past, how could he possibly level these two big families? In Lin Xinggua's opinion, this was more of a coincidence. Of course, Hwode wouldn't be stupid enough to say that it was all his own doing. Since Lin Xinggua thought it was a coincidence, then it was a coincidence. Chapter 57, Joy gives birth to sadness, just picked up the car and got tailgate. Half an hour later. Hwode driving the new Mercedes-Benz G63 traveling on the road, the mood is not to mention how cool. But, as the saying goes, joy brings sorrow. At an intersection waiting for the traffic light, his new Big Ben was tailed. At this time, Hwode's heart, as if there are 10,000 grass mud horse galloped through. This is his new car, driving less than 1 kilometer. As a result, he was rear-ended. This luck should not be so good. Huode even thought about this luck, a moment afraid to go to buy a lottery ticket. Huode got out of the car with a depressed face to check the situation, only to see a pink battery car directly kissing the ass of the G63. And on the ground on the side was lying a woman wearing professional clothes with a better face. Huode had seen quite a few beautiful women during this time, but the other party gave him a different feeling. This feeling Huode cannot say, but just feel in front of this woman has a unique charm, let a person cannot help but be attracted. Perhaps this is the difference between a young woman and a young girl. Five-star General MacArthur once said that young people do not know the young woman is good, wrongly regarded the young girl as a treasure. In some aspects, young women did have an advantage over young girls. Hiss, it hurts. A cry of alarm pulled Hoda back to reality. He didn't have time to check the damage to the car and immediately stepped forward to help him up and inquire. Miss, are you alright? Sushi slowly stood up under Hoda's assistance, tightly locking her brows, obviously that fall just now was not light. She looked at her injuries, apart from a bit of skin rubbing, she just felt some pain in her ankle, but she was able to endure it. She looked up at Hoda, and then froze for a second, shocked by Hoda's face, but quickly reacted. I'm fine, thank you. It's good that you're fine, but next time drive with care, this is a new car that I just picked up, as well as this is a motorway, how can a battery car get on the motorway? At this time, Hoda has taken a look at the damage to the car. Fortunately, the rear bumper is not dented, just lost some paint, do not look closely at all cannot see. When Sushi heard Hoda's words, she lowered her head in some embarrassment and said softly, I'm sorry. I was in a hurry, so I didn't pay attention and rode onto the motorway, I'm really sorry. Is your car broken? Tell me a number, I'll compensate you. Hoda saw her sincere attitude, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated a few points. Of course, the main reason was that the damage to the car was not serious. Hoda sighed and said, forget it, it's good that the person is fine, but in the future, you must abide by the traffic rules, or else it will be easy to get into an accident. Susie nodded repeatedly and looked at Hoda gratefully, thank you, I'm really very sorry for causing you trouble. Hoda waved his hand and helped pick up her battery car. However, at this time, behind her, Susie once again resounded with a miserable scream. Hoda looked back, only to see the other party's body staggering, looking like she was about to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Between the flashes of lightning, Hoda hastily stepped forward and held her steadily in his arms, which prevented the other party from falling again. At this moment, Sushi was so scared that she lost her color and subconsciously grabbed Hoda's arm tightly because the two of them were too close. Hoda was able to clearly feel the faint aroma emitted by Sushi's body, as well as her body slightly trembling because of her nervousness. Hoda gulped and forced down the agitation in his heart and asked, are you alright? Feeling the hot air spewing out from Hoda's mouth, Sushi instantly blushed and shyly shook her head, it's fine, it's just that my ankle hurts a little. Hearing this, Hoda looked down and then frowned. Sushi's right ankle was already swollen, it looked very serious and had to be sent to the hospital immediately. Your ankle is swollen, let me send you to the hospital. Don't bother, I have things to do. Ah. Sushi originally wanted to reject Hoda, but she didn't expect Hoda to directly pick her up in a princess hug position. She was startled by Hoda's sudden move, but then feeling Hoda's solid arms and warm embrace, the panic in her heart gradually dissipated and was replaced by an inexplicable peace of mind and shyness. You put me down, I can walk by myself. Sushi's red face, her voice as thin as a mosquito, tried to break free from Hoda's embrace. Don't move, your foot is injured, I'll send you to the hospital now. Hoda carried Sushi to the co-pilot without saying a word, and then personally fastened her seatbelt. Then, Hoda pushed Sushi's battery car to the battery car parking space on the side of the road. After doing this, Hoda then took Sushi towards the nearest hospital. On the way, Hoda learned that the other party's name was Sushi, and that she was a teacher at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Hoda, can you send me to the Jiangcheng First People's Hospital? Sushi said. It's possible, but why go to the First People's Hospital? Isn't the Jiangcheng Third Hospital closer? Hoda asked in confusion. Sushi hesitated and explained, I have a student who was injured and sent to the hospital, I was going to visit him. Hoda heard this and couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Sushi in his heart. From Sushi's anxious eyes, Hoda was able to tell that she was a good teacher. Nowadays, in this era, good teachers like Sushi could not be found very often. Nowadays, teachers are more of a profession, they don't care how well the students learn, they only care about accomplishing their own teaching tasks, and have long lost their sense of responsibility as teachers. They only care about accomplishing their teaching tasks and have lost their sense of responsibility as a teacher. Anyway, if they learn well or poorly, their salary is just a little bit. It doesn't matter how the students are doing in school. But Sushi is different. Hoda can feel that she is full of concern and sense of responsibility for the students. This spirit is especially precious in today's society. Okay, then you sit tight. Saying this, Hoda slammed his foot on the gas, the G63 let out a roar, and the car's speed instantly shot up to 100 yards. Under the strong power of the G63, Hoda roared all the way, hardening the more than half an hour's drive and shortening it to 10 minutes. By the time he arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng, Hoda took a look at the time. Good lord, only 11 minutes had passed. Thank you, Huode. Sushi said her thanks and was ready to get off the bus. However, Huode considered that Sushi's ankle injury made it difficult for her to move, so he immediately got off the car and assisted her towards the hospitalization building. Teacher Su, why don't you go take a look at your foot injury first, and it's not too late to visit the students later? Huode said. Upon hearing this, Sushi revealed a smile towards Huode and said, It's fine, I don't matter, you go back, I can do it alone. Although Sushi mouthed that she could, Huode still didn't feel comfortable with her being alone. Alas, good people do it to the end, send the Buddha to the west, I'll accompany you. Huode sighed and said. Then I'll trouble you. Chapter 58, The Moralistic Principle, Justice Points Teach You to Behave. Susie, what are you doing here? Have you not caused enough trouble? Principal I'm visiting. Alright, I don't care what you're here for, now please leave here immediately. When Huode assisted Sushi to the door of a hospital room, they were blasted out without waiting for the two of them to enter. The other party was an older, glasses-wearing old man, looked quite educated and civilized, listening to Sushi's name for him, as if he was still a principal. But it was such a person who did things and said things that made people very unhappy. If Huode is allowed to use an idiom to describe it, the first thing that comes to his mind is Sven scum. The child's parents are very emotional right now and don't want to see you, it's useless for you to stay here, you'd better go back and think about how to solve this. Name, Chen Jigua, age, 50, status, principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, character, money grubbing, bullying, seeing others. This is a moralistic person who clearly embezzled the school's construction money himself, causing the builders to use inferior materials and causing injuries to the students, yet he falsely accuses Sushi of failing to fulfill her duty to watch over the students. He has long had his eye on Susie and wants to take this opportunity to take Susie for himself and make her his lover. This unscrupulous principal is defined as an evil person, evil value, 30. Huode originally looked at this old man with a bit of displeasure, and after seeing the evil value given by the system, he was even more certain that this old man was not a good thing. Not only did he embezzle the school's construction money, he also planted evidence and used it to blackmail Sushi, calling him a scum as an insult to the word scum. Principal. Me what me, do you know how much trouble you've caused the school? I'm telling you, if this matter isn't resolved, you don't want your title this year. Speaking here, Shinjigwa looked Sushi up and down and continued, As long as you promise that thing, I can help you settle this matter. When Sushi heard this, her face suddenly changed. Of course she knew what thing Shinjigwa was referring to. Because Shinjigwa had already hinted at her more than once or twice, but had always been fooled by her playing dumb. But this time, she felt as if she couldn't hide from it. Huode saw the trickery at a glance. This year is the critical period for this good teacher to evaluate her title, and she knows that her supervisor is plotting against her, and although her heart is 10,000 times more reluctant, she doesn't know how to refuse, because she knows that once she refuses, she may not be able to keep her job. Chen Jigwa was no longer hinting now, it was a naked threat. If this matter really ends up with Sushi taking the blame, not to mention the evaluation of the title, in the end, even the job cannot be kept. People in the jungle, the body cannot help. This sentence may be a little inappropriate here, but the meaning is the same. Sushi knew that Chen Jigwa was hitting her, even though her heart was very resistant, but in order to work. Huode pondered for a while, intending to see what Sushi really thought. If Sushi was willing to sell her body, then he wouldn't bother. This dedicated teacher is afraid of her superior in her heart, but doesn't dare to refuse the other party's conditions due to her job. There is a limit to her patience, she is struggling in her mind, she is unwilling to ruin her innocence because of her job. There was no doubt that Susie was a teacher with a very positive outlook. Since this was the case, it was impossible for Huode to stand by and do nothing. Just in what way to help? Hint, you can use justice points to mentally interfere with the target, so that if he voluntarily admits his mistake and discloses his crime, the good teacher in front of you will be relieved of the trouble and get a promotion and a raise. Worthy of being a system, it can actually be played like this. Previously, Huode was still thinking about finding an opportunity to try out the new features of the system, and now this is not it. Chen Jigwa's evil value was 30 points, and according to the system, he only needed to infuse 31 points of justice value to make him abandon evil and turn to good. With that, Huode then infused the justice points into Chen Jigwa's body as shown by the system. You're the principal of the first middle school, aren't you? When something happens to a student, don't you as the principal have any responsibility at all? At this time, Huode suddenly stood out and said. Chen Jigwa froze and frowned at Huode. He just wanted to open his mouth to teach Huode a lesson. However, all of a sudden, he felt a wave of heavenly rotation and his mind was dizzy. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and he quickly recovered. Only, at this time, an undetectable light flashed through Chen Jigwa's eyes. Then, the entire person was shaken. 31 justice points consumed, 69 justice points remaining, target infusion successful. Name, Chen Jigwa, evil value, 0, justice value, 1. At this moment, Chen Jigwa, who had come back to his senses, suddenly had all the crimes he had committed since he was a child up until now constantly flashing in his mind. He only felt that he was an unforgivable person. Pulling to be shot 100 times wouldn't be too much. That's right, shot. He felt that he should be shot immediately. Thinking of this, Chen Jigua immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed the police in front of Huode and Sushi. Hello, is this demon spirit? I want to turn myself in. A scumbag who had already renounced evil and turned to good, he wanted to atone for the mistakes he had made, thus choosing to turn himself in to the police. The police will arrive in 10 minutes to arrest him, and after his arrest, the Education Bureau will be informed of this matter at the first opportunity. Is this justice point so dense? It actually all called the police to turn itself in. Huode did not expect this justice point to be so effective. On the other hand, Sushi on the side was confused. What is the situation? Why did he call the police and turn himself in for good reason? Could it be a nervous breakdown? Principal Chen, what's wrong with you? Sushi saw that Chen Jigua's face did not look too natural and his eyes were a bit confused. A wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. Who knows, after hearing Sushi's voice, Chen Jigua immediately fell to his knees, slapping himself while confessing. Teacher Su, I'm not a human being, this matter is not your responsibility at all, it's me. It was me who embezzled the school's construction money and let the construction team use inferior materials, which caused the incident where the students were injured. Also, I shouldn't have used this to blackmail you into being my lover. I'm not human, I deserve to die. Ah! Don't you say it! Sushi screamed, her face swished and turned red and red. You have to know, this is a hospital. People were coming and going. Just Chen Jigua this time had already attracted many people to stop and watch. Although things didn't happen, Sushi still felt very uncomfortable. At this time, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed out of the ward. At Chen Jigua was a flurry of blows. You bastard, it's all because you embezzled public funds and cut corners, causing my son to lie in the hospital bed now. I'm going to beat you to death. The middle-aged woman's force was very strong, and one slap made Chen Jigua see blood. However, to people's surprise, instead of being angry, Chen Jigua was still enjoying himself very much. Yes, I'm an asshole, I'm killing me, I'll be relieved. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman hit even harder, hitting Chen Jigua's face with a slap. All make way, the police are on the case. Well, at this time, the police finally came. Chapter 59, A Fortune in Time. What's going on? Who called the police? Suddenly, several uniformed hat uncles set aside the crowd of onlookers and came in front of Chen Jigua. Chen Jigua raised his head and immediately raised his hands after seeing the hat uncle and cried, Comrade police, I reported to the police, I am guilty, arrest me, arrest me. Guilty? What's your crime? Make it clear. Honestly speaking, a few hat uncle also a little stunned. These days there are actually crying and begging the police to arrest their own people. Chen Jigua began to tell the crimes he had committed over the years one by one. Comrade police, my name is Chen Jigua, is the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. I embezzled the school's construction money, accepted bribes from parents, spent money to buy positions, engaged in inappropriate male and female relationships at school. Even the female students are not spared. I'm guilty. I'm the scum of the earth. I should be dragged off to be shot. Hoda was dumbfounded. No. It was everyone present who was dumbfounded. Chen Jidong, this guy is simply actually even female students are not spared. For a while, everyone revealed expressions of shock and anger. Chen Jigua, you are under arrest. After hearing Chen Jigua's crime, Uncle Hat immediately took out his silver bracelet and arrested him. Chen Jigua was taken away and the truth of the matter was revealed. The students were injured not because of Sushi's problem, but because the school building was a safety hazard. Teacher Su, I'm really sorry, we shouldn't have misunderstood you. The middle-aged woman said with an apologetic face. Zijian's mom, you don't need to say sorry, I'm also responsible for this matter, it's me who didn't keep an eye on Zijian. Sushi's face carried a hint of apology and self-blame. Even though the accident was not her direct responsibility, she still felt guilty in her heart. Teacher Su, don't say that, we all know that you are a good teacher. With the matter settled, Hoda accompanied Suzy to the doctor. However, Hoda kept thinking back to what just happened. After that incident just now, he finally knew the use of justice points. That was to turn an otherwise evil person into a righteous person by instilling justice points, and then make them self-repent. This was equivalent to making them expose themselves to their crimes. On the other hand, after the police brought Chen Jigua back, they immediately launched an investigation. Based on Chen Jigua's own confession, the police quickly grasped all the evidence of his crimes. As Chen Jigua himself revealed, all the facts of his crimes were well documented. The police followed the clues and arrested a number of people. The Discipline Inspection Commission side also came a big purge within the Education Bureau. Subsequently, the police and the Education Bureau jointly issued an article to publicize Chen Jigua's criminal facts. Huode, thank you so much for today. After Sushi finished seeing the doctor, she saw Huode, who hadn't left yet, and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Huode shook his head and said with a smile, Ms. Su, you're too polite. If it's alright, then I'll leave first. Just at this moment, Sushi's cell phone rang. Yes, this is Sushi. Ah, really? Thank you so much. I will definitely not let down the leader's trust in me. The Education Bureau already knew about Chun Jigua's arrest and what happened to Sushi. Considering Sushi's usual good performance, the Education Bureau decided to make Sushi the vice principal and director of instruction of the first middle school. Becoming a vice principal at such a young age, no wonder Sushi would be so excited. Hode, just now the Education Bureau called me and said they promoted me to vice principal. After hanging up the phone, Sushi said excitedly. Congratulations. Before the word you could say it, Hode looked at Sushi with a surprised face. Sushi actually kissed him. That Miss Su, please can you kiss on the mouth next time? Hode touched his face and said with a face of surprise. Ah. Sushi's face instantly turned red. She had just excitedly kissed Hode directly, but she regretted it after kissing him. But what she didn't expect was that Hode would actually say such words. Poof. You still want to have a next time? I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to pick up the kids from school. With that, Sushi limped away from the hospital. Child? Could it be that she's already married? Name, Sushi, age, 30, status, vice principal and director of instruction of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, single mom, divorced a year ago because of her ex-husband's gambling addiction. Divorced. That's great. Hode didn't know why he was so happy after learning about Sushi's divorce. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Suzy was now single. Hode didn't forget about his date with Yi Yunyao in the evening and drove away from the hospital when it was almost time. He knew that Yi Yunyao's car had been repaired, so he drove directly to Yi Yunyao's beauty salon. At this time, the beauty salon had already started normal nutrition. However, because of the relationship between the previous punk's vandalism, the beauty salon's business was not too good. At this time, the beauty salon was cold and quiet. Apart from the employees, there was not even a single customer. Why are you here? Yi Yunyao is worried about how to make the beauty salon's business better when she suddenly hears the sound of someone opening the door. She looks up and it's actually Hode. Hode crosses his hands over his pockets and says with a smile, "Didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner at night, and knowing that your car hasn't been repaired, I came to pick you up. Why do you look so sad? What's bothering you?" Yi Yunyao sighed and said, "Although I can operate normally, the customers have all run away. Because of the previous vandalism incident, the beauty salon's business has fallen to pieces, but as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. A person with blessings is about to visit our store in 3 minutes, serve her well and make her happy. The beauty salon's business will naturally be better. Don't worry, I have a hunch, maybe there will be a turnaround tonight?" Hode looked mysterious and couldn't help but make Yi Yunyao curious. She looks at Hode suspiciously and asks, "Do you have any ideas?" Hode smiled and didn't answer directly, but said in a mysterious manner, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." Although Yi Yunyao was half-hearted, seeing Hode's confident look, she couldn't help but be infected by his emotions and the coach in her heart eased a little. She decided to believe Hode for once, maybe a miracle would really happen? Just at this moment, the door of the beauty salon was once again pushed open from outside. A lady with an elegant temperament and exquisite makeup appeared in front of them. "Excuse me, can I take care of my skin here? This is a well-known fashion blogger with 500,000 followers across the net. If you can serve her well, she will advertise the salon once for free." 500,000 followers was nothing in the whole internet. But in this small town, a fashion blogger with 5 million followers is undoubtedly a highly influential figure. Every recommendation she makes may bring huge traffic and exposure to local businesses. If she could get his recommendation, Yi Yunyao's beauty salon's business would not take off from where it was. Chapter 60, the same day, forced kiss twice. Your sister Mariko. Yi Yunyao usually swiped through short videos, so after seeing the other party take off her sunglasses, she instantly recognized the other party. She knew that the one in front of her was a big blogger with 500,000 followers. If she served her well, the business of her store would soon be good. At this time, Yi Yunyao suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at Hode, realizing that he was also looking at her with a smile on his face. "Hode, did you already know that she would come?" Hode smiles mysteriously and says with a wink, "Heaven's chance can't be revealed, but well, I do have a little premonition." Hode knew that there would be a person with blessings coming, but he also didn't know that this person with blessings would be a big blogger with 500,000 followers. Yi Yunyao glared at Hode and pretended to be angry. "Good for you, you're still selling me short. But forget it, the most important thing now is how to entertain Sister Mariko and make her happy." Nowadays, the beauty salon's business was already bad. If it offended another big blogger, then it would really have to close down. On the contrary, if she could serve her well, wouldn't this be a free publicity opportunity? Thinking of this, Yi Yunyao personally went into action and did a full set of skincare for Sister Mariko. In the process of care, Yi Yunyao not only showed her professional skills, but also carefully asked Mariko's skin condition and daily care habits, to ensure that every step could fit Mariko's needs. While operating, she chatted with Mariko easily and happily, sharing beauty tips and insights, making the other party feel at home and warm. And Hoda wasn't idle either, as he hurriedly called the store's staff and had them prepare tea and snacks for Sister Mariko, making sure that the other party could still savor the delicious food while enjoying the treatment. More than an hour later, when the full set of skin care was over, Sister Mariko revealed a satisfied smile at herself in the mirror. Compared to before, her skin looked even smoother and more delicate. Wow, yeah, your craftsmanship is simply outstanding. And your service is just too professional. Sister Mariko said sincerely, I will definitely share this wonderful experience on my social media, so that more people will know about your excellent beauty salon. Hearing this, Yi Yunyao was finally able to put down the big stone in her heart. She knew that after receiving Sister Mariko's approval, the beauty salon's business would inevitably improve afterwards. This blogger with 500,000 followers enjoyed an unprecedented comfortable experience, and she decided to spare no effort in promoting this beauty salon. After sending Sister Maru off, it was already dark. Huode and Yi Yunyao left the beauty salon and prepared to go eat. Is this your car? When Yi Yunyao saw Huode's Mercedes-Benz Big G, her entire mouth opened wide in surprise. Yeah, how is it, not bad, right? Huode smiled smugly, then pulled open the passenger door for Yi Yunyao. Yi Yunyao thanked him before sitting on the passenger side. She realized that she could not see through Huode more and more. Originally, she thought that Huode was just an ordinary person, but now it seems like he is not ordinary at all. First, he solved the trouble of the Jiang family's 3 young men, and then he was able to hire Sister Mariko, possessing such strong financial power. Could it be that this guy is trying to chase me? At this moment, in Yi Yunyao's opinion, all this Huode was doing was to pursue himself. Otherwise, why would such a rich man suddenly come to rent his house, and why would he spare no effort to help himself? Friendly reminder, the imperial sister beside you mistakenly thought that you invited Sister Mariko and became interested in you, and she thinks that you are trying to pursue her with this. I'll go. Huode almost didn't laugh out loud when he saw the prompt that suddenly appeared. He didn't expect Yi Yunyao to mistakenly think that he had invited Sister Mariko, but Huode did want to pursue her as well. Oh no! It was wanting to bang her. Huode never felt that he was a good person, on the contrary he felt that he was a complete scum. Since he is a scum, he has the consciousness of being a scum. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. This is the 3 no's of scum that Huode has always believed in. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to pursue Yi Yunyao, unless Yi Yunyao pursued him. Afterwards, the two came to a hot pot restaurant. After guessing that Huode wanted to pursue her, Yi Yunyao's entire body was a bit afflicted, and she didn't have much heart to eat. If this guy opens his mouth to confess to me, should I accept? Yi Yunyao's mind has obviously drifted away, the chopsticks in her hand stirring in the hot pot, but she hesitates to pick up a piece of meat. Huode notices the same about her and quickly asks with concern, what's wrong, is it somewhere uncomfortable? Or is this dish not to your taste? Yi Yunyao comes back to her senses and barely squeezes out a smile. It's fine, maybe I'm a bit tired today, this dish is very tasty, eat quickly. Huode glanced at Yi Yunyao and didn't continue to pursue, but in his heart, he had already guessed a few points. He picked up a piece of beef and put it into Yi Yunyao's bowl and said with a smile, eat more meat, replenish the protein, look at how skinny you become. Yi Yunyao picked up the beef in her bowl, glanced at Huode, and couldn't help but ask, Huode, do you have a favorite? Huode froze for a moment, not expecting Yi Yunyao to suddenly ask this question. He thought for a moment and answered honestly, yes, I like Sister Divine. Sister Divine Fairy? Yes, Sister Divine, the Wang Yuyan she played was my dream girl when I was young. Yi Yunyao couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart after hearing this, but then she was relieved. She smiled and said, so you're still a star chaser? No, I've never been a star chaser, I'm just simply appreciating Sister Divine's face value. Hurry up and eat, or else it's all going to be eaten up by me. Saying this, Huode also picked up the last piece of beef and sent it into his mouth. Leave me a piece, how much beef have you eaten? I've only eaten 1 piece here. After the meal was over, Huode originally wanted to send Yi Yunyao back directly. However, Yi Yunyao proposes to go to the nearby beach to take a walk and kill some food. Huode readily agrees. So the two of them walk side by side on the sidewalk of the beach, enjoying the tranquility and coolness of the night. The sea breeze brushed lightly, bringing a gust of coolness and blowing away some of the worries in Yi Yunyao's heart. She looked at Huode beside her, and an inexplicable sentiment welled up in her heart. Suddenly, she stopped and kissed Huode's cheek the moment he turned around. Damn it! How was it that he was forcibly kissed again? The problem is, a kiss is a kiss, why don't you kiss the mouth, but the face ah? Chapter 61, Trouble Worth $50 million. Time passes quickly, and a week has passed. In the past week, Huode had put all his thoughts into building a security company. However, he hadn't been able to find a satisfactory place, causing the progress to be slow. Early this morning, Huode had just come out of Baiji's breakfast store after eating breakfast when he received a call from the agency. Mr. Hua, we have found a place that meets your conditions, the address is in the old industrial area of Jiangcheng, are you free now, want to but come and have a look? Okay, you send me the address, I'll go over now. In Hua Da's opinion, since he was going to open a security company, it was indispensable to have a place for training. With the development of the city, the original factories in Jiangcheng had long been relocated, while the original factory areas were all empty. This area has a large area of unused factory buildings and open space, which is very suitable for the security company's training base. More importantly, the old industrial area is not far from the city, and the rent is relatively cheap, which is also the most important point for Hua Da. After hanging up the phone, Hua Da immediately drove to the old industrial area. Soon, Hua Da arrived at the place provided by the agency. This place was an abandoned factory, and the factory's predecessor was a cardboard factory. After getting out of the car, Hua Da looked around. The factory area wasn't very big, with only 2 buildings and a factory building, but it was better than having an open space as big as a soccer field. Mr. Hua, you're here, let me give you a brief tour first. At this moment, a young man in a suit came forward and greeted Hua Da. He was an employee of the agency that Hua Da had found, named Zhang Kong. Good. Hua Da smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Immediately afterward, Zhang Kong took Hua Da on a tour of the entire factory. Mr. Hua, the entire factory area covers an area of about 30,000 square meters, with a factory building, 2 buildings, and an open space the size of a standard soccer field. According to your request, this open space can be used as a training ground for the staff in the future, while the 2 buildings, one of which is the previous administration building and the other is the previous staff dormitory, can be used after a simple remodeling, and as for the factory building, it also only needs a simple remodeling to be used as an indoor training ground for the staff. Zhang Kong took Hua Da on a tour while giving him a general introduction of the entire factory. It had to be said that after a brief look, Hua Da was very satisfied with this place. Just as Zhang Kong said, this factory basically did not need to make any major changes, simply find a decoration company to remodel it and it would be ready to be put into use. Good indeed. How much is the rent here? Right now Hua Da was most concerned about the issue of rent. If the price was not too high, he would prefer to buy this place directly. After all, he still had nearly $10 million in cash in his card. Buying a piece of the old factory should not be a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong looks embarrassed and says, Mr. Hua, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. The seller, he only sells and does not rent. Only sells, not rents? This doesn't exactly suit him. Then how much is the seller asking for? Hua Da asked again. Zhang Kong slowly raised his right hand and extended 5 fingers. $5 million? $5 million was expensive, but it was still within his reach. Who knew that at this time? Zhang Kong shook his head and said, it's not 5 million, it's 50 million. What? $50 million? Hua Da couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this. This price had far exceeded his expectations. It was no exaggeration to say that $50 million would be enough for him to buy a sizable piece of land in the main city. Although Hua Da is very satisfied with this factory, but after hearing this amazing price, he did not have any hesitation to directly turn around and leave. $50 million is not the actual transaction price. If he can help the seller to solve the difficulties, he will transfer the factory without compensation. The price of $50 million is not the actual transaction price. Honestly speaking, after seeing the gratuitous transfer, Hua Da is indeed moved. But there was a precondition for this, which was to help the seller resolve his difficulties. What difficulties are worth $50 million? Hua Da was still a bit curious. At this time, Zhang Kong hurriedly chased after Hua Da when he saw that he was about to leave. Mr. Hua, don't be in a hurry to leave. The price can still be negotiated. The seller is already on the way. Why don't you cut the price with him face to face? Okay. Hua Da stayed, mainly want to see what this difficulty worth $50 million. It didn't take long. A black Mercedes-Benz E300 slowly drove into the factory area and then stopped in front of the 2. From the car down a middle-aged man, he is not tall, looks less than 1.7 m appearance, wearing a black suit, the hand also clamped a briefcase. Seeing the other party, Zhang Kong hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Li, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Hua who wants to rent your plant. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand to Hua Da, saying politely, Hello Mr. Hua, I'm Li Wei, nice to meet you. Hello Mr. Li, my name is Hua Da, I'm also very pleased to meet such an excellent entrepreneur like you. Sometimes the necessary business mutual admiration can quickly close the distance between people. Just like now, after hearing Hua Da say that he was an excellent entrepreneur, Li Wei's face was obviously much better. Mr. Hua is flattering, I'm just a bit lucky, I can't afford the word entrepreneur. Li Wei humbled himself and then opened his mouth to ask, how does Mr. Hua feel about this place? It's quite good, I'm very satisfied, it's just that I heard Zhang Kong say that Mr. Li, you only sell but don't rent, and that the price is $50 million, I'm afraid I can't afford this price if I don't have enough ability. Hua Da said with a difficult face. When Li Wei heard this, a complex expression appeared on his face. He gently sighed and said, Mr. Hua, truth be told, this price is not my intention, it's just that I'm facing a not so small trouble now that I urgently need a sum of money, otherwise I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell this place. This is a conscientious entrepreneur, some time ago with someone to create a real estate company ready to enter the real estate industry, purchased a piece of land in the city of Lin, but met with a bad partner, absconded with the money. He decided to sell the plant out of their own pockets to compensate for the demolition of the money. If you can help the other party to recover the demolition money, the other party is willing to transfer the factory to you without compensation. Mr. Lee, although you are in trouble and I show my understanding, but in business, don't you think that the asking price of 50 million is a bit too expensive? Although Woode already knew what the trouble Li Wei had encountered was, he didn't open his mouth directly, but wanted to wait for the other party to say it himself. After all, opening his own mouth would produce a different effect than if the other party took the initiative to open his mouth. How could Li Wei not know that he was asking for too much, but there was nothing he could do about it? $50 million may seem like a lot, but it's not enough for him to pay for the demolition. In order to enter the real estate, he had put all of his savings for the past few years into it. Li Wei sighed and said, "Elder brother Hua, it's not that I'm greedy, I just don't have a way out. Some time ago, I partnered with a friend to create a real estate company to prepare to enter the real estate industry, and just as we took a piece of land in Lin City and prepared to develop it, my friend transferred all of the former on the company's books. You know, that was all compensation to the local people for the demolition money. I was really out of options before I thought of selling the factory building, so I can compensate a little bit is a little bit." Chapter 62, Using the Other's Way to Do the Same. Not right. Isn't real estate all empty gloves? How did you put your entire fortune into it? Hua Di asked with a puzzled expression. The so-called empty glove is to achieve the ability to advance a real estate project without spending a single penny through equity operation and leverage utilization. Simply put, it is to register and establish a project company with a small amount of its own funds, then introduce other investors by giving out part of the equity of the project company, and then use the funds obtained from financing as the project startup capital, while at the same time borrowing a large amount of money from banks and other financial institutions, and utilizing a high degree of leverage to enlarge the scale of the funds for the development of the project. But once the market is not good, project losses or poor sales, high leverage under the debt will make the company overwhelmed, or even bankruptcy, and in this process the company's own investment in the early part of the real loan funds is actually very little. This is why so many real estate companies have gone bankrupt in recent years. But Li Wei and these real estate companies are facing a somewhat different situation. Li Wei is a conscientious entrepreneur, he does business in good faith, and did not go to this kind of empty glove operation. Of course, if everything went well, Li Wei would have made a lot of money. However, he happened to meet a bad person and was screwed by his own partner, and all his money was swept away. In fact, at this point he just needed to package the project and sell it to another developer, and he was still able to get some of his money back. However, the project had already started, and the partner's absconding with the money was exposed. As the saying goes, shopping malls are like battlefields, and at times like these other developers naturally want to keep the price as low as possible. The low price to take over the project, and then sell the house at a high price. Li Wei naturally refused to agree, but if he did not transfer the project, he would have to continue to develop it. And if you want to continue to develop, just the demolition money that needs to be paid out is an astronomical figure. Prior to this, Li Wei has been through their own relationship from the bank loan part of the money out. But this is just a drop in the bucket. This conscientious entrepreneur has reached the end of his rope. If he can't raise $300 million within a week, he will jump to his death due to bankruptcy, all of his assets will be auctioned off to cover his debts, and his family will become penniless and homeless overnight. Seeing this, Hua De already had the heart to want to help the other party. It wasn't because the other party would transfer the factory for free, it was more out of admiration for this conscientious entrepreneur and sympathy for his current predicament. "Mr. Hua, if you can help me recover the money I've been cheated with, I can transfer the factory to you for free." At this moment, Li Wei was already sick and desperate. Even though he knew nothing about Hua De, in this desperate situation, he could only put all his hopes on Hua De. "Mr. Lee, although I don't have $50 million, I think it shouldn't be too difficult to help you recover the money you were cheated, but I need time," Hua De said faintly. "Really? Thank you so much, really thank you so much." Li Wei sniffed and hurriedly excitedly shook Hua De's hand, thanking him one after another. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first, I didn't help you for free," Hua De said. I understand, as long as you can help me recover the money, this factory is yours," Li Wei said. "Good, then it's a deal." "It's a deal." The two agreed to take a week as a limit. If Hua De can successfully recover the money within a week, this factory area will belong to Hua De. On the contrary, Li Wei will leave this world due to bankruptcy. After returning to Haitian Wang Fu, Hua De is thinking about where to start to recover the money. After all, the other party had evaporated as if he had been vaporized and could not be found at all. Right, one can try opening a blind box. Hua De thought of the random intelligence in the system mall. Saying it was done, he did it. Hua De directly opened the system mall and purchased 10 random intelligence. Tomorrow's temperature in Jiangcheng will be 38 degrees, southeast wind 45, sunny. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., one of the four heavenly kings of the Chinese music world, Heavenly King Lu, will announce the opening of a new round of national tour concerts. A week from now, renowned director Wang will announce the opening of a New Year's Eve movie. 10 random intel in a row, and all of them opened up were some useless intel. There was no way around it, Huode could only open 10 more. However, the result was still the same. 10 more. Again, nothing. Then came the next. 50 random intel opened in a row, not a single useful piece of intel. I'll be damned, is today's luck that bad? I just don't believe it. 9 W points went down, not a single wave. 10 more, if it's still not there then 100 more, I have a lot of points anyway, I don't believe that I can't open a single valuable piece of information with over 2 million points. Huode once again spent 1 W points to exchange 10 random intel. The first 9 intel were still some painless trash intel. But when he saw the last piece of intel, he immediately brightened up. Here it comes. Finally. Name, Chen Didong, age, 39, character, greedy, selfish, cunning and hypocritical, status, professional fraudster. Under the alias of Chen Yaodong, he disguised himself as a professional real estate manager who had been involved in real estate for many years, and then tricked Li Wei into taking all the money from Li Wei's real estate company's accounts. He thought that Li Wei's company was in Linshi, so he fled to Jiangcheng after rolling away the money, thinking he could hide it from the world. At this moment, he is recklessly squandering the ill-gotten gains he swindled from Li Wei and enjoying an extravagant life outside of heaven. He's actually in Jiangcheng, it's really hard to find him. Looking at this piece of information, Huode's heart burst with ecstasy. If this Chen Dadong had fled to another place, he really would not have been able to do anything about it, but he had fled to Jiangcheng. This was perhaps the will of God in the underworld. Just having found him, how to make him spit out the money? Call the police? If we just call the police, it would be too cheap for him. Friendly reminder, the other person is a very superstitious person, you can disguise yourself as a fortune teller and cheat the other person out of his money. Do the same thing to the other person. Since the other party is a swindler, let him also taste the taste of being swindled. Thinking of this, Huode already had an idea in his mind. Thus, Huode hurriedly ordered a whole day of fortune-telling props online. Since he was going to disguise himself as a fortune teller, this costume prop naturally could not be missing. After placing the order, Huode directly went out and rushed to the heavenly beyond. It was hard for him to find this kid, but he couldn't let him run away again. Chapter 63, Impersonating a Magus, Getting Back a Huge Sum? Huode followed Chen Dadong for 3 days in a row. This guy, during the day, he sleeps in the hotel and eats straight takeout. At night, he would come to the sky to indulge, a little as 2 princesses, and then play until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning before returning to the hotel with the princess. After Huode figured out Chen Dadong's trajectory in work and rest time, the props he bought on the internet also arrived. The 4th day of spying on Chen Dadong. Huode took advantage of the fact that Chen Dadong had not yet come out of the hotel, first went to pick up a courier, and then dressed himself up as a fortune teller. He returned to the hotel again to wait closely for Chen Dadong's appearance. 7 p.m. Chen Dadong shook his head and walked out of the hotel door. Seeing Chen Dadong appear, Huode immediately walked towards him. "This gentleman, please stay." When Chen Dadong heard this, his feet lurched and he turned his head to see a thin old man walking quickly towards him. This person was no other than Huode, who had utilized the universal human skin mask to carry out a disguise. At this moment, Huode looked only about 1 meter 6, skinny and bony, wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and holding a flag in his hand. Above it is written, "A hanging to determine the universe, fate in the palm of the hand." Don't say, on this outfit, it was really a bit of the flavor of a Jianghu swindler. "Old man, you wouldn't be trying to tell my fortune, right?" Chen Dadong frowned slightly, obviously not believing Huode. Although he was superstitious, it did not mean that he believed everyone he saw. This swindler is wary of you, you only need to make a slight move and say his name and origin, as well as the things he has committed, to gain the other party's trust. Huode smiled slightly and spoke, "Mr. Chen seems to be very wary of old man. How did you know that my surname is Chen?" Chen Dadong was confused, he was pretty sure that he did not recognize this old man in front of him, much less had seen him before. But why did he know his name? Could it be that he really wasn't a charlatan, but a master with real skills? Huode took Chen Dadong's reaction in his eyes, seeing that he had frightened the other party with his opening. Huode continued, "Mr. Chen need not be alarmed, I not only know your name but also your origin. You are from Lin City, am I right or wrong?" "God! Master, you are truly a god," Chen Dadong said with a face of amazement. At this moment, he had completely trusted Huode. You have gained the other party's trust, however, this is not enough, you still need to finally name the mistakes he made before, so that he will be convinced of you. "Mr. Chen is overpraised, I just passed by this place and noticed that your seal hall is black, there seems to be a plague of blood, I believe that Mr. Chen should have done something unseemly not too long ago, such as betraying his friends and family." The moment these words came out, Chen Dadong's entire direct was dumbfounded, and his heart was even more horrified. If he was somewhat skeptical of Huode before, then when Huode said these words, he was 100% convinced of Huode. Because of this matter, he didn't tell anyone. Other than him, I am afraid that Li Wei is the only one in this world who knows about it. And in Chen Dadong's opinion, Li Wei would never be able to recognize this master in front of him. It was even more unlikely that Li Wei would come to Jiangchang from Lin City. So combining all the factors, this is a real master. Thinking of this, Chen Dadong immediately fell on his knees in front of Huode, hugging Huode's thighs and crying, "Master, please save me, I don't want to die yet." Huode heard, first face shows a difficult color, then long sighed and said, just, save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Since the old man can meet with you in this sea of people, it proves that the two of us ghost grudges, so that the old man will help you a hand. Huode then pretended to look at Chen Dadong's face, then closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand, and began to project haphazardly. A moment later, Huode opened his eyes and looked at Chen Dadong with a shocked expression. Chen Dadong was confused by Huode's sharp eyes and asked with an anxious face, "Master, is there a way to resolve this?" "There is, but what?" Huode glanced at Chen Dadong and said with a serious expression, "But you have to pay a small price." "What price?" Chen Dadong hurriedly asked after him. Huode said, "Your calamity comes from the fact that you have obtained ill-gotten gains. Only by returning the ill-gotten gains as they are, your calamity will naturally be resolved." When Chen Dadong heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He knew that the ill-gotten gains that Huode was talking about was the huge amount of money that he had cheated from Li Wei. After a short period of thinking, Chen Dadong immediately said with a trembling voice, "Master, I will return the money now." With that, Chen Dadong immediately took out his cell phone and called all the money in his card back to Li Wei's company account as it was. After the transfer was completed, Chen Dadong looked at Huode with an apprehensive face and asked, "Master, I have returned the money, has my calamity been resolved?" Huode said after looking at Chen Dadong's face in a fussing manner, "Congratulations Mr. Chen, your calamity has been dissolved." Then, he pretended to be profound and said, "Mr. Chen, although your calamity has been dissolved, you must wash your hands of it in the future and be a new person, otherwise, there will be a cycle in the heavens, and the heavens will spare no one. You have to remember, people are doing and heaven is watching, never do anything that is especially for the heavenly Tao again." After hearing this, Chen Dadong nodded his head repeatedly, his complexion filled with gratitude and repentance. "Master, you are right, I will definitely clean up my act and be a new person in the future, and will never do anything against my conscience and morals again." Seeing this, Huode nodded his head slightly, and in his heart, he did laugh. He had thought that this matter would be a bit difficult, but he didn't expect to get the money back so smoothly. "In that case, Mr. Chen, let's part ways and see you again in the rivers and lakes if we have the chance." After saying that, Huode directly left. He was afraid that he would burst out laughing if he continued to stay. Afterward, Huode found a place where no one was, took off his Taoist robe, and after changing back to his handsome face, he immediately called Li Wei. "Mr. Li, you can check the company account to see if the money has returned." When Li Wei heard this, he immediately checked the money on the company account. Upon seeing that all of the money that had been swindled had returned, he immediately said excitedly, "It's back, it's all back." "Mr. Hua, how did you do it?" Honestly, Li Wei actually didn't hold much hope. But Huode really did it, and it only took less than 4 days. Huode gently smiled and said, "Mr. Li, the details of this are not important. What is important is that your funds have been returned to you in one piece. Shouldn't you honor what you promised me?" "That's natural. Whether you are free now, I will immediately send the transfer agreement to you." "See you at the plant then." "Okay." Chapter 64, The 5-Year Engagement. When Huode arrived at the factory, Li Wei had been waiting for a long time. Subsequently, Li Wei handed Huode the transfer letter that he had prepared long ago. As of this moment, this factory building belongs to Huode. Of course, Huode did not forget Zhang Kong of the agency and directly sent a brokerage fee to the other party. After the transfer letter arrived, Huode declined Li Wei's invitation to a dinner party and left the plant. On the way back, Huode received a call from Zhang Kong. "Mr. Hua, why are you still transferring money to me?" On the phone, Zhang Kong asked with a puzzled expression. At this time, he did not realize that Huode had become the new owner of that factory. Huode smiled and explained, "Thanks to your blessing, Mr. Li has transferred the factory to me, and this brokerage fee is what you deserve." "Really? Mr. Li transferred the factory to you? That's really congratulations." Speaking here, Zhang Kang's tone changed and said, "But Mr. Hua, I didn't do you any favors either, so I can't collect this brokerage fee." Hearing Zhang Kang's words, Huode couldn't help but feel more favorable towards this real estate agent. In this materialistic society, there weren't many real estate agents who were as sincere and principled as Zhang Kang. In Huode's original world, there were quite a few black-hearted real estate agents. On this side, he told the seller to knock down the price a little bit. Then he told the buyer that the seller would not sell the house for a penny less. Then, the two sides eat the difference in price. Of course, this is not bad. Some unscrupulous agents even sell string houses as boutique houses. By the way, didn't he run into this kind of thing some time ago? Therefore, Zhang Kang's sincerity and integrity left a deep impression in Huode's mind. "New student Zhang, you're too polite." Hua said gently over the phone, I wouldn't have been able to find such a good factory without you, so this money is what you deserve, and it's also a recognition of your work, so please do accept it. In addition, I need to find a reliable decoration company. I hope you can follow up on this for me, and I'll pay you an additional portion of your compensation afterward. Although this factory was very much in line with Huada's needs, it still needed some renovation. Huada had just come to this world not long ago, and there were many places he still didn't understand. Renovation was another industry with very deep waters, and Huada didn't feel that he would be able to cope with it completely. Therefore, he decided to let Zhang Kong help. After all, being a real estate agent, he must know quite a few renovation companies. Zhang Kong listens to Huada's words on the other end of the phone, and a warm current wells up in his heart. He didn't expect that Huada not only recognized his work, but was also willing to trust him again and entrust him to help find a renovation company. Mr. Hua, you're very kind. You can rest assured that I will find you a reliable and fair price for the decoration company. As for the remuneration, you don't have to mention it again, Zhang Kong said enthusiastically. Hua smiled and didn't mention the compensation again, but he had already decided to give Zhang Kong a big red packet after the renovation was completed. The two of them chatted a few more times and hung up the phone after finalizing some details. And by this time, Hua had also returned to the Haitian Hope Mansion. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Hua was ready to go out to meet Yellow Hair and the others. The site of the security company had already been finalized, and after that it was time to go and register and set up the company. Huada's idea was to have Yellow Hair as the company's legal person, while he stayed hidden behind the scenes. In addition, he also needed to have Yellow Hair go and buy some facilities and equipment back. Hua got on the elevator and pressed the negative floor. The elevator slowly descended and then stopped on the 11th floor. When the elevator door opened, a coolly dressed woman with a hot body appeared in front of Huada's eyes. Mr. Hua? Mr. Su? Mr. Hua, it's really you. Do you live here too? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing Huada, a trace of surprise flashed in Sushi's eyes. She didn't expect to meet Huada here. Huada smiled and nodded. Well, I moved here not long ago. That's right, then we'll be neighbors from now on. Right, where are you going? Do you want me to send you? Huada remembered that Sushi was riding a small donkey before, so he thought of giving her a ride. Sushi sniffed, immediately waved her hand and said, no need, I can just ride my bike. It's fine, it's on the way anyway. Whether or not it's really a passing wheel, Huada himself doesn't know. He only knows that as long as Sushi is willing to take a ride, even if it's to Mars, it's a passing road. Seeing Huada so enthusiastic, Sushi no longer excuses herself. After the two came to the underground parking lot and saw Huada's Big Ben, Sushi again remembered the previous tailgating incident. At that time, Huada not only did not pursue her responsibility, but also accompanied her all the time. Thinking of this, Sushi then opens her mouth once again and apologizes. Mr. Hua, I'm really sorry about last time. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? Huada smiles faintly and helps Sushi open the door before returning. The apology is not necessary, dinner can be had. Also, how is your foot? It's already much better, I still have to thank you. Alright, thanks are not necessary. Huada waved his hand and said. Then, Huada sent Sushi to Jiangqing First Middle School. Then after exchanging a word of see you tonight, they parted ways. Huada gave Huang Mao a call, and after learning that the other party was at the Miracle Internet Cafe, he drove over. Into the Internet Cafe. Inside, the sound of people, smoke, the sound of the keyboard is more and more. Because it was a working day, the Internet Cafe was full of young punks, as well as some young dropouts. Little Tiger 1 file-proof steel print, fine book machine people choose small Tiger, stable certain dependable Spectrum don't step in the hole. Huada walked through the bustling crowd and found Yellow Hair in one of the private rooms of the Internet Cafe. With him were 4 or 5 of his minions. Boss, you're here. Seeing Huada, Yellow Hair's few people immediately got up and greeted Huada. Huada smiled and nodded with everyone one by one, then felt that the smell of smoke in the room was too heavy. Even he, the old smoker, could not stand it a bit. How many cigarettes have you guys smoked? Such a great smell of smoke? Yellow Hair and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads a little embarrassed. Forget it, you guys continue to play. Yellow Hair, you follow me? Boss, where are we going? After walking out of the Internet Cafe, Yellow Hair asked in confusion. Don't talk nonsense, get in the car. After saying that, he took the lead and got into the car. When Yellow Hair saw Huada get into a Big Ben G63, the whole person froze. Big Ben G63. This is his dream car. He dreamed of owning his own Mercedes-Benz G63. See, Yellow Hair is still what froze in place. Huada immediately rolled down the window and said, what are still frozen, hurry to get on the car. Oh. Yellow Hair only then came back to God, on the passenger side. Once on the car, Yellow Hair will be excitedly asked, boss, this car is yours? Why do you like it? Huada asked in return. Yellow Hair quickly nodded, like, too much, I dream of having one. Seeing this, Huada smiled and said, as long as you follow me and do a good job, I guarantee that you'll be able to bring up a Big Ben within 5 years. Really? Actually, Hwode originally wanted to say 3 years, but for the sake of conservatism he said 5 years. Don't worry, if you can't afford a big G within 5 years you can't afford it, I'll give you this car of mine. Boss, don't worry, I will follow you and do a good job. At this moment, Yellow Hair wants to follow Hwode to do a good job from the bottom of his heart. Not for any other reason, just for the sake of being able to bring up a Mercedes-Benz big G of his own within 5 years. Chapter 65, Botched Acting. Boss, why did you bring me here? Yellow Hair asked with a puzzled expression after seeing Hwode bring him to a barber store. Hwode glanced at Yellow Hair's hairstyle that looked like a golden lion king and couldn't help but frown. Look at your hair, where does it look like you drive a big G? Go dye your hair back and change it to a clean hairstyle, and in a moment, take you to register your company. Register a company? At this point Yellow Hair was even more perplexed. Aha! Hwode nodded, I'm going to let you be the legal person of the security company. Me? No way, no way. Yellow Hair waved his hand repeatedly. He knew how many pounds he had. Where could he be the legal person of any company? If I say you can, you can. After saying that, Hwode pulled Yellow Hair into the barber store without any explanation. Then he found him a professional toning teacher to help him design his hairstyle. 2 hours later, when Yellow Hair walked out of the barbershop, Hwode almost didn't recognize him. This is much smoother, the previous Yellow Hair doesn't suit you. At this time, Yellow Hair had long since lost his previous non-mainstream hairstyle, replaced by a black-inch head, looking like the whole person's temperament was different. Boss, I dyed this hair back, so don't call me Yellow Hair from now on. Yellow Hair said with a face full of aggression. That flowing yellow hair had followed him for many years, and now that he had changed his hairstyle all of a sudden, he was still a bit uncomfortable. Hwode laughed and asked, then if I don't call you Yellow Hair, what do I call you, a Wang? It's not as good as Yellow Hair, at least Yellow Hair sounds like a person. Yellow Hair skimmed his lips and said. But then again, Hwode really didn't know what Yellow Hair's real name was, and hadn't thought to ask before. I've known you for so long, I still don't know what your name is? Hwode asked. Young Fan. Then I'll call you Fan from now on. Alright, while the Industry and Commerce Bureau is still open, let's go and get the business license first. Afterward, the two of them headed to the Industry and Commerce Bureau together. Hwode paid for an intermediary, and it took less than an hour to complete all the registration procedures for the company. Although it cost a little more money, it won in efficiency. If he were to go through the normal procedures on his own, he might have to wait for a week to do so. Coming out of the business bureau, it was almost noon. Hwode then thought of bringing Yang Fan along for a meal. However, Yang Fan was in a hurry to go back and show his brothers his new hairstyle, so he refused. Before leaving, Hwode transferred $1 million in cash to Yang Fan to purchase a batch of training equipment. Seeing that Hwode trusted him so much, Yang Fan couldn't help but die even more to Hwode in his heart. After separating from Yang Fan, Hwode then found a small food restaurant in the nearby commercial street and prepared to settle for lunch. The business of this restaurant was good and the store was already full of people. There happened to be an empty seat when Hwode came in. Then he took out his cell phone and swept the code to order. Who knows that Hwode had just finished ordering when a loud noise came from the doorway. Everyone quickly come over to see, it is to eat the food of this black-hearted store, my son is still lying in the ICU. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in her 40s yelled at the door of the store with her voice. After a brouhaha, it immediately caused many people to gather around. Seeing that someone was causing trouble, the waiter in the store immediately ran to the back kitchen and called the boss out. Hey, this big sister, do you have any proof for this statement? Empty words without proof, you say there's a problem. The boss's words immediately resonated with the onlookers. At the same time, quite a few customers in the store were helping the boss. I've eaten at this store many times, nothing happened. This big sister, did your child eat the wrong thing somewhere else? That's right, how come we have no problem eating it and your child has a problem eating it? Is it because you see that the owner's business is too good and you want to blackmail money? When these words came out, everyone was accusing the big sister. Just then, the big sister pulled out a small ticket from her pocket. This small ticket is the proof. Is this your family's payment ticket, but the date of payment is clearly noted on it? The crowd took a closer look, and it was really the payment ticket of this store. For a moment, the melon eaters turned their backs, and turned back to scold the boss for being black-hearted. But without waiting for the boss to explain, many of the store's customers opened their mouths to help defend the boss. What can a small ticket prove? It only proves that you and your child ate here. It can't prove that your child being in the hospital has anything to do with this store and the owner, right? Yes. A small ticket proves nothing. This little brother has a point. As soon as the big sister saw that the people around her started to speak in favor of the boss again, she immediately became nonchalant and cried. I'm a woman, do I have to lie? The doctor has said that my son is food poisoning. He drank kanji at home in the morning, our whole family drank nothing at all, and the result is that at noon just ate a covered meal in your place and it didn't work. For a time, the two sides argued. They argued in front of the store. At this time, Hwode ordered the fish and meat shredded rice was served up. The colors and flavors were all there, letting people's appetites open up at a glance. Hwada picked up his chopsticks and ate while watching the play. Right at this moment, a real-time intelligence tip suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. This big sister is an extra hired by the owner of the snack bar across the street in order to tarnish the reputation of this store, thus making customers think that this store is a black spot with unhygienic ingredients, causing it to close down. Hwada sort of saw it. This store's business was very good, stealing the business of the snack bar across the street, so the other party came up with such a damaging trick. This is a good character, and very warm-hearted boss. He insists on using the freshest ingredients, never use overnight materials, at least 3 times a day to clean the back kitchen. The food in this store is absolutely safe and hygienic, not only that the boss will also be gratuitous to invite the needy to dinner. If you let the other side continue to quarrel, the reputation of this store will be seriously affected. The owner, because of the problem of customer base, will be closed down. The snack bar has no competition after. In order to make huge profits will be the use of gutter oil, overnight ingredients, resulting in a large number of people food poisoning. Hwada originally wanted to watch the show, but as an upright good citizen, how could he sit back and do nothing? Hwada put down his chopsticks, walked up and said, "This big sister, you claimed that your son was eating this store's food into the hospital. I'll ask you, which hospital is your son in which ward? What's his name?" Who am I to tell you?" Big sister said with a straight face. Hwada smiled slightly and said, "And you won't say, so how can we trust you?" "Yeah, how can we trust you if you don't say?" "Yeah, you quickly say it, in which hospital?" Seeing the uproar from the people around her, that big sister immediately made up a piece of false information off the top of her head. "Are you sure what you said is true? I'll call the hospital right now, if there's no such person." Chapter 66, Do you believe in feng shui? Hearing that Hwada was going to call the hospital, that big sister immediately panicked. The expression began to panic, obviously in a state of weakness. Hwada sneered and directly took out his cell phone and started dialing. Seeing this, that big sister rushed forward and tried to stop it, but Hwada dodged and avoided it. "Elder sister, what are you doing, trying to grab my cell phone? Could it be that everything you said is a lie?" I. At this time, the older sister's face had turned pale, and she stammered for half a day, unable to speak. The people around her immediately began to murmur, skeptical of her previous words. At this time, Hwada continued, "Why don't I say it for you? What you said before was false. Someone deliberately wanted you to come over here to cause trouble, right? The purpose of which is to affect the reputation of this store. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the owner of that snack bar across the street, right?" Hwada's words were like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar in the crowd. "Little brother, is everything you said true?" the owner asked with an exasperated look on his face. Hwada didn't answer, but pointed at the big sister in front of him. The boss turned his head to look, only to see that the other party had a flustered face, so he didn't need to ask to know that there must be a problem. "You're talking nonsense. How could I be hired by that snack bar across the street?" As soon as these words came out, Hwada's mouth instantly rose up, revealing a confident smile and said, "Big sister, it seems like I didn't say that you were hired, but you said it yourself." Boom! For a moment, everyone reacted. This person was not hiring himself. Get out of the way, I'm going back." Seeing that things were lost, the big sister wanted to run away, but was grabbed by the angry boss. "You can't leave, you made a mess in my store. Shouldn't you give me a statement?" Who made a mess? Which I did you see me making a mess? What, do you still want to hit someone? Come on, come and see, beating up people. Seeing the situation, big sister began to spill her guts. At this time, Hwada said to the boss, "Boss, I suggest that you should call the police first, and let the police handle this matter. By the way, you can make a report call to the relevant departments such as industry and commerce, food control, and health." The boss sniffed and immediately understood, and immediately had the waiters in the store split up to make the calls. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and after learning a bit about what happened, they brought the big sister back to the facility. On the other side, various regulatory departments also came to the opposite side of the snack bar at the first time to carry out a surprise inspection. This does not know without checking, a check shocked. The relevant departments found after some surprise inspections that there were serious food safety problems in that snack bar. Not only are the ingredients rotten and spoiled, but the processing environment in the back kitchen is extremely poor, and the sanitary conditions are seriously substandard. Rats and cockroaches are everywhere in the back kitchen. In addition, the relevant departments also found some poppies in the back kitchen of this restaurant. This thing is illegal, used to make food is even more criminal. The relevant departments immediately seized the snack bar and took the owner and some related personnel away for investigation. Seeing this scene, the onlookers clapped their hands. "Little brother, thank you so much for today." The owner shook Hwada's hand and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Boss is polite, I haven't finished my meal yet, so I'll go back to eat first." Hwada waved his hand and returned to the seat he had just taken, then held up his half-eaten covered rice and feasted on it. At this time, a plate of duck neck suddenly appeared in front of Hwada's eyes. Huode looked up, only to see a girl with a plain face but outstanding face value suddenly appear in front of him. Sorry, I didn't order duck necks, Huode said as he looked up at the girl. The girl smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said, "This is my treat for you. Thank you for bravely coming forward just now, exposing that big sister's lies, and clearing the air for this store and its owner. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Qing. I'm a regular customer of this store. Nice to meet you." Saying this, Fong Qing graciously extended her right hand. Huode suddenly came to a realization when he heard this, and similarly stretched out his right hand to shake Fong Qing's hand and said, "I see, then thank you for the duck neck. My name is Huode. I'm glad to meet you too." Afterwards the two chatted as they ate. Huode learned that Su Qing was a self-media blogger who usually liked to explore the food stores in the city, and this store was one of the food treasures he had recently discovered. Seeing Huode's earlier act of bravery, Fong Qing was very much in awe. Of course, more than anything else, he was attracted by Huode's face value. "Right, let's add a WeChat, we'll have the chance to eat together in the future. I do know a lot of delicious restaurants." Fong Qing took the initiative to propose. A beautiful woman added WeChat, how could Huode refuse? Immediately took out his cell phone and added the other party's friend. After the two exchanged contact information, they parted ways. Ding! Obtaining real-time intelligence. 10 minutes after the beauty just recognized will be on a 28 bus. This car will be half an hour after the way to the Hong Kong Island Bridge, and a small car due to fatigue driving car accident into the sea. The whole car 20 passengers even with the driver will be all the dirty life of the sea, no life. Boom! After seeing this tip, Huode was struck by lightning and stood still. The accuracy of the system's intelligence was unquestionable. He had to take action as soon as possible to stop the tragedy from happening. This was not just to save Fong Qing, but also to save these 20 innocent people and the families behind them. With no time to think, Huode immediately drove his Big Ben and started looking for Fong Qing along the streets. I remember that Route 28 only stops at 2 nearby stations, and the closest station is 300 meters away. Huode slammed his foot on the gas and drove towards the nearest bus stop. With a distance of 300 meters, it was a quick turn and he was there. But to Huode's surprise, he did not see Fong Qing's figure at this stop. Could it be that she is not here? Just as Huode was anxious in his heart, he was ready to call Fong Qing. He suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that Fong Qing was walking towards the bus stop with a cup of milk tea. Huode hurriedly got off the bus and shouted towards Fong Qing. "Fong Qing!" Fong Qing heard the shout and looked up in surprise. Seeing that it was Huode, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. "Huode? Why are you here? Could it be that you want to chase me?" How could Huode be in the mood to joke with Fong Qing at this moment? No time to explain, get in the car. Hey, what are you doing? Fong Qing was startled when she saw Huode pulling himself into the car without a second thought. She never expected Huode to kidnap herself in broad daylight. That's right, in her opinion, Huode was trying to kidnap himself. Huode didn't know how to explain to Fong Qing for a moment, and suddenly he remembered the face that he had used before when he had fooled Chen Dadong. "Feng Shui. Do you believe in Feng Shui?" Chapter 67 Lives Hang in the Balance. Do you believe in Feng Shui? Feng Shui, also known as Qingwu technique and Qingneng technique, was a metaphysical art with a long history in the Chinese nation. Feng Shui is a comprehensive study that encompasses a very wide range of contents. And the face is one of the Feng Shui. The so-called face reading is a way to judge fate by looking at facial features. Huode certainly didn't know anything about Feng Shui, much less face reading, but he had a system. It was only that the system tips were inconvenient to tell others, so he could only relay the system tips to Fong Qing through the means of Feng Shui. After all, Feng Shui itself was an esoteric and mysterious discipline. Feng Shui? You know Feng Shui? Fong Chang looked at Huode with a surprised expression. She always felt that Huode was fooling her. In her opinion, which Feng Shui master wasn't over half 100 years old, with gray hair and an immortal look. Huode was so young, he didn't look like a Feng Shui master. Even if he could, he was only a half-assed person. Yes, that's what Fong Qing thought. Along with that, her impression of Huode was greatly reduced. Huode was concentrating on driving and did not know Fong Qing's inner thoughts at this moment. But upon hearing Fong Qing's slightly salutary question, he spoke. To be precise, I can read faces, the so-called face reading. Just now when we were eating I saw that your seal hull was black, there seemed to be a plague of blood and light, and then after we parted the more I thought the more wrong it was, so I did a fortune telling for you. What was the result? At this time, Fong Qing's curiosity came up and wanted to hear Huode's conclusion, so she cooperatively asked. The conclusion is that you have a calamity today, and it is a great calamity concerning life and death. Huode said seriously. Put. It's really said like that. According to you, then if I'm with you right now, wouldn't you also? Fong Qing covered her stomach and laughed. I'm not joking with you, I came to chase you in order to help you resolve your calamity. Seeing Fong Qing's disbelief, Huode suddenly chided very seriously. He had to make Fong Qing realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Huode suddenly change his face, Fong Qing also put away her smile and beamed. What's so fierce about it? Since you said I have a calamity, where are you taking me now? Fong Qing asked. Hong Kong Island Bridge. 5 minutes later, a 28 bus carrying 19 passengers will pass by the Hong Kong Island Bridge, when the bus will collide with a private car due to fatigue driving, and the bus driver will hit the steering wheel hard in a hurry. The bus will accidentally fall into the sea, and all the people on the bus will lose their lives in the sea. At this time, Hoda driving a Big Ben in the distance from the Hong Kong Island Bridge about 500 meters about the bus stop stopped. The Hong Kong Island Bridge is more than 3,000 meters long, and Hoda didn't know where the crash occurred. So the best thing to do was to stop the bus before it even got on the bridge. The stop he is stopping at the moment is the last stop before the 28 bus goes on the bridge. Seeing Hoda stop the bus, Fong Qing asked with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to the Hong Kong Island Bridge? Why did you stop here? If I'm not mistaken, you were originally supposed to take the 28 bus, right? When Fong Qing heard this, her entire body froze. How do you know? Hoda said in a mysterious manner. I've said that I can read faces, so naturally I can tell. If I did the math correctly, your calamity should be in the car. Hoda didn't tell Fong Qing exactly what would happen, but only told her that the car was afraid that it would get into a car accident. The two waited in the car for a few minutes, and then the two did see in the rearview mirror that there was a number 28 car slowly driving towards the site. Just when Hoda thought that this bus would stop at this station to pick up and drop off passengers, this bus suddenly had an acceleration and drove straight through, not stopping as Hoda thought. Not good. Hoda secretly said a bad news, and then immediately started the car and chased after it. But it was precisely at this time that they encountered a red light. And that number 28 bus had already crossed the intersection of the red light and was heading towards the Hong Kong Island Bridge. Could it be that you miscalculated? I see that the bus is not in good shape, Fong Qing said as she looked at the distant bus. Of course it's fine now, but it's not necessarily the case when they get on the bridge. Fortunately, the traffic light at this intersection is relatively short. After a few tens of seconds it changed to green again. When the green light lit up the moment Hoda foot throttle down, Mercedes-Benz Big G suddenly burst out a strong roar, as if a horse off the reins of the wild horse quickly scurried out. Hoda will speed up to 100 yards, and soon caught up with the 28 bus. At this time, the 28 bus has almost driven to the center of the bridge. In 30 seconds, this 28 bus will collide with a private car, and because of the driver's mishandling, the bus will fall into the sea, and all the people on board will have no survivors. 30 seconds. Hoda didn't know if he would be able to make it in time. He was observing the road conditions while thinking of countermeasures. At that moment, he saw a slow-moving private car in front of the left side of the bus. The speed limit of the Hong Kong Island Bridge was 80 yards, but according to Hoda's judgment, this car's speed was only about 40 yards, which could be completely described as turtle speed. However, just as the bus was about to overtake the private car for some reason suddenly hit the steering wheel to the right. The bus driver would not have thought that the next lane of the private car will suddenly drive to their own lane. Under the panic, he immediately stepped on the brakes and then to the right to hit the direction. But because of the speed too fast, the left side of the bus car or private car collision. Violent impact, so that the already panicked bus driver even more frazzled. He tried to stabilize the body, but it was too late. The bus had lost control and began to slide towards the edge of the bridge. Hoda had been driving behind the bus and witnessed the crash with his own eyes. At this moment, Fong Qing on the side has been too scared to speak. She never expected that she was really caught by Hoda. If it wasn't for Hoda's appearance, she was afraid that she would be on that bus right now. As for what the final outcome would be, she no longer dared to imagine. Seeing that the bus was about to fall into the sea, Hoda didn't have any hesitation and directly rushed up with his foot on the gas. Sit firmly. He had to stop the tragedy from happening, and the only way to do so was to rely on Big Ben to stop the bus down. At the same time, the passengers on the bus had panicked. Jesus Christ, I haven't gotten a boyfriend yet, I don't want to die. Mom, are we going to die? Old man hasn't broken his virginity yet, how can I die here? Old man, I'm coming for you. They had already felt the fear of death, and screams and cries rose and fell. For a while, the carriage was filled with panic and despair. Chapter 68, a shocking collision, saving countless families. You? What are you doing? Fong Qing asked with her hand gripping the pull ring on the bus door, her face pale with fear. She hadn't even regained her senses from the bus crash when she felt a powerful push. It was immediately followed by the next second. She then realized that Hoda was driving the car whistling like a stringless arrow rushing towards the bus. Brake ah! Brake ah! If we don't brake, we're going to crash into it. By the time Fong Qing reacted, the Mercedes Big G was already about to hit the bus. The only way Hoda could think of right now was to use his Big G to force the bus to stop. Only then, his newly purchased Big G would be in trouble. In a flash of lightning, only heard bang a loud noise. Hoda's Mercedes-Benz Big G crashed into the head of the bus with a bang. The huge impact instantly knocked over the bus, slipped out. It was good that this time the bus wasn't sliding towards the edge of the bridge. After sliding forward for more than 10 meters, the bus crossed the middle of the road. The passengers inside had suffered a considerable amount of shock, and some of them even suffered some injuries, but the unfortunate thing was that they didn't have any life-threatening injuries. At this time, Hwada also made a sharp brake and stopped the car. Then, he hurriedly shouted towards Fong Cheng, who had been in shock since the passenger seat on the side, quickly call the police. Then, Hwada immediately jumped out of the car, and couldn't even wait to check the situation of his favorite car before immediately rushing over. At the same time, the owner of that private car instantly came to his senses. At this moment, he was standing dumbfounded in front of the car, looking at what was happening in front of him. Seeing this, Hwada immediately shouted angrily towards the other party, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and save people." Oh. The other party hurriedly agreed and followed Hwada to run to the bus. At this time the bus, because of the overturn, the doors of the passengers were all pressed. Passengers can only escape from the other side of the window. Hwada made an assisted run and jumped up directly, shouting to the passengers inside the bus, "Everyone is okay, I'm here to save everyone. Come on, give me the kid first." Hwada shouted as he carefully took a little girl from a mother's hand. Then he handed it over to the owner of that private car. Fong Cheng also rushed over to help after calling the police. It didn't take long. Various rescue vehicles arrived at the scene. With the cooperation of various departments, the trapped passengers and the bus driver were all successfully rescued. The 19 passengers plus one driver did not suffer any injuries other than a few bruises and some shock. "Hello, I'm from the Jiangqing Traffic Police Brigade. I'd like to ask you about what just happened." At this time, a traffic police uncle called out to Hwada and asked him. Hwada said truthfully, "I just followed the bus. Just when the bus was about to overtake the private car suddenly hit the steering wheel towards the bus's lane, and then the bus also hit the steering wheel violently, but the two cars still collided. After that I saw the bus rushing towards the bridge guardrail. I saw the situation was not right, so I immediately rushed up and hit the bus hard with my own car, after knocking it over, which prevented the bus from rushing out of the guardrail and falling into the sea." "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." After the traffic police gave Hwada a statement, they immediately accessed the surveillance video of the scene. After realizing that there was no way out between what happened and what Hwada said, they immediately took the private car driver back. What happened is actually very simple, is that the private car driver, because of fatigue driving, triggered a car accident. After the people were rescued, the tow truck also arrived at the scene very quickly. All three cars involved in the accident were towed back. At this time, Hwada realized that the front face of his Big G has been crashed completely. It is false to say that it does not hurt. After all, this car has only been brought up less than a week to crash into this. "Brother, just now that Mercedes Big G is you, right?" Right at this moment, a middle-aged uncle suddenly walked up to Hwada and asked. Hwada nodded and looked at the other party and asked, "You are?" "I run an auto repair store. This is my business card, my humble self, Xiao Shueming." Saying this, Xiao Shueming took out a business card and handed it to Hwada with both hands. Hwada picked up the business card and took a look. "Shueming Auto Repair Shop." Then Hwada looked at Xiao Shueming with a puzzled expression and asked, "Boss Xiao, what are you looking for me for?" Xiao Shueming smiled and said, "It's like this, wasn't your car hit? I was thinking if you want to come to my store to fix it, I promise to set your car's damage high, and return the higher money to you at that time." At those words, Hwada frowned. Raising the damage to the car and then taking a rebate, this was a very common thing in auto repair stores. Of course, if you take your car to a 4S store to get it repaired, the 4S store will just as likely report the car damage higher. Can replace the new absolutely not bring you to repair? Only 4S store is no rebate, but in the 4S store repair, all spare parts are all original manufacturer. So on this point, there are still a lot of not bad money owners will choose to go to the 4S store repair. Of course, more car owners for the rebate will choose to go to a private auto repair store like Shueming Auto Repair Shop Repair. Only these car owners who took the rebate, when they want to sell their cars, they will spit out all the money they ate. Obviously, Hwada was not a bad car owner, and he did not want to go to a private auto repair store to repair his car. Still, he spoke up and said, "I'm sorry, Boss Jiao, I don't intend to go to your store to have my car repaired. To be precise, I don't intend to repair my car. Do you have the connections to have my car directly fixed as a scrap car?" That's right, Hwada wanted to change his car. After all, after such a serious accident, even if the car was fixed, he wouldn't dare to drive it. It would be better to have the car directly fixed as a scrap car and then go buy another one. This? Gotta. Hwada could see that the other party obviously didn't want to help. This Hwada also expressed understanding. After all, fixed damage to scrap car, the other party will not have money to earn. He came to Hwada in order to let Hwada go to his store to repair the car, is to make money, and is not obliged to help. So Hwada did not blame him. After saying thank you, Hwada walked away. But he still called Lu Anren at the 4S store. "Mr. Hua, what are you looking for me for?" After the call was connected, Lu Anren's voice came over the phone. Hwada opened the door and said, "Ms. Lu, my car just crashed. It's pretty serious. I want to ask if you have the connections to have my car fixed as a scrap car. I want to get another car." "Ah, crash, is your person alright?" Lu Anren's voice was filled with concern. Hua Da's heart warmed and he couldn't help but add a few more points to Lu Anren's favor. Hua Da replied, I'm fine, it's just that the car was hit a little bit more seriously, so I wanted to ask you if there's any way to help me. Lu Anren pondered for a moment and then said, Mr. Hua, I understand your mood, but this is something we can't say. Let's do it this way. I'll ask for you, and I'll call you back later. Do you think it's okay? Okay, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Hua Da then remembered Fong Qing. How is it? Are you alright? Hua Da came to Fong Qing's body and said with concern. Fong Qing shook her head. I'm fine, thank you for today. Although Fong Qing still looked stunned, she knew that if it wasn't for Hua Da today, she was afraid that she would have been buried at sea. Similarly, if it wasn't for Hua Da, I'm afraid that all the passengers in this car would be dead. So this thank you is not only her way of saying thank you to Hua Da, but also on behalf of the passengers in this car. Chapter 69 Old car for new car, white whoring a new big G. Because Hua Da's car was towed away by the tow truck, Hua Da couldn't send Fong Qing back, so he took his own car and left. Hua Da, on the other hand, got on the tow truck and went straight to the 4S store. As for why he went to the 4S store, of course he went to buy a car. Although the new car is only a few days old, Hua Da has already realized the convenience of having a car. If he suddenly didn't have a car to drive, he wouldn't be able to get used to it. Therefore, he wants to buy a new car. Arriving at the 4S store, Lu Anren was already waiting at the door early. Mr. Hua, I was about to call you, but I didn't expect you to come. Lu Anren immediately greeted Hua Da warmly when she saw him. Today's Lu Anren has put on a light veiled makeup and is wearing a black professional suit with a pair of black high heels under her feet, which paired with the charming black silk, makes Hua Da can't help but look twice more. After Hua Da retracted his gaze, he asked Lu Anren, Ms. Lu, do you still have a Mercedes-Benz Big G in your store? Honestly speaking, Hua Da is still very satisfied with the Mercedes Big G, so even if he wants to buy a new car, he still prefers the Big G. Upon hearing this, Lu Anren said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Hua, we don't have any Big G cars in our store at the moment, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait if you want the Big G. At this, Hua Da has long been expected. The reason why he asked a mouthful is to see if his luck will be as good as last time. Obviously, his luck wasn't so good this time. By the way, Mr. Hua, I would like to ask, how did you crash your car? Lu Anren asked curiously. Don't mention it. Hua Da waved his hand and said, just now, I encountered a car accident on the Hong Kong Island Bridge. A private car hit the bus. The bus driver's improper operation was about to rush out of the bridge, so I rushed up and forced the bus to stop. Hua Da mouth said lightly, but in Lu Anren heard, this is how heroic behavior. Disregarding his own safety, he resolutely used his newly purchased car to force the bus to stop, saving several passengers. This is righteousness. At this moment, Lu Anren sincerely admired Hua Da. At the same time, she was also aware of why Qinzhao's Big Ben had crashed so badly. Mr. Hua, you are a hero. Speaking of which, can that car of mine be classified as a scrap car? Hua Da asked. Lu Anren shook his head and said, I'm afraid not, but you can replace it. Although it's an accident car, it can still be worth a lot of money. Right, it can still be replaced. Hua Da slapped his head and thought to himself why he didn't think of this. In that case, why don't you take me to see the car first? Mr. Hua, this way please. With that, Lu Anren led Hua Da into the showroom. Mr. Hua, if you want a current car, you can consider this Maybach S-Class. Lu Anren pointed at a black Maybach S580 and said. Although the Maybach was also a multi-million-dollar luxury car, Hua Da felt that it was too old-fashioned and didn't match his young and golden temperament. I still think the Big G suits me better. Hua Da shook his head and said. If you want to raise your eyebrows, you should drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G. This. Lu Anren was a little hard to deal with for a while. However, just at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly hurried into the showroom, looking anxious and looking around as if he was looking for someone. When he saw Hua Da, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Hello Mr. Hua, my name is Zhou, as the owner of this 4S store, thank you for saving my mother. Saying this, Zhou Zhihao was about to kneel down towards Hua Da. Luckily, Hua Da was quick on his feet and held the other party up. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by this? Hua Da asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Hua, I know all about it, you just stopped a bus from falling into the sea at the Hong Kong Island Bridge. I just received a call from my old mother, and I was still thinking about how to thank you for saving my life, but I didn't expect to see your car in the maintenance department, so I came over to find you. Hua Da heard and understood that one of the people in the car he saved happened to be the old mother of the 4S store owner in front of him. You are too polite, Mr. Zhou, I just did what I thought I should do. Zhou Zhihao gripped Hua Da's hand tightly, his gratitude overflowing. No, Mr. Hua, you saved my mother, you are the benefactor of our whole family, and this is a favor we must repay. At this time, Zhou Zhihao looks to Lu Anren beside him and asks, Xiao Lu, what car is Mr. Hua looking at? Mr. Zhou, Mr. Hua wants the Big G, and he wants a current car, but we. Lu Anren said in embarrassment. Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry, I'm a person who just loves the Big G. Hua Da scratched his head and said. I see. After saying that, Zhou Zhihao hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Old Wu, this is Zhou Zhihao, do you still have the AMG Big G over there? That's really great, I have a friend over here who wants a current car, do me a favor. Consider me begging you still, I owe you a favor. What friend? My benefactor, my whole family's benefactor. Say no more, I'll arrange for the crate to go over. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zhihao immediately said with a smile, Mr. Hua, you wait a moment, I've already arranged for someone to go to the other store to transfer a Big G over, it should arrive soon. Although Hua De was a bit surprised, he still thanked, thank you Mr. Zhou then. There. Mr. Hua, you rest for a while first. Then Zhou Zhihao called Lu Anren aside again and whispered, Xiao Lu, don't charge Mr. Hua for that car in a while, I'll pay for this. Zhou Zhihao spoke in a small voice, but Hua De heard every word. Mr. Zhou, this can't be done. Zhou Zhihao was shocked that he could be heard from so far away. But Zhou Zhihao quickly came back to his senses and said, Mr. Hua, compared to my mother's life, a car is nothing. But this? Mr. Hua, just let me show my gratitude, or else I really can't bear it in my heart. Still no, I don't save people because I want something in return. Hua De still refused after thinking about it. Although Hua De felt that he was not a good person, he had a bottom line in being a human being. At this time, Lu Anren on the side opened his mouth and said, Mr. Hua, don't you still have an old car, you can replace it. Yes, replace it. Zhou Zhihao hears Lu Anren's words and immediately casts an approving glance at her, instantly feeling that Lu Anren is a good person and will have to focus on cultivating her in the future. Replacement? That's right, Mr. Hua, if you feel bad about it, you can replace the old car to us, as for the difference in price, count it as mine, that's fine. Zhou Zhihao said with a smile. Hua De thought about it, this is fine. Although he himself took advantage, what Zhou Zhihao paid wasn't too much, so he nodded his head and agreed, that's it then, thank you Mr. Zhou. It should be. Chapter 70, I don't like wanted buns. Half an hour later. Hua De then saw a brand new Mercedes AMG Big G. Different from his original Big G, this car was actually a red Big G. It revealed a tawdry look from the inside out. However, Hua De liked it. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, I didn't know this car was red. Zhou Zhihao would never have thought that the Big G transferred over would actually be a red one. It wasn't that red was bad, but very few men would like to buy a red car. Of course, sports cars were excluded. Hua De waved his hand, it's okay, the red color is quite good. Seeing that Hua De really liked this red Big G, Zhou Zhihao was relieved. It's good if you like it, Xiaolua, you help Mr. Hua with the follow-up procedures, I still have some things to do here. Okay Mr. Zhou, you go and get busy. Zhou Zhihao has to go back to Old Wu to settle the score. Although Hua De accepted the car, it doesn't mean he accepted it. If Hua De didn't accept it, he was the one who lost face, so this account must be settled with Old Wu. Hua De does not know this, he is now carefully observing the new car. After another 10 minutes. Lu Anren handed a file bag to Hua De. Mr. Hua, here are all the paperwork for this car, please keep it. Thanks. Hua De took the document bag, and seeing Lu Anren looking like he was about to say something, he asked curiously, is there anything else? Lu Anren sniffed, raised her head to look at Hua De, and gathered enough courage to say, Mr. Hua, can I invite you to dinner tonight? After saying this, Lu Anren couldn't help but feel her heart racing, but she still tried to stare at Hua De's eyes, waiting for his answer. She knew the gap between herself and Hua De. Hua De was not only handsome, he was also young and rich. There must not be a lack of girlfriends around such a person. But Lu Anren still wants to try, because she knows that Hua De is different from those rich second generation, he is able to stand up in a crisis, which proves the goodness of his heart. Hua De smiled slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. There was no denying that Lu Anren was indeed quite good looking. Hua De still had some heartfelt feelings. But unluckily, Lu Anren's appointment was for tonight, and he already had an appointment. Ms. Lu, I'm really sorry, I'm afraid I can't tonight. Ah, then. God knows, Lu Anren was on the verge of crying after hearing that she was rejected by Hua De. However, at this time, Hua De's words changed and continued, tomorrow night should be fine. Really? Lu Anren asked with a surprised face. Hua De nodded, well, tomorrow night, I'll come over to pick you up when you get off work. It's a deal. Then, Hua De drove the new car and left the 4S store. He looked at the time, it was almost time for school to end, so he drove towards the direction of Jiangcheng First Middle School. Jiangcheng First Middle School. Originally, Sushi had an evening study class tonight, but she already had an appointment with Hua De, so she could only find someone to switch classes with her. Teacher Zhu, are you free tonight? Can you take my evening study session for me? Sushi asked towards the young girl on the side. Teacher Su, but you rarely change your evening study class, why did you think of changing your class today? Does it mean you're going on a date tonight? Teacher Zhu smiled and teased. Teacher Zhu's words instantly caught the attention of the other teachers in the office. Everyone was concerned about Sushi's date tonight. Teacher Su, you're really going on a date tonight, who is the other person and what does he do? Teacher Su, you are really going to consider thinking about your life matters, you are still young and Xiao Yun is still young, you need to hold on tight. Teacher Su, you haven't said who it is? Is it that new gym teacher? I guess it's Mr. Wang who teaches math, he's been chasing after you. Sushi's face flushed as she listened to her colleagues' teasing and concern. Don't guess guys, it's not a date, it's just a dinner. Still saying it's not a date, this is all eating together. Teacher Zhu seemed as if she had heard a big joke. Alright, we won't guess anymore, I'll help you with this class at night, but you have to let us meet that person's appearance. But I don't have a picture of him. Suzy said. Just take one tonight. I'll try then. At this time, Wang Weijie, who happened to walk to the office door, heard the crowd talking. Sushi has found a boyfriend? Impossible. It's impossible. Although Sushi had been married once and had a 3-year-old daughter, Sushi still maintained a good figure and appearance, coupled with her gentle and kind character, which made her quite popular in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School with quite a number of suitors, Wang Weijie being one of them. After hearing the news that Sushi might have a boyfriend, Wang Weijie's heart immediately surged with an inexplicable irritation and unwillingness. He has always had a good feeling about Sushi and has expressed his love to her many times, but was politely rejected by Sushi. At first, he thought that Suzy was unwilling to accept him because of her fear of marriage after a failed marriage. Now it seems that he was wrong, he was taken for granted. At this moment, hearing that Sushi was about to date another man, the fire of jealousy in Wang Weijie's heart was instantly ignited. Sushi, how could you? Wang Weijie couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, you clearly know how I feel about you, so why do you still want to go on a date with another man? However, Wang Weijie also understood that he did not have the right to interfere in Sushi's private life. He was just unwilling that the woman he had long desired would be snatched away by someone else just like that. At this time, Sushi had already packed up her things and was ready to leave the office. She did not realize that Wang Weijie had heard their conversation outside the door. Seeing Sushi's back as she left, Wang Weijie immediately chased after her. And on the other side, Huode had already driven to the entrance of Jiangcheng First Middle School. At this time when the students were about to be released from school, there were quite a few cars parked on the side of the road, all of which were parents who had come to pick up the direction of the students. A red Mercedes-Benz Big G suddenly appeared at the entrance of the school, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, it's a Mercedes Big G. Who's so rich in our school, whose family drives a Mercedes Big G? It can't be Xie Xiaoxiao, right? I heard her family is quite rich. I think it's Kai Yujie. It's rumored that his father owns a company and is worth tens of millions of dollars. Look, Xie Xiaoxiao is walking past, it can't really be her family's car. In the midst of a crowd of students talking, a girl wearing a school uniform with a vertical ponytail suddenly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz Big G. This person was no other than the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Xie Xiaoxiao. When she walked into the car, she happened to see Huode coming down from the car. Uncle, is this car yours? Xie Xiaoxiao asked. Uncle? Huode was instantly happy when he heard Xie Xiaoxiao call him uncle. He's only 25 years old, and he's only 6 or 7 years older than these middle school students. To be called an uncle, Huode was definitely not happy. I say beautiful girl, have you ever seen such a handsome uncle? Xie Xiaoxiao sniffed, first froze for a moment, then a bright smile bloomed on her face and said, well, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend or not? Huode asked with a puzzled face. Xie Xiaoxiao said with a serious face, if you don't have one, this young lady doesn't mind being your girlfriend, and if you have one, this young lady doesn't mind being your girlfriend either. What? Just you? Huode was surprised and looked Xie Xiaoxiao up and down, then said disdainfully, sorry, I don't like small buns. Chapter 71, Taking Down Sushi. Xie Xiaoxiao didn't react to what wanted little steamed buns meant at first, but after he saw Huode's lewd eyes glancing around his chest, he instantly understood. Little steamed bun? You actually called me a small steamed bun. Xie Xiaoxiao raised her chest and said with a face full of anger. Only in Huode's view, this action of Xie Xiaoxiao was very comical. Could it be that she thought that by holding up her chest like this, her airfield would turn into a mountain peak? Seeing Huode's disdainful expression, Xie Xiaoxiao felt a strange shame. That's right, for the first time since she grew up, she had this feeling. In school, who didn't give in to her and compliment her at every turn? She is the recognized school flower of Jiangcheng First Middle School, where she goes as not in the limelight, being held in the heart of the people. But today, this man in front of her dared to humiliate her like this. Xie Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was trembling, she clenched her lower lip and tried not to let her tears fall. Right at this moment, Huode saw Sushi who walked out from the campus. Huode nudged his mouth towards Xie Xiaoxiao and said, here, see, that's master's dish, you'd better go home and eat more papaya. Xie Xiaoxiao looked back and saw the greatness of Sushi's chest. She admitted that her silhouette was no match for Sushi. But what made her angry was that Huode actually told her to go home and eat papaya. It wasn't obvious that he thought she was small. What's wrong with being smaller? Do you know what it means to be in control? You wait for me. Xie Xiaoxiao finished gritting her teeth and turned around to run away, leaving Huode standing in place with a stunned face. Huode didn't pay any attention to Xie Xiaoxiao. In his opinion, Xie Xiaoxiao was nothing more than a little girl. Although he was horny, he wasn't enough to lay his hands on a girl who was still in high school. After all, a youthful and ignorant young girl was no better than an enchanting and charming young woman. Teacher Su. Seeing Sushi come out, Hwada waved his hand and shouted at Sushi. The loud voice immediately spread throughout the entrance of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School. I'll go, this dude is here to pick up Teacher Su. No way, could this guy be Teacher Su's boyfriend? Oh my god, how did my goddess get arched by a pig? Have you ever seen such a handsome and rich pig? It doesn't matter, what matters is that my goddess is destined to not belong to me. Sushi saw Hwada, who was leaning on the red big G in front of the school. Seeing Hwada's flirty look, Sushi frowned, then snorted a smile, then walked over quickly. You this car? Change the color, how about it, isn't it flirty? Suzy covered her mouth and snickered, then nodded. Let's go, get in the car. With that, Hwada drove the flirty red Mercedes-Benz Big G out of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School. After Wang Weijie, who was hiding in the crowd, saw this scene, he clenched his right hand and punched the tree trunk with force. Damn it! Sushi, I really didn't think that you turned out to be a vain woman as well, I'm really blind. He originally thought that Sushi was different from the others, a woman who focused on inner qualities, was not materialistic, and did not follow the crowd. However, the scene that he saw today made Wang Weijie realize that Sushi was just like those women, a vain person who liked to climb up the ranks of the rich and powerful. And he finally understood why Sushi would keep rejecting himself. Because he had no money, because he was a poor man. At this moment, Wang Weijie's heart began to twist. He wanted to retaliate and get back at Sushi. Afterwards, he disappeared into the crowd. On the other side, Hwada asked towards Sushi while driving, where are we going? The supermarket. Supermarket? Hwada froze, didn't he say that he had invited him for dinner, why did he go to the supermarket? Seeing Hwada's wrongly stunned expression, Sushi faintly smiles and explains, yes, I feel that inviting you to go out for dinner doesn't seem to be sincere enough, so I plan to personally cook a sumptuous dinner. Hwada's eyes lit up at his words, that's a good sentiment. Half an hour later, the two of them then returned to the Haitian Hope Mansion with a large bag. Please come in. Sushi brought Hwada a new pair of slippers. Hwada changed his shoes and then walked into Sushi's home. The layout of Sushi's home was the same as the house he rented, both 32 halls and 2 baths, only Sushi's home was more cozy. At this time, Hwada saw a family photo placed on the TV cabinet. It was a family photo of a family of 3. The girl in the photo was Sushi, beside her was a uniformed police uncle, and in her arms was a cute little baby. Although Hwada had already guessed that Sushi might have gotten married, when he really saw this family photo, his heart still couldn't help but ache. Miss Su, why haven't I seen your husband and child? Hwada pretended to casually ask. Hearing Hwada's question, Sushi's face instantly changed, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but then she regained her composure. I'm usually busy at work and don't have time to take care of the child, so I send it to my mom's side. As for the child's father, he unfortunately sacrificed his life 2 years ago while chasing a suspect. Hwada didn't expect Sushi to have such a heavy past hidden behind her. He was silent for a while before he said softly, Teacher Su, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Sushi shook her head and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It's okay, all of this is already in the past, I've already let myself walk out. Seeing Susie's strong smile, Hwada couldn't help but feel a little more pity for her. Okay, no more chatting about this, you sit down for a while, I'll go and cook dinner soon. Saying that, Sushi then picked up the ingredients and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Sushi's busy figure in the kitchen, Hwada didn't stay idle either, but followed him in wanting to help. Why did you come in? Get out, I said I'd treat you to dinner, how can I let you, a guest, do it? Sister Su, just let me play a hand, I'm bored sitting here. Hwada walked over to Sushi's side and began to help wash and cut the vegetables. Although his movements were slightly rusty, his attitude was very serious. Sushi was slightly stunned at this moment, this scene made her think of the past. At that time, she and her husband also cooked together like this and then washed the dishes together. After coming back to her senses, Sushi looked at Hwada in surprise and asked, what did you just call me? Sister Suwa, I think it's too outgoing to call Miss Su, you won't mind, right? Hwada asked with a smile. Sushi smiled faintly and said, of course I won't mind, this instead feels more intimate. That's good. Under the tacit cooperation between the two, exquisite dishes came out one after another. Soon, the dining table was filled with a variety of home-cooked dishes. Hwada quickly tasted sister's handiwork. Sushi picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Hwada's bowl and said, Sis, before tasting the dishes you made, don't we have to have a toast first? You're right, it's necessary to have a toast. Upon hearing this, Hwada hurriedly took out the red wine he bought from the supermarket and poured 2 glasses. Then, the two of them raised their glasses and gently clinked them, then each took a sip. Come on, eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. It's delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. The two ate and chatted, and soon the bottle of red wine bottomed out. At this time, Sushi's face was flushed, looking at Hwada was hot. Sister Su, you are so beautiful. Really? Really, Sister Su. Ugh. Hwoda didn't expect Sushi to be so bold as to actually dare to raid him. He then immediately turned passive into active and kissed Sushi passionately. After a long time, the lips parted. A transparent silk thread snapped in the air. Hwoda, carry me to the bedroom. Chapter 72 Wang Weijie's Revenge, destroy if you can't get it. Early the next morning. In a daze. Hwoda felt a soreness in his arm. As realization took over his brain, he suddenly thought of something. Opening his eyes, Sushi was lying naked by his side. Boom! Hwoda instantly felt a burst of headache. The four big words drunkenness instantly surfaced in his mind. Although Hwoda also wanted to have a little something beyond friendship with Suzy, he didn't want to take advantage of someone's danger. But now, what to do? In fact, Suzy had woken up a long time ago. Only when she woke up and saw herself and Hwoda beside her, her entire body was also in a state of confusion. Not knowing what to do for a moment, she could only choose to continue pretending to be asleep. At this moment, Hwoda looked at Suwashi beside him, his brain running fast. The beautiful person beside her has already awakened, but she chose to pretend to be asleep to escape everything that happened last night. What? Suzy has woken up. Hwoda was first stunned, thinking why Sushi would pretend to be asleep if she was awake. Shouldn't she have given herself a slap and questioned herself? But she chose to pretend to sleep. Could it be that? Hwoda suddenly had a bold guess. In order to verify his guess, Hwoda's hands slowly explored Suzy's white and full puffy breasts. As he expected, when his hands touched Suzy's sensitive parts, Suzy didn't wake up, but couldn't help but frown. Seeing Suzy in this state, Hwoda's guts grew bigger and bigger. Then he pressed towards Suzy without any further ado. Half an hour later. Are you an ox? Sushi looked at Hwoda with a grumpy face and couldn't help but spit out. She never expected that the first thing this Hwoda guy did after waking up was actually doing morning exercises. At first, she wanted to pretend that she didn't wake up, but when she was in the depths of her feelings, she couldn't pretend anymore and could only sell herself to cater to Hwoda. At this time, what shame was all thrown to the back of her mind. It must be said that after the morning exercise, the two of them did not have the same embarrassment as before. Looking at Sushi's grudging eyes, Hwoda scratched his head and said, "Who let Sister Su be so sexy? Who else couldn't help it?" Poor mouth. Sushi glared at Hwoda, then feigned anger and said, "Still not quick to get up, send me to work, I'm late." Okay. Hwoda saw that Suwashi didn't look like she was angry with him, and immediately climbed up and put on his clothes in 3 tries. Then when Sushi was putting on her makeup, he thoughtfully prepared breakfast for her. Then, it sent her to school. After separating from Suzy, Hwoda's mood was extraordinarily good. Although he had taken Suzy in a dead heat last night, the result was good. Suzy didn't blame him, which meant that his sex life was in good hands in the future. When Suzy arrived at school, the first period class had already started. It was good that today's first period class was not hers, otherwise it would have been a big shame. As soon as Sushi entered the office, everyone's gazes swept towards her. "Teacher Su, you're late today, yo." "I remember Miss Su was never late. Why are you late this time? Quickly tell me if you did something bad last night." "Miss Zhao, do you still need to ask? Just look at Miss Su's rising color and you'll know, last night was definitely a good time." Listening to the flirting of this group of people in the office, Sushi was so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. In fact, she didn't know that at this moment, her charming look was obviously moisturized. Although this group of people were teachers, they were also women at the same time. In private, they would also chat about some colorful topics. Right at this moment, Wang Weijie, who happened to be passing by, overheard the conversation of the crowd. At this moment, Wang Weijie's mood was as if he was covered by dark clouds, gloomy and heavy. Last night, when he saw Sushi getting into Hwoda's car, his heart was already very upset. Just now, when he saw Sushi coming down from Hwoda's car, his heart was even more like a sharp knife, chopping the last trace of his fantasies about Sushi. At this moment, standing outside the office door, listening to his colleague's frivolous flirting with Sushi, how he wished that Sushi could strike back forcefully, but Sushi's reaction told him that it was all true. His inner defense completely collapsed at this moment. Sushi, this woman who had once haunted his soul and dreamed of him, made him incomparably disgusted at this moment. Why? Why is it like this? Wang Weijie repeatedly questioned in his mind, but unfortunately no one could answer him. A moment later, Wang Weijie's eyes changed, becoming incomparably gloomy and determined. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, but he didn't feel any pain at all. He wanted to avenge resuscitation he wanted to destroy this woman with his own hands. Wang Weijie quickly walked back to his office. At the moment his office was empty, all the other teachers had gone to class, which just gave him the opportunity. He opened his computer and skillfully opened a website with colors, then picked a few large-scale photos and saved them. Then he found out the pictures of Suzy that he had secretly taken earlier, and pictured Suzy's face onto those large-scale pictures. After the picture was finished, he registered a small number and sent it to all the major social media platforms, and took a rather eye-catching title. A teacher in the first middle school of Zhengqing's indecent photos float out. A teacher in Zhengqing Middle School sells her body to get to the top. A teacher in Jiangcheng Middle School cheated on a student's parent. Soon, these posts quickly fermented on the internet and caused a furor. For a while, many netizens started to flesh out the identity of the female teacher in the photos. Wang Weijie looked at the rising number of hits and a twisted sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Since I can't have you, I'll destroy you with my own hands. At this moment, it was as if he had already seen Sushi's defeat and fall into despair, which made him feel a morbid sense of pleasure. On the other side, Sushi finished adjusting her mindset and began to prepare for the next trip to class. However, right at this moment, Teacher Zhu on the side suddenly shouted, "Not good. It's not good. Teacher Zhu, what's wrong with you, what happened?" The crowd raised their heads curiously to look at Teacher Zhu and asked. Teacher Zhu looked at Sushi with a difficult face. "Teacher Su, you'd better take a look yourself." Teacher Zhu stammered and handed Sushi her cell phone. Sushi took the phone and fixed her eyes on it, and as a result, she was so shocked that she almost dropped the phone on the ground. The content in the screen was exactly some photos that she dared not look into. "No. This is not me." Sushi denied it first. She was very sure that she hadn't taken these photos, but the problem was that the person in these photos was her. By this time, everyone had gathered around and saw what was on Teacher Zhu's phone. What's going on? Teacher Su, it's impossible to do such a thing. Someone must be trying to harm Teacher Su. This is too much, who on earth did this? At this time, Teacher Zhu said, "I believe Teacher Su, this photo looks like it's P, we must find this person." And right at this moment, Sushi's cell phone rang. Sushi picked it up and saw that it was a call from the newly appointed principal. "Sushi, come to my office immediately right now." Chapter 73, Indecent Photo Incident begins to ferment, Hua strikes. Today the people are really happy. Hua hummed a song while driving around Jiangcheng. Today is definitely a memorable day for him. Not commemorating the fact that he had taken Sushi, but commemorating the fact that because he had taken Sushi, he had an extra sense of belonging to this world. Well, it seemed like it was similar, but in reality, there was still a certain difference. He had already come to this world for some time, but only he himself knew that he didn't actually have any sense of belonging to this world. Because there was no one or thing in this world that he could hold on to. But now it was different. There was one more person in his heart that he was attached to. Suzy is Huada's first woman in this world. Huada was ready to give her a gift. The first thing Huada thought of was a car. He remembered that the first time he met Sushi rode an electric car. Now the weather is getting hotter and hotter. He doesn't want Suzy to ride an electric bike to and from work all day long with a big sun. However, Huada thought for a second, would it be too expensive to send a car directly, in case Sushi doesn't accept it? Why don't we send a small gift first? No, how can a small gift reflect my sincerity, still have to send a car? Huada thought about it and decided to send Sushi a mobility scooter. So Huada drove towards the car city. Since it's for Sushi, it has to be a car that's suitable for a girl to drive. And to say that the one who knows the most about women is naturally a woman. Huada's first thought was Lu Anren. However, when Huada came to the Mercedes 4S store, he found that Lu Anren actually rested and didn't go to work today. Even more coincidentally, at this time the Mercedes-Benz 4S store even a female sales or not. I don't know if it is a collective vacation, or all go out to accompany the customer test drive. Under no circumstances, Huada can only move to the next door of the BMW 4S store. As one of the three major luxury brands, BMW is also a car brand favored by many girls. "Welcome to the BMW 4S store, sir, inside please." As soon as Huada entered, a male salesman greeted him warmly. Huada raised his eyes and skimmed the other party, and said slightly apologetically, "That one is sorry, can a female salesperson come over instead?" The male salesman was stunned when he heard this, but as the customer is God, he could only nod and call for a female salesman. "Hello sir, my name is Gu Cheng, you can call me Xiao Gu, glad to serve you." Why does this sound so awkward? It feels like a technician from some foot bath store. Huada curiously asked a mouthful. "Beauty, you worked in a foot bath store before, right?" Gu Cheng's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of surprise. "How do you know, sir?" It's still true." Huada was speechless for a while. He just casually said it, but he didn't expect it to be true. "It's nothing, I just blindly guessed. I'm going to buy a car to give to my girlfriend, you help me to counsel." Huada hastily diverged from the topic. "Okay, you please follow me." Although today was a working day, there were still quite a few customers who came to buy a car in the BMW 4S store's showroom. At this time, these customers were looking at the show cars in the showroom in groups of 3 or 5 under the leadership of the sales consultant. At this time, a customer suddenly exclaimed, "Nowadays, how come all the teachers are this dasheen, actually taking this kind of unpleasant photos? It's really hurtful." For a while, everyone present was attracted by this sudden exclamation and cast curious gazes. Only at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly said thoughtfully, "This woman looks so familiar, it seems like I've seen her somewhere. It can't be a certain star, the internet is not often exploded some female star's private photos." Someone in the crowd said. Quickly look at Douyin. Above someone broke the news, said this is the teacher of Jianqing First Middle School. Jianqing First Middle School teacher. After hearing these words, Huodi immediately became curious. Isn't Sushi a teacher in Jianqing No. 1 Middle School? Maybe he can get a first-hand melon from her. However, when Huodi saw the photo on that cell phone, the whole person froze at once. The photo was not someone else, it was Sushi. How is this possible? The photo has serious traces of P-tracing. It was done by someone maliciously. Someone's doing it. Someone was targeting Sushi. After learning that someone was deliberately targeting Sushi, Huodi's heart instantly surged with anger. Sushi is a people's teacher. He knew that these photos would cause very serious damage to Sushi's reputation. This person behind the P-picture spread is trying to make Sushi's reputation broken. As the saying goes, the dragon has scales, touching them will lead to death. At this moment, Sushi is his scales. No matter what, he had to find out who was behind it for Sushi, and return justice to Sushi. Mizgu, I think I still have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Huodi hurriedly left the 4S store. Now was not the time to buy a car, he had to find the person who was behind this before things deteriorated further. Open the system mall. Redeem the super hacker card. After returning to the car, Huodi opened the system mall at the first opportunity and redeemed a super hacker card. Ding! Super hacker card redemption successful, 5W points deducted, remaining points 114W. Use the super hacker card. Ding! Super hacker card used successfully, remaining time, 2 hours. Although he didn't have a computer by his side at this time and only had a cell phone was enough for a world-class hacker. What Huodi wants to do now is to delete all these posts about Sushi's indecent photos. Keeping this matter to a minimum. Huodi's fingers rapidly tapped on the cell phone screen. After a few minutes, all the videos and posts about Sushi's indecent photos on the internet were deleted at the same time. After doing all this, Huodi quickly rushed to Jianqing First Middle School. On the other side, Jianqing First Middle School. Wang Weijie was refreshing the background data from time to time. After each refresh, the number of hits on these posts would increase exponentially. Just when he was immersed in it, suddenly after one refresh, the posts were gone. What's the situation? How come it's gone? Could it have been blocked? Wang Weijie checked several social platforms in a row, and in the end, he realized that all the posts were gone. This can't be. If the posts of 1 or 2 platforms were gone, he could still understand, it was possible that they had been blocked. But if all the posts from all the platforms were all gone, then it wasn't as simple as being blocked. Because it was impossible for these platforms to block his posts at the same time, there was always a sequence. But the problem is, these posts were gone at the same time. Things out of the ordinary must be evil. Wang Weijie felt that someone didn't want him to continue spreading Sushi's indecent photos. I'd like to see how many I can block. Wang Weijie skillfully opened his penguin, then opened a game group and began to mobilize his friends within the game to help post together. Chapter 74, The Truth Comes Out. Wang Weijie was a gaming fan, and had enjoyed playing games since he was young and studying. When he went to college, he joined a game guild. Over 10 years down the line, he mixed from an ordinary member to the management of the guild. As a management, he had gotten a lot of responses from many people in the group just as soon as he spoke. Of course, Wang Weijie wasn't stupid enough to say that he was the one who wanted to make Sushi lose her reputation. Instead, he told the crowd that he had a big melon here. I'll go, this melon is a bit big. No, I'm going to go share this melon with more people. No pictures, no truth. Right, how can we just talk without pictures? Send pictures, send pictures. Wang Weijie laughed coldly in his heart and immediately clicked send. However, when the picture was loaded to 99%, a prompt of failed picture sending suddenly popped up on the screen. Wang Weijie did not care, thought it was the school's network is not too good, so clicked send again. But this time the picture is still loaded to 99%, then prompted to send failed. Wang Weijie tried several times in a row, but the result was still send failure. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Just when Wang Weijie was depressed, Sushi had already arrived at the principal's office. Principal, you're looking for me? Sushi asked as she walked into the principal's office with an apprehensive face. The new principal, Xiaji Gang, raised his head, looked at Sushi, and said expressionlessly, Teacher Su, have a seat. Seeing Xiaji Gang's expressionless face, her heart became even more apprehensive. She knew that Xiaji Gang's sudden search for her must be for those photos. Xiaji Gang was silent for a while, seemingly weighing how to speak. At this moment, the office was awfully quiet. Described with a song lyric. Fear the air suddenly being quiet. Principal, if you have something to say, just say it. Sushi couldn't stand such an awkward atmosphere and couldn't help but open her mouth. Xiaji Gang sighed and slowly said, since it's like this, Ms. Su, then I'll be straightforward. I already know about the things on the internet, to be honest the impact is very bad. Not just for you personally, but for the school as well. Headmaster, that's all fake, it's someone who intentionally P-pictured me to falsely accuse me. Sushi hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Xia Jigang waved his hand, signaling Sushi to be at ease. Teacher Su, I believe you are innocent, but it's useless for me to believe you. Do you think the students will believe you? Do you think those students' parents will believe you? Do you think the leaders of the Education Bureau will believe you? Xia Jigang's 3 questions of the soul were like a heavy hammer that struck Sushi's heart hard. She realized that even if she explained any more, she could not immediately eliminate the negative impact of those untrue photos. At this time, Xia Jigang continued to speak. Teacher Su, my suggestion is for you to be suspended immediately and wait until when the truth comes out before being reinstated. Sushi was silent for a moment, then nodded helplessly. At this point in time, it could only be this way. Sushi did not know how she walked out of the principal's office and returned to her own office. As soon as Sushi came back, several other co-workers in the office immediately gathered around and spoke with concern. Teacher Su, how is it the principal looking for you for something? Is it because of those photos? What did the principal say? Sushi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, the principal said to let me be suspended first and wait until the matter is investigated clearly before reinstating me. Hearing Sushi's answer, the atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy. The co-workers looked at each other with worried looks on their faces. How can this be? Those photos are obviously fake, it's obvious to the discerning eye. So what if they're fake? This matter is clearly someone deliberately targeting Teacher Su. Don't let me know who it is, or else Auntie will definitely make him look good. It's good to rest and take a break, this matter will definitely come out. The crowd comforted. Sushi gratefully looked at her colleagues around her. She took a deep breath and said, thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. It's just that during the time I'm not here, I'll trouble you all to take care of the students who are handling it. Don't worry Ms. Su, it's on us. Well, this is our part. Sushi finished packing her things, said goodbye to everyone and left the office. When she walked to the entrance of the school, she happened to see Hwode coming down from the big G. What brings you here? Sushi said, pretending to look like nothing was wrong. Hwode said as he wrapped Sushi into his arms, I already know about you, I've already found the person who spread the photo. Sushi's heart burst with joy when she heard this. She looked up at Hwode and asked excitedly, really? Hwode nodded, of course it's true. Saying this, Hwode took out his cell phone, and at this time, a red dot was being displayed on the screen of the phone. I asked a hacker friend to help delete all the posts on the internet and asked him to help track down the address of the posting, which is the location where this red dot is blinking. Hwode explained. This is? Sushi fixed her eyes on the location where the red dot was blinking and it was actually inside the school. The poster is inside the school, so going over there now will allow us to capture the stolen goods on the spot. Let's go now and arrest the person who falsely accused you. Hwode said viciously. Are we just going over there? Suzy asked. Hwode thought for a moment and said, it really isn't too good to be just the two of us, how about this, I'll make a phone call. With that, Hwode dialed Soo-jun's phone. After roughly talking about Sushi's matter, Soo-jun said that he would immediately send someone over after hearing this. It wasn't long before a police car appeared at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Hello Mr. Hua, my name is Lu Chong, Bureau Su sent us over. A police uncle at the head shook Hwode's hand and said, Officer Lu, I'm troubling you. No trouble, it's all about serving the people, right? Where is the suspect? Just inside the school, I'll take you there. Seeing the police, the school security immediately released. The poster is inside the first office at the innermost part of the 3rd floor of the school building. After seeing the prompt, Hwode led several people straight to the teaching building. Teaching building? Hwode, is that poster in the teaching building? Sushi asked. Hwode nodded. According to the IP address my friend gave me, those posts were sent from an office at the innermost part of the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Do you know whose office that is? One of the innermost offices on the 3rd floor, that's the math team's office. Suzy said. While speaking, the group had already arrived at the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Then several people quickly rushed towards the math group's office, and Luchon led 2 police officers to directly rush in. And at this moment, there was only one person in the math group's office. Seeing the police rushing in, Wang Weijie knew he was finished. Chapter 75, Sushi's reinstatement, indicating relationship. Wang Weijie was taken away by the police. Indecent photo incident is also finally the truth. It turns out that everything is Wang Weijie behind the ghost. This Wang Weijie is really hateful, I didn't expect him to be such a person. It's really cheap for him, if it wasn't for the police coming fast, I would have to teach him a good lesson. Teacher Su, since the matter has been clarified, do you not need to be suspended? Suspension? Hwode listens to the crowd's chatter and immediately cares, suspension, what kind of suspension? Not waiting for Sushi to answer, the teacher Zhu on the side immediately explained for Sushi, handsome, it's not obvious, Wang Weijie made this mess, the school decided to let Ms. Su be temporarily suspended for the sake of reputation, waiting for the results of the investigation of the matter. Then isn't the truth of the matter out now, there should be no need to suspend her. Hwode said. Let's hope so. Suzy sighed softly, revealing a helpless smile. Seeing this, Hoda took Susie's hand and held it tightly. Anyway, things have been resolved. I believe you'll be able to come back and continue your classes soon. Aha! Susie nodded shyly, wanting to pull her hand out of Hoda's. After all, so many people were watching. But she pumped a few times, froze and didn't pull her hand out, and finally could only give up. This scene was all seen by the surrounding co-workers. Yo yo yo! What's going on here? Mr. Su, shouldn't you explain it to us? Several people laughed loudly and flirted. We're just ordinary friends. Sushi's cheeks slightly reddened as she hurriedly explained. Ordinary friends? You're telling me that you're ordinary friends when you're even holding hands? Teacher Zhu winked, and the flirtation intensified. The surrounding colleagues also followed suit, and the atmosphere became more relaxed for a while. Sushi was the only one who was so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She hurriedly pushed Huode, signaling him to let go. However, Huode held it tighter. Huode looked at Sushi's shy appearance, the corner of his mouth hooked up a gentle smile, and introduced himself to Sushi's colleagues around him. Hello everyone, my name is Huode, and I, for one, am currently pursuing Miss Su. Cough cough. Just at this moment, a coughing sound came from the office door. The crowd turned their heads to look and realized that Xia Jigang had appeared in the doorway at some point. Principal. The crowd greeted Xia Jigang. Xia Jigang nodded, then walked over to Sushi and said, Teacher Su, I've already understood the matter, and after the school leaders have decided to revoke your suspension, you can continue to return to your position. Really, Principal? Sushi asked excitedly. Xia Jigang nodded, really, work well. Xia Jigang came quickly and left quickly. When he left, the crowd congratulated towards Sushi. Teacher Su, congratulations. Teacher Su, you don't need to be suspended. That's wonderful. Sushi's eyes reddened slightly and her voice was slightly choked as she said, Thank you everyone. Since Teacher Su doesn't even need to be suspended, we must celebrate tonight. Right, it's time to celebrate. The crowd proposed one after another. At this time, Huode said, Since this is the case, then it's my treat for the night. On one hand, it's a celebration for Teacher Su, and on the other hand, I also want to thank all of you for taking care of Teacher Su on weekdays. Once the co-workers heard this, they all revealed heartfelt smiles and accepted Huoda's invitation. Teacher Zhu, who was on the side, even joked, Little Hua, since you want to chase after our Teacher Su, then we have to test you properly to see if you are sincere to our Teacher Su. Huode froze at his words and asked with a smile, How to test? That is of course to see your sincerity tonight. Teacher Zhu said with a smile. Since Huode was going to treat him, he must not seize the opportunity to knock a good amount of money out of him. Of course, they were also sincerely wishing Sushi well. Huode faintly smiled and said, Tonight, the Houting Hotel, my treat. The Grand Court Hotel was the most famous hotel in Jiangcheng, and it was said that a meal down without a 10,800,000 could not be blocked. It should be known that in this third-tier small city of Jiangcheng, the average person's per capita salary is only 3 to 4,000 a month. A meal will cost nearly 3 months of salary, the average person cannot afford to spend. After hearing Huode say that he was going to treat them to dinner at the Grand Court Hotel in the evening, everyone was shocked. Are you serious? That's the Grand Court Hotel. Teacher Zhu asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. Huode nodded and said, I know. The magnificent court hotel that costs $18,000 a table. Teacher Zhu continued. Well, I know It's not just the Houting Hotel. Huode said with an air of disdain. Seeing this, Teacher Zhu was already speechless with excitement and hurriedly took Sushi's hand and said, Teacher Su, what is the origin of this person in your family, so luxurious? As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has an intention. Teacher Zhu's unintentional remark caused Sushi to be embarrassed for a while. Because she doesn't know what Huode does for a living, she only knows that Huode seems to be very rich. Seeing Sushi's inquiring gaze, Huode smiled and said, I just opened a small company. In Huoda's opinion, the security company was indeed just a small company compared to the listed company in his previous life. A small company, still just? Teacher Zhu is really not calm. Handsome, you should either dump Teacher Su and chase me. I'm very good at chasing, and I haven't talked to anyone yet. Huode can't help but be dumbfounded at his words. Teacher Zhu, don't make fun of me, I'm sincere about Teacher Su. Although Teacher Zhu is also good looking, but can this kind of thing be said in front of Sushi? The answer was definitely no. This kind of thing could only be talked about in private. Sushi had already been reinstated, since she was going to stay and continue working. Seeing that there was nothing left for himself, Huode said goodbye to the crowd. Then we'll see you tonight. See you tonight. After leaving Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Huode originally wanted to go back and continue buying a car, but thought better of it. However, Huode still came to the mall and bought a necklace, preparing to give it to Sushi as a gift. Soon, it was time for the students to get out of school. Huode arrived early and waited at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Ding bell bell. With a light school bell ringing, countless energetic students with their backpacks poured out of the school gate in groups. Hey, pervert uncle, why are you here again? You're not really interested in me, are you? Huode leaned against the side of the car and had just lit himself a cigarette when a clear but teasing voice came to his ears. He looked up to see who it was, if not yesterday's Xia Chow Chow. Huode skimmed his mouth, inhaled a mouthful of smoke fiercely, and then slowly spat out the smoke ring and said, "I say, little girl, if you have a disease, go and see a doctor. Which bit of you do you think can make me look at you? You actually said I'm sick?" Xia Chow Chow was instantly displeased, and immediately waved her hand to hit Huode. Huode grabbed the other party's small hand and controlled her. Xia Chow Chow tried to break free, but Huoda's hand was like a pair of pincers firmly controlling her. Xia Chow Chow struggled a few times, and after realizing that she couldn't break free, she huffed and puffed, "Quickly let go of me, you're hurting me." Huode sniffed and then let go of Xia Chow Chow. After Xia Chow Chow regained her freedom, she rubbed her wrists, then stared viciously at Huode and said, "Stinking pervert, dead pervert, you wait for me, auntie won't let you go." Only in Huoda's eyes, Xia Chow Chow wasn't calling this a threat, it was more like flirting. Chapter 76, Get ready, Huoda's gonna start pretending. A girl who grew up without love, longing to be loved. Name, Xia Chow Chow, age, 17, identity, a student at Jiangqing First High School, daughter of a mobster. Note, befriending this person will help the host to conquer the underground forces in Jiangchang. Note, befriending this person will help the host conquer the underground forces of Jiangchang. Honestly, Huode didn't have much interest in this. With Deng Changyan's arrest, Jiangqing's underground forces have seen a new round of reshuffling. The various forces are fighting over territory, but none of this has anything to do with Huode. Huode waited at the school entrance for 10 minutes, waiting until the students had almost all left before seeing Su Shi and the others come out of the school arm in arm. "Wow, Huode, is this your car?" Teacher Zhu's eyes turned green after seeing Huoda's flirty red big G. Huode nodded and said, "Well, it's mine, what's wrong? This car costs over $2 million, right, you're really rich." Teacher Zhu said as she looked at Su Shi with an envious face. At first she thought that Huode was just a little bit rich and hadn't envied Su Shi much. But when she saw Huoda's Mercedes-Benz Big G, she was instantly nonplussed. Huode is more than just a little money, he is really rich. The Mercedes-Benz Big G, a car of more than $2 million, is not something that just anyone can afford to buy. She is now not envious of Su Shi, so simple, but jealous, naked jealousy. Compared with Su Shi, she is not bad, to have the body, to have the appearance of appearance. The key, she is also younger than Su Shi. Moreover, Su Shi had been married and had a child, so why did Huode look at Su Shi? At this moment, she began to secretly calculate in her heart how to snatch Huode from Su Shi. Counting Su Shi, there were a total of 5 people in their office. Huoda's Big G was just barely able to fit. With that, Huode drove a group of people to the Haotai Hotel. The atmosphere in the car was a bit subtle, as Teacher Zhu stole glances at Huode from time to time, her eyes flickering with complexity. Luckily, Su Shi was sitting on the passenger side and did not notice Teacher Zhu's small movements. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was driving while chatting with the crowd. After chatting, Huode also had a preliminary understanding of a few of Su Shi's colleagues. Teacher Zhu's name was Zhu Karen, she was 24 years old, had just graduated from the normal university and had no relationship experience. Sitting next to Zhu Karen is Wang Huixin. Wang teacher, 33 years old this year, has been married and has a son. Next to Ms. Wang Huixin is Ms. Lu Yilu, who is 28 years old and also has no boyfriend. The last one is Ms. Lu Ying, who is also the oldest among several people, already 37 this year. In the middle of the conversation, the group had already arrived at the Hawthorne Hotel. Because Huode had already booked a private room in advance, so as soon as they arrived, they were led by the waiter to the booked private room. The private room was luxuriously and elegantly decorated, and outside the window was the night view of the bustling Jiangcheng. Eating in such a private room while enjoying the beautiful scenery outside the window was undoubtedly a pleasure. It was the first time for several people to come to the magnificent Court Hotel for dinner, and as soon as they entered the door, they were shocked by the luxurious decorations inside the private room. "Wow, this place is really beautiful, I must take pictures to remember it." Shukoren excitedly took out her cell phone and took a flurry of selfies. "Yeah, the environment here is really nice," Wang Huixin said as she also couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take high-five pictures. Then, she turned her head to look at Su Shi's few people and said with a smile, "Why don't we take a group photo, to keep a souvenir? This proposal is good." "I agree." For Wang Huixin's proposal, the crowd readily agreed. At this time, Huode got up and said, "I'll take the picture for you guys." Huode picked up his cell phone, found a good angle, and said with a smile, "Come on, everyone look at the camera, eggplant. Cheese." The crowd shouted in unison, with big smiles on their faces. With a click, a warm and beautiful photo was fixed in the cell phone. Huode returned the cell phone to Wang Huixin. Wang Huixin immediately shared the photo with the group. "Wow, Huode, your photo-taking skills are so good?" Zhu Koren looked at the photos and exclaimed heartily. Huode smiled and waved his hand, "It's nothing, it's mainly because a few beauties look good." When everyone heard this, they all burst into shyness. "Then who do you think is the best looking among the 5 of us?" Zhu Koren asked mischievously, her eyes glittering with anticipation. Without waiting for Hwode to answer, Louis E on the side immediately laughed and said, "Does it even need to be asked? Of course it's Mr. Su. This is called a lover's eye, you won't understand it, little brat. You're the brat, I'm not small." Saying this, Zhu Korin straightened her chest, looking at Hwode was gulping hard. This image, was it something he could look at? But then again, Zhu Koren's figure was really something. What's the word for it? Child's face with huge breasts. That's right, huge breasts. Don't look at Zhu Koren, who looked like a porcelain doll, the dimension of her breasts was really scary. Next, the crowd began to enjoy the food. The dishes on the table were colorful and flavorful, making people's appetite increase at first glance. It's worthy of being the magnificent court hotel, this dish looks delicious. If it were Hwode, we wouldn't have the chance to eat here. Hwode, thank you. You're welcome, let's eat. The crowd ate and chatted, the atmosphere was very cordial. During the course of the meal, Hwode from time to time pinched food and poured drinks for Su Shi, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. When Zhu Korin, who was on the side, saw the scene, she couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart, how she wished that she could also be the object of Hwode's care. Zhu Korin was a little unable to stand the dog food of the two and got up, ready to go to the restroom. "You guys eat first, I'm going to the restroom." "I'll go too." Louis E got up and said. So the two left the private room together. After the two left, Hwode's few people were still talking and laughing, not realizing that Zhu Korin and Louis E were in danger at the moment. After 10 minutes or so, Sushi suddenly felt something was wrong. How did Korin and E go for so long and still not come back? "Yeah, it's been there for 10 minutes, it can't be that something has happened, right?" Luing said worriedly, her eyes full of concern. She was the oldest of the few and usually took the most care of the few of them. Hwode heard this and a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. He stood up and said, "I'll go take a look, you guys wait here for me. Be careful." Sushi pulled Hwode's hand and urged, "Don't worry, I'll go and come." After saying that, Hwode left the private room and walked quickly towards the bathroom. After walking not far, he heard a noise that seemed to be coming from the direction of the bathroom. He accelerated his steps and turned a corner, and saw a group of people gathered in front of him. Hwode's heart tightened and he immediately squeezed in. He only saw that the two of them, Zhu Korin and Louis E, were being surrounded by 4 men in suits. "I say, beautiful girl, this dress of mine costs more than $100,000, shouldn't you pay for it if you soiled it?" The leader, a greasy-headed man, pointed at the water stains on the clothes and said, "We really didn't do it on purpose, we just accidentally touched it." Louis E said with an anxious face, a hint of trembling in her voice. "More than 100,000, she didn't even have this much in her yearly salary." Although Zhu Korin was scared, she still tried to stay calm. She pulled Louis Yi's hand to give her some comfort, then looked up at the man in question without fear. "You're lying to ghosts, what clothes need more than 100,000? The man sniffed, a burst of laughter, a group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. "Lousy, this dress is customized. Custom made, no, don't talk nonsense and hurry to pay for it, or else. We don't have any money. If you don't have money, then pay for it." Saying that, the man began to reach out and grabbed Zhu Korin. "Stop." Chapter 77, Trouble Comes to the Door. Hwode shouted, like a bolt of lightning rushed into the crowd and grabbed the man's wrist. "Who the hell are you, actually meddling in my business? Do you want to find death? Hurry up and loosen my hand." Hitao's face was full of grimace, feeling the sharp pain coming from his hand, as if it was like being squeezed by steel. "I am most displeased with men who hit women with their hands, and still hit my friends." Hwode released Hitao's wrist and raised his leg to kick him in the chest. Hitao felt like his chest was violently hit by a huge stone. The whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. It hurt so much that he showed his teeth and couldn't get up for half a day. "Son of a, you actually dare to hit me." Hitao was enraged, his eyes revealing a morose chill, roaring towards a few companions at the side. "What are you still waiting for? Go on together." Several other people took a look at Hitao lying on the ground after the face suddenly changed, obviously did not expect Hwode so able to fight. A foot will kick Hitao. Although a few people are afraid of Hwode, but after hearing the words of Hitao, or rushed up. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if Hwode is able to fight again, they still have the confidence to beat him. At this moment, Zhu Korin, who was hiding behind Hwode, saw the scene and her heart was in turmoil. So handsome. He's really handsome. Looking at Hwode's heroic stance, Zhu Korin's heart's admiration and love for Hwode was like a tidal wave. Hwode, on the other hand, is concentrating on dealing with the few people in front of him, completely unaware that Zhu Korin behind him has been deeply attracted to him. "Kid, if you kneel down now and apologize to our brother and then let the 2 chicks behind you accompany our brothers for one night, maybe we can still let you go." A male with dyed yellow hair had a cigarette in his mouth and had a lofty look. "Otherwise, don't blame the brothers for sending you to the hospital." What a lot of nonsense. A cold light flashed in Hwode's eyes, and he directly took the initiative to meet the 4 people. After being transformed by a genetic potion, Hwode's speed was extremely fast, and his strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. What's more, he was also proficient in free fighting arts. With every punch he threw, a heart-rending scream would come from him. Not long after, All four of them were put down by Qinshao, lying on the ground and letting out agonizing groans, no longer capable of fighting. Seeing this scene, the people around them all sucked in a breath of cool air. Their eyes towards Huode were filled with shock that was hard to hide. This person was also too bullish, he had knocked down 4 people by himself. Could this person know Kung Fu? However, the one who was even more shocked had to be He Tao. He knew his brother's skills, although he couldn't fight 1 against 10, he usually didn't fight much. Without any hesitation, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. And now, the 4 of them together, actually could not beat 1. How could he not feel shocked? After returning to his senses, He Tao glared viciously at Huode and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, you wait for me, I won't let you go." "Alright, I'll wait." Huode smiled disdainfully, not putting He Tao's threat in his eyes at all. Afterward, He Tao's 4 people fled the place like lost dogs. "Are you guys alright?" After seeing He Tao and the others leave, Huode asked Zhu Koren and Lui Yi with concern. Both of them shook their heads. Zhu Koren gratefully looked at Huode and said, "We're fine, fortunately you came in time." "It's good that you're fine, let's go back." After saying that, Huode took the 2 of them back to the private room. When Sushi's 3 people saw them return safely, they were all relieved. They asked what had happened. Huode briefly told them what happened and the crowd once again expressed their gratitude to Huode. Seeing that the crowd had pretty much eaten, Sushi then proposed, "Why don't we stop here for tonight, everyone go back and rest early." After hearing this, Lui Yi revealed a meaningful smile and said, "We understand, a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, we won't disturb the 2 of you in your 2-person world." "Yi, what are you saying?" Sushi's cheeks slightly reddened as she gently slapped Lui Yi. On the other hand, Zhu Koren, who was on the side, flashed a forlorn look, but quickly replied and didn't let anyone else see it. Afterward, the crowd got up and left the magnificent court hotel. After witnessing the 4 people leave in a car, Huode also called for a chauffeur to prepare to return to the Haitian Hope Mansion with Sushi. However, they didn't wait for the chauffeur, but waited for He Tao and the others. "Chicken, it's this kid who injured us." He Tao pointed to Huode in front of him and said to Chicken beside him. "The other party has a gun on his body, has multiple murders in his hands, and is a truly ruthless man." "Tough guy?" "Lousy is even more ruthless than him." Huode turned his head to Sushi and lowered his body and said, "You first get in the car and wait for me, I'll be back soon. There are so many of them, we'd better call the police." Sushi said uneasily as she looked at a group of punks in the distance holding iron rods with fierce faces. Although she knew that Huode could fight, she didn't think that Huode had any chance of winning against so many people. Huode laughed disdainfully, calling the police? That's too much of a waste of time, and since these people dare to blatantly injure people with weapons, they're obviously not afraid of the police. But Sushi was still a little worried. She didn't want Huode to face this group of punks alone. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Huode gave Sushi a comforting smile, then pushed her into the car, closed the car door, "Don't ever come down." After saying that, Huode then directly rushed up to meet the punks. Seeing that Huode didn't run but instead took the initiative to rush over, Chicken sneered, "Kid still has some balls. If I don't show you some color today, you really think you're something. Give me on." Chicken waved his hand, and the minions behind him immediately surged towards Huode. Sushi watched through the car window as Huode and the punks fought together, her heart instantly panicked. "Call the police." "Yes, call the police." At this time, Huode had already exchanged blows with the gang of punks. He only saw him rush forward with an arrow step and punched the frontmost one in the face, directly knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the others waved the iron bars in their hands and smashed them at Huode. However, Huode was like a swimming dragon, weaving freely through the crowd, with people falling down from time to time wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 20 or so juniors brought by Chicken were already lying on the ground unable to get up. Seeing this scene, Chicken and He Tao looked dumbfounded. How could they not expect Huode to be so capable of fighting? One person single-handedly fighting against more than 20 people, he was able to do it with ease, and was not even hurt. At this moment, Huode is getting more and more courageous, directly grabbing an iron stick, waving it up like a wildly dancing silver dragon. Each strike is able to accurately hit the surrounding people's bodies. Instantly, several more people fell to the ground in response. When Chicken saw this, he was shocked in his heart. He knew that he seemed to have incurred a terrifying existence. However, he didn't put his hand on this, but pulled out a blackened pistol from his back and aimed it at Huode, a fierce light in his eyes. "Kid, don't think that being a little bit of a fighter is great. Can you fight any more than the guy in my hand can?" Chapter 78, Either, Get One? After Chicken pulls out his pistol, he looks at Huode with a smug expression. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, he didn't see any expression of fearful panic on Huode's face. "Aren't you afraid?" Chicken asked suspiciously. "Afraid of what? Afraid of the gun in your hand?" Huode sneered and said with a disdainful face, "You think I would be afraid of the toy in your hand?" "Toy? You say what I'm holding is a toy, I'm holding a real gun." Chicken laughed angrily and shook the gun in his hand, trying to scare Huode with it. Although it was nighttime, there were still quite a few pedestrians on the road, and he didn't want to shoot if he could. The other party doesn't want to shoot, he knows that once he shoots he will alert the police, he doesn't want to cause trouble. After seeing the system prompt, Hwode became more calm. Since the other party didn't dare to shoot, what else did he have to be afraid of? It's not a toy, so why don't you shoot? What? Don't dare? Or is the gun in your hand just a toy, taken out to scare people? Hwode said while walking towards the mountain chicken. Seeing this, Chicken's face turned ironic. He didn't expect Hwode to be so bold, to be so calm and collected in the face of a gun, and even provoke him in turn. He gripped the pistol tightly, his finger hanging on the trigger, hesitating whether to shoot or not. At this moment, the air around him seemed to freeze in half. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene nervously. Sushi was in the car, her hands clenched tightly, her nails almost embedded into the middle of her palms. Why aren't the police coming yet? She immediately dialed the police after she got into the car. Now 5 minutes had passed since she made the call, but she hadn't even seen a single ghost of a police officer. At this time, Hwode had already come to a position about 10 meters in front of Chicken. Stop, if you dare to take another step closer I'll shoot. Chicken was truly frightened by Hwode's aura. He originally thought that after he pulled out his gun, the other party would be intimidated. But it turned out that Hwode was not only not intimidated but instead looked emboldened. Shoot. Hwode said with a hint of teasing, I have to remind you, if you really dare to shoot you will definitely alert the police, even if you kill me, you won't be able to run away. The other party is in the middle of a celestial battle, all you need is one more dose and the other party will know what to do. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my friend should have already called the police, are you sure you still have to stay in here? Hwode looked at Chicken with a smile on his face. Just as Chicken was thinking about whether or not to just run away, a siren sounded in the distance. Kid, count yourself lucky today, don't let me run into you next time. After saying that, Chicken disappeared into the dark night with a group of juniors. Seeing Chicken and the others leave, Hwode was relieved. At this moment, his back was soaked. Honestly speaking, when he was pointed at by the gun, he was very nervous, afraid of accidentally discharging his weapon or something. But fortunately, everything went relatively smoothly. Hwode, are you alright? At this time, Sushi had already run to Hwode's side, asking with concern as she looked up and down. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hwode said with a smile. At the same time, 3 police cars stopped right in front of the two. Who called the police? A few uniformed uncle hats came down from the cars and asked. Sushi was just about to answer when Hwode stepped forward and said, Sorry comrade police, just now there was a group of drunkards causing trouble, but they've already left, I'm really sorry for making you guys make a trip for nothing. It's fine, just go back earlier this late at night, Jiangcheng is not peaceful lately. After saying that, the police left. The policeman's sentence that Jiangcheng is not peaceful made Hwode fall into deep thought. He knew that the police's reminder was not an empty threat. This must have been caused by the underground forces in Jiangcheng competing for territory. Obviously, these people had already affected the daily lives of normal people. If they continued to let them go on like this, it was estimated that the crime rate in Jiangcheng would skyrocket, and the common people would no longer be at peace. Hwode, what are you thinking about? Sushi saw Hwode frowning and asked with concern. Hwode came back to his senses and looked at Sushi's worried eyes, his heart warmed. Nothing, just thinking about something, let's go back. The two drove home. On the way Hwode was silent, obviously still thinking about what just happened. Sushi also did not disturb him, just silently accompanying him. Returning to the Haitian Hope Mansion, Sushi originally wanted Hwode to return to her home. But who knew that her parents had sent their daughter back? So Hwode could only return to his own house. After returning home, Hwode sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep thought. Ding! Obtained an important tip. The scene of Chicken pulling out his gun was captured by a passing passerby and uploaded to the internet. The Jiangcheng police took this very seriously and will be cracking down in the near future. Chicken's gang has heavy weapons, and the police will suffer heavy losses during the crackdown, and many police officers will be killed in the line of duty as a result. What? Heavy weapons? Hwode was stunned. You have to know that China is the country with the strictest gun control in the world. Usually, even a pistol is rarely seen. Jiangcheng, such a third-tier city, will actually have heavy weapons. This is not normal. This was very abnormal. Someone must be secretly smuggling arms. Hwode immediately thought of this. The host's guess is correct, there is a batch of smuggled arms, worth a lot of money, hidden in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. I go. It really made Hwode guess. There are really people rushing to smuggle arms in China, these people are not want to die? If this is caught, is not the bottom of the jail sit through so simple, this is to eat the gun off. Hwode is not stupid, even if the system gives such information, he will not rush to go. To put it bluntly, this matter has nothing to do with him. If he had to say that it did, it would only be a slight relationship. He believed that even without him, Chicken's gang would be exposed sooner or later. The big deal was that he had greeted Su Jun in advance and asked them to pay more attention. Besides, then again, even if he hijacked this batch of arms, what was the use of him taking this bunch of arms? The host can arm the security company with this batch of arms. The system's prompt, which appeared at the right time, enlightened Huode. That's not a bad idea. After his security company had weapons, the strength of the security company would be able to go to the next level. Some of the top security companies internationally were allowed to have guns. Either that, get one? Chapter 79, Where is this smuggling? This is a rebellion. Honestly, Huode really didn't want to wade through this mess. After all, swords have no eyes, let alone guns. Plus he had been shot before and knew the power of this thing. Even if his body was remodeled, it could not withstand the power of a gun. But with riches and a system in place, he believed that he would be able to get out in one piece. But before going, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Suddenly, a bright realization flashed in his eyes. Others might not be able to, but he could. Wasn't the universal human skin mask in the system mall customized for him? Moreover, he also has a virtual warehouse. He can completely realize that he can transport this batch of arms without anyone realizing it. Thinking about this, Huode was getting more and more excited, so excited that he couldn't wait to go and shun the arms right now. Choose the day, say it and do it. 10 minutes later, the rebranded Huode got into a cab heading to the suburbs. The suburb was only 30 to 40 kilometers away from the city and arrived in less than half an hour. Huode got out of the car at a place 5 kilometers away from where the arms warehouse was stored. Then he followed the directions suggested by the system and walked to the warehouse. Along the way, Huode was looking forward to what good things would be in the warehouse. The 5 kilometers rolled by in the blink of an eye. An abandoned factory appeared in front of Huode's eyes. He didn't go there rashly, but hid in the shadows to observe. As far as the eye could see in front of him, there were no more buildings except for an abandoned factory in Noda. To get close to the factory, you have to pass a road of about 100 meters. This is a factory that has been abandoned for many years, and arms dealers have been using it as a place to send their arms. This factory is heavily guarded. The entire factory is arranged with a full range of dead-angle 24-hour surveillance cameras. The factory periphery is also arranged with a dark sentry. Now intruding will be 100% caught by the other side and thus causing life-threatening. There are both surveillance cameras and hidden sentries. How do I get in? How do you get in? Do you want to become a bird and fly in? Just when Huode was thinking about how to go in, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the distance. Not long after, he saw a Toyota Bully drive up to the entrance of the factory. Ding! Target information obtained. Name, Hayatayu. Identity, Sakura State Yamaguchi Group member. Character, ruthless. Experience, on the surface he is a Chinese, in reality he is indeed a member of the Yamaguchi Group of Sakura State lurking in China. He borrowed the identity of a Chinese citizen to help the Yamaguchi Group with arms smuggling transactions, ready to sell this batch of arms to the domestic mafia, thus causing unrest in the domestic situation. Huode hid behind a tree, surprised and angry in his heart. Surprised is that the small days are really bold, actually dare to bring the arms business to the country. Anger is that these small days did not have good intentions and actually wanted to cause unrest in the country. Really, their hearts can be punished. However, now was not the time to think about this. He now desperately wanted to know how many arms were stored within this factory. In the next second, the information about the number and types of arms in the factory appeared in front of his eyes. This factory contains AK-47, 100, 5W rounds of ammunition, M4, 100, 5W rounds of ammunition, MP5 submachine gun, 100, 10W rounds of ammunition, Gatling, 20, 10W rounds of ammunition, Barrett sniper rifle, 20, 2W rounds of ammunition, RPG rocket launcher, 20, 1,000 rounds of rockets, suicide drones, 100, 2 Malawian Quachas grenades, 1W. There were also a variety of pistols, tear gas, flashbangs, smoke grenades, bulletproof undershirts, and so on. What shocked Huode the most was that there was actually a tank and helicopter gunship in here. This Nemo, where is the arms smuggling? This ing is to rebel. The weapons in here alone are enough to arm a battalion of soldiers. If the weapons in here were to circulate to the society, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, I must not let this batch of weapons circulate into society. Huode secretly resolved that even if not for his own sake, for the sake of China's social stability, he had to shun away all of this batch of weapons. But now was not the time to act rashly. He had been hiding in the shadows for almost an hour when the Toyota Bajaj that had gone in earlier drove out of the factory. Immediately afterward, Huode immediately followed in the dark. Although the Toyota Bully's speed was very fast, Huode's speed wasn't slow either. After all, no one would have thought that a human's speed would actually be able to keep up with a car's speed. Huode followed the Toyota Bully all the way to a town under Zhengchang. This was Peach Blossom Town, a town under Zhengchang. It is almost 100 kilometers away from the downtown area of Zhengchang. Peach Blossom Town has a small population of about 300,000 people. Only to see the Toyota Bully turn around and turn into a villa. After getting out of the car, Hayateo entered the villa under the escort of his bodyguards. Soon, a room on the third floor of the villa was lit up. Huode hid outside the villa and saw 3 silhouettes appear in the room. vaguely able to see that it was a man and two women, and the man didn't need to guess to know that it was Hayateo. This little life is really flowery, actually picking two people at once. Hoda skimmed his lips in envy. Hoda didn't leave and waited until 12 o'clock at night, waiting until everyone was asleep before quietly slipping into the villa. The security here wasn't as perverted as the factory side, so Hoda easily slipped into the villa. After entering the villa, Hoda didn't disturb the bodyguards and lightly came to Hayate's room. After entering the room, Hoda saw that Hayo and the two women were lying naked on the bed. His plan was very simple, that is, to make Hayateo dizzy, and then disguise himself as Hayateo to enter the factory and then take away all the weapons. As for why he didn't kill Hayo, come on, killing is against the law. Although Hayo is a small time, if he dies, he dies. But this is China. If a minor died in China, it would cause an international dispute. Of course, it would be different if he died at the hands of one of their own. Hoda was the best at making dogs bite dogs. Hoda gently walked to the bedside and exchanged a bottle of special mist spray from the System Mall. This was a prop that had just been refreshed in the System Mall. Mist spray, 1W points, as long as you spray gently, you can put people into a deep coma for 12 hours, can only be used once. 1W points can only be used once, expensive yes, but effective. A light spray can make a person fall into a coma for 12 hours, this can work much better than sleeping pills. Hoda took out the spray and gently sprayed it at the three people on the bed. The mist spray was used successfully, the three have fallen into a deep coma, counting down to 12 hours. Done. Then, Hoda used the universal human skin mask to turn into Hayateo's appearance. Next, it's my turn to perform. Chapter 80, Strange Incident. Get up, all of you. After transforming into the appearance of Heichu, Hoda came to the bodyguard's room and said in fluent Japanese. Hoda originally didn't know Japanese, but after turning into Hayateo, he learned Japanese. This hidden function was quite surprising to Hoda. Sir, what are you planning to do this late at night? A bodyguard rubbed his eyes and looked at Hoda with a puzzled face and asked. Hoda looked at the other party with a look of impatience and said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry to the warehouse, I just received a call from the headquarters that there will be a big business tomorrow, we have to get things ready in advance." The bodyguard immediately sobered up when he heard that there was a big business. A few minutes later, Hoda got into the Toyota Bajaj and rushed to the abandoned factory. Car. The bodyguard sitting in the co-pilot curiously asked, "Sir, why do we need to go to the factory at night? This will be troublesome if someone finds out." Hoda snorted coldly and said, "Don't pry into what you shouldn't, just do your own thing." Hoda's answer did not cause the bodyguard's suspicion, on the contrary, after hearing Hoda's words, the bodyguard felt even more that there was a big deal. Otherwise, how could they go to the warehouse in the middle of the night? In the middle of the night, there was not a single car on the road. Hoda and his group arrived at the abandoned factory after only 10 minutes. In the night, the factory looked extraordinarily silent and mysterious. After the Toyota Bully was handed to the entrance of the factory gate was quickly opened. Then the Toyota Bajaj continued to drive inside and finally stopped at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. "Boss, why are you back again?" At this time, a man with short hair walked out from the warehouse and looked a bit surprised to see Hoda. Hoda glared at him and chided, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Seeing this, the man immediately shut his mouth and respectfully stood aside. Afterward, Hoda led the crowd straight towards the interior of the warehouse. Coming inside the warehouse, Hoda was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of arms, from pistols, rifles to heavy weapons. Even Hoda saw the tanks and helicopter gunships discharged in the center of the warehouse. Although Hoda already knew what was inside the warehouse, he was still shocked when he actually saw it with his own eyes. The power of these weapons was great enough to destroy a small city. If these weapons fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hoda took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that now was not the time to be surprised and emotional, but to move this batch of arms away as soon as possible. With that, Hoda turned to look at the people behind him and said, "You guys go out and wait for me, no one is allowed to come in without my order, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." "Yes." After hearing Hoda's words, the crowd immediately exited the warehouse. Closed the door. Hoda was preparing to put all of this batch of arms into the virtual warehouse, he couldn't be discovered by this group of people. Rumble. With a loud sound, the door of the warehouse was closed. In the next second, Hoda immediately opened the virtual warehouse. Then all of the arms in the entire warehouse, along with the tank and helicopter gunship, all disappeared. That's right, they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside Hoda's virtual space, a large number of weapons appeared. Such a huge amount of arms actually only occupied less than 1/10,000th of the area of the virtual warehouse. This was enough to show how amazing the capacity of the virtual warehouse was. Of course, this virtual warehouse wasn't all advantages. It also has shortcomings. The biggest shortcoming is that it cannot be loaded with live animals. The living things here do not only refer to people. It is a living thing that includes both plants and animals. Although it cannot contain living things, but for Hoda is already enough. After fixing it, Hoda stayed inside for a few more minutes before leaving the warehouse. After coming out, Hoda called the short-haired man. Listen, there's a big deal tomorrow, you guys guard this place well, not a fly is allowed to go in. Also, remember not to go in, if there's anything other than what's coming tomorrow, you'll all be waiting to commit harakiri. Hey! After saying that, Hoda got into the Toyota Buster and left the factory. Only after the car drove several kilometers out of the factory did Hoda breathe a sigh of relief. He was really too nervous just now, fearing that he would reveal a little bit of his footage. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 10 minutes later, when Hoda returned to the villa, he quietly left the villa with the help of the night color. He didn't leave Peach Blossom Town in a hurry, but found a random Rujia hotel in the town and stayed there. There were no words for the night. Hayatio slept until noon the next day before getting up. After eating lunch, Hayatio arrived at the factory. Open the warehouse, Hayatio said to the short-haired man beside him. However, when the warehouse door was opened, everyone present froze. A warehouse of arms was actually all gone. Seeing this, Hayateo immediately pulled the short-haired man's collar and roared, "Where are the arms? You tell me where the arms have gone? How did you guard it?" The short-haired man was also confused. Last night they had obviously been guarding the door, never leaving a step. How could the arms have disappeared? Boss, we don't know either. Check the surveillance for me, Hayateo angrily scolded. With that, a group of people came to the surveillance room and began to check the surveillance. But when he saw the picture on the surveillance, Hayateo only felt that he was blind. Because he saw himself on the screen. After he left last night, he came to the warehouse once again after 12 o'clock. But he was clearly sleeping in the villa at that time. Hayateo's heart began to panic, this matter was just too bizarre. Did I come here after 12 last night? Hayateo rushed to the bodyguard beside him and asked. The bodyguard nodded and said, "Yes sir, you said that you had a big deal today, so you had to come check it out." Big deal? What big deal? Where did the big deal come from? Why didn't he know? Hayateo realized that this matter was getting weirder and weirder because he knew that the person on the screen wasn't him at all. Moreover, the most important point was that the large quantity of arms could not be transported casually. Even if they were loaded in containers, each dozen or so trips wouldn't be able to finish the transportation. Not to mention the tanks and helicopter gunships. Trying to transport these two big guys away would definitely alert the guards outside. But the problem was that the guards outside didn't notice anything unusual at all. Could it be that someone used a spell to steal the arms? Although Hayateo didn't believe that anyone in the world knew spells, how could he explain the disappearance of a warehouse of arms for no reason, and how could he explain the person who looked exactly like him? This incident reveals everywhere bizarre. Hayateo know that he cannot hide this, so immediately reported to the headquarters. And the Yamaguchi Gumi side immediately sent people over. Chapter 81, Linwan Air seeks help, Furious Wade. Hey Koen, I think you need to give me a reasonable explanation. Yamamoto Kanzuya stared at Heiyu in front of him and questioned with a dissatisfied face. Yamamoto Kanzuya was a high-ranking member of the Yamaguchi group, and had immediately flown to China from the Sakura country after learning of the theft of the Chinese arms warehouse. Originally, Yamamoto Kanzuya was completely unconvinced by Hayateo's words, and he thought that this was Hayateo excusing himself. However, after he watched the surveillance of that night, Yamamoto Kanzuya was dumbfounded. But someone had to take responsibility for this matter, and that person could only be Hayateo. Hayateo looked at Yamamoto Kanzuya kneeling on the ground and said in fear and trepidation, "Mr. Yamamoto, I really didn't know. It's a demonic art. It must be the demonic art of the Chinese. Whether it's demonic magic or not, you must be responsible for this matter." Saying this, Yamamoto Kanzuya smiled and took a katana from a black-clothed man on the side and handed it to Hayateo. "You commit harakiri and die to apologize for your sins. Don't worry, if you die, your family the Yamaguchi group will take care of them." Although Yamamoto Kanzuya didn't say it explicitly, Hayateo had already heard the implication of his words. If he didn't die, then he was afraid that his family would die. Of course, he wouldn't be able to survive in the end. Instead of letting his family die with him, it would be better to simply commit harakiri, which could still save his family. Hayateo took the katana with determination in his eyes. "I implore Mr. Yamamoto to take care of my family. I am willing to die as a thank you." After saying that, Hayateo instantly pulled out his katana, then viciously stabbed himself in the abdomen. Immediately, blood spurted out, and Hayateo's face quickly turned pale, but he still forced himself to endure the severe pain and slowly pulled the sword towards his body to complete this tragic ritual. Yamamoto Kanzuya indifferently watched this scene without the slightest movement. To him, Hayateo was just a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. His life was so insignificant in front of the interests of the organization. What Yamamoto and Kanzuya were most concerned about right now was the whereabouts of the arms and who had stolen them unknowingly. Hoda stayed in Peach Blossom Town for 3 days until everything was normal before returning to the city. At the same time, the Zhongqing police received a report that a body had been found in an abandoned factory. When Hwada sees the news, the first thing he recognizes is that the body is Hayato. Yamaguchi Group, after checking the surveillance, did not have any discovery, and ultimately all the responsibility all put on the head of Hayato. Hayato therefore forced to die to thank for the crime, and because of the theft of arms, Yamaguchi Group decided to terminate the plan to leave China. You have been safe. Until this moment, Hwada's hanging heart is finally put down. After that, Hwada's days also returned to peace. His and Sushi's feelings were also heating up day by day. When there was nothing to do, he would sneak downstairs to find Sushi to explore life. Because the child reached the age of elementary school, so she picked up the child and came along with Sushi's parents. This also left Hwada without much opportunity to spend time with Suzy. The two of them could only have a chance to communicate briefly at night, when everyone was asleep. On this night, Hwada was just about to go downstairs to find Sushi to discuss her life when he received a distress text message from Lin Wan-air. Hwada, I'm at the Muse bar, come save me. After seeing the text message, Hwada immediately dialed Lin Wan-air's phone. But it kept showing no answer. At this moment, Hwada's heart instantly raced to his throat. Without much thought, he immediately rushed out of his house and drove to the Muse bar. On the road, Hwada constantly tried to contact Lin Wan-air, but the phone is always unanswered. At this time, Hwada called Elder Lin again. Why did you kid remember to call me so late at night? Lin Xinghua asked with a smile. Elder, where is Wan-air? Hwada wasn't here to catch up with the old master, but to ask him about Lin Wan-air's situation. With his understanding of Lin Wan-air, she didn't seem like the type of girl who would go to a bar. Wan-air, it seems like she went to some kind of class reunion. Why are you asking about this? Is your kid not contacting Wan-air recently? I can warn you, you can't fail my family, Wan-air, otherwise? Drip drip drip. Without waiting for Lin Xinghua to finish his sentence, Hwada directly hung up the phone. This brat actually dared to hang up on me. On the other hand, Hwada drove the big G through several red lights and finally arrived at the Muse bar. Walking into the bar, Hwada immediately searched for Lin Wan-air's figure. But the bar lights are dim, everywhere is full of people. Hwada's time is also difficult to determine the specific location of Lin Wan-air. He was anxious, worried about Lin Wan-air's safety, but the sound of restless music and too loud, even if it is loud roar but also cover the sound of music. Just when Hwada was at a loss, there was a sudden commotion in one of the corners of the bar. He immediately looked towards the commotion, only to see several men surrounding a person, and that person was really the Lin Wan-air that Hwada was looking for. Hwada's heart tightened and he immediately squeezed through the crowd to rush towards Lin Wan-air's direction. When he got close, a man at the head was grabbing Lin Wan-air's arm and roared with a fierce face. Stinking, actually dare to hit my old man, really giving face. Pa! The man slapped Lin Wan-air's face. Hwada was too late to stop it and witnessed it with his eyes. He was instantly enraged and rushed up without hesitation, pushing the violent man away and protecting Lin Wan-air behind him. Wan-air, are you alright? Looking at the clear slap marks on Lin Wan-air's face, the anger in Hwada's heart continued to burn. He had never been as angry as he was at this moment. Hwada, you're here. Lin Wan-air could no longer control the tears in her eyes after seeing Hwada. Tears instantly gushed out as she violently jumped into Hwada's arms, as if this could make her feel safe. I'm sorry I'm late, but I will definitely make the people who bullied you pay. Hwada said with fierce eyes. During this period of time, he had indeed neglected Lin Wan-air. Although the two of them hadn't finalized their relationship yet, Hwada had already regarded Lin Wan-air as his woman. Now that his woman had been beaten up in front of him, how could Hwada not be angry? Hwada turned around and coldly looked at the man in front of him, saying word for word, you were the one who hit her just now, right? Hwada's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a corpse. Wang was shocked by Hwada's aura and subconsciously took a step back, but then he thought that there were 4 or 5 people on his side, and all of a sudden he said in a strong voice, so what? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to meddle in my business? Hwada did not answer, but copied the side of the beer bottle, directly to the other side of a blow to the head. Only heard a bang sound, Wang Mang's head was opened. Drinking water mixed with blood flowed down from Wang Mang's face. Wang Mang let out a scream, covered his head and fell to the ground moaning in pain. The surrounding people did not expect Hwada to be so ruthless, and he took action at the drop of a hat. Wang Mang's group was also shocked by Hwada's sudden violent action. They looked at each other. For a moment no one dared to go forward. Chapter 82 A Rage for the Red Face. Bastard! Wang Mang struggled to get up from the ground and roared, what are you still waiting for? Go on. In a flash, several people pounced on Hwada. Lin Wan-air, who saw the scene, immediately worried about Hwada's safety. She felt that she was the one who dragged Hwada down. And then, just at this moment, Hwada moved. He flew out with a kick, hitting his opponent squarely in the chest. Gabba! Only a bone-breaking sound suddenly rang out, and the person who had rushed at the very front was spitting out blood and flew out backwards, along with the several people behind him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this person so fierce? A single kick made someone spit out blood. At the same time, the commotion here also finally caught the attention of the bar personnel. For a moment, the music stopped and the headlights inside the bar were turned on. Many people didn't know what was going on, but when they saw the several people on the ground, they instantly understood that there was a good show to watch. Young man, you are too arrogant, and arrogant people often pay the price. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a tattoo of the over-river dragon on his body squeezed through the crowd to arrive in front of Hwode. Who are you? Hwode asked as he looked at the other party with a disdainful face. I'm the owner of this store, my friends call me Brother Dragon for face. There is nothing wrong with your friend, and you have already taught him a lesson. How about giving me face for this matter to be over? Zhou Wenlong said with a smile on his face. However, Hwode did not let up at all and coldly returned, what if I say no? Hwode did not have a good impression of Zhou Wenlong. He did not show up just now when Lin Wan was being harassed, but now he came out to be a peacemaker. Moreover, the other party also had tattoos on his body which didn't look like a good person. At this moment, Zhou Wenlong's face instantly sank after hearing Hwode's reply. He did not expect Hwode to give him so little face. He didn't expect Hwode to give him so little face. He knew that in this part of Jiangchang, who would dare not give him face? Even Deng Changyan, the former underground emperor of Jiangchang, had to give him 3 points when he saw him. Young man, I advise you not to drink to your honor. Here, no one has done not to give me Zhou Wenlong face. Hwode sneered, undaunted as he locked eyes with Zhou Wenlong. I can give you face not to make trouble here, but these people must pay for this. Hwode pointed at Wang Mang on the ground and said. Actually, Wang Mang was not Zhou Wenlong's dragon, and he had only stood out because he didn't want anyone to make trouble in his store. However, Hwode's arrogant attitude had already angered him. Zhou Wenlong's brows tightened as he stared at Hwode with a torch-like gaze and said with a cold snort, what if I say I'm going to bail him out? Then I'm sorry, I'll even do you. After saying that, Hwode stopped talking nonsense and directly threw a punch at Zhou Wenlong. Feeling the wind of Hwode's punch, Zhou Wenlong's heart immediately tightened. He did not expect Hwode to have such a reach. Zhou Wenlong reacted quickly and dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding Hwode's attack. Seeing Hwode's hands, Zhou Wenlong's younger brothers immediately copied their weapons and rushed towards Hwode. Seeing this, Hwode's eyes instantly became stern. Facing the siege of many people, Hwode didn't have the slightest panic. Instead, he still had some feverish excitement. That's right, it was excitement. Instead of retreating, he directly met him. Seeing this scene, Lin Wan was so frightened that she lost her color and trembled. Although Hwode had just shown super strength, the current situation was completely different from just now. There were so many people on the other side, while Hwode was only one person. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Hwode, can he really? Seeing that a big man with an iron bar rushed to Hwode's front and waved the iron bar towards Hwode's head, Lin Wan screamed in fear and then closed her eyes. But just then, Lin Wan did not hear Hwode's screams. No, there were screams. But there wasn't one miserable scream, but many. There were even quite a few cries of alarm ringing in her ears. When the dust settled, she slowly opened her eyes. Only to see Hwode standing in front of her unharmed with a calm face, but those who had attacked him before all fell to the ground and let out moans of pain. Zhou Wenlong, on the other hand, was shocked, as if he was looking at Hwode as if he was looking at a monster, with a shuddering feeling as his body involuntarily trembled. Zhou Wenlong had been mixed up for his whole life. It wasn't that he hadn't seen one who could fight, but he had never seen one who could fight like Hwode. It's no exaggeration to say that even if the army king of those soldiers came, they don't seem to have Hwode so able to fight. At this moment, Zhou Wenlong was a little afraid. Hwode's power had exceeded his imagination. This is no longer 1 against 10, this is 1 against 100. Zhou Wenlong knew that he had mentioned the iron plate today. He only felt why he had to meddle in his own business, why he had to provoke this monster. With fear in his heart, he forced a smile and said, little brother, there's something to be said, there's something to be said. Hwode's eyes were cold, and he said with a disdainful face, now you know that there is something to talk about. What did you do just now? Give you a step and you won't go down, then don't blame me for being merciless. After saying that, Hwode walked around Zhou Wenlong towards Wang Mang. Hwode stared deathly at Wang Mang who was lying on the ground, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Now, it's time to settle the score between us. You, what do you want? Don't you come over. Big brother, big master, I know I'm wrong, please spare me. Wang Mang was really scared. He desperately begged Hwode for mercy, begging him to be able to spare himself. However, Hwode acted as if he didn't hear Wang Mang's pleas for mercy, and continued to press on step by step, walking up to him. Hwode looked down at Wang Mang and said coldly, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot escape. After saying this, Hwode stepped on Wang Mang's hand. Only with a click, Wang Mang's hand was broken by Hwode. At that moment, Wang Mang let out a miserable scream. However, this is not the end. Hwode raised his foot and stepped on Wang Mang's other hand. Another mournful scream rang out. Hearing Wang Mang's miserable scream, everyone present revealed a look of fear. They were all frightened by Hwode's cruel methods. Even Zhou Wenlong, who was used to seeing great storms, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Too ruthless. It was really too ruthless. Stomping off his hands hard, should he be so ruthless? Zhou Wenlong was nervous as hell. He was afraid that Huada's next target would be him. However, Huada didn't look for trouble with him, but instead took Lin Wan-er and left the bar directly. Only after seeing this faithful god leave did Zhou Wenlong let out a long breath of relief. Zhou Wenlong, who came back to his senses, was so scared that he was already sweating. This was the first time in so many years that he was scared like this by a young man. Chapter 83, Hoda, actually I don't want to, actually I want to. Why did you come to the bar alone? On the way back from sending Lin Wan-er, Huada frowned and asked did Lin Wan-er beside him. I came to attend a class reunion. After dinner they said they wanted to go to the bar. I originally wanted to go straight home, but couldn't argue with them, so I followed along. Speaking here, Lin Wan-er still had a bout of fear. If it wasn't for Huada's timely arrival, the consequences would really be unimaginable. A classmate reunion? Then how come you're the only one left? Huada pursued in puzzlement. He always felt that this matter revealed a hint of oddity. If Lin Wan-er had followed her classmates to the bar, it was only logical that she should have classmates by her side. But just now in the bar, he didn't see Lin Wan-er's so-called classmates. They all went to the dance floor to dance. I don't like it, so I didn't go. Lin Wan-er said in a voice as thin as a gnat. However, right at this moment, Lin Wan-er suddenly started tearing at her clothes and cried out from time to time, I'm so hot, I'm so hot. Lin Wan-er has been drugged, and if she can't get half an hour without being released, it will be life-threatening. Seeing Lin Wan-er in this condition, Huada had already guessed that she might have been drugged. But he never thought that this drug would be so overbearing, since it would be so overbearing. It was actually life-threatening. Normal medicine wouldn't be like this. Wan-er, hold on, you must hold on. Huada consoled Lin Wan-er as he stepped on the gas to the bottom and quickly drove towards the Haitian Hope Mansion. The short 10-minute journey made Huada very tormented. Lin Wan-er on the side was already disheveled, revealing large swathes of snow-white skin. There were also bursts of screams coming out of her mouth, making people want to stop. Huada glanced towards Lin Wan-er on the side and realized that Lin Wan-er's consciousness had started to become blurred. Her hands were groping haphazardly on her body, wanting to free her body from the restraints. Huada's heart was burning with anxiety, and he once again pressed the gas pedal hard. Big G's speed has soared to 160 yards. Good thing it's late at night, there are not many vehicles on the road. If this were daytime, there would be a car accident. Wan-er, hold on, we'll be home soon. Huada shouted loudly, trying to keep Lin Wan-er awake. The other party's consciousness is already blurred and very eager to be filled. Huada drove the Big G as it sped along the road, seeing that it was almost time to arrive at the Haitian Hope Mansion. But at this time, Lin Wan-er seemed to have smelled the male hormones emanating from Huada's body and directly climbed over from the passenger side. Wan-er, don't be like this, I'm driving. Huada was startled, and the car nearly lost control and crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road. Although he temporarily pushed Lin Wan-er away, the next second Lin Wan-er pounced on him again. There was no way. Huada could only hold down Lin Wan-er with one hand and hold the steering wheel with the other. Finally, after 5 minutes, Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in Huada rented rental house downstairs. Huada quickly got out of the car and came to the passenger side, Lin Wan-er carried down. At this time, the passenger seat was wet. No need to ask to know what happened. Huada immediately rushed into the elevator after helping Lin Wan-er put on her clothes. When the two returned to Huada's home, Lin Wan-er immediately seduced in Huada's ear, give it to me quickly, I can't stand it. But Huada was very calm at the moment. It wasn't that he was sitting on his hands, but he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Huada carried Lin Wan-er to the bathroom and rinsed her body with cold water. He tried to use cold water to alleviate the drug effect in Lin Wan-er's body. But the effect was not good. The medicine Lin Wan-er took is the latest foreign developed sea drug. The drug effect is very strong. In addition to male and female intercourse, there is no second way to dissolve it. Nani? What does this mean? This is not forcing himself to put Lin Wan-er on it. Just as Huada was at war, the system once again appeared with a prompt. There are still 5 minutes left. If Lin Wan-er is not released within 5 minutes, she will die a violent death. At the same time, Lin Wan-er's screams became even more intense. There's no way out. Huada could not possibly watch Lin Wan-er die in front of him. If he was given a choice, he would rather have Lin Wan-er than let her die. Huada picked up Lin Wan-er as soon as he returned to the bedroom and then gently placed her on the bed. Looking at Lin Wan-er, who kept writhing on the bed, Huada took a deep breath and said, Wan-er, I'm sorry. What came next was indescribable. As for why it was indescribable, it wasn't because it would be blocked, but it simply wouldn't pass the scrutiny. Early the next morning, when Lin Wan-er woke up, she immediately felt a soreness in her body, especially that place was hot and painful. Then after seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Wan-er instantly panicked. Then looking down, she was naked. Lin Wan-er was directly stunned. She looked around in panic and tried to recall what happened last night, but her memory was a blur. She only remembered that she attended the class reunion and then followed everyone to the bar, and then she couldn't recall anything after that at all. Just as she was feeling incredibly confused and scared, Huada walked in with a bowl of congee. Seeing Lin Wanner waking up, he said softly with a sigh of relief, "Wanner, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Lin Wanner looked at Hoodoo with both doubt and uneasiness in her eyes. Where am I? We were last night. What happened?" Seeing that Lin Wanner seemed to be genuinely unable to remember, she opened her mouth to explain. "You went to the bar last night, then suddenly sent me a message saying that I should go save you. When I arrived at the bar, I found that you were being bullied, so I saved you. Originally, I wanted to send you home, but you seemed to be drugged out of your mind, and in the car. I had no choice but to bring you back home and try to calm you down with a cold shower, but it didn't work at all, and I was worried that you were in danger, So you took me that?" Lin Wanner stared at Hoodoo with her big copper bell eyes, only making Hoodoo look at his heart with fear. Having no choice, Hoodoo could only nod his head and admit, "Wanner, Don't speak, leave me alone." Lin Wanner waved her hand and interrupted. Seeing this, Hoodoo put down the porridge in his hand and was just about to go out to let Lin Wanner calm down alone. But the next second, Lin Wanner's tears kept rolling down like pearls with broken strings. She choked and said, "Hoodoo, do you know, that was my first time, and it was just lost in confusion." How could Hoodoo not know? Now there is a large bloodstain on the bedsheet. But what could Hoodoo say? Although he was holding the purpose of saving people, the truth was that he did take away Lin Wanner's first time as well. "Wanner, then why don't we do it again, so you can feel it?" When Lin Wanner heard this, she immediately stared at Hoodoo with wide eyes, then nodded shyly while sobbing. Hoodoo took a look at Lin Wanner's consent. What was he waiting for? He flew and pounced on her. Chapter 84: Recruiting Troops in Horses. 1 hour later. Hoodoo drove Lin Wanner back to the Lin family. After that, Hoodoo drove to the security company, the same factory that Li Wei had sent him to earlier. At this time, the factory's main entrance had been replaced with the name of the security company, Golden Shield Security Limited. Walking into the interior of Golden Shield Security, the decoration company was in the middle of renovating in a tight schedule. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was leading a group of Golden Shield Security's employees in physical training on the outdoor playground. However, in Hoodoo's opinion, this training was just like a child playing house without any rules. At this time, Yang Fan also noticed Hoodoo. There was also no way not to notice. Hoodoo directly parked his car in front of Yang Fan. "Boss, you're here." "Well." Hoodoo got out of the car and asked after taking a look. "The decoration company has already renovated the dormitory and the brothers have moved in. We are now training on the playground every day when we have nothing to do." Speaking here, Yang Fan looked at Hoodoo and asked in a low voice, "Boss, when can we take over business?" "Take over business?" Hoodoo pointed to a group of punks not far ahead. "You mean them?" That's right, in Hoodoo's eyes, these people were still far from being up to the standard of becoming security personnel. Not even at the level of a neighborhood security guard. In his eyes, these people were at best considered punks. Not to mention anything else, just that head of flowers and greenery made Hoodoo unable to stand it. Seeing the slightly disappointed look in Yang Fan's eyes, Hoodoo patted his shoulder and cheered him up. "Fan, don't be in a hurry, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. We've only just started, we still have to lay a good foundation first. You turn back, first let these boys go and cut my hair, it's hard for me to look at it. Also, make a detailed company rules and regulations out as soon as possible. Boss, it's okay for you to let me fight and kill, but I can't really do it if you let me make rules and regulations," Yang Fan said with a bitter face. Hoodoo smiled at his words and couldn't help but smile. "This is my test for you, you must complete it." "Boss, Yang Fan wanted to push back again, but Hoodoo clapped his hands and interrupted. "Fan, of course you can take your time with the company's rules and regulations. Right now I have something I need you to do immediately." "What is it?" "I promise to complete the task." As soon as Yang Fan heard that Hoodoo had something to explain to him to do, he immediately came into the spirit. This was much easier than drawing up some company rules and regulations. Well, at least Yang Fan thought so. At this time, Hoodoo said with icy eyes, "Last night, a friend of mine was drugged at the Muse Bar, so help me to find out who did it." Although this matter ended up being cheap, Hoodoo wouldn't just let go of the person who drugged Lin Wanner. If he hadn't appeared in time last night, Lin Wanner would have been spoiled. So this revenge he must avenge for Lin Wanner. At this moment, Yang Fan felt the murderous aura radiating from Hoodoo's body and couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he felt such a strong killing aura on Hoodoo. From this, he could tell that the friend Hoodoo was talking about was very important to him, and was probably their boss's wife. So this matter, he had to do it beautifully. Then, Hoodoo told all the information to Yang Fan to facilitate his investigation. "Boss, don't worry, within 3 days I will definitely find out the person who drugged that person even if I dig up the ground." Yang Fan patted his chest and said. After explaining this, Hoodoo let Yang Fan and the others continue, while he himself skipped around. Not to mention, the changes in the entire factory area today were really quite big. Hoodoo first went to the staff dormitory. On top of the original foundation, the dormitory building of the security company was transformed into a single dormitory. Each room has about 30 square feet, not only has air conditioning but also with an independent bathroom. With this configuration, it is definitely considered a unique one. After visiting the staff dormitory, Hwode came to the administration building. The first floor of the administration building was transformed into a staff cafeteria, which can accommodate 500 people at the same time. The second floor is a recreation room where employees can relax during their break time. The third floor upwards were all office areas. After that, Hwode came back to the indoor training hall. At this time, the renovation company is working intensively. When the site manager of the decoration company saw Hwode, he hurriedly went forward and greeted him. "Mr. Hwa, you're here." Saying this, the other party also pulled out a pack of tianxia from his pocket and shared one with Hwode. Hwode took the cigarette, smiled and said, "Well, came over to see how it's going." The other party lit a cigarette for Hwode and said, "Roughly I've gotten it almost done, already started in doing the finishing work, almost next week we'll be able to finish all." Hwode nodded and took a look at the completed part. The work done was really good. It seems that this decoration company that Zhang Kong found is still very reliable. "Don't worry, Mr. Hua, we've done everything according to the requirements and will definitely not smash our own signboard." The person in charge patted his chest and stated, "Then I'll work hard for you guys." Hwode returned outside after looking around and left the security company after greeting Yang Fan. He was thinking about one thing: should he get some helpers back for Yang Fan? With Yang Fan's ability, it was no problem to manage so many people, but it would be different when the company grew. Moreover, the employees of a security company needed a professional training system, and that alone was not something Yang Fan possessed. In that case, it was really necessary to find some helpers for Yang Fan. It might not be easy to find professional trainers, but it was easy to find people to manage the company. After returning home, Hwode registered for Boss Enterprise Edition at the first time, and then posted recruitment information on it. A number of various administrative positions. Several professional security personnel. In order to increase the exposure of the positions, Hwode also deliberately recharged the membership. Not expensive, 298 a month. After having a member, the post he posted instantly got massive exposure, and it was directly placed on the top of the homepage. Not long after, Hwode received many private messages from job seekers. "Hello boss, I'm a veteran and want to apply for a job as a security officer, what's the salary?" Hwode didn't reply immediately, but instead clicked on the other party's personal resume. Chuwar, male, 30 years old, from South River Province. He had served in a Special Operations Brigade of a certain military region in Huaxia as a Special Operations Brigade leader for 10 years, and was discharged 3 months ago. After carefully looking at the other party's personal resume, Hwode called out to pick up the treasure. In the Special Operations Brigade to stay 10 years, or a captain, this is not what he is looking for talent. So, Hwode immediately sent a private message to the other party. "Hello, I am the chairman of the Golden Shield Security. My name is Hwode. I am very glad that you can choose our company. Our company's treatment is divided into several grades, but I think that with your ability is to come to our company as an ordinary arranger is absolutely too big to use. If you are willing to join our company, I am willing to give you the position of vice president of the company, with an annual salary of $1 million. Chapter 85, Chu War joins Golden Shield Security. Annual salary of $1 million. After seeing the annual salary given by Hwode, Chu Zhan's entire body was confused. This was $1 million, not $100. Was he really worth this annual salary? Chu Zhan fell into self-doubt. On the other side, Hwode saw that Chu Zhan delayed in replying, and thought that the annual salary of $1 million was not enough to impress the other party, so he immediately edited another message and sent it over. Of course, $1 million annual salary is still just the foundation. As the company's patriarch, you can enjoy a portion of the options. If the company is successfully listed, this portion of the options can be cashed out. In addition, the company will also purchase a set of commercial house and a car not less than $500,000 for you. Also, with the development and growth of the company, $1 million annual salary is only temporary. After that, the annual salary will also increase, tentatively 10% per year. After all, Hwode is a person who has founded a company. In the aspect of drawing a big cake is still very professional. Chu Zhan hadn't come back from the $1 million annual salary just now. Hwode sent a series of treatments over again. Options and whatnot. Chu Zhan does not know what, but the house and car that can be real. With Jiangqing's current housing prices, a set of 100 square feet of just need, a few will have to be 1.5 million to hit the bottom. In addition, there is a car not less than 500,000 yuan, just these two is 2 million. To be honest, it was fake not to be moved, but Chu Zhan had self-awareness. Thus, Chu War immediately said back that, "I'm just a veteran, not worth $1 million a year." Seeing the message sent by the other party, Hwode's brows immediately frowned. Honestly speaking, he still had great respect for soldiers like Chu Zhan who had sacrificed their lives for the motherland and defended the country. Without them carrying the weight, where would the common people be able to live and work in peace and happiness? $1 million a year is not much in his opinion. Hua felt that chatting online was not clear. He thought to ask Chu War out to meet and chat. Mr. Chu, are you free now? Is it convenient for us to meet and chat? Can. Then, Hua sent a positioning over to Chu War and made an appointment. Since he had already made an appointment with one, Hua thought that meeting one was also meeting two was also meeting, so why not just make a few more appointments for those who came for interviews? So, Hua began to screen all the applicants who submitted a resume. After a simple online communication, he asked a few professional managers. In his opinion, recruiting employees for ordinary positions was something that company executives should do, and he only needed to recruit executives. If he had done all the work of recruiting ordinary employees, what would he need these executives for? 1 p.m. Zhanghai Plaza, Jiangcheng, Starbucks. Hua originally wanted to set the interview location at the security company, but thought it would be more convenient to come downtown, so he set the interview location here. Perhaps because it was a weekday, there weren't many customers at Starbucks at this time. Hua found a window seat and sat down, ordered a cup of mocha and then quietly waited for the first interviewer to appear. A few minutes later, a lanky, sharp-eyed inch-haired man walked into the Starbucks. He was wearing a white t-shirt and camouflage pants underneath, and his entire body exuded a quality that was uniquely lost to Chinese soldiers. This person was no one else, it was precisely Chu Zhan who had come for the interview. After seeing Chu Zhan come in, Hua got up and waved his hand and shouted, "Mr. Chu, this way." Hearing the voice, Chu Zhan turned his head to look at Hua, then walked straight over. "Mr. Hua, hello, I'm Chu Zhan, nice to meet you." Chu Zhan stretched out his right hand and greeted Hua's outstretched right hand. Hua smiled and responded, "Mr. Chu, I'm also pleased to meet you, please have a seat, what would you like to drink, mocha or latte?" No, I'm not used to drinking those, just bring me a bottle of water." Chu Zhan waved his hand repeatedly and said. Hua sniffed and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Chu, this is a coffee shop, there is no water." After saying that, Hua took it upon himself to call the waiter and helped Chu War order a latte. Soon, the waiter delivered a latte over. After Chu Zhan said thank you, he took the coffee. Afterward, the scene fell into awkwardness. Neither of the two spoke. Hua took a sip of coffee and sized up Chu Zhan. Similarly, Chu Zhan was also observing Hua. Although Hua was younger than him, Chu Zhan felt a composure and confidence beyond his age from Hua's body. This made him unable to help but have a few moments of respect for the young boss. Finally, Hua broke the silence. "Mr. Chu, let me briefly introduce, our Golden Shield Security is a company that has just been established, with only 20 or so employees at the moment, and we are in great need of experienced and capable people like you to join us, and your military background is exactly what we need. In terms of treatment, I've already said it before, the annual salary of 1 million remains the same, other options, houses and cars are also available, what other needs you have can also be mentioned without hesitation." Chu Zhan nodded and said sincerely, "Mr. Hua, first of all, thank you for recognizing me, but I do worry that I'm not capable of doing this job." Hua smiled and continued, "Mr. Chu probably doesn't know that our company's current employees were all social punks before, and I need you to train them harshly, which I think should be exactly what you're best at." "General Manager Hua, you mean, conduct militarized training?" Chu Zhan asked doubtfully. Hua nodded and said, "Not only militarized training, but in the future, militarized management will also be carried out, so this position is not yours. Of course, there's a general manager above you, he's one of my people, but he'll also follow you for special training. So, are you willing to join Golden Shield Security?" After saying that, Hua stared at Chu Zhan's eyes, waiting for his reply. After Chu Zhan heard Hua's introduction and requirements, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had been in the army since he was 20 years old, and after practicing in the army for 10 years, he had thought that he would dedicate his entire life to the army and the country. Who would have thought that because of a mission, he had offended the air of a big shot? His military career had to be interrupted as a result. Originally, he thought that with his skills, he would be able to make a living in society. But after his discharge, he looked for countless jobs, either with low wages or selling physical labor. Although he was not willing to do so, he resigned himself to his fate. But half a month ago, his old mother suddenly became seriously ill and urgently needed a sum of money for an operation. He borrowed all the relatives and friends, but there is still a gap of more than 100,000 yuan. He had no choice but to find a way to change a higher paying job. That's how he came across the recruitment information posted by Hota on the internet. Honestly speaking, at first, he was rushing to the Golden Shield Security that high salary to come. But now, he realized that Golden Shield Security is not exactly the company he aspires to. In addition to leading soldiers in his life, he would only lead soldiers. Chu Zhan took a deep breath and looked at Hua with a firm gaze. "Mr. Hua, I'm willing to join Golden Shield Security, it's just that I have a small request." "You say it. Can I advance a month's salary in advance?" "Yes, but you need to give me a reason." Not to mention advancing a month's salary, as long as he could keep Chu War, even if he advanced a year's salary, Hota was willing. But like he said, he needed a reason. "My mother is sick and needs surgery costs, and the surgery costs are still 100,000 short." Chu War said. He really didn't want to do this if he could, but for his mother's sake he could only open his mouth and ask Huode for help. Give me your card number. After that, Huode transferred all of his 1 year's salary to Chu Zhan without saying a word. After receiving the SMS reminder from the bank, Chu Zhan's entire body was confused. He had only asked Huode for 100,000, and as a result, Huode had directly transferred 1 million to him. Mr. Hua, this is too much, 100,000 is enough. I believe in your character. Huoda's simple sentence made Chu Zhan moved by it. He instantly stood up and solemnly saluted a military salute towards Huode. A military salute, this was a soldier's greatest respect. You go and settle your mother first, then go to this place and look for a person called Yang Fan, I will greet him. After saying that, Huoda exchanged contact information with Chu Zhan and sent him the Golden Shield Security's location. Chapter 86, adding another fierce general. Chu Zhan left, but Huode did not leave. He had the waiter remove Chu Zhan's cup of coffee and had the waiter send over a new cup of mocha. He didn't just have an appointment for Chu War to come over for an interview, there were a few more to come afterward. After waiting for a while again, the second applicant arrived. It was the same man, only this was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After a brief understanding, Huode learned that the other party had previously served as a vice president of a listed company in China. Because the company had a bit of a situation, this was fired by the company. At 40 years old, it is the age of the old and the young. In this age was dismissed by the company, which is more or less a bit miserable. Originally, Huode thought that only in his own world will appear 35 years old to be dismissed things, did not expect this world is also so. One can only say that capitalists are the same everywhere. Huode did not deny that he was also a capitalist, but he would never do such a thing. Even if the employees of Golden Shield Security were old in the future, as long as they didn't make a mistake of principle he wouldn't sack them, and would keep employing them until they retired. However, Huode sympathized, but the other party really didn't meet his own employment standards, so after saying sorry to the other party, he ended this interview. After that, Huode met 3 more people one after another. There are men and women, many of them are executives of state-owned enterprises and people who have had their own business experience, but none of them are very satisfactory to Huode. Huode looked at the time on his cell phone, it was already 3:30 p.m. There is still one last interviewer, if this cannot satisfy him, he can only look for other candidates. 3:40 p.m. The door of the Starbucks was once again pushed open from outside. A young woman in a simple and stylish professional outfit walked in, her long hair gently pulled back, adding a bit of competence. After entering, she looked around, her eyes quickly landing on where Huode was, and then walked over with a smile. Excuse me, are you Mr. Huode Hua? The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, like a lark. Huode jerked his head up and his gaze met with the woman. At this moment, it was as if time was forbidden. Beauty. It was too beautiful. Huode couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The woman in front of him seemed to be a fairy that came out of a painting. Her charm wasn't just her outstanding appearance, there was also the temperament that emanated from her body, which made people involuntarily attracted. The woman's smile was warm and bright, like the sunshine in spring, instantly illuminating Huoda's heart. Her eyes glittered with wisdom, as if she was able to see into people's hearts, making people unconsciously want to be close to her. I'm Huode, please have a seat. Returning to his senses, Huode tried to control his voice, but the shock inside was hard to hide. He stood up and extended his hand, politely inviting the other party to sit down. Hello, Mr. Hua, my name is Qin Meng, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to come for this interview. Qin Meng briefly introduces herself before looking at Huode quietly. Interview, oh yes, interview. Huode was truly mesmerized by the other party's face value, and even his speech became incoherent. Honestly speaking, there was no lack of beautiful women around him right now, on the contrary there were many beautiful women. Whether it was Su Shi, or Lin Waner, or Bai Ji, Yi Yunyao, and the others were all first-class beauties. But their beauty couldn't compare to Qin Meng's beauty. Qin Meng's beauty lies in the fact that she exudes charisma with every knit of her brows and smile, as if she knows the art of enchantment, causing people to be impulsive. This is a beautiful woman with a special physique. She was born with a flirtatious body that will inadvertently mesmerize people. Special physique? A special physique like in metaphysical fiction? Does it really exist in real life? Well, before, Huode didn't believe it. But now, he believed it. After all, the system doesn't lie. If it says it does, then it really does, right? Miss Qin, I'm really sorry for losing my temper. Let's order a cup of coffee first, my treat. Huode said with an apologetic smile. Qin Meng shook her head, signaling that it was fine. Huoda's actions were all within her expectations, she had gotten used to it since she was a child. Miss Qin, is it convenient to tell us about your previous work experience? Huode asked as soon as the waiter brought the coffee and got to the point. Qin Meng sat up straight and entered the interview, slowly speaking. I graduated from Peking University as an undergraduate, and then I studied in Europe and America for 3 years, and obtained an MBA master's degree from Oxford. After returning to China, I first entered a multinational company as a department manager, and in less than a year I made it to the president of Greater China. After leaving this company, I joined a startup in China, and in 2 years I became an executive of this company and led it to a successful IPO. The last company was also a startup, except that the founder chose to cash out and walk away during the C round of financing, which is why I chose to be sensible. Xin Meng looked less than 30 years old, but her work resume was quite impressive. At this point, Huoda looked up Xin Meng's personal resume. 28 years old. Good lord, this was too young. The average domestic university graduate is around 23, 24. She went to study abroad for 3 years and came back at 26, 27. But her work experience is already more than 5 years. What does this mean? It means she went to college at 16. That's a genius. Seemingly sensing Huoda's doubts, Xin Meng explained, I jumped several grades in a row when I was a kid, so I went to university earlier. Is this relatively early? This was too early. At 16, some people are still in middle school. On Meatloaf's side, they usually go to school at the age of 8, 6 years of elementary school, and at 16, they are indeed still in junior high school, and we are usually talking about false ages here. Ms. Qin is excellent. Huoda complimented. Thank you. Xin Meng said her thanks before continuing to stare at Huoda. Huoda pondered for a moment before asking, I would like to know why Ms. Qin chose us, Golden Shield Security. I think with your qualifications, you should have a better choice, right? Indeed, there were many companies that invited me to go, but I turned them all down. As she said this, Xin Meng's body exuded an unspeakable arrogance. It had to be said that with her ability, it was normal to have such arrogance. At this point, Xin Meng continued, I'm a person who likes challenges and likes to make the impossible possible. Although Xin Meng didn't say it explicitly, Huoda heard what she was saying. She was thinking that her company had no future, right? Undeniably, liking to make impossible things possible was the same for him and Xin Meng. Only, was Golden Shield Security really impossible? Miss Qin is not only excellent, she also has a great sense of humor. In that case, let's talk about the treatment. Annual salary of $1 million, with a 10% increase every year in the future. In addition, there are options, house and car if you need it. The company can also help you arrange. Of course, if you don't need it, this part can't be discounted. Is there a problem? Huoda asked. No problem. Xin Meng's answer was much drier than Huoda wanted. This was a bit of a surprise to Huoda. Then let's have a good cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 87, Golden Shield Security on the right track. 3 days later, Monday morning. Huoda was still playing chess with Zhou Gong in his sleep when he was woken up by a ringing phone. After fumbling for a while, Huoda picked up his cell phone from the nightstand and connected the call. Boss, there are 2 people from the security company, saying that they are here to work. Yang Fan's inquiring voice came from the phone. 2 people? Yes, a man and a woman. After hearing that it was 2 people, a man and a woman, Huoda then remembered that it was Chu Zhan and Xin Meng. Previously, he had said for the 2 to go to work on Monday and that he would greet them, but as a result, he turned his head and forgot about it. Alright, you take them to familiarize themselves with the environment first, I'll be right over. After saying that, Huoda hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Huoda drove to Golden Shield Security. After Huoda got off the car, he saw that Yang Fan was taking the 2 of them to visit the employees for training. Both of them are not satisfied with this group of employees. Please pacify the employees in time so that they don't leave. What? It's only the first day of work and you're thinking of leaving. Play it. Shuor is not satisfied with this group of employees. He can understand, after all, people before the Special Forces service, to see that can be the military region of the king of the soldiers, that condition since needless to say, how will look at these former punks. But Xin Meng in dissatisfaction what Huoda is really do not understand. The other side feels that the quality of the staff is not high, and they are all boys. She is a woman working in this kind of wolf's den will be a security risk. After seeing the system prompt, Huoda immediately frowned. He had to say that this was something he really hadn't thought of, but it didn't matter. There were no female employees, recruiting was just that. As for the personal qualities of these employees, that would be even simpler. With Chu Zhan in the picture, he could definitely rule this bunch of little than pups into submission. Really cannot, then all open. Thinking of this, Huoda led towards the 3, greeted and asked. Both of you, are you still satisfied with the company? When Chuor and Xin Meng heard this, they turned their heads to look at Huoda, both with a trace of undetectable hesitation on their faces. Chu Zhan, because of his calm character, did not open his mouth at first. Instead, it was Xin Meng who opened the door and spat out. Mr. Hua, with all due respect, it's not good. Oh, expand on that. Seeing that Xin Meng seemed to have quite a lot of grievances, could it be that something had happened before that he didn't know about? At this time, Yang Fan, who was on the side, embarrassedly opened his mouth to explain. Boss, just now when Miss Qin came, the brothers spoke out and molested Miss Qin. Molestation? Well, Huoda finally knew now why this auntie was so resentful. This would be a grievance for anyone else. Please calm the other party down in time, otherwise you will lose a professional management talent. Hwode frowned and looked at Yang Fan. Go, call the person who molested Miss Chin just now. Boss, this. Yang Fan still wanted to help plead for mercy. Hwode directly glared angrily with both eyes and roared, go when I tell you to go. How come my words don't work well anymore, right? Seeing Hwode really angry, Yang Fan then called the group of Smallden pups over. No more, no less, all 25 people arrived. When everyone came to Hwode, his frown deepened. Because this group of people stood without standing, there were no rules at all. This made Hwode feel very disgraced, especially since Chu Zhan and Qin Meng were still standing here. General Chu, I would like to ask, what kind of punishment will a soldier receive if he makes a mistake in the army? Hwode asked. Chu Zhan seemed to know what Hwode wanted to do, so he spoke. A light punishment would be running 20 kilometers, and a heavy punishment would be confinement for a month. Hwode nodded at his words and looked at the crowd and said, do you all hear me? The penalty of running 20 kilometers, now start. When the crowd heard that they were going to be punished for running 20 kilometers, they immediately looked embarrassed, complained and begged for mercy. But Hwode's attitude was resolute, without the slightest room for maneuver. As the saying goes, there are national laws, there are family rules, there are no rules. Today I will set the first rule of Golden Shield security. The following offenders: disrespecting women is punished to run 20 kilometers, whoever has a problem with it will be 30 kilometers. Of course, you can also choose not to run, you can directly leave Golden Shield security, I won't make things difficult for you. 20 kilometers, and leaving Golden Shield security cutie. Both knew how to choose. They used to be a group of punks, seemingly living as if they were very dashing, but in reality, they were all living a life with no food. After joining Golden Shield security, not only do they get food and shelter, they also get paid well. It was many times stronger than when they were punks before. All teammates, turn right and run. Hwode saw that the crowd stopped talking and directly ordered the start of the 20 kilometers. Miss Chin, are you still satisfied with this kitchen? Hwode turned around and asked. Qin Meng smiled and said, honestly, it's quite satisfactory, but although this punishment satisfies the other party, the fact that she is the only female employee here still makes her wary. After seeing the prompt, Hwode hurriedly interrupted, I know what Miss Chin is worried about, it's really not good that you're the only girl here when it's all boys. How about this, when the time comes, I'll find a new office space in the city, what do you think? There's no need to be so troublesome. Qin Meng didn't expect Hwode to consider her feelings so carefully, which made her can't help but feel a sense of being valued. She smiled and shook her head as she continued, in fact, as long as the company can have some basic protective measures, such as setting up a female-only area or finding more female employees, it's fine. Female employees definitely need to be recruited, not just female employees, we also need to find a group of female security personnel. However, this is Miss Chu's job for you. Now, I officially appoint Chu Zhan and Qin Meng as the vice presidents of Golden Shield Security. Hwode said as he looked at the two. Boss, why don't I not become this general manager? At this time, Yang Fan suddenly said. He was very clear about how much weight he had, he was just a punk, if it wasn't for Hwode, where would he be able to sit in the position of general manager? Originally, he wanted to help Hwode manage the security company with his own efforts. However, after seeing Chu Zhan and Qin Meng, he dismissed this idea. After all, no matter if it was Chu Zhan or Qin Meng, they were both stronger than him in terms of ability. When Hwode heard this, he looked at Yang Fan with some surprise and asked in confusion, Yang Fan, what do you mean by this? How come you suddenly don't want to be the general manager? Yang Fan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Boss, I actually have always known that my ability is limited. Before the company was just starting out and there was not enough manpower, so I just stuck my head in the sand. But now that there are professional talents like Mr. Chu and Mr. Qin joining, I think they are more suitable for this position than me. Moreover, I also want to learn more and improve myself so that I can better contribute to the company in the future. Hwode couldn't help but be impressed with Yang Fan in his heart after hearing his words. He did not expect that Yang Fan would have such awareness and courage, willing to give up his position to a more suitable person. However, he had previously promised Yang Fan to be the general manager of Golden Shield Security. Words spoken are like water thrown out, so how could he go back on his word? Let's do it this way, I'll arrange the position in the company and make sure that Mr. Hua is satisfied. Qin Meng said after some thought. Hwode did have some headaches, since Qin Meng is willing to take this hot potato, that would be the best. After that, Hwode said to Chu Zhan, Mr. Chu, they will be handed over to you for training. If there are any unqualified ones, then feel free to eliminate them. Golden Shield Security, don't keep idle people. Leave it to me. Chu Zhan responded and said. Chapter 88, the show ends before it even begins. Hwode was still very confident in Chu Zhan and Qin Meng's abilities. As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, you can't use them. He also wanted to see what kind of height Golden Shield Security would eventually be able to reach under the leadership of the two. After returning from Golden Shield Security, Hwode returned to the city. But for a while he didn't know where to go. Going home and staying alone was no fun. So she was at work again. Looking for Lin Wan Air? Since that night, Lin Wan Air hadn't paid him any attention. These two were the women he had sex with, as for the others the relationship wasn't so close. Just when Huode was thinking about where to find something to do, Yi Yunyao suddenly called. Counting the days, it seems like it's been a while since I've seen this beautiful landlord. Thus, Huode kicked the gas and drove towards Yi Yunyao's beauty store. Ever since the last time Sister Mariko came to the store for a spa treatment, Yi Yunyao's beauty store's business has been getting better and better, even surpassing the previous business. For this reason, she had even opened a few more branches recently. It could be said that these recent days she was in pain and happy. The pain was because she was really tired and could only sleep for a few hours a day. Happy because she was really happy, with so much money coming in every day. The money she earned this week alone was almost as much as her previous month's income. Today, Yi Yunyao had a hard time being idle, so she wanted to find someone to share the joy in her heart. And the first thing she thought of was Huode. Yao Yao, you should be free today, I'll treat you to dinner. At this moment, the door of the beauty store was pushed open from outside the door. Yi Yunyao thought it was Huode arriving, and looked up to find that it was Li Jihao, the blind date introduced by her mom. A while ago, her mom called her and had to let her go on a blind date. Originally, Yi Yunyao did not want to go, but couldn't argue with her mom or go. Li Jihao's mother and Yi Yunyao's mother is a college classmate, when the relationship is quite good. Only later because each married someone, slowly no contact. Half a month ago, the two met by chance at the mall, so they chatted about their recent situation. After learning that the two children are not married, not even after the object, the two hit it off and wanted to set up two children. Like Yi Yunyao, Li Jihao was originally very resistant to blind dates. But when he saw Yi Yunyao, he immediately fell in love and swore that he must chase Yi Yunyao. So he began to stalk Yi Yunyao. However, Yi Yunyao did not look at this Li Jihao and ignored his stalking. In the past few days, Li Jihao would come to ask Yi Yunyao out every day, but Yi Yunyao rejected him with various reasons. Today, he didn't know where he had inquired about the address of her beauty store and directly killed over. What are you doing here? Yi Yunyao looked at Li Jihao, who suddenly appeared in her store. A hint of displeasure appeared on her face. In a moment, Huode would be coming soon, and she wanted to beat Li Jihao up before Huode arrived. For some reason, Yi Yunyao did not want Huode to see Li Jihao. Li Jihao didn't seem to hear Yi Yunyao impatient tone when she spoke, or maybe he heard it but pretended not to and still said to himself, Yao Yao, I heard Auntie say that you're not too busy today, so I thought of coming to ask you out for a meal. Yi Yunyao was stunned when she heard this. No wonder her mom called her just now and asked if she was busy today. At first, she thought that her mom was concerned about her, but she came to spy on the enemy. Can't you see I'm busy here? Where do I have time to eat? And I'm not familiar with you. Please don't call me Yao Yao. Please call me Yi Yunyao or Miss Yi. Yi Yunyao said coldly. Her words carried a clear sense of distance. She tried to use this to make Li Jihao understand that she didn't have any feelings for him so that he would know better. However, Li Jihao didn't seem to have any intention of giving up as he continued. Okay Yao Yao, oh no, it's Yunyao. I know you're busy right now, but I can wait until you're not. After saying that, he looked at Yi Yunyao's pretty face and waited for her reply. Just at this moment, a big red Mercedes Big G suddenly stopped at the entrance of the beauty store. Subconsciously, Li Jihao froze for a moment and looked at the Big G with some envy. His family's conditions are good. His parents are both retired employees of state-owned enterprises, and he also serves as a middle-level leader in a state-owned enterprise. Although the income is not high, but there are nearly 20 W a year. Though the income is not high, but there are nearly 20 W a year, which is much higher than the average person. But even so, his car is only a 30 million BMW 3 Series. This is still his family to help out with the down payment to buy. But in front of this Big G at least must be more than 200 million, not what people can afford to buy. Although envious, but Li Jihao know that this kind of car is not able to afford. Just when he was about to withdraw his gaze, a young man came down from the Mercedes Big G. Yao Yao, what are you looking for me for? Huode pushed the door in and walked in front of Yi Yunyao before looking at Li Jihao beside him. Although Yi Yunyao's store was a beauty store, there were occasionally men who came along with their wives or girlfriends for maintenance. So after seeing Li Jihao, Huode didn't feel strange and just took him as the other half of those female customers. Li Jihao, I'll say it again, I'm not interested in you, and I already have a boyfriend, the one in front of you. Hubby, let's go eat. After saying that, Yi Yunyao took the initiative to go forward and embrace Huode's arm, looking at Li Jihao smugly. Boyfriend? Hubby? Huode was a bit confused, but quickly reacted. The man beside him was not some customer's better half, but Yi Yunyao's suitor. And he himself seemed to have become Yi Yunyao's shield. This is your boyfriend? As early as when Huode entered the door, Li Jihao's heart had a bad premonition. But what he didn't expect was that his premonition was actually so accurate. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the other party was actually Yi Yunyao's boyfriend. The key was that this person actually drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G. The most important point was that the other party was actually so young. Driving a big G in his 40s and driving a big G in his 20s, these are two very different concepts. Driving a big G in his 40s was a successful person. If you are in your 20s, you either have money or power in your family. Regardless of whether they were rich or powerful, they were not something that ordinary people like him could afford to offend. Of course, he's my boyfriend. To introduce you, his name is Hwode, so please don't harass me in the future. Yi Yunyao is a bit vain, especially when she feels the way Hwode is looking at her. It becomes even more vain, and even a hint of redness inexplicably floats up on her face. However, in order to prevent from wearing out her face, she still nodded her head. Li Jihao's heart sank after hearing Yi Yunyao's words. Just when Hwode felt as if he was going to say something, Li Jihao left the beauty store in a dusty manner after saying that he was disturbed. Leaving like this? I haven't even started the show yet, Hwode said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 89, Encountering a Major Car Accident, Delivering a Pregnant Woman's Baby. Yi Yunyao said with a smile, how about I go and call him back again for you to perform the same? Better forget it. By the way, what are you looking for me for? Hwode waved his hand and asked. Can't I find you if there's nothing? Of course. Hwode feels that this is not sincere enough and adds, Ye big beautiful woman looking for me, I'm definitely at your beck and call. That's more or less the same, go sister treats you to dinner. With that, she pulled Hwode up and walked towards the outside of the store. After getting into the car, Hwode couldn't help but ask, that person just now is your suitor? Yi Yunyao first nodded, then shook her head again and said, yes and no, he's the son of my mom's college classmate. Some time ago my mom met his mom by chance at the mall, and then wanted to set the two of us up. But I don't have any feelings for him at all, and I clearly rejected him a long time ago, but he keeps stalking me. So you're using me as a shield, are you? Hwode covered her mouth and thought. How is it aggravating for you to use this young lady as a shield? Yi Yunyao glared at Hwode before continuing. But I think this guy definitely won't harass me again in the future. It's the first time I've seen him like this. That's true, and don't look at what kind of car I'm driving. Yi Yunyao thought about it. Just for this car, Hwode directly dumped the other party for a whole street, or the kind where you can't see the exhaust fumes. Just ask Li Jihao's broken 3 series how to chase? Although BMW and Mercedes-Benz both belong to the luxury brand. But the car is not the same as the car. Some people are hard to buy BBA in order to rush face, but they can only afford the entry model of BBA, just like Li Jihao like this. But Hwode is different, his big G is the top model of BBA, enough to buy more than 10 3 series. So it's understandable why Li Jihao would leave in a state of disarray after seeing Hwode. This simply cannot compete with Hwode. After Hwode started the car, he asked, where to eat? I know a newly opened hot pot restaurant that is good, why don't we go eat hot pot? Yi Yunyao said. Okay, I kinda like eating hot pot. After saying that, Hwode drove towards the direction of the hot pot restaurant according to Yi Yunyao's navigation route. Soothing music was playing in the car, and both of them didn't speak. Hwode was focused on the road ahead because he had to drive. Yi Yunyao, on the other hand, is peeking at Hwode and forgets to say anything. Ding! Yi Yunyao's real-time psychological dynamics detected. I didn't realize that this Hwode is getting more and more handsome the more I look at him. Not only does he have a face but he also has money and the key. This is my ideal object. I also don't know if he has a girlfriend. Hwode smiles slightly and steals a glance at Yi Yunyao, realizing that she is still staring at herself. Is it because you think I'm handsome? Yi Yunyao skimmed her mouth and said, Che, less narcissistic who's looking at you, I'm obviously looking at the scenery outside, okay. Hwode laughed and didn't poke her. At this time, Yi Yunyao suddenly changed her words and asked, right, ask you a question you have to answer truthfully. With the system's hint, Hwode already knew what Yi Yunyao was going to ask, so he took the lead and said, you don't want to ask if I have a girlfriend, right? Yi Yunyao was stunned, she didn't expect Hwode to guess the question she wanted to ask. However, she quickly came back to her senses and revealed a melon-eating expression as she asked, so, do you have one? Don't worry, I don't have a girlfriend, so you still have a chance. Hwode said with a smile. Jokingly, this thing has to say no even if there is one. No one is chasing after you, how is it possible? Yi Yunyao reveals a look of disbelief, she doesn't believe what Hwode says. Because she felt how could someone as outstanding as Hwode have no one chasing after him? After all, even she felt excellent, let alone others. There's really no one to chase after. After Hwode finished speaking, he was just about to continue talking when the vehicle in front of him suddenly braked sharply. If it wasn't for Hwode's quick reaction, he stepped on the brakes to the end, or else he would have crashed head-on. What's going on, can you drive? Hwode lowered the window and poked his head out to spit out a sentence. A major car accident with 10 cars colliding ahead, one of the cars contains a pregnant woman who is about to go into labor, the situation is very critical. Saving this pregnant woman and ensuring that the other mother and child are safe will be of great benefit to the will. Hwode originally wanted to stay in the car and wait for traffic to resume. But after seeing the system prompt, he immediately prepared to get off the field and go up to check. There seems to be a car accident ahead, I'll go down and take a look, you wait for me in the car. Hwode said. Yi Yunyao heard this and quickly said, I'll go along, I might be able to help. Huode thinks about it and nods, good, then you follow along. Leaving Yi Yunyao alone in the car, Huode really isn't at ease either. Moreover, the other party is a pregnant woman, it's always a bit inconvenient for a big man like himself, and having Yi Yunyao in the car can more or less ease the embarrassment. The two quickly got out of the car, and then immediately ran toward the front. Soon, the two threw the traffic to the scene of the accident. Only to see the scene was chaotic, many cars collided together, some have been seriously deformed, many people surrounded by them. Some enthusiastic citizens had already gotten out of their cars to rescue them. Help ah! Who's going to save my wife? At this time, Huode heard cries for help coming from the distance. Huode and Yi Yunyao immediately followed the sound and looked over, only to see a man anxiously standing by a BMW X5 and constantly calling for help. The pregnant woman who was about to give birth is in this BMW X5, the amniotic fluid of the pregnant woman has been broken, the child in the abdomen has the phenomenon of tethered neck around the neck, if she can't deliver the baby in time she will suffocate and die, at that time even the pregnant woman will also be in danger. Quick! Let's go over and take a look. Huode immediately ran over, while Yi Yunyao immediately followed. When Huode and Yi Yunyao ran to the BMW X5, the man immediately grabbed Huode's arm and begged, Sir, please save my wife is about to give birth. Calm down first, I'll think of a way to save your wife out. Huode comforted and then quickly checked the situation inside the car. At this moment, the man's wife was full of pain, and the seat inside the car was already stained red with blood. Huode, what should we do now? Yi Yunyao also saw the scene inside the car and asked with an anxious face. The amniotic fluid has broken, we have to deliver the baby immediately, or else neither the adult nor the child can be saved. Huode said with a serious expression. Deliver the baby, who will deliver the baby? Yi Yunyao asked with a face full of surprise. Me. After saying that, Huode immediately took off his jacket and threw it to Yi Yunyao, then looked to the man on the side and said, Brother, come and give a hand, first lift your wife out of the car. Oh. The other party was obviously flustered as well, and didn't reject Huode's offer, not even confirming whether Huode was a doctor or not. Chapter 90 Mother and child are safe. The man doesn't know if Huode is a doctor, but Yi Yunyao knows that Huode is not a doctor. So when she hears that Huode is going to deliver this pregnant woman, the whole man freezes. Huode, can you do it? You still know how to deliver babies, why don't you wait for the doctor to come? Yi Yunyao whispered. It's too late, wait for the doctor to come, the yellow flowers are cold. Bro, do you have an umbrella or something in your car? Huode turned his head to the man on the side and asked. The man froze, and quickly nodded, taking out an umbrella from the trunk and handing it to Huode. One isn't enough, go ask someone else if they have any more. Although the conditions here were simple, but after all, it was a matter of privacy, Huode still had to think more about the lady. I'll go look for it. Yi Yunyao said and immediately ran to look for an umbrella. The man at this moment, on the other hand, asked tangledly, Brother, can you really save my wife and child? Huode looked up at the other party and said with firm and confident eyes, Please believe me, I will do everything I can to make sure that their mother and child are safe. Honestly speaking, Huode didn't know much about delivering babies, but with the help of the system, he had the bottom line. The man looked at Huode's undeniable eyes, and the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Brother, please, as long as you can keep my wife and child safe, you are my family's savior. Chen Xing was a single descendant of the Chen family for 3 generations, and originally his wife's due date was still a month away. He then thought of taking his wife back to her mother's house before she went into labor. Who knew that he would run into a car accident, which also caused his wife to go into premature labor? Huode saw the nervousness in Chen Xing's eyes and patted his shoulder, giving him a firm look in response. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. At this time, Yi Yunyao had already returned with several umbrellas. Huode quickly used these umbrellas to build a simple temporary labor room next to the BMW X5. Although it was simple, it could protect the privacy of the pregnant woman to a certain extent. Next, I need your help. Huode said to Chen Xing, please follow my instructions and help me hold your wife's head, keep her in a comfortable position, and try to relax her as much as possible. Chen Xing hurriedly nodded his head and acted according to Huode's instructions. Huode's began to prepare to help the pregnant woman deliver her baby. With the limited conditions here, it was definitely not possible to do a cesarean section, so it could only be a normal delivery. And the biggest problem with a normal delivery was the tethered neck wrap of the child in the abdomen. Although Huode did not go through systematic learning, he also knew that if he did not first solve the problem of the child's umbilical cord around the neck, he would not be able to give birth smoothly. The host can use massage techniques to solve the problem of the child's umbilical cord wrapping around the neck and the abdomen. Please follow the instructions for the specific steps. With the system's instructions, Huode quickly placed his hands on the pregnant woman's stomach and massaged it according to the method given by the system. As he massaged, he explained, if my speculation is correct, the child in the abdomen has a problem with the umbilical cord wrapping around the neck. Originally, these weren't problems. After all, the pregnant woman hadn't reached her due date yet, and the child had a chance to avoid the trouble of the umbilical cord wrapping around the neck through self-reaction. But the car accident just now caused the child's umbilical cord around the neck problem to become even more serious, so the umbilical cord must be untied before it can be done. Chen Xing's face became even more grave when he heard this, and he held his wife's hand tightly, his eyes filled with worry. Hua Da's massage technique was very professional, or at least very professional in the eyes of Chen Xing and Yi Yunyao, not at all like a person who had no experience in delivering babies. As Hua Da kept massaging, a system prompt soon popped up in front of his eyes. The umbilical cord wrapping phenomenon of the child in her abdomen has been lifted, and the pregnant woman can now be allowed to have a smooth labor. The umbilical cord bypass crisis has been lifted, allowing for a smooth delivery. Hua Da finished, a relaxed expression on his face. Next, we'll have the pregnant woman start pushing to help the fetus be delivered smoothly. Hua Da looked at the pregnant woman and encouraged, "Big sister, now we're going to start pushing. You take a deep breath with me and then push down hard. Remember not to be afraid, your husband is here with you. You're the big sister, your whole family is the big sister. Is the old lady that old?" The pregnant woman's words made Hua Da and the others froze. What is this situation? This is giving birth. This pregnant woman actually has the strength to curse. But in Hua Da's opinion, this was a good thing. "Miss, it's my fault, you pushed harder." Hua Da quickly adjusted his address with an apologetic smile on his face while casting an encouraging gaze at the pregnant woman. He was well aware that keeping the pregnant woman's emotions stable was crucial at this critical moment. "Missy, now we have to work together to make the baby come into this world smoothly. Now you follow me and take a deep breath and push." Hua Da encouraged the other party while observing the baby's movements. Upon seeing that the child's head had already come out, Hua Da once again encouraged, "Come on, the head has already come out, push harder." "Ah! Old mother will fight you." With a scream from the woman, she finally gave birth to the child. In the next second, a loud cry rang out, and Hua Da quickly picked up the baby and wrapped it in his jacket. Then, Yi Yunyao got a pair of scissors from somewhere and handed it to Hua Da. Hua Da turned his hand and handed it back to Chen Xing. "You are the child's father, you cut it." Chen Xing nodded and took the scissors, carefully cutting the umbilical cord off the child. After doing this, various rescue teams also arrived at the scene. "Doctor, this way, there's a pregnant woman who just went into labor over here." After Hua Da saw the ambulance arrive, he immediately greeted the emergency doctor over. The emergency doctor quickly arrived and performed a preliminary examination and treatment on the pregnant woman and the baby before immediately sending them to the ambulance. Chen Xing pulled Hua Da's hand and thanked him repeatedly. "Brothers, thank you. I really thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, my wife and child, I'm afraid." "Alright, get in the car, your wife and child are still waiting for you." Hua Da patted Chen Xing's shoulder and said, "Aha! Brother, my name is Chen Xing, I must repay you properly when I have the chance." After saying that, Chen Xing got into the ambulance. The rescue team had already arrived, and there was nothing left for Hua Da and the others here, so the two returned to the car. "I really didn't see it, you actually know how to deliver babies?" After returning to the car, Yi Yunyao looks at Hua Da with a surprised expression. To be honest, just now she was really shocked by Hua Da. Who would have thought that a big man would actually still be able to deliver babies? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Hua Da smiled faintly and said, "Brother knows a lot of things, you'll slowly discover it later." Chapter 91, a hot pot worth $3 million. The two returned to the car and waited for more than half an hour before the road finally cleared. Hua Da starts the car and continues to drive in the direction of the hot pot restaurant. In the car, Yi Yunyao unconsciously stares at Hua Da again. The man in front of him gives him a very mysterious feeling. "What's wrong?" Noticing Yi Yunyao looking at herself, Hua Da turned his head and asked. "Nothing." Yi Yunyao shook her head and said something before turning her gaze out of the car window. But not long after, she turned her head again and suddenly asked, "By the way, what is your ideal girlfriend like?" As she spoke, a hint of anticipation and nervousness suddenly grew in Yi Yunyao's eyes. Ideal girlfriend? This question rather stumped Hua Da. He had never considered this question before. In the past, he had decided that anything that was good-looking would do. But with his emotional intelligence, it was obvious that he wouldn't say this answer. Please describe your ideal girlfriend according to Yi Yunyao's characteristics, at which time you will gain Yi Yunyao's favorable impression of you. Just as Hua Da was thinking about how to answer Yi Yunyao's question, the system prompt had already given the suggestion. So, he took advantage of the gap between waiting for the stoplight and took a quick glance at Yi Yunyao's outfit today before speaking directly. First of all, she definitely has to be pretty, secondly her body has to be good, and of course the most important thing is that she has to be wearing a black dress. The moment these words came out, Yi Yunyao first froze for a moment, then she was instantly delighted. Because what she was wearing today was a black dress. Could it be that Hua Da likes me? Without waiting for Yi Yunyao to think more, Hua Da had already parked his car in the space at this time. Arrived at the place, "What floor is the hot pot restaurant you mentioned?" Hua Da asked after parking the car. "On the third floor." Yi Yunyao came back to her senses and casually answered. The lights in the underground parking lot were a bit dim, but if one looked closely, they could still see the blush on Yi Yunyao's face. Of course, Huodi also noticed Yi Yunyao's blush. However, he didn't think much about it and only thought that it was because the car was too stuffy. In fact, the reason why Yi Yunyao blushed was entirely because she was still recalling the words that Huodi had just said. The two of them took the elevator to the third floor, and from a distance, they saw a long line of hot pot restaurants. Huodi went up to take a number and saw that the line was up to more than 30. In front of them there are still 10 tables of guests waiting. There are still 10 tables that will probably have to wait for an hour. Should we switch to another one? Yi Yunyao asked. Without waiting for Huodi to reply, a system prompt popped up in front of his eyes. If you leave, you will miss an opportunity to obtain a huge sum of $3 million. $3 million. Although Huodi was now considered a small fortune, he had spent a lot of money in various ways because he had opened a security company. Currently he only had less than $4 million in his card. So he was still relatively short of money right now. It's fine, don't you want to eat the hot pot of this restaurant, just wait for a while. The fact that so many people are lined up means that this store's business is good. Huodi pacified Yi Yunyao, then pulled her to find an empty seat and sat down to wait for the call. While waiting, Huodi kept thinking about what the so-called chance to get a huge sum of $3 million actually was. What are you thinking about? Yi Yunyao felt bored and wanted to chat with Huodi, but when she turned her head and saw a pensive Huodi, she asked curiously. Huodi sniffs and turns back to his senses and shakes his head with a smile. Nothing, I'm thinking about what to order in a while. Do you have any contraindications? It's okay, I can do anything. Yi Yunyao returned Huodi's smile. After that, the two of them chatted idly while waiting for an empty seat. They waited until almost 7 p.m., when the waiter finally handed over their number. Number 36, in or out, number 36. In. Huodi immediately took Yi Yunyao's hand and walked up. The moment she was held by Huodi's hand, Yi Yunyao's face swooshed red. But she didn't resist in any way, instead she still felt a little happy. We are number 36. Huodi handed the ticket to the waiter, and then the waiter brought the two to an empty seat. Not to mention, the decoration of this hot pot restaurant wasn't bad at all, it was very fashionable, no wonder there were so many young people willing to line up for a seat. Just because of this decoration style, it is definitely the preferred place for young people to take pictures. For example, the personalized slogans hanging on the wall, which young people will not be tempted to take a few photos. Hot pot, worry away, work away, happy sailing. Love can come later, but hot pot must be enjoyed while it's hot. No matter how strange the world is, I'll find true love in hot pot. Life has abused me 1,000 times, but hot pot treats me like my first love. Spicy pot and clear soup, accompanied by mandarin ducks, one bite of which will make you immortal. I'm drunk today, today's hot pot must be matched. After eating this meal, then lose weight, don't waste the happy time. Go to work and feel panicked, but the hot pot is not cold, the sesame sauce and sesame oil are all present, the tongue is wild. In short, these slogans were very personalized and very nostalgic. This hot pot store is quite interesting. Huodi looked around and couldn't help but praise. Right, not only is the decoration here good, the ingredients are also fresh. Yi Yunyao said proudly. Then, Yi Yunyao took out her cell phone and started to scan the code to order. On the other side, Huodi also took out his cell phone and started ordering. However, after seeing that Yi Yunyao had already ordered all of his favorite dishes, he turned off his phone and concentrated on waiting for the system's prompt. He didn't forget about the $3 million business. After ordering the dishes and placing the order, the waiter soon came over with the soup pot. Yi Yunyao was afraid that Huodi couldn't eat spicy food, so she ordered a mandarin duck pot. I didn't know if you can eat spicy food, so I ordered a mandarin duck pot. Yi Yunyao said. I'm actually quite capable of eating spicy food, so next time you can just order a spicy pot. Huodi said with a smile. Not long after the soup pot came up, the ordered dishes were also sent over one after another. During the meal, the two naturally chatted while eating. But most of Huodi's mind was on the system. But the system didn't respond at all. However, right at this moment, a young couple suddenly came to the next table. After the two sat down, they quickly chatted. The girl asked the boy, "Honey, is your house really going to be demolished?" The boy nodded and said, "Well, I heard from my parents that it's already in the planning process, and that it will soon come to fruition." The girl smiled and immediately said excitedly, "That's great, then we'll have money to buy a house." At this time, the boy took the opportunity to hold the girl's hand and said, "When we buy a house, we'll get married." Aha! The girl shyly agreed. Demolish the house? Could it be that the system was referring to this when it said a huge sum of $3 million? He remembered that a while ago, the demolition of the urban village in Jiangcheng had just been completed. How long had it been before it was to be demolished again? Jiangcheng has been listed by the state as a key development city in the east. The city's development will once again usher in a takeoff. Please host grasp this opportunity to make money. The old part of Jiangcheng is about to be demolished on a large scale. Hosts can buy properties before the demolition and will receive a guaranteed compensation of $3 million at that time. $3 million, or a guaranteed bottom. Hwode immediately felt that this hot pot was worth it. Chapter 92 Kissing Competition, a chance to get free of the bill. Jiangqing's old city center was not too big, not too small. This time to demolish the land is the original Jiangqing Elementary School, Jiangqing Middle School around the area. Originally, this area belongs to the school district housing, although it is old and broken, but the price of housing is very strong. But with recent years, Jiangqing Primary School and Jiangqing Middle School have been relocated one after another. This is no longer a school district housing, the price of this naturally down. So, if Hwode started at this time, it wouldn't cost much. With the cash in his hand, it is estimated that he can buy 4 or 5 sets of old rags. The only point he was worried about now was whether or not he could buy them. After all, even the 2 young men had heard the news that it was going to be demolished. Would the others not know? Host, don't worry, the demolition of the old city center has not spread widely. The host still has 3 days of opportunity. 3 days. That is to say, only after 3 days will the demolition of the old city center be known to everyone. One must complete the transfer within these 3 days. It seems that one will have to go to the agent tomorrow to look at the house. What are you thinking about, smiling so happily? Yi Yunyao's voice suddenly rings out, pulling Hwode back from his thoughts. He looked up at Yi Yunyao and found her staring at him with a curious expression. Oh, nothing, just thinking about something at work. Hwode replied with a smile. At this moment, Hwode thought that Yi Yunyao was more or less a little rich. If he could ask her to borrow some money, wouldn't he be able to earn more at that time? Thinking of this, Hwode opened his mouth and asked, Yunyao, that can you lend me some money? How much to borrow? Hwode thought about it and stretched out his right hand and made a 5 gesture and said, 5 million. How much? 5 million? What do you need 5 million for? Yi Yunyao looked at Hwode with a shocked face and asked. Seeing Yi Yunyao's reaction so big, Hwode then puts down 2 fingers and says, 5 million is not available, 3 million is fine. Hwode waited for a few more seconds. Seeing that Yi Yunyao still didn't react, he continued to put down 2 fingers again and said, then 1 million will always do. I promise to pay you back with interest within 3 months at the latest. Hwode didn't know when the demolition compensation would be delayed, but he thought that within 3 months, even if the demolition compensation didn't arrive, he would be able to earn the money to return it to Yi Yunyao through other methods. What do you need so much money for? You're not a fraudster, are you? Yi Yunyao said half jokingly and half seriously, with a few moments of teasing and curiosity in her eyes. To say that Hwode was a fraudster, she would never believe it. But she really couldn't imagine why Hwode opened his mouth to borrow so much money. 100 or 200,000, it's fine to borrow it. But a few million, she had to consider carefully. Hwode heard, cannot help but dumbfounded. He knows that if he opens his mouth and wants to borrow a few million, a normal person would have this reaction. So he opened his mouth and explained his plans and thoughts to Yi Yunyao. Where did you think of? How could I possibly be a fraudster? Hwode smiled and shook his head, then seriously said to Yi Yunyao, actually, I'm looking at an investment opportunity. There's a piece of land over in the old city that's going to be demolished, and I want to buy the house there, so that when the demolition money comes down I'll be able to make a profit. Yi Yunyao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she seemed to be interested in this investment plan. However, she still maintained a cautious attitude and continued to pursue. Then why are you sure that this investment can make money? The matter of demolition is not that simple. Hwode understood Yi Yunyao's concern, so he patiently explained, you know the Lin Group, right? They were awarded the Urban Village Development Project a while ago, so they have a bit of a relationship with the officials. As for me, I happen to have a bit of a relationship with Lin's group, so I got a bit of gossip from them. Hwode thought about it and decided to move Lin's group out. Sure enough, as soon as Hwode said Lin's group, Yi Yunyao was completely disarmed. But I don't have much cash on hand, at most I can only lend you $1 million. Yi Yunyao said. She recently opened a few new branches, the cash flow in hand was all invested in it, and now being able to take out $1 million was already all she had. 1 million, just 1 million. Hwode didn't care about how much money there was. If it worked well, this 1 million would be able to buy 2 houses. At that time, once it was demolished, it would just take off. 2 people ate almost half an hour. See, almost eat is ready to go. At this time, the waiter of the hot pot restaurant suddenly held a megaphone and shouted, I'm sorry to bother you all with your meal, but I have a benefit for you all from my side. This restaurant has an event tonight, a couple kissing contest, and the winner gets a free bill. Any couples who want a free bill can come up now. There's no age limit, men and women of all ages can hop. As the waiter's words fell, the atmosphere in the store instantly heated up. This hot pot restaurant was already populated by young couples, so many young couples went up at the first opportunity. After all, the temptation of being able to get a free meal was still great. Even the couple at the table next to Hwode and the others went up. At this moment, Yi Yunyao was also a little foolish and seemed to want to go up and join in the fun. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 couples around that waiter. But for a while, no one went up anymore. Is there any more? If there isn't, we're about to start. Suddenly, a male voice came from the distance. Will 2 males do? The words caused an uproar. The waiter smiled and said, as long as the 2 of you get off on it. The crowd instantly laughed. However, there were really 2 men who walked up. In a flash, the entire room applauded, giving the 2 men a boost. Both males went up, and another young couple followed suit. There were already 9 couples ready to go, including the boy-girl duo. Is there any more? Let's have another couple to make up 10 pairs. Honestly speaking, Yi Yunyao was a bit eager to try, but she didn't know what Huda was thinking and didn't dare to raise her hand for a while. At this time, the waitress's gaze happened to sweep over and saw the desire in Yi Yunyao's eyes to come up. So, she blurted out, that beautiful girl, wanna come up with your boyfriend? Boys be bold. With the waitress's gaze, many people around looked at Huda and Yi Yunyao. Being watched by so many people, Huda can't wimp out. He immediately got up and held Yi Yunyao's hand and walked up. The 10 groups of contestants were ready, but the waiter did not order the start. Instead, he asked one by one if the 2 were a couple. The answers were all yes, of course. But the waiter did not let the crowd off easily. Since they are all couples, let's kiss first as proof as well. Those real couples immediately kissed each other. Even the male-female duo also kissed mouth to mouth. When it was Huda and Yi Yunyao's turn, the 2 of them looked at each other, then Huda took the initiative to kiss Yi Yunyao. How could a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? Of course it had to be the guy who took the initiative. After confirming, the waiter explained the rules of the game. The rules were simple, both sides kissed, whoever kissed for a long time would win. The group that stays at the end will get a free pass. Chapter 93, Determining Relationship, You'll be my boyfriend from now on. The match started. All the couples kissed together. Huda took the initiative to hug Yi Yunyao, wrapping one hand around her waist and holding the back of her head with one hand, then he brought his mouth up and kissed her on the mouth. At the same time, everyone's eyes on the scene were focused on that male-male duo. There was no way around it, the pair was just too eye-catching. Perhaps the attention of the crowd gave them too much pressure, or perhaps the 2 just couldn't hold it together. In short, this most anticipated male-male duo became the first duo to be eliminated. After that, one after another, several more couples were eliminated out separately because they couldn't catch their breath. After 10 minutes, there were only 3 couples left on the stage. One of them included Huda and Yi Yunyao. It must be said that the 2 are still very persistent. Unlike the other girls, when Yi Yunyao kissed Huda, she stared at him with her eyes as wide as bronze bells, looking very relaxed. This was probably because the 2 were only touching mouth to mouth, unlike the other groups who were tongue-kissing. At this time, there were sharp-eyed eaters underneath who discovered the 2's end and called out that the 2 were cheating. Waiter, I want to report, this little brother and young lady they didn't tongue-kiss. When these words came out, the many melon-eating masses directly transformed into referees. This can't be done, it has to be a tongue kiss. The waiter came over, carefully confirmed it, and found that the 2 really didn't tongue kiss. So he opened his mouth and said, both of you, I can give you one chance, if you tongue kiss now, you will retain your qualification to compete, otherwise you will be eliminated. Hearing this, Huda sought Yi Yunyao's opinion with his eyes. Finding that Yi Yunyao didn't object, instead, she even revealed a hint of shyness. Seeing this, Huda didn't know what he should do. Only seeing his teeth loosened, a flexible tongue immediately reached out to Yi Yunyao's mouth. Yi Yunyao was startled by this sudden move, but then she also relaxed and passionately responded to Huda's kiss. The audience at the bottom saw this and let out cheers and applause. Time passed by, and the other 2 couples on stage were trying to hold on. However, as time passed, another couple dropped out of the competition. At this moment, the only ones left on the stage were Huda Yi Yunyao and the young couple at the table next to them. The competition had entered a white-hot stage, with only 2 couples left at the end. Whichever couple holds out longer will win the chance to get a free bill. The passion of the eaters was also completely ignited, with cheering and cheering, causing the atmosphere of the entire hotpot restaurant to instantly reach a climax. Huda and Yi Yunyao hugged each other tightly, and the 2 of them had already lasted for 15 minutes. The 2 of them have gone from being green at the beginning to slowly becoming acquainted. Yi Yunyao's eyes looked towards Huda with silk in them. After another 3 minutes, the young couple at the next table started to feel the strain. Before, they didn't feel that kissing was a physical labor. But now they knew that kissing required physical strength. Their breathing became rapid, and fine beads of sweat began to ooze from their foreheads. However, Huda and Yi Yunyao seemed to have entered another state. Their kiss was no longer just because of the match, but had become a bridge for the exchange of emotions between them. At this moment, it was as if the 2 were in a world that belonged to the 2 of them alone, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world had nothing to do with them. They only focused on each other, enjoying this rare intimate time. Just when everyone thought that the game would continue to be stalemated, the young couple at the next table finally separated due to physical exhaustion. Their faces carried some regret and fatigue, but more than that, they were in admiration of Huda and Yi Yunyao's love. Let's congratulate this handsome little brother and beautiful young lady for winning the final victory of the kissing contest. They will receive the grand prize of a free meal tonight. As for the other groups, don't be discouraged, we have also prepared a small gift for you. A few waiters on the side delivered a voucher to the hands of the remaining groups of participants. Although it wasn't a direct waiver, the discount of the voucher was equivalent to a 20% discount. Meanwhile, Huode had already walked out of the hot pot restaurant while holding Yi Yunyao's hand. On the way back to the car, Yi Yunyao still looked shy. Seeing Huode is another heartbeat, and at the same time, he feels that Yi Yunyao is a bit cute. He didn't expect that a small rich woman with a successful career would also have such a young girl side. So, he can't help but tease, why, still shy, just now wasn't quite active. With these words, Yi Yunyao's face turned even redder. That's because it can be free of charge, that's why I took the initiative. Yi Yunyao first stubbornly said out loud, only her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the end it was only at a volume that she herself could hear. If it wasn't for Huoda's hearing being far beyond normal, he really wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying. Is that so? Then if the one who came to dinner with you today was that Li Jihao, would you also participate in this activity with him? Huode asked directly. How could it be? Yi Yunyao didn't have any hesitation and directly blurted out. How could she kiss with Li Jihao? Not to mention kissing, even coming out to eat alone was impossible. The reason why she agreed to have sex with Huode was because she really thought that Huode was excellent. He is the kind of person who is excellent in all aspects. Not only was he handsome in appearance, he was also very capable. Most importantly, he had also helped himself. In fact, Yi Yunyao has long had a secret love for Huode. Thinking of this, Yi Yunyao whispered, that was my first kiss. After saying that, Yi Yunyao raised her head and carefully looked at Huode. She was afraid that Huode would treat her as that kind of random woman. Huode smiled, reached out to help Yi Yunyao stroke the broken hair in front of her forehead and said seriously, I know that was your first kiss. You know? Yi Yunyao was slightly stunned. Huode nodded, I can feel it, your technique is not good, several times you bit your tongue, it still hurts a bit. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yi Yunyao hurriedly apologized. Huode laughed and joked, fooled you. After saying that, Huode ran away in a huff. Yi Yunyao stood still for a moment before reacting that she had been tricked. So she immediately chased after Huode. While running, she shouted, could you Huode, stop running? How could Huode stand still? Ouch. However, right at this moment, Yi Yunyao suddenly screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Huode heard the sound and chased after him, seeing Yi Yunyao painfully covering her ankle and sitting on the ground. Huode was instantly chagrined, then immediately went forward to check. How are you? It's not hurt, right? Huode asked with an anxious face. Yi Yunyao revealed a pained expression before saying, I lied to you, I caught you, didn't I? You? Huode first froze, then helplessly laughed, you almost scared me to death. Who let you just lie to me? You took away this young lady's first kiss, so you'll be this young lady's boyfriend from now on, you hear me? Yi Yunyao grabbed Huoda's arm and said indisputably. Huode puts on a bitter face, can I refuse? How dare you? Chapter 94, should he refuse, or reject? Honestly speaking, Huode still quite liked Yi Yunyao. After all, Yi Yunyao is also a first-class beauty. Huode held Yi Yunyao's hand to the parking lot and was about to get on the car when the phone in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a WeChat message from Sushi. Why aren't you at home? Sushi hadn't been found for a while, and suddenly looked for him today, could it be that? Huode unconsciously revealed a wicked smile, thinking of some images that were inappropriate for children. However, Huode felt that he was really scummy. This is Sushi, not to mention that he also had a relationship with Lin Wan-er, and now he has established a romantic relationship with Yi Yunyao. This was no longer having his foot in two boats, but three. The point is, Huode doesn't know if this boat will continue to increase in the future. If it increases, should he reject it, or should he reject it? Taking advantage of Yi Yunyao's efforts to get into the car, Huode quickly edited a message and sent it over. Eating outside, this is going back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Sushi's message came back in seconds. At this time, Yi Yunyao had already gotten into the car, and Huode immediately slipped his phone back into his pocket and got into the car. I'll send you back first, Huode said while starting the car. Yi Yunyao actually wants to stay with Huode for a while longer. After all, the two of them have just finalized their relationship, it's the time when they need to deepen and consolidate. But after thinking about it, it's only just confirmed their relationship, and they kissed each other. If she stayed a little longer, she was afraid that she would be in the tiger's mouth. Therefore, Yi Yunyao nodded her head haughtily and said, okay. Huode did not see Yi Yunyao's words. But even if he knew, he would pretend not to know. After all, there was still a Sushi waiting for him at home. He can't forget his old love when he has a new one. The journey to send Yi Yunyao home was smooth. After more than 20 minutes, it came to the neighborhood where Yi Yunyao lived. This is also a set of new neighborhoods just delivered less than a year ago, and the grade is not inferior to the Haitian Wang house where Huode now lives. It is said that the house here is also bought by Yi Yunyao with full payment. Visible, she really is a little rich woman. Huode thinks that if he runs out of money in the future, he might even be able to have a soft meal. After sending Yi Yunyao home, Huode drove quickly to Haitian Wangfu. It only took 10 minutes to return home. The first thing he did when he got home was to send a message to Su Shi. I'm home. After the message was sent, Huode didn't wait for Su Shi's reply, but he waited for the doorbell. Opening the door, he saw that it was Su Shi. It was just that Susie's dress at this moment that surprised Huode. If it wasn't for his good stamina, he might have bled out long ago. At this time, Su Shi only wore a black silk nightgown, and on her feet was a pair of halter black silk. Seeing Susie in this outfit, Huode instantly had his blood rushing up and pulled Susie into his arms, closing the door with a hook of his foot. The next day, when Huode woke up, Su Shi was already gone. Huode glanced at the time on his cell phone. It was almost 10 o'clock. Obviously at this point, Susie had already gone to work. Huode went out the door after washing up. He was going to the agent to look at houses today. Speaking of agents, Huode's first thought was of Zhang Kong, who helped him find a factory last time. So, Huode flipped out Zhang Kang's phone number and immediately called. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Kong greeted with a respectful attitude, "Mr. Hua, what are your orders?" Huode also gets right to the point and says, "I'm going to buy a few houses in the old city. Do you have any listings on your side?" This, Mr. Hua. I'm no longer a real estate agent. Zhang Kong said with some difficulty. Not doing it anymore? Huode heard this and couldn't help but be a bit surprised, subconsciously asking after him, "Why did you suddenly stop doing it? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Zhang Kong was on the other end of the phone, looking like he was about to say something, and finally sighed and said, "It's just that I feel that this line of work doesn't suit me, and if Mr. Hua wants to buy a house, I can introduce my previous colleague to you." This is the last dignity of a senior lickspittle who is not telling you the truth. Veteran licking dog? The last dignity? Huode could sense that Zhang Kong was not being honest with him, but what did this have to do with licking dogs? Lick dog, lick until you end up with nothing. After licking the dog Zhang Kong from you here to get a high commission, the first time to share the gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend cheated her, all the money also kicked him away. This matter was known to his colleagues. For this, Zhang Kong have no face to continue to stay in the real estate agency, which was forced to leave. Well, so it is like this. At this moment, Huode more or less have a trace of sympathy for Zhang Kong. So what? I'm not familiar with other people. If you are free, can you help me counseling? The commission will not be less than 1 point you. Huode thought about it and said he still wanted to help Zhang Kong. After all, Zhang Kong still gave him a good feeling. Mr. Hua, helping is fine, forget about the commission, after all, I'm not an agent anymore. Zhang Kong said back. Huode didn't dwell too much on the phone. It wasn't too late to talk about the commission when the time came. He asked Zhang Kong where he was now, and went straight over to him. Mr. Hua, long time no see. Half an hour later, Huode saw Zhang Kong standing on the side of the road. Get in the car first. Huode rolled down the window and said. After not seeing him for a few days, Zhang Kong has become quite disheveled, and the beard on his face hasn't been shaved for a while. It was evident that he hadn't had a good time recently. Huode did not open his mouth to comfort him. He felt that this was a necessary path for a man to grow up. After all, which man has not been hurt by feelings? Across the past will become more powerful. If you can't cross over, you can only live a life of inactivity. As for whether or not you can cross over, you can only rely on yourself. Huode could only help out in certain places. Mr. Hua, which location in the old town do you specifically want to buy in, so I can easily inquire about the listing information? Zhang Kong got on the car and asked, directly cutting to the chase. Just near the original Jiangqing Primary School and Jiangqing First Middle School. Huode said. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Kong took out his cell phone and started inquiring about the housing information. Not long after, Zhang Kong put down his cell phone and said, Mr. Hua, there are currently a total of 15 listings for sale in the area, ranging from 50 square feet to 180 square feet. Look, which sets would you like to see first? Huode asked without answering. How much does it cost to buy all of them? All of them? Mr. Hua, are you sure it's all of them? Zhang Kong was so shocked that even his voice began to tremble as he spoke. Huode nodded. You heard right, it's all of it. If it's possible, I want to eat all 15 of these houses. Chapter 95, Old Town's Compensation Program. System. If it's possible, I'd like to eat all 15 sets of houses. I would like to eat all 15 sets of houses. Eat all 15 sets of houses. Eat them all. Zhang Kong would like to say, brother, are you sure you're here to buy houses, not to wholesale? Zhang Kong, who has been working as an agent for so many years, has not seen the bosses who are generous and buy several houses at a time. But to buy 15 houses at once is the first time he has seen. Although Huode want to buy our second-hand houses, but cannot stand the number of Even if the second-hand houses are cheaper, they can't be taken down without a few $1 million. Mr. Hua, these 15 houses must add up to at least tens of millions. Are you really sure you want them all? Zhang Kong reconfirmed with some disbelief, worrying that Huode had made his decision on impulse. The budget of tens of millions of dollars was indeed beyond his expectations. Huode said in embarrassment, "Tens of millions of dollars, I really can't afford it." Hearing this, Zhang Kong just breathed a sigh of relief, who knew that Huode immediately said the next second. "Although I can't get tens of millions of dollars, I have more than $5 million, so I should be able to buy quite a few." When Zhang Kong heard this, his heart was immediately mixed. He was both surprised by Huoda's candor and had a new understanding of his financial strength. Although more than $5 million could not buy all 15 houses, it was by no means a small amount, which was enough to prove that Huode did have a certain amount of financial strength. "Mr. Hua, you are so humorous," Zhang Kong said with a smile. He then began to screen suitable properties based on Huoda's funds. After some selection, he recommended a few properties to Huode that were relatively cost-effective and had a relatively superior location. "Mr. Hua, based on your budget, I've selected these houses for you. They're all within your price range, and the location and house type are also relatively good. Do you want to check out the houses first?" Zhang Kong said as he handed over a few listings to Huode. Huode glanced at it. "Alright, then let's go to the nearest house first." After saying that, Huode followed Zhang Kang's guidance and drove to the location of the first listing. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the old city center of Jiangchang. As soon as Huode got out of the car, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Ding! Important tip. The Jiangchang Planning Bureau is conducting a mapping survey in the old city, as a way to determine the final compensation plan. At this moment, a few hundred meters away from Huode, there was a group of people with briefcases in their hands, looking around for something, and some of them were inquiring about something from the nearby residents. "Old man, ask you something, how many households are there here?" "That's a lot, this is the old city center, there are a lot of people living here." "Do you know who they are?" "What kind of people can they be? They are all old guys like me. Of course there are also quite a few outsiders. They can't afford to buy a new house but can only buy the old dilapidated houses in the old town." "Okay, thank you all, old uncle." After the people from the planning bureau visited the area on the ground, they summarized the information they had gathered. "Director, most of the people living here are elderly people, as well as foreign workers who have settled in Jiangchang." "Director, most of the people here are some old and dilapidated houses, all of which are around 30-60 square feet in size. There are some private houses that are a bit larger in size, but there aren't many of them." "Director, so it looks like our compensation package can go down a bit," the crowd said with a word from you and a word from me. When Li Hongshan heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "No, the compensation program can't be lowered, and it has to be raised upwards again." The crowd was puzzled by this and asked, "Director, why is this?" Li Hongshan explained, "Have you guys forgotten about the previous urban village project? At that time, Lin's group was compensated according to the highest standards." At this time, a staff member of the planning bureau beside Li Hongshan said, "But director, that was developed by Lin's group and belonged to the developer's own compensation. This is an official project for us, so how can the compensation program be compared to theirs?" Li Hongshan glanced at the other party and said, "It's precisely because this is an official project that more compensation should be given to the people. Only then will the people not have grievances in their hearts and will agree to the demolition to speed up the demolition progress. And it will play a leading role for Jiangcheng's demolition projects afterward. In addition, only when the money is lost will the people take the money to buy houses. In this way this money will still end up back in the hands of the officials." When Li Hongshan said this, the crowd instantly understood. This old city demolition is the first time that Jiangcheng officials carry out large-scale demolition in the name of the official. If this compensation program cannot satisfy the people, delaying the progress of demolition, not to mention the subsequent planning and development of Jiangcheng, will have a significant impact. The director of the planning bureau already has the compensation standard in mind. The signature fee is 100 W. The specific compensation standard of the house is calculated according to the new floor plate of Jiangcheng. The demolition announcement will be released 3 days later, and we will strive to complete all the demolition work within 1 month. After seeing the system prompt, Huoda's brain buzzed. The signature fee alone is 100 W per set, and that doesn't even count the appraisal price of the house. In other words, the value of the house was calculated separately. However, Huode soon understood the reasoning behind it. The houses in the old city are generally not large. If you only give money according to the size of the house, even according to the most expensive neighborhoods in Jiangcheng 2W a flat, a family will get a 70 or 80 million. With the new buildings currently for sale in Jiangcheng, which is not 100 square feet to start, this 7 or 800,000 can only pay a down payment at most, the rest have to take out a loan. If this is the compensation standard, it is estimated that not many people will be willing to demolish. After all, the house here is broken and small, but the people do not need additional debt, barely enough to live. But once they agree to demolish the house, they will have to face a huge mortgage. This is what many people do not want. But with the 100 W signing fee, it's different. With this 100 W signing fee, you can basically buy a house in Jiangcheng with full payment. You don't have to carry a mortgage, you can live in a new house, and some of you can even save a little cash. With such good conditions, I believe not many people can refuse. And Hwada calculated an account. The old city houses are currently sold at 1 WA flat, but the average price of new buildings in Jiangcheng is 2 WA flat. There is a difference of 1 WA flat in the middle, not to mention the 100 W signing fee. Assuming a 30 square feet of house, he bought at a price of 30 W, turn can earn 160 W a whole 5 times a. It's a pity that with the money in his hand, he can't take all 15 houses, or else the signing fee alone would be as high as 1500 W. No, take all of them, it's not impossible. Hwada suddenly had a flash of light in his head and thought of a brilliant idea. Chapter 96, Taking 15 Houses, the landlord regrets it. Zhang Kong, if I only pay the down payment, can I eat these 15 houses with the remaining loan? Hwada suddenly turned towards Zhang Kong and asked. Zhang Kong froze, thinking how Hwada is still not dead in the water. However, this was something that Zhang Kong could never say out loud. Zhang Kong smiled faintly and said, if we calculate based on a 20% down payment, it is true that we can buy all 15 houses, but the loan that we have to pay back every month is not a small amount. Does Hwada care about that little loan? He cares about the 1500 W signing fee and the compensation of an average price of 2 WA square foot. The loan and whatnot is not important, I just want to know if I need to pay the liquidated damages if I pay it off early? Hwada asked again. Zhang Kong heard seriously back, early repayment is definitely required to pay the liquidated damages, but according to the different loan banks, the amount of liquidated damages charged is also different. Take Industrial Bank as an example, if the loan is less than 1 year early repayment, 5% of the early repayment amount will be charged as liquidated damages. If the loan is repaid early after 1 year, no liquidated damages will be charged. Generally speaking, the earlier the early repayment, the higher the default fee charged. 5% doesn't seem like a lot, Hwada said after silently calculating an account in his mind. Even if he had to pay the default fee, he still had a profit, and it was quite a lot. Thinking of this, Hwada dismissed the idea of looking at the house and directly said to Zhang Kong, I won't look at the houses, you directly help me make an appointment with the landlord, I'll take all 15 houses. Zhang Kong is stunned, he didn't expect Hwada to really want to buy the 15 houses in one go. But he couldn't figure out why Hwada wanted to buy so many houses. Could it be for speculation? But what is there to speculate on in this old city? To speculate is also to speculate on new houses. Zhang Kong really couldn't figure it out and thought to himself, could this be a special fetish of the rich? However, no matter what, he still contacted the various landlords in the first place. It took a day to sign the contract and go through the formalities. Before the housing authority got off work in the afternoon, Hwada got 15 real estate certificates. And Hwada also paid Zhang Kang's brokerage fee for the 15 houses as agreed. Mr. Hua, I can't take this money, Zhang Kong said as he waved his hand repeatedly. Take it, haven't you found a job yet, just take this money, Hwada said. Since Hwada had said his words to this point, Zhang Kong could only accept the intermediary fee. After seeing Zhang Kong accept the money, Hwada smiled and joked, this time, you can't meet a bad person again, take the money and go do some trading on your own. Even if Hwada didn't say it, Zhang Kong wanted to take this money and open a real estate agency by himself. Zhang Kong nodded and said, well, I will. 3 days passed quickly. That morning, Hwada woke up and just opened his cell phone. A piece of local news from Jiangcheng popped up on his phone. Jiangcheng officials announced the launch of the Old Town demolition plan, compensation package enviable. Hwada clicked in to take a look. The compensation program reported in the news was exactly the same as the previous system prompt. The signature fee was 100 W, and the house evaluation price was paid out according to the average price of new buildings in Jiangcheng, which was 2 W a flat. It's Harry, it's Harry. This is really Harry. Not waiting for Hwada to be happy for too long, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Hwada looked at an unfamiliar number, instinctively want to refuse to answer, but he suddenly thought, this will not be the demolition office called. So, Hwada immediately picked it up. Hello, here Jiangcheng Old Town Demolition Office, is this Mr. Hwada? A Tian girl came from the phone. Yes, this is Hwada. As he had guessed, the call was really from the demolition office. May I ask Mr. Hua, do you own the house at number 91 Bayan Road in Jiangcheng? The other party asked. The house at number 91 Bayan Road was exactly one of the 15 houses that Hwada had bought 3 days ago. Yes, that's right, it's mine, may I ask what's the matter? Hwada asked knowingly in a flat tone. It's like this, Jiangcheng officials announced the demolition of the old city center this morning. Your house happens to be within the scope of the demolition, so I'm calling to notify you. May I ask if you're at home? We'll have a staff member come to your home to handle it. Oh, I'm not over there. Then is it convenient for you to come to our demolition office? Yes. The other party then gave an address, and Hwada hung up. He had a total of 15 houses, if he waited for the staff to come to his house. The other party didn't mind being tired, he still minded being tired. It would be better to go directly to the demolition office directly to sign the word all. However, he just hung up the phone soon, the phone rang again. It was still a call from the demolition office. Only this time, the caller was not a young lady, but a man. He also informed Huode that a house in his name had been included in the demolition scope. Until Huode went out, within a few short minutes he had received 5 calls from the demolition office in a row. After that, when he saw the unfamiliar callers, he simply did not answer. Anyway, they were all notifications that his house was going to be demolished. Half an hour later, Huode drove to the temporary office of the demolition office. This was originally a senior activity center in the old town, and now it has been temporarily requisitioned as a temporary office for the demolition office. When Huode arrived at the scene, there were already many men, women and children gathered in the office to sign the papers. They were talking and laughing, their faces were filled with joyful smiles. The old and broken house can not only be compensated according to the average price of a new house, there is also a 100W signing fee. Who else would be happy about this? Of course, there are also unhappy. That was the 15 landlords who had sold their houses before. I repent. It's just 3 days away, why couldn't he have announced 3 days earlier that it was going to be demolished, then I wouldn't have sold my house. Who says not, I just sold my house 3 days ago too. What, did you guys also sell your houses 3 days ago? A few people complained to each other and realized that they had all sold their houses on the same day. At this time, one of the landlords saw Huode, and then rushed to Huode and said, "Young man, I'll return the money to you and you return the house to me." Huode looked at the landlord in front of him who was full of remorse, and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He understands the other party's mood at this moment. After all, this sudden news of demolition and relocation did make them miss out on a huge amount of compensation. But sympathy was sympathy, the problem was that the house had already completed the transaction. Now the house belonged to him and had nothing to do with the other party at all. At this time, a few other landlords also surrounded and blocked Huode's way. Huode gently shook his head and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, I understand your feelings, but the deal has been completed, and both of us have to abide by the spirit of contract." After saying this, Huode paused for a moment before continuing, "Besides, I didn't hold a knife to your necks to force you to sell it in the first place, it was you guys who wanted to sell it." Chapter 97, Negotiation Breakdown. "I don't care, today you must return the house to us, or we will die for you." At this time, one of the old men suddenly grabbed Huode's arm and shouted emotionally. Seeing this, several other landlords also gathered around and demanded that Huode return the house. For a while, the scene became chaotic. They were all old men with one foot in the coffin, valuing money more than their own lives, or they wouldn't have sold the house. Honestly, Huode couldn't do anything about them, but returning the house was impossible. After all, this was all bought by him with real money. "Everyone, what's the point of wasting words with this kid? He must have received the news in advance, that's why he bought so many houses in one go. We must get the houses back today." In the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked slightly younger suddenly clamored. Name, Luo Daeong, age, 43, occupation, unemployed hobo. This is a rotten gambling into the nature of the gambler. Because of gambling messed up his wife and family, in order to pay off the gambling debt so chose to sell the house, because of the knowledge of the demolition of the house so regret to sell the house, which scurried dragging the crowd to ask for the return of the house. 3 days ago, Luo Daeong will sell the house, then all the money in hand to pay off gambling debts. Originally he was quite happy, after all, the gambling debt is clear, he will not have to be loan sharks chasing debts. But just after 3 days, the Jiangcheng officials announced that they would demolish and remodel the old city. The signing fee alone was 100W, which made him very regretful. Regret why he sold his house. So, he thought of coming to the demolition office to find Huode and see if he could get the house back. At first, he just held the idea of trying, but after coming to the demolition office he realized that there are many people who sold their houses just like himself. After a careful chat, he found that they all sold their houses on the same day, and they were all sold to the same person. This is not as simple as just buying and selling a house. He immediately thought that this Huode must have received the news in advance that the old city center was going to be demolished, and that's why he laid out his plan in advance and bought all of these houses that were being sold on the market. In order to wait for the time of demolition, make a big profit. Luo Daeong's words instantly ignited the angry emotions of the landlords present, and they all chimed in, accusing Huode of doing it on purpose, wanting to make violence out of it. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Huode always remained calm. Even if he did it on purpose, it was clearly written in black and white that both parties signed the purchase contract voluntarily. Even if he goes to court to fight, he is not afraid. Just at this time, the staff at the scene noticed the chaotic situation over here and immediately called the police. In a short while, the police arrived at the scene. And the police leading the team was actually Huode's old acquaintance, Shin Yueshi, who hadn't seen him for a long time. "What's the situation? Who called the police?" Shin Yueshi wore a police uniform, valiantly walked to the middle of the crowd and asked after scanning the circle. A staff member of the demolition office came forward and quickly explained. At this time, Shin Yueshi looked up at Huode. "Why are you here?" Shin Yueshi asked in a surprised whisper, obviously not expecting to meet Huode here. Huode smiled faintly and nodded toward Shin Yueshi. "Officer Shin, long time no see. Shin Yueshi quickly organized her thoughts, then looked at the landlords and said, "Everyone, please calm down first. This is a public place, please keep order, and if there are any disputes or grievances, they can be resolved through legal means instead of resorting to such an overly aggressive manner." Although Shin Yueshi was young and still a woman, she was wearing a uniform after all, and the aura emanating from her body instantly subdued the landlords present. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Shin Yueshi ordered people to separate the two sides for individual questioning. 10 minutes later. Inside the temporary conference room of the demolition office. Both sides tried to sit down for mediation in the presence of the police. "We're going to get the house back today no matter what we say." Luo Daong, as the representatives of the landlords, was the first to express their needs. "That is, the house must be taken back." Hua De sniffed and laughed coldly. "Get the house back? It's clearly written on the black and white contract, this is your voluntary sale, why do you want to back out now?" "So what if I back out?" Luo Daong disliked back. Hearing this, Hua De was instantly infuriated and laughed. "Fine, the house can be given to you, but you must buy it back from me. My requirements are not too high, just follow the demolition price, the signature fee is 100 W, and the house area is calculated according to the average price of Jiangcheng, which is 2 W a square foot." Hua De said. "You are robbing." A big mom stood up and accused. "So what if it is? Now these houses are under my name, I have the right to decide what to do with them," Hua De said coldly. Faced with Hua De's tough attitude, the landlords were momentarily speechless. They originally thought that they could force Hua De to give in by virtue of their large numbers and emotional excitement, but they didn't expect Hua De to be so resolute and well-reasoned. Seeing this, Shin Yueshi hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. "Everyone, please calm down. Mr. Hua is right, once a contract is signed, it is legally binding and cannot be reversed at will, but we also understand everyone's situation and mood. After all, the news of the demolition came too suddenly." She turns to Hua De and continues, "Mr. Hua, although from a legal point of view, you have the full right to refuse to withdraw from the house, but considering the actual situation and human feelings, perhaps we can look for a solution that is acceptable to both parties." In fact, Shin Yueshi is also helpless. Legally speaking, Hua De really doesn't have any faults. But the other party was after all a group of aged old people, she couldn't possibly take all these people back. Hua De didn't listen to Shin Yueshi's suggestion. Instead, she said with a firm attitude, "Returning the house is impossible, either you buy it back according to the demolition price, or you'll consider yourselves unlucky." Hua De is not a kind person, and he has even less favor with this group of unreasonable old men. Thinking that by virtue of his age he can do whatever he wants, this time he just wants to steel himself to the end. Let this group of old guys realize that everyone is equal before the law, don't think that they are old enough to be lawless. Shin Yueshi looked at Hua De's resolute attitude, and then looked at those anxious and helpless landlords. She took a deep breath and tried to find a balance again. But even though she said all the nice things, Hua De was indifferent. "Officer Shin, you don't need to say any more, this matter was originally a case of them being unreasonable." Hua De interrupted Shin Yueshi and said, "I bought these houses according to the market price, and the contract was signed voluntarily by both parties without any fraud or coercion, and now that they regretted because of the news of the demolition and relocation, they want me to return the house. How is this possible?" Alas! Shin Yueshi sighed, really not knowing what to say. For a while, the two sides began to stalemate. "Kid, you have to return the house to us today, or I'll make you suffer." Seeing Hua De Yong's tough attitude, he began to threaten Hua De. Hua De frowned slightly, he didn't expect these people to be so unreasonable. But Shin Yueshi was still here. Wasn't Luo Daong asking for trouble by making such a naked threat? He looked at Shin Yueshi and said, "I say Officer Shin, does he count this as a threat?" Shin Yueshi knew what Hua De meant, so she turned her head to stare at Luo Daong and said, "Luo Daong, what do you want?" Chapter 98, "Transfer the rest of the money to me, I'll help you save it." "Humph. Let's go." Luo Daong snorted coldly, then greeted the crowd and left the conference room. After seeing the crowd leave, Shin Yueshi turned to look at Hua De and asked with a curious expression, "You bought so many houses in one breath, did you already know that this place was going to be demolished?" Hua De knew what Shin Yueshi wanted to ask, so he nodded and said, "Well, I overheard it a few days ago when I was having dinner with friends. But how did you buy so many houses? What if this news is false?" Shin Yueshi continued to pursue. Although the demolition and relocation of the old city center was kept secret from the public, it wasn't unknown to everyone, and there were always a few tidbits of information that would trickle out. She was just surprised at Hua De's boldness and vigor, actually daring to acquire a house based on gossip alone, and buying 15 sets in one go. Not everyone is as bold as Hua De. Hua De smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a sense of confidence and calmness. "Officer Shin, have you heard the saying, opportunity and risk go hand in hand? Buying 15 houses at the same time is indeed a bit risky, but I think compared to the gains this risk is nothing. Facts prove that my vision was right." Shin Yueshi had to admit that Hua De's vision was indeed unique and bold, so it was no wonder he could make money. "Although you've succeeded in your investment this time, I don't think these landlords will just stop so easily, especially that Luo Daong knows a lot of people on the road, you'd better be careful," Shin Yueshi reminded. Huode turned his head to look at Shin Yueshi, the corners of his mouth lifted. Can I take this as you caring about me? Who cares about you? How self-serving. After saying that, Shin Yueshi got up and prepared to leave. Are you free to have dinner together tonight? Huode got up and asked. Shin Yueshi originally wanted to refuse, but when she thought of how rich Huode was now, she had to give him a good slaughter. Sure, but I have to decide the location. No problem. After Luo Daong and the others left the demolition office, some of the landlords were very confused. I say Daong, why are we leaving? Yeah Daong, as long as we make a mess, there's no way the other party won't return the room. Even if they don't return the room, we can still take the opportunity to ask for some compensation, can't we? The crowd, with one word from you and another from me, began to accuse Luo Daong of what he wasn't. All shut up. Luo Daong angrily shouted, looked at this group of old men and women and said, saying you guys are stupid, you're really stupid. That kid has a purchase contract in his hand, we are not in the right in itself, if he is determined not to return, we have no way at all. Then what should we do? Are we just going to admit defeat for nothing? I'm really not willing to do that, I only sold my house for 40W, now I can make 140W by reselling it, it's 140W. Who says it isn't? Why should I rush to buy a house? A group of old men and women began to wail again, listening to Luo Daong was a headache. Alright, all stop bickering. Luo Daong loudly stopped the wailing of the crowd, he rubbed his temples and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the current situation was indeed tricky, but he couldn't just give up. Everyone listen to me, although we are the ones who are in the wrong in this matter, our purpose is not to get the house back, but for the money. Right, it's for the money. Daong, you say it, we'll do whatever you say, we'll all listen to you. That's right, we all listen to you. The crowd chimed in. Luo Daong looked at the crowd's expectant eyes and pondered in his heart. This group of old men and women are so good at cheating, why don't we cheat their money together and then go far away? The more Luo Daong thought, the more excited, his face unconsciously showed a touch of evil smile. On the other side, Huode, accompanied by the staff of the demolition office, quickly went through the procedures. Within an hour, he received all the compensation for the demolition. Counting the signature fee, the total was 5,000 W. Seeing the balance in his bank card, Huode was so excited. In just 3 days, he had gained 5,000 W with a cost of 500 W. Of course, this 5,000 W is not Huode's final earnings, don't forget that 15 houses can be his loan to buy, only to pay off the loan as his earnings. But it must be said that this return on investment is simply mind-boggling. However, he also knew that this kind of opportunity was unattainable, and there might not be such an opportunity in the future. Regardless, the reason why this harvest could be so large was all thanks to Yi Yunyao's support. Without Yi Yunyao's 100W, he really wouldn't have been able to buy these 15 houses at the same time. As soon as the compensation arrived, Huode headed to the bank and made an early repayment. The moment he came out of the bank, only 4,000 W was left of the original 5,000 W on his card. Although he was without 1,000 W, Huode was still very happy. After that, he transferred another 500 W to Yi Yunyao. Huode, why did you transfer so much money to me? The 500 W had just been transferred when Yi Yunyao's call came. Huode smiled and explained, you forgot about the last time I asked you to borrow money to buy a house, now the compensation has come down, a full 5,000 W. How much? 5,000 W, how can there be so much? Yi Yunyao's voice was filled with surprise. Then, Huode explained how he used 500 W to take 15 houses. Signing fee of 100 W, house price compensation according to the average price of Jiangchang, no wonder there is so much compensation, but you're too bold, actually bought 15 houses in one breath. Although she already knew what happened, Yi Yunyao still had the feeling of dreaming. 500 W turned into 5,000 W. It was too dreamy. Yi Yunyao was silent on the other end of the phone for a while, then said, Huode, you don't have to give me so much money. In fact, when I lent you the money at that time, I didn't think I wanted you to pay back so much. I'm also very happy that you were able to succeed, so let's do it this way, I'll take 100 W of this 500 W, and you can still keep the remaining 400 W for yourself. When Huode heard this, he quickly said, how can that be? The promised 500 W is 500 W, I can't let you suffer. Don't forget, you are my girlfriend now, isn't my money your money? Alright then you can transfer all the remaining 3,500 W to me, I'll save it for you. Yi Yunyao's sudden unconventionality caught Huode off guard. Ahem, yao. That money. Without waiting for Huode to finish his sentence, Yi Yunyao smiled and said, lying to you, I don't want your money, I have my own money. After saying that, Yi Yunyao hung up the phone. You? But just now, Huode was really taken aback. It's good that Yi Yunyao was just joking. Chapter 99, Scarlet Rose. After coming out of the bank, it was almost noon. Huode planned to go and find Sushi to have a midday meal together, and in the process share his feelings of joy. As for Luo Daong's few people, Huode didn't even put them in his eyes. In his opinion, the money was already in his hands, and Luo Daong and the others couldn't make any waves even if they wanted to be unreasonable. Just as Hwode was driving to Jiangcheng Middle School, Luo Daeon dialed a phone. "Hello, this is the Scarlet Rose customer service hotline, how can I help you?" A sweet sister's female voice came from the phone. "I need to teach someone a lesson and then make him compensate me 5,000 W. Luo Daeon said viciously. The woman on the other end of the phone wasn't intimidated by Luo Daeon's vicious tone and still maintained her sweet tone as she asked, "Sir, may I ask what type of service you need? We have a variety of packages here for you to choose from minor warnings to serious bodily injuries. Of course the service content is linked to the price." Luo Daeon froze for a moment at his words. He really didn't expect the other party to actually divide this into packages. Scarlet Rose was an assassin organization that could be ranked in the top 3 globally at its peak. But nowadays the Scarlet Rose has fallen out of favor. In order to survive, they started to undertake all kinds of tasks. From the smallest intimidation and extortion to the largest murder and arson. As long as they have money, they will do anything. That's why Luo Daeon was able to contact the Scarlet Rose. Otherwise, with Luo Daeon's ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know that the Scarlet Rose organization existed in the world. Luo Daeon took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't matter to what extent the lesson is taught, what's important is to make him spit out the 5,000 W he ate." After hearing Luo Daeon's request, the other party was silent for a long time, then spoke, "Yes, but we have to charge a 500 W handling fee." 500 W? So much? Luo Daeon exclaimed. He didn't expect the other party's charges to be so high, actually opening his mouth to ask for 500 W. The other party explained, "Sir, considering the huge amount of the target you requested and the fact that our actions need to bear a certain amount of risk, a 500 W handling fee is completely reasonable. Of course, if you can't accept this price, we can also offer other more affordable options, but the results may not meet your expectations." Luo Daeon hesitated for a moment, calculating the risks and benefits of this deal in his mind. He knew deep down that without the help of Scarlet Rose, it would be impossible for him to retrieve that huge sum of money from Hwode. Moreover, although 500 W was a large sum of money, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the 5,000 W in Hwode's hands. "Okay, I'll accept the price, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "The 500 W has to be paid after it's done. Of course, to show my sincerity, you can transfer the money to your account deducting the 500 W and then transfer the remaining money to me," Luo Daeon said. In fact, he didn't want to do this. After all, he was also at risk. What if Scarlet Rose swallowed the 5,000 W, but there was nothing he could do? After all, he couldn't take 500 W right now. Magic City. Inside an office building. Although this place was ostensibly an ordinary company, it was actually Scarlet Rose's headquarters in the country. Zhang Lin was so angry after hearing Luo Daeon's conditions that she was ready to hang up the phone right away. Scarlet Rose had fallen out of favor, and its strength was nowhere near what it used to be. After all, Scarlet Rose was one of the world's top 3 killer organizations, and they had their own pride. Even if they had fallen out of favor, they weren't something that could be driven around at will. In her opinion, Luo Daeon's conditions were undoubtedly an insult to the Scarlet Rose. Just as Zhang Lin was about to hang up the phone, a woman appeared beside her. "Promise him, we'll take this deal." Zhang Lin turned around and realized that the one who spoke was none other than their chief. "Chief, do we really have to promise him?" Zhang Lin asked. "Promise him, we won't lose out anyway," Xiao Yuer said. Zhang Lin nodded, then said to Luo Daeon on the phone, "Sir, we'll take this mission, please just send us the other party's details and wait for our news." Okay, I'll send the information to you guys," Luo Daeon said. When he said information, it was actually Hwode's name and photo. As for the other information, Luo Daeon actually didn't know at all. After seeing the information Luo Daeon sent, Xiao Yuer and Zhang Lin were instantly confused. "This information is also too perfunctory, I feel like 500 W is undercharged." Zhang Lin spat. "It's fine, didn't the customer say that we can call the money after deducting the handling fee? We'll just deduct a little more handling fee then," Xiao Yuer comforted. "Also right." Zhang Lin smiled, then asked, "Then chief, who should we give this task to?" Xiao Yuer pondered for a moment before saying, "Let my little sister go, isn't she in Hangzhou City, which isn't far from Jiangcheng?" "Good, I'll contact my little sister here." Zhang Lin promised and immediately sent Hwode's information over. Jiangcheng, inside a rented house. Luo Daeon hung up the phone and said viciously, "Hwode, don't blame me, you asked for all this." On the other side, Hwode drove to Jiangcheng Middle School. He found a parking space in front of the school and pulled out his cell phone after parking the car. He wasn't sure if Sushi was in class at this time, so he first sent a WeChat over. "I'm at the entrance of your school, let's have dinner together later." Hwode just sent it over not long before he received Sushi's reply. Obviously she wasn't in class. "Ah, are you at the school entrance? Then I'll come out now." "Good." Hwode waited for a few minutes before seeing Sushi, dressed in a white professional outfit, walk out from within the school. "Why did you come out of the blue and didn't say anything in advance?" Sushi said slightly angrily as she got into the car, but her eyes were filled with joy. Huode smiled and held Sushi's hand and said, "This is not to give you a surprise. And, I want to share something happy with you." "What is it?" Suzy asked curiously. Huode smiled in a mysterious manner. "Come on, let's go eat first, then we'll talk about it while we eat." Subsequently, the two of them found a restaurant with an elegant environment near the school, and then chose a seat by the window to sit down. After ordering the food, Sushi then asked, "Seeing how happy you are, what good thing do you have to share with me?" Huode smiled as he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Suzy. "This is a small gift I prepared for you." Suzy looked at the bank card with some surprise. "What is this?" "I bought a few sets of houses in the old city a few days ago. Now that they are demolished, this is part of the demolition compensation, not much more than 300W, you take it." "No, this is your money, I can't take it." Sushi waved her hand repeatedly. Huode seemed to have expected Sushi to have such a reaction. He picked up the bank card and shoved it into Sushi's hand and said, "You must take this money, this is my living expenses for you." When Sushi heard this, her cheeks instantly blushed, and she gave a sort of accepting the bank card. After seeing Sushi accept it, Huode said with a smile, "That's right, come and eat." Chapter 100, Interview Site. As a killer organization that was once ranked among the top 3 in the world, Scarlet Rose naturally had its own intelligence system. After receiving the mission entrusted by Luo Daong, they launched an investigation into Huode at the first opportunity. At the same time, a female assassin from Scarlet Rose also stepped onto the moving train to Jiangchang. "Little sister, I've sent you all of Huode's information, you can take a look at it first," Zhang Lin said over the phone. "I've received it, Sister Lin, thank you." "They're all my own sisters, what are you being polite for?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was 24 years old and had just graduated from college. On the surface, she was a recent graduate, but in reality, she was a killer of the Scarlet Rose. When she was 5 years old, her parents passed away due to a car accident, and she became an orphan. After living in an orphanage for 3 years, she was taken away by the Scarlet Rose for harsh training. It wasn't until 4 years ago that she returned to her normal life. Of course, this was just to cover her tracks, and she had actually helped Scarlet Rose complete quite a few missions over the past few years. It was only that these missions were all relatively easy and simple, and there were no murderous missions. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the message that Zhang Lin had sent over and read it carefully. Golden Shield Security? Zhou Xiaoxiao saw that Huode had opened a security company, and the company's registration date was just recently. "Maybe we can start here and approach the target." With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the recruitment software, and to her surprise, it actually allowed her to find the recruitment information posted by Golden Shield Security. Immediately, she sent her resume over. Soon after, the other party conveniently replied. It had to be said that Zhou Xiaoxiao's resume was still good. Graduating from a prestigious 985 school in China, coupled with the fact that she was also good at Zhang, she soon received a notification of an interview. "Ms. Zhou, are you free today? Is it convenient to meet for a chat?" "Yes, I'm free this afternoon." "That's good, we'll see you at 2 p.m. "Okay." After Huode and Suzy had dinner, Huode sent Suzy back to school. With nothing to do, he was about to go home and take a nap when Qin Meng suddenly called him. "Mr. Hua, are you free this afternoon?" "Why, is something wrong?" "The company has arranged a few interviews for the afternoon. If you're free, would it be convenient to come over and take a look?" Huode thought to himself, "Anyway, I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so why don't I just go over and take a look?" Thinking of this, Huode said, "Okay, then I'll come over later." 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Golden Shield Security Limited Company. At this time, the company had already gathered quite a few people who had come for interviews. After Huode arrived at the company in a big Ben, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. "I'll go, driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G to an interview. Which family's son is this to experience life?" It's just a Mercedes-Benz Big G. As long as I can successfully join Golden Shield Security, I will be able to drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G in less than 5 years. "Brother, you do daydreaming, but also 5 years, give you 50 years are not necessarily able to drive on." "This you are wrong, the Golden Shield Security salary benefits but the country's top, as long as you can join and do a good job, annual salary of $1 million is not a dream." "Che, this kind of fooling words you also believe? If you don't believe me, what are you doing here?" "I just want to come and see if this company that claims to pay millions of dollars a year is a scam or not." In order to be able to attract talent, Qin Meng and Chu Zhan discussed it and put out a recruitment advertisement with $1 million in annual salary. Not to mention, the effect was really good. A lot of people were attracted to interview for the job at once. However, there were only a few talents that could fit into their eyes. After so many days, only a few people were recruited. At this time, Huode parked his car and was just about to walk towards the administration building, but he was suddenly stopped by a man. "Hey brother, you're here for the interview too, right? Get in line behind you." Huode sniffed and pointed at himself. "Me? Interview? What's wrong? Don't think you can cut in line just because you're driving a luxury car. All here are here for the interview. Get in line behind you." Huode was made to laugh and cry by the other party. He patiently explained, "You misunderstood, I'm not here for an interview." "Not here for an interview, then what are you here for?" "Oh, I see, you're deliberately lying to me that you're not here for an interview, but you're actually trying to cut in line, right? Everyone, come and see, this person is trying to cut in line." Today's society already has a lot of people who hate the rich, and before Huode drove in with his Big Ben in such a high-profile manner, it had already caused a lot of people to be dissatisfied. Now that he wants to cut in line, the crowd is even more dissatisfied. Driving a Big Ben is marvelous, so you can cut in line. That's right, you say you would drive a Big Ben also with us to steal the job, you good meaning? Are you good at it? If not, then you'd better go home and inherit the family business. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Huode was truly speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Is there a possibility that I am the owner of this company?" Hearing these words from Huode, the man who stopped Huode earlier directly laughed. "If you are the owner of this company, I am still his father. Just like you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few dollars, dream on." Huode originally didn't want to bother with this group of people. After all, this was just a misunderstanding, it would be fine after talking it out. But the other party insulted him again and again, then he couldn't tolerate it. "Whether I'm the boss of this company or not, you'll know in a moment." Saying that, Huode took out his cell phone and called Qin Meng. "I'm now at the entrance of the administration building, come over here." Seeing Huode making the call with great fervor, the other party said with disdain, "Yo, you're still quite capable of pretending. I'd like to see how you can prove that you're the boss of this company." A few minutes later, Qin Meng and Chu Zhan hurriedly arrived. Seeing Huode surrounded by a group of people, their faces instantly became serious. A few people squeezed through the crowd to Huode's front, and Qin Meng respectfully asked, "Mr. Hua, what happened?" Huode pointed to the man who stopped him on the side and said, "I said I'm the boss of this company." He didn't believe me and said I was trying to cut in line and wouldn't let me in. Qin Meng heard this and immediately turned her head to look at the man, her eyes revealing seriousness and dissatisfaction. She said coldly, "This gentleman, Mr. Hua, is indeed our boss. May I ask what's wrong with you stopping our boss from entering?" At this point, the man had long since turned pale with fear, and a push of sweat beads up on his forehead. How could he not have thought that Huode was really the boss of Golden Shield Security? And that he himself had offended him? "Mr. Hua, so what is it that I have eyes but no pearls? It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize him. Tai, you have a great deal of generosity, don't bother with me in general," the man said with a trembling voice. Huode frowned and said, "You stopped me from entering because you think I'm jumping the queue. I think this is justifiable. After all, your starting point is good. But you shouldn't open your mouth and curse. Of course, the most important point is that after you learned of my identity, you actually conceded. This is what I despise most about you. So, you can leave, our Golden Shield Security will not employ someone like you." After saying that, Huode left the scene with Qin Meng and Chu Zhan. As for that man, he could only leave Golden Shield Security in disgrace. While at this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and the crowd looked at Huode's back, she revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 101, She's a Killer. "Mr. Hua, take your seat." Arriving at the interview site, Qin Meng arranges Huode to the main interviewer's seat. Huode originally wanted to sit on the sidelines a bit more low-key, but once he thought that he was already so high-profile just now at the entrance, it was impossible for him to be low-key, so he peacefully sat down in the main interviewer's seat. Begin. Soon, the interviewers came in one after another. When the interviewers saw Huode, each one of them was flustered. After all, they were in the presence of the company's boss, so they would be more or less nervous. But fortunately, Huode didn't say much, it was all Qin Meng and Chu Zhan who were asking. Only when he saw a more outstanding talent, Huode would open his mouth and ask a few questions. Although the interview time of each interviewer is not long, only a few minutes, but cannot afford to interview more people off. Without realizing it, more than an hour has passed. And the remaining people who hadn't been interviewed yet actually still had 50 or so. Next. Qin Meng shouted, the door of the room was pushed open and a young lass walked in from outside. This person was none other than Scarlet Rose's assassin, Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Have a seat, please make a brief self-introduction." Qin Meng looked up at Zhou Xiaoxiao, then nodded towards the other party with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxiao bowed towards the crowd, sat down and began to introduce herself. "Hello interviewers, my name is Zhou Xiaoxiao, I'm 24 years old this year, and I just graduated from the Department of Chinese Language at Beijing University." With Zhou Xiaoxiao's introduction, Qin Meng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although they had interviewed a lot of people, truth be told, just by looking at the resume, Zhou Xiaoxiao's resume was definitely the best among so many. Graduated from a 985 university, she also won many scholarships during her school years and various awards. If such an excellent talent could join Golden Shield Security, it would definitely be their good fortune. At this moment, Qin Meng's eyes were full of appreciation as she looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao. She had already decided to recruit Zhou Xiaoxiao as her assistant and cultivate her properly. Don't look at the harmless appearance of this girl in front of you. In fact, she is a member of the world's 3 largest assassin organization, the Scarlet Rose, and the purpose of her coming to the interview is to get close to you, so that she can complete the tasks explained by the organization. Killer? Mission? Hua De was looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's resume when the system's intelligence prompt suddenly surfaced in front of him. He looked up at Zhou Xiaoxiao. It was really hard to connect such a young and beautiful girl with a cold-blooded and ruthless killer. However, the intelligence given by the system could not be wrong, it was just that Hua De could not figure out how he had provoked the killer in a good way. Soon, a person, Luo Daong, flashed in Hua De's mind. If he had offended anyone recently, it was only Luo Daong. The host's guess is correct. Scarlet Rose's assassin was found by Luo Daong, who commissioned Scarlet Rose to approach you in order to get the demolition money, in an attempt to get the demolition money back from you. Indeed. Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Hua De's eyes changed when he looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao, unconsciously revealing a meaningful smile. Although Zhou Xiaoxiao was conversing with Qin Meng, her afterglow was always looking at Hua De intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, when she saw Hua De's smile, her entire body suddenly thumped. As an assassin, her intuition told her that Hua De seemed to have sensed something. Could it be that one has been exposed? It shouldn't be, one is obviously hiding so well, how could one be exposed? Zhou Xiaoxiao thought it was impossible for herself to be exposed, but what was with Hua De's weird smile? Could it be that this guy was eyeing his beauty and wanted to subvert himself? That must be it, this pervert. Zhou Xiaoxiao cursed Hua De's perversion in her heart, but she always wore a smile on her face. But cursing aside, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt that this might be a good opportunity. If Hua De really looked at himself, wouldn't there be more chances to be alone with him, and then there would be a chance to make a move. Mr. Hua, what do you think of this Miss Zhou? After Qin Meng asked Zhou Xiaoxiao a few questions, Zhou Xiaoxiao's answers were all very satisfying to her, and she couldn't wait to hire Zhou Xiaoxiao. But Hua De was still here after all, so she had to ask for Hua De's opinion. What? Hua De had just been thinking about how to deal with this Zhou Xiaoxiao and didn't hear Qin Meng's question. This scene happened to be seen by Zhou Xiaoxiao, which made her even more convinced that Hua De was interested in her. Qin Meng asked again, Mr. Hua, what do you think of this Miss Zhou? Is it possible to hire her? Hua De fell into the middle of his contemplation when he heard this. In theory, he already knew that the other party was an assassin and had come to Golden Shield Security to deliberately approach him for an interview, so he should have just rejected it outright. However, when he thought about it, even if he didn't hire the other party would still use other methods to approach him, and would even change people to approach him. Instead of that, it would be better to hire Zhou Xiaoxiao. The key was that Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't know that he had been exposed, in which case the enemy was in the light and he was in the dark. He would be able to better control the situation, and even have the opportunity to turn the tables on him. The host can employ Zhou Xiaoxiao, and use the other party to draw out the organization behind him, which can be subdued. The system's suggestion brightened Hua De's eyes. He was worried that Golden Shield Security had a relatively small number of personnel. If he could take Scarlet Rose under his wing, he could instantly make Golden Shield Security's strength among the top tier of the international world. It could even open up new businesses. Just imagine, if he took Scarlet Rose under his wing, if someone dared to mess with him in the future, he would just let Scarlet Rose's assassins go and click the other party. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao changed. It became as if he was looking at prey, which made Zhou Xiaoxiao uncomfortable. Dead pervert, stinking pervert, let's see how I'll get you killed afterward. Zhou Xiaoxiao cursed angrily in her heart. Although the mission given to her by the organization didn't mean to get Hua De killed, she already had a murderous heart towards him at this moment. Suddenly, Xu Zhan, who was beside Hua De, frowned. As a soldier, he was very sensitive to killing auras. So as soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao emitted a killing aura from her body, he detected it. It was just that he did not detect that this killing aura was emanating from Zhou Xiaoxiao's body. After all, who would have thought that a college graduate in her 20s would be a killer? If it wasn't for the fact that Hua De had a system, he wouldn't have believed that Zhou Xiaoxiao would actually be a killer. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the change in Xu Zhan's expression and knew that she had leaked her killing aura, and immediately retracted this killing aura. At this time, Hua De spoke, Miss Zhou is very outstanding, and I feel that our Golden Shield Security is in great need of someone as outstanding as Miss Zhou to join. On behalf of Golden Shield Security, I welcome Miss Zhou to join. With Hua De nodding his head, Zhou Xiaoxiao officially joined Golden Shield Security. The first step of the plan was successful. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Before leaving, Zhou Xiaoxiao gave Hua De a meaningful look and said in her heart. Chapter 102, Love Enemy? Hua De stayed in the company for a while longer and left first when it was getting late. After leaving Golden Shield Security, Hua De drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G to the entrance of the City Public Security Bureau. Hua De took out his cell phone and dialed Shin Yueshi's phone and smiled, Shin Big Police Dog. Oh no, is Shin Big Police Flower? I arrived at the door, when you off ah? Shin Yueshi sniffed and coldly snorted, Dead Hua De, do you believe that the ant put the police dog to bite you to death? Hua De laughed, if you are willing to do so, you can put it. Shin Yueshi, scram, dead scum. 5 minutes later. A white t-shirt, long jeans, beautiful looking, tall figure walked from the distance. Her eyes were cold, and she gave off a valiant flavor between her hands and feet. When Shin Yueshi saw Hwada's car, she took the initiative to pull open the passenger door and sat in. When she saw Hwada's colorful eyes staring at her, a charming blush suddenly appeared on her face, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. Shin Yueshi snorted coldly and said without any good humor, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Hwada smiled and said, "I've seen it, but I haven't seen a beautiful woman like you. Beauty like you should only be on the sky, on earth that get a few times heard. Smooth talk, drive. Okay, princess, please sit tight." After saying that, Hwada kicked the gas down. The Mercedes Big G issued a beastly roar, then instantly scurried out and left the gate of the City Public Security Bureau. In the morning, the two agreed to have dinner together in the evening, but they didn't finalize the location. Hwada asked as he drove, "What do you want to eat, big beautiful Shun?" "Go to the Howding Hotel," Shin Yueshi said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Hwada was slightly stunned, thinking that Shin Yueshi was determined to rip herself off. The Deluxe Court Hotel was the most upscale hotel in the whole of Jiangcheng, and the last time he had invited Su Shi and her colleagues for a meal, it had cost him several Ws. Seeing that Hwada didn't say anything, Shin Yueshi turned her head to look at Hwada, just in time to see the moment he frowned, so she coldly said, "Why are you reluctant? You don't think it's too expensive, do you?" Hwada smiled and said, "How can it be? It's just the Grand Court Hotel, we can afford it." The Grand Court Hotel is not far from the Municipal Public Security Bureau, only 10 minutes away. But because it is at the end of the peak period, Hwada froze to drive more than half an hour to. After parking the car, the two walked into the hotel lobby side by side. However, just when the two just walked into the hotel lobby, an angry male voice suddenly came from the distance. "Who are you, kid? Hurry up and let go of Yueshi." Hwada and Shin Yueshi raised their heads together to look in the direction where the voice came from, only to see a young man wearing an Armani suit walking quickly towards them. The young man's name was Li Jiang. He was 28 years old and the founder of a technology company. A while ago, because of some accidents, he called the police. At that time, it happened to be Shin Yueshi who led the police and helped Li Jiang solve the trouble. Since then, Li Jiang fell in love with Shin Yueshi at first sight and then began a crazy pursuit. But Shin Yueshi didn't pay any attention to Li Jiang, but Li Jiang already regarded Shin Yueshi as his woman. He was supposed to be here today to host a banquet for his business partners, but he didn't expect to see his favorite woman with a stranger, so how could he not be jealous? "Li Jiang, this is my friend, please be polite to him. Also, I'm not familiar with you, please call me Officer Shin," Shin Yueshi said as she coldly looked at Li Jiang. Although she didn't feel good about looking at Hwada either, she preferred to stay with Hwada in comparison. This was because Hwada gave her a feeling of truthfulness, while Li Jiang gave her a feeling of hypocrisy and artifice. When Li Jiang heard Shin Yueshi's words, his face instantly turned iron blue. He looked at Hwada angrily, and he felt that Shin Yueshi was treating him this way solely because of Hwada. "Yueshi, I'm serious about you, even if you don't like me, there's no need for you to find a random man to piss me off, right?" Shin Yueshi sniffed and was directly angered and laughed. She was just about to open her mouth to say something when she suddenly felt a hand climbing on her waist. She turned her head to see that Hwada was looking at her with a smile on his face. She wanted to try to break free, but once she thought that Li Jiang was still here, it would be better to borrow Hwada so that this Li Jiang would completely die. So she immediately took Hwada's arm and said at Li Jiang, "Li Jiang, I already have a boyfriend, please don't pester me anymore in the future." Hwada smiled faintly and said, "Hear that, don't pester my girlfriend in the future. Also, we are going in for dinner, please get out of the way." When Li Jiang saw Hwada's hand placed on Shin Yueshi's waist, it already made him furious, and now that he heard that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend, he instantly became furious. In his opinion, he had founded a company with a market capitalization of several $1 million at a young age, and he could completely call himself a young and promising person. He himself was the one who was most worthy of Shin Yueshi. And where was Hwada? His entire body was covered in ground floor goods, and at a glance, he wasn't a rich man. He really couldn't figure out why Shin Yueshi would look at this kind of person. "Ha, it's simply a joke." The corner of Li Jiang's mouth lifted up as he sneered, "Just based on you, you still want to eat here. Do you know how expensive the consumption here is? Can you afford to spend?" Hwada looked at Li Jiang and said disdainfully, "Whether I can afford it or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Does your family live in the Pacific Ocean? Do you care so much?" Li Jiang ignored Hwada and turned to Shin Yueshi and said, "Yueshi, go to my place. I'm going to have a banquet for my honored guests today, and one of them is your city bureau's deputy Su. I think the deputy Su will definitely take care of you in the future when he sees the relationship between you and me." Name, Li Jiang, age, 28, identity, chairman and founder of White Whale Intelligent Technology Company. Limited wants to feast on Su Jun through his business partner's relationship to beg for his help in solving his tax problems due to the existence of tax problems. After seeing this piece of intelligence, Hwada immediately brightened up. Immediately, he agreed on behalf of Shin Yueshi, "Since Mr. Li is so kind to invite us, then we will not be polite. Then Huode turned his head to Shin Yueshi and said, Yueshi, let's go to Mr. Lee's place together to rub a meal together, maybe we can even help you expand your network. After saying that, Huode also winked at Shin Yueshi. Although he didn't know what Huode was playing at, with Shin Yueshi's understanding of him, it was obvious that Huode didn't have a good heart. Who invited you? I invited Yueshi, okay? Li Jiang said with a frown. Who knows, Shin Yueshi spoke directly, if Huode doesn't go, then I won't go either. Li Jiang had no choice but to let Huode follow along with a reluctant face. On the way to the box, Huode intentionally slowed down his pace and walked alongside Shin Yueshi, saying in a low voice, when you enter the box later, you have to cooperate with me to put on a good show, so that Li Jiang will completely die. Shin Yueshi nodded slightly, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Chapter 103, Inviting the Host to Start Pretending. Huode and Shin Yueshi both followed Li Jiang to the box. At this time, there was only one middle-aged man inside the box. Li Jiang smiled and introduced the two of them. Yueshi, this is General Manager Shin of the Ling Group, he's still in the same family as you. Mr. Shin, this is Shin Yueshi, the beautiful policewoman of our Jiangqing City Bureau. As for Huode, Li Jiang automatically ignored him. Shinwei was also a veteran, one look at Li Jiang's stance and he knew what he was up to. So Shinwei also automatically ignored Huode beside Shin Yueshi and extended his hand to greet Shin Yueshi. So it's Officer Shin, I've heard a lot about you. Right at this moment, Huode suddenly stepped forward, shook Shinwei's hand and said with a smile, Hello Mr. Shin, I'm Huode, I've heard a lot about you as well. You? Shinwei frowned at Huode. But as the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea, and facing this pleasing look from Huode, Shinwei was too embarrassed to have an attack. Name, Shinwei, age, 43, status, General Manager of a branch of Lin's Group. This is a money-grubbing womanizer who has repeatedly coerced female subordinates to have improper relationships with him and has kept a number of mistresses outside, including college students and high school students. After seeing Shin Yueshi, he was overwhelmed by Shin Yueshi's beauty. He wanted to use this opportunity to get Shin Yueshi, but after seeing you, he was extremely upset with you. Old thing, actually dared to hit Shin Yueshi's idea, see how I'll clean you up later. Huode said secretly. Everyone, don't stand around, quickly take your seats. Shinwei said and then moved the chair aside, signaling Shin Yueshi to sit beside him. But without waiting for Shin Yueshi to go over, Huode took the first step and sat next to Shinwei. How embarrassing for you, Mr. Shin, but also for you to personally help me, I'm really too thankful to you, I'll be sure to toast you a few more times in a while. Huode's face hangs a harmless smile, let Shinwei's have fire nowhere to send. In the way of the occasion, Shinwei could only barely squeeze out a smile, but in his heart, he hated to cut Huode into 1,000 pieces. Mr. Shin, Yueshi, you guys chat first, I'll go see if Bureau Su has arrived yet. Go go go. Shinwei waved his hand without lifting his head. At the moment, all of his attention was on Shin Yueshi. Officer Shin, seeing as you're not very old, you should have just graduated not long ago, right? How come you want to become a police officer? I still know quite a few people in the city bureau, just that Su Jun-su deputy bureau of yours, I'm an old classmate with him, turn around and I'll talk to him for you, how about letting him drop you into logistics? At first, Shin Yueshi was still perfunctory Shinwei, but once she heard that this guy actually wanted Su Jun to drop her to the logistics, she was immediately on fire. To know, she had been doing logistics for 3 months, and only then had she gotten over it to be able to go out into the field. The other party actually wanted her to go back, it was simply a dream. Put. Huode had just drank his saliva, and after hearing Shinwei's words, he instantly sprayed it out, spraying Shinwei all over his face. Brat, what do you want? Shinwei slammed the table and stood up pointing at Huode's nose and roared. Huode hurriedly put down his water cup, and while handing Shinwei a paper towel, he explained with a smile, What's that, Mr. Shin, your words are just too funny, I just couldn't hold back. Funny? Where is it funny? Shinwei was very puzzled, what did he say that could make Huode so funny? So what Mr. Shin Yueshi doesn't like to go into logistics, so don't bother. Huode said. At this time, Shin Yueshi also picked up, Mr. Shin, I won't bother you with my affairs. Ding. Acquired future intelligence 1. In 1 minute, Su Jun will come to the box, please start your pretense. Huode revealed a puzzled look. Pretend? Pretend to whom? Just as Huode's mind was wondering, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a black jacket and slightly tired walked in with Li Jiang. And this middle-aged man was none other than the deputy director of the Jiangqing City Bureau, Su Jun. Seeing this, Shinwei hurriedly got up and greeted him, warmly shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with Su Jun. Seeing Su Jun, Shin Yueshi also stood up and greeted Su Jun. Bureau Su. Little Shin, you're here too. You know old Shun? Su Jun asked curiously. Without waiting for Shin Yueshi to open her mouth, Shinwei hurriedly said, I just met Officer Shin as well. Officer Shin was invited by Shaoli. At this time, Shinwei saw that Huode was still sitting there, with no intention of getting up at all. Immediately, his face sank, glared at Huode and said in a scolding tone, that who, Bureau Su is here, why are you still sitting still, no rules at all. Huode was blocked by Shinwei's huge body, causing Su Jun to come in and not see Huode for the first time. At this moment, Shinwei opened his mouth, and only then did Su Jun realize that there were other people in the box. In the face of Shinwei's accusation, Hwade, however, acted as if he didn't hear Shinwei's words and continued to sit there leisurely, only the corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. He slowly picked up his water cup and took a light sip before slowly standing up, his gaze calmly looking at Su Jun. Elder brother Hwa, why are you here as well? Su Jun's words caused everyone present to freeze. Elder brother Hwa? What is this situation? Even Shin Yueshi, included, looked at Hwade with a stunned expression. In the face of Su Jun's affectionate address and the crowd's surprised gazes, Hwade smiled calmly and walked forward to shake hands with Su Jun. Brother Su, what a coincidence. Hwade looked at Su Jun with a smile on his face. Hwade's reply surprised everyone present. His tone and attitude seemed extraordinarily close to Su Jun, as if there was a deep friendship between the two. Su Jun also had a smile on his face as he patted Hwade's shoulder and said, yes, what a coincidence. Older brother Hwa, what have you been busy with lately? Hwade smiled and responded, same old thing, busy with the company, but I've recently encountered a bit of a problem and would like to seek your help. When Su Jun heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, no problem, what is the relationship between our brothers, just say it. At this moment, Li Jiang and Shinwei who were on the sidelines could not help but be secretly surprised when they saw Hwade talking and laughing with Su Jun. They did not expect Hwade to have such a deep friendship with Su Jun, which was completely out of their expectation. Li Jiang secretly regretted in his heart. He originally thought that Hwade was just an insignificant minor character, but he didn't expect him to call Su Jun his brother. He began to re-examine Hwade, realizing that he might not be a simple character. Shinwei, on the other hand, had mixed feelings in his heart. He was still thinking of using this opportunity to get close to Su Jun and then develop a relationship with Shin Yueshi. But now it seemed that I'm afraid it was impossible. Brother Su, I'll talk about my company's business later, let's talk about these two first. Hwade said with a smile. Chapter 104, Throwing Yourself into the Net. Oh, what's the matter with them? Su Jun raised his head and glanced at Li Jiang and Shinwei on the side. The reason why he came here today was entirely because of Shinwei's relationship. The two were on good terms when they were in high school. Only with the passage of time, the two gradually began to drift apart. It was only during the last class reunion that they became acquainted again. Until he was promoted to the position of deputy director of the Jiangqing City Bureau, Shinwei began to intentionally or unintentionally out of good relations with him. Su Jun naturally knows what Shinwei is selling. But look at the relationship between classmates. Su Jun is also turned a blind eye. Moreover, Shinwei did not ask him to do any favors. Today, Shinwei also said that someone had asked him to invite himself for dinner, and Su Jun couldn't excuse himself, which is why he came. If my guess is correct, this meal should be organized by General Manager Li. Mr. Li invited you over to Brother Su with the help of Mr. Shin's relationship, so I'm sure it's for his company's business. Hwade glanced at Li Jiang and said, That's right, I have something I want to ask Bureau Su for a favor. Li Jiang initially thought that Hwade would say bad things about himself, but what he didn't expect was that Hwade seemed to be helping him. A wave of gratitude welled up in Li Jiang's heart, and he looked at Hwade with gratitude in his eyes. Seeing Li Jiang's expression, Hwade almost laughed out loud. This guy wouldn't think that he was helping him. Helping? At this moment, Su Jun, who was on the side, immediately frowned when he heard this. What he hated the most in his life was dealing with this group of businessmen. Of course, Hwade was an exception. Mr. Hua is really a straightforward person, so I'll be straightforward. Li Jiang cleared his throat and continued, Bureau Su is like this, my company has recently encountered some trouble with taxes and would like to ask you, Bureau Su, for some help. Trouble in taxation, then it's useless for you to look for me, you have to go to the tax bureau. Su Jun said bluntly after hearing this. Brother Su, you've misunderstood. Hwade took over the topic and said, what Mr. Li means is that his company has a suspicion of tax evasion and fund-raising fraud, so it is being targeted by the economic investigation and he wants you to step in and let him off the hook. Right, let me off the hook. Li Jiang was still immersed in Hwade's helping him speak, and simply didn't expect Hwade to actually bring out all of his bottom. The point was, he really couldn't figure out why Hwade knew so much. When Su Jun heard this, his face instantly became serious. He swept his eyes sharply at Li Jiang, his tone carrying an undeniable majesty. Li Jiang, you're suspected of tax evasion and fundraising fraud, this is a very serious offense. As a public official, I cannot and will never harbor any illegal and criminal acts, you should immediately stop all illegal activities and take the initiative to surrender to the relevant authorities for leniency. How could he not expect Shinwei to call him out in order to help Li Jiang deal with this? If he had known that it was this matter, there was absolutely no way he would have come out. At this moment, Li Jiang's face instantly turned white. He didn't expect Hwade to expose his problems so directly, and he didn't expect Su Jun's attitude to be so resolute. He stammered and wanted to defend himself, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. Shinwei was also stunned at the sight. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary meal, but did not expect that it would involve such a big thing. He began to regret that he was involved in this right and wrong. Old Su, I'm really sorry, I didn't know. Hua De, on the other hand, was bland, as if everything was expected of him. He looked at Su Jun and said in a calm tone, Brother Su, you're right. Everyone is equal before the law, and no one is above the law. I believe Li Jiang will make the right choice. Su Jun nodded and cast an approving glance at Hua De. He turned to Li Jiang and said seriously once again, Li Jiang, I hope you can take this matter seriously. Escaping is not a solution, only by facing and correcting your mistakes will you be truly saved. I will arrange for the relevant departments to contact you, and I hope you can actively cooperate with the investigation. Li Jiang hung his head low and was silent. He knew that there was no way back for him. Xiao Shun, call the bureau and have someone come over to take him away. Su Jun said to Xin Yueshi. Okay. After Xin Yueshi heard Su Jun's instructions, she immediately took out her cell phone and started contacting the bureau. While waiting, the atmosphere inside the box became unusually tense. Li Jiang's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly as he seemed to have a premonition of his fate. He now had some regrets as to why he had called Hua De and Xin Yueshi over. But his regrets at this moment were already useless. Old Su, I really didn't know that he. Xin Wei wanted to explain. Su Jun waved his hand and said, Old Xin, there's no need to say anything, I won't pursue this matter if it doesn't have anything to do with you, but if it does, then don't blame me for being unforgiving. 10 minutes later. The door of the box was pushed open and several police officers walked in solemnly. After they looked around the box, one of the policemen walked up to Li Jiang, showed his ID and said seriously, Mr. Li Jiang, we have received a report that you are suspected of tax evasion and fund-raising fraud. Please come back to the bureau with us to cooperate with the investigation. Li Jiang's body trembled even more. He looked up at Su Jun, then at Hua De and Xin Yueshi, finally lowered his head and silently followed the police to leave the box. Xin Wei watched this scene with mixed feelings in his heart. He originally just wanted to use this meal to bring his relationship with Su Jun closer, but he didn't expect it to lead to such a big deal. He looked at Su Jun and wanted to explain something, but Su Jun just gave him a cold look and turned his head away. Hua De and Xin Yueshi, on the other hand, watched the scene coldly from the sidelines. Old Xin, let's call it a day, I'll go back first. After Su Jun rushed Xin Wei, he turned to look at Hua De and said, Old brother Hua, I'm really sorry for today, some other day, brother, I'll be the host and treat you to another good rub. Bureau Su, I'll follow you back to the bureau. Xin Yueshi stepped forward and said. Su Jun looked at Xin Yueshi and then at Hua De, then smiled and said, Alright, you just accompany old brother Hua for a good meal. In his opinion, the two of them, Hua De and Xin Yueshi, one being a male unmarried and the other a female unmarried, were simply a match made in heaven. He had wanted to set the two up before, and now that they were dating, how could he be the villain? After Su Jun finished speaking, he took a step and left the box, leaving behind Hua De, Xin Yueshi, and Xin Wei. When Su Jun left, Xin Wei was naturally too embarrassed to stay, and casually found an excuse to leave as well. In the end, Hua De and Xin Yueshi were left in the box. Hua De turned his head to look at Xin Yueshi, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Officer Xin, let's continue our dinner. Chapter 105, Another Chance to Get Rich. Ding! Obtained Future Intelligence 1. After 1 minute, you will receive a phone call. Answering it will give you a chance to get rich. If you refuse to answer it, you will lose this chance. After Hua De sent Xin Yueshi home, he was just about to drive back to the Haitian Hope Mansion when a prompt popped up from the system. A chance to get rich? Could it be that there are plots of land to be demolished in Zhangcheng again? Hua De's first thought was demolition, but he quickly vetoed this unreliable idea. Regardless of whether it was official demolition or corporate demolition, it was very costly in terms of financial resources. Zhangcheng had just gone through 2 major-scale demolitions, so he thought that there would not be any more demolitions in a short period of time. Since it wasn't demolition, what would be the opportunity to get rich? Ding bell. Just as Hua De was puzzled, his cell phone did ring. He curiously picked up the phone and realized that the one calling was actually Wan Yukai. Wan Yukai was the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion, specializing in antiques and paintings. What chance of getting rich would he be looking for himself? Could it be that he was appraising some antique again? Hey, what does Boss Wan want to see me about? Mr. Hua, I'm sorry to bother you so late huh? I'm looking for you because I want to ask if you know anything about stone gambling. Gambling? That's right, it's gambling. It's the one that can open the emerald from inside the stone. Hua De of course knows what is gambling. Stone is not a knife heaven and a knife hell business. His heart moved and his eyes showed joy. Other people might gamble on stones, or maybe it's all about luck, a slice of heaven and a slice of hell. He has the system in his body. It is definitely a knife heaven. Ding! Obtained real-time intelligence 1. The last time the host's picking up leaks, let Wan Yukai memory is still fresh. He is admiring your eyesight. 3 days after the Cloud Province Chongcheng will hold a gambling stone conference, he wants to invite you to go together. A stone gambling convention? That was indeed a chance to get rich. Boss Wan, just say what you have to say. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Mr. Hui is indeed quick to speak, so I'll be blunt. In 3 days, Yun Province's Chong City will be hosting a large-scale stone gambling conference, and I'd like to invite you to go along. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. The appearance fee is 100W. If you can help me open the emerald, additionally add money. Hwada sniffed and was directly surprised by Wang Yukai's large sum of money. The appearance fee alone is 100W, and the additional money will be added if the emerald is opened. Although he was surprised by Wang Yukai's large sum of money, Hwada did not lose his head. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world, and the sky would not drop pies for no reason. Boss Wan, what do you mean? Hwada asked. Wang Yukai pondered for a moment and organized his words. Mr. Hua, truth be told, I plan to enter the jewelry industry. But you know, I'm a connoisseur of antiques, but I don't know anything about jadeite raw stones, so I thought of you, Mr. Hua. But how do you determine that I must know how to gamble? Hwada continued to ask. Wang Yukai laughs softly on the other end of the phone and explains, Mr. Hua, I was deeply impressed by your precise picking up of a leak in my store last time. Your unique vision and judgment makes me believe that you have extraordinary abilities in appreciation. Gambling on stones, in the end, is also an art of appreciation and judgment, so I'm guessing that you might have dabbled in this area as well. In fact, Wang Yukai sought Hwada's help. In reality, it was because he had a blind trust in Hwada. He felt that Hwada was not a simple person. Ding! Gained real-time intelligence 1. The other party has a blind trust in you, believing that you have insight and judgment beyond the norm. This trust stems from your past experience of precise vision and successful picking up of leaks in the field of antique paintings and calligraphy, and he believes that in the field of gambling on stones, a field that also requires keen insight and judgment, you will also be able to excel. Seeing the system prompt, Hwada's heart burst with amusement. He didn't expect that Wang Yukai would actually think so highly of him. Since this was the case, how could Hwada let him down? Furthermore, the Stone Gambling Conference was indeed a stage that could potentially bring in huge profits. Boss Wan, I'm grateful for your trust, and although I don't know much about stone gambling, since you value my abilities so much, I'm willing to give it a try. However, I still want to understand the specifics of this Stone Gambling Conference first. Hwada responded cautiously. Wang Yukai was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly informed Hwada in detail about the information related to the Stone Gambling Conference. It turned out that this Stone Gambling Conference brought together suppliers and buyers of jadeite raw stones from all over the country, a grand scale and a rare opportunity. Moreover, it is said that there are a few legendary pieces of jadeite raw stone appeared in this conference, attracting many connoisseurs to compete for the purchase. After listening to Wang Yukai's introduction, Hwada's determination to participate in the Stone Gambling Conference became more certain in his heart. Although he had just earned tens of millions of dollars, who would mind having too much money? Maybe this trip to the Cloud Province would be able to usher in another surge in his value. Thinking of this, Hwada immediately agreed to Wang Yukai's invitation. Boss Wan, I can go to the Stone Gambling Conference, but forget about the appearance fee or anything else, because I want to buy the raw stones myself, and if I open a jadeite I can prioritize selling it to you. Wang Yukai thought about it. He just needs to be able to buy the emerald himself, as for how it came out doesn't matter. So then he agreed to do the same with alacrity. Mr. Hua, then we can make a deal. We'll leave 3 days later. I'll contact you then. Okay. Ding. Gained future intelligence 1. The Stone Gambling Conference in 3 days will go quite smoothly, and you'll be the biggest winner present, making a hefty profit. Just after hanging up the phone, the system popped up another prompt, giving Hwada a peace of mind. After returning home, Hwada took a hot shower. After lying on the bed, he took out his cell phone and sent a message over to Sushi, asking if she could come up tonight. As a result, it took more than half an hour before Suzy returned. Honey, I'm coming to relatives. Then there was a crying emoji. Well, Hoda would have to be alone tonight. Hwada sent a comforting emoji, and then chatted with Sushi without a word. In the middle, Yi Yunyao also sent a message. Hwada then chatted with both women at the same time. During the chat, Hwada also revealed to the two girls that he would be traveling to Yun Province's Chong City 3 days later. Although both women wanted to go with Hwada, they had to give up due to work. However, Hwada also promised to bring gifts to the two girls. Of course, not only the two of them, but also Lin Wanner, Shin Yueshi, Bai Ji. Unconsciously, Hwada and the two women chatted until 12 o'clock. It's not early, take an early rest. Okay, good night hubby. Good night dear. After exchanging goodnights with the two, Hwada was just about to put down his cell phone to rest when he suddenly received a friend request on WeChat. Chapter 106, I don't care how many girlfriends you have. Hwada tapped on the friend request and saw that the other party's avatar was a cute Crayola. The note on it was, I'm Ju Koren. Ju Koren? Hwada felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. However, he still passed the other party's friend request in the first place. Soon after, the other party sent a message. It was the same crayon emoticon. Hello? Hwada, you are? Hwada had just sent the message over, and Shukoren immediately replied with an angry punching emoticon. Shukoren, could you Hwada, you actually don't even remember this lady. Did you forget that we had dinner together before at the Howding Hotel? Hwada had only gone to the Grand Court Hotel twice to eat, once was today, and the other time was to invite a few of Sushi's co-workers. Thinking of this, Huda finally remembered who Zhu Koren was. Wasn't it that co-worker of Su Shi's? He had also saved her and another person during the last meal. It's just that Huda can't figure out what Zhu Koren is looking for him for this big night. At the same time, inside a rental house near Jiangcheng Middle School, Zhu Koren looked at the message sent by Huda and was hammering away at the stuffed bear on the bed, cursing Huda under her breath from time to time. Damn Huda, how dare you forget this lady? Don't let me see it next time, or see how I'll clean you up. Just as Zhu Karen was venting her anger with the stuffed bear, her cell phone rang. Zhu Koren hurriedly picked up her cell phone to take a look. Huda, I remember, you're Ms. Zhu, looking for me? Zhu Koren hurriedly edited a message and sent it over. Can't I find you if there's nothing? On the other side, Huda was lying on his bed and instantly froze when he saw the message sent by Zhu Koren. He was not an innocent virgin who had just entered society, and this Zhu Koren was looking for him at night, obviously with an impure purpose. Of course, the reason why Huda thinks so is still because of the message sent by Zhu Koren. Can I find you if I'm fine? Huda, of course I can. If Ms. Zhu is empty and lonely and cold, I'm happy to help you out. Zhu Koren didn't expect Huda to be so direct and instantly blushed after seeing the message he sent. It's a good thing that the two of them are typing and chatting, otherwise they would have lost a lot of face. Zhu Koren, less oily, be careful, I'll go to Mr. Su and tell you off. Huda originally wanted to go to sleep, but after chatting with Zhu Koren, he wasn't sleepy anymore. The main reason is that this niece is just too interesting. Huda can't help but want to continue teasing her. Aya, teacher Zhu, don't scare me, I'm a timid person. But then again, what are you going to sue me for? It's not like I've done anything wrong. Huda deliberately put on an innocent look. When Zhu Koren saw Huda's message, her heart was even more furious, but she couldn't help but laugh. She decided to give him a little more color. You still say you didn't make a mistake? You molested me. Zhu Koren sent a sinister emoticon. Huda took a look and was instantly happy. This niece was really good at picking fights, but he was happy to play along with her. Rongda, I'm a decent person, I didn't do anything. I was all set to go to sleep. It was certain people who suddenly added me as a friend and then pulled me into a chat without saying what they were looking for me for. Huda replied, and at the same time attached a aggrieved emoticon. When Zhu Koren saw Huda being so aggrieved, her heart felt a little bit sorry. She thought about it and felt that she was indeed being a bit unreasonable. After the last time, Zhu Karen had a different idea about Huda. This idea did not diminish because of time, but instead became stronger and stronger. Today, she managed to peek at Huda's microsignal from Sushi and then gave it a sneaky note. After returning home from work, she hesitated for a night, and finally did not hold back and added Huda's friend. But she didn't know what to talk about with Huda. Can't just say, I like you, be my boyfriend, okay? So she chatted with Huda without a word. Alright, I won't tease you. Actually, there's nothing wrong with me adding you, it's just what? Huda replied, you don't like me, do you? When Zhu Koren saw the message sent by Huda, her face instantly blushed and her heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. She didn't expect Huda to poke her mind so directly, and even more so, she didn't expect him to respond in such a light and humorous way. Who likes you? Don't flatter yourself. Although Zhu Koren denied it on her lips, she hesitated when sending the message and finally chose to add a shy emoticon packet. Huda couldn't help but smile as he looked at the message and emoticon on the screen. He could feel the shyness and panic between Zhu Koren's words, and understood that he might have actually guessed her mind. At this time, Huda's expression became serious and he edited a message and sent it over. You should know the relationship between Sushi and I, so do you still like me? When Zhu Koren saw this message from Huda, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered in her heart. She did know about the relationship between Huda and Sushi, but she also understood that emotional matters were not so simple to explain with logic. She took a deep breath and replied seriously, I know about the relationship between you and Ms. Su, but liking someone is hard to control. I like you because I appreciate your bravery, intelligence, and humor, and that doesn't affect the relationship between you and teacher Su. I just want you to know my feelings, I don't want to destroy your relationship. Huda looked at the message sent by Zhu Koren, and his heart was startled. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she didn't care about being a mistress? Thinking of this, Huda decided to give her a hard time. But I don't only have Sushi as a girlfriend, do you not care either? Zhu Koren's face instantly changed abruptly when she saw the message sent by Huda. He actually didn't have only one girlfriend. Zhu Koren went from being shocked at the beginning to being angry afterward and finally turned happy. If Huda didn't only have one girlfriend, then wouldn't he himself? Thinking of this, Zhu Koren's mood suddenly became lighter. Honestly speaking, stealing her colleague's boyfriend had more or less made her feel some guilt. But now this sense of guilt was gone. I don't care how many girlfriends you have, I only care if I am one of your many girlfriends. Boom! Huda felt his scalp tingle. He never expected that Zhu Koren's reply would be so direct. But as a scummy guy, how could he refuse this kind of initiative that was sent to his door? He immediately sent a message over. I'm hungry, do you want to come out for a snack now? Of course, eating a snack was just an excuse. Hua Da's real purpose, naturally. Chapter 107, traveling to OK City, encountering an extremely beautiful woman in a bar. 3 days later. Jiancheng Airport. Hua De met up with Wan Yukai at the airport. Hua De had come alone, but Wan Yukai had brought 2 people with him, a man and a woman, both of whom were very young. The man is Wan Yukai's disciple named Meng Tao, and the woman is Wan Yukai's secretary named Lu Yao. Hua De looked the 2 people up and down. Of course, for Meng Tao, Hua De is a sweeping glance. After all, his sexual orientation is still very normal. But for Lu Yao, he couldn't help but look twice more. The slim professional outfit outlined her body in a concave and convex manner. Especially the perky buttocks wrapped by the hip skirt, which made Hua De was floored. Looking further down, on a pair of straight long legs were black silk with letters and a pair of black high heels. This outfit directly made Lu Yao become a beautiful scenery line in the airport, attracting a lot of passing male compatriots to look sideways and admire. Jiangcheng was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Chongcheng. Driving there was obviously a waste of time. Moreover, Wan Yukai was not a poor host, so he naturally chose to take an airplane. Previously, Wan Yukai had already asked Hua De for his identity information and booked the airfare in advance. Wan Yukai booked a first-class ticket and did not need to wait in line for the plane, going directly through the VIP channel. Because Hua De had traveled first class in his previous life, he didn't show any difference or surprise. The calmness he showed caused Wan Yukai and the others to faintly stare. Ding! Obtained real-time psychological intelligence 3. Wan Yukai, Mr. Hua is truly extraordinary, to be so calm. Meng Tao, it seems that this Hua De is not a small person, even Master is so respectful to him, I must not offend him. Lu Yao, this handsome guy can't be a second-generation rich guy, it looks as if he often sits in first class. Mr. Hua, it doesn't look like it's your first time sitting in first class? Wan Yukai asked smilingly. Hua De nodded, well, I used to sit often before, I'm already used to it. Wan Yukai's expression changed, looks like Mr. Hua is not simple. Where, just a few dollars. Hua De said casually. The price of first class was indeed expensive for ordinary people, but for Hua De in his previous life, it really wasn't a few dollars. Not long after getting on the airplane, the voice of the flight attendant's sweet sister rang out in the cabin, telling everyone to fasten their seatbelts and explaining the rules of escape. After that, the plane headed for the runway. A strong sense of thrust came, and a few moments later, the plane climbed up to 10,000 meters in the air. After a flight of more than 3 hours, the airplane landed smoothly at Okinawa City Airport. After getting off the plane, it was already evening. A group of 4 people had just walked out of the airport when they saw a stream of cars parked in front of the airport. Next to one of the black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles stood a man in black, holding a sign in his hand, which clearly had Wan Yukai's name written on it. After the 4 of them got into the car, the driver took the group to a local 5-star hotel. Don't look at the fact that Chongcheng was just a county-level city, but because of the explosion of the urban industry, it made this small county-level city seem very prosperous, even more so than some prefecture-level cities. Elder Wan, our Mr. Song is a bit busy, so he couldn't come to pick you up in person, but he instructed me to ask if you need anything. After getting off the bus, the driver said to Wan Yukai with an apologetic face. Wan Yukai waved his hand and said, I'm on my own with you, Mr. Song, there's not that much to talk about. Right, later on, help me prepare a copy of the information for this stone gambling conference. This time, all the jadeite raw materials in the gambling conference came from several major mines in Myanmar, and they were the best raw materials that had been carefully selected. Therefore, it also attracted a large number of domestic stone gamers and jade merchants both at home and abroad, calling it an event. After checking in, the 4 of them rested in the hotel for a while, then Wan Yukai brought Hua De and the others to the restaurant to taste the specialties of this side. Right at this moment, that Mr. Song's driver delivered 2 pieces of information about the rough materials of this gambling conference. After reading the introduction on it, Hua De immediately had the urge to curse. He originally thought that with the funds on hand, he would be able to make a big splash at the conference. But the information on the introduction of the jadeite raw stone cheapest piece has reached 50W. This is still the cheapest, the more expensive even priced at hundreds of millions of dollars. Seems to be able to see the shock in Hua Da's eyes, Wan Yukai said with a smile. Mr. Hua, don't need to be too surprised, the jadeite raw stone on the data are all officially identified, the chance of opening out the emerald is much higher, that's why it's so expensive. This gambling conference, not only are there official direct sales, there are also some private sellers selling jadeite raw stones, the price will be relatively cheaper, but whether or not you can open out the jadeite depends on your personal skills. Hearing this, Hua De was slightly relieved. He wasn't afraid that there was no emerald in the raw stone, he was afraid that there was emerald he couldn't afford. After all, he has a system, which is equivalent to having a perspective eye in general. There is no emerald, he will know at a glance. After eating, Wan Yukai went back to his room to rest. No matter what, Wan Yukai's age was there, his energy was naturally not as good as that of a young person. As for his disciple and secretary, they also left, as for where they went Hua De didn't know, and he was too lazy to care. Huode originally also wanted to go back to his room to rest, but he hadn't been to Chongqing before, so he thought to take a look around. As he strolled around, Huode came to the entrance of a bar. It's said that Lijiang in the Yun province has many love affairs, and this Chongqing is only a few hundred kilometers away from Lijiang, so I don't know if I'll have a love affair here? Huode smiled to himself and then stepped into the bar. Inside the bar, there are colorful lights flashing, accompanied by powerful DJ music. Many young men and women are twisting their bodies in the center of the dance floor, exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. To be honest, Huode has not come to the bar for a long time, and once again come more or less some discomfort. But as the old saying goes, if you are here, you are here. Huode casually found an empty card seat. Soon a bar attendant came up and asked Huode what he needed to order. Huode asked for a set menu, and in a short while the waiter brought up some drinks and fruit plates. Huode sipped his drink while enjoying the soulful dance moves of the beautiful women on the dance floor. However, right at this moment, a beautiful woman in revealing clothes came to Huode's side. "Handsome guy, are you alone? Do you want to have a drink together?" Huode raised his head and looked up and down at the beauty who took the initiative to hit on him. Through the thick makeup, Huode was able to feel that she was actually very young, estimated to be in her early 20s. With a duck egg face, her features were exquisite like a heroine who came out of a manga. Although the lighting in the bar was a bit dim, Huode was still able to clearly see two cute dimples on her tender white face. The way she smiled was extraordinarily charming. In addition to her exquisite face, her body was also very hot and fabulous. Eyesight is about 1.7 meters, a pair of long legs straight in jade. Huode cannot help but look at two more eyes. If it was an ordinary woman who accosted him, Huode might have just ignored it. But with such a superb woman accosting him, how could he refuse? Good, since a beautiful woman invited me, how could I refuse? Huode said and then gestured for the other party to sit down. Chapter 108, Another Little Day. The other party sat down and got even closer to Huode. The distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. She picked up her wine glass and gently touched Huode's glass, making a crisp sound, then drank it all in one go, displaying a bold and uninhibited attitude. "Handsome man, are you traveling alone to Punch City?" the beautiful woman asked as she drank her wine. Huode shook his head and replied, "It's sort of a business trip, but I want to enjoy the city's flavor in my spare time." After the beauty heard this, a sly glint flashed in her eyes as she seemed to have a strong interest in Huode's identity and purpose. The two clinked their glasses while chatting. Chatting from the customs of Chong City to their respective experiences and stories, the atmosphere gradually became warm and ambiguous. From the small talk, Huode learned the other party's name. Li Xia, a very poetic name. Only Huode really couldn't connect this poetic name with herself. However, none of this mattered. Huode also didn't want to have a future with the other party. What he cared about was whether he could take her away tonight. As time passed, the music in the bar became more powerful, and the men and women on the dance floor twisted their bodies more wildly. And the atmosphere between Huode and Li Xia became more and more subtle, as if there was an invisible force pulling them closer. Right at this moment, Li Xia suddenly got close to Huode and said ambiguously in his ear, "Handsome guy, do you want to play something more exciting?" Huode's heart immediately stirred when he heard this. He looked at Li Xia with some anticipation, guessing in his head what exactly the excitement she was talking about was. Li Xia pursed her lips and then took out a room card from her bag and handed it to Huode. Huode took a look, and on the room card, the name of the hotel he was staying in was clearly written. And coincidentally, the room number on the room card that Li Xia handed him was right next door to his room. Huode looked at the room card in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that Li Xia would not only take the initiative to invite him, but also stay in the room next to his own. This made him feel both surprised and excited, as if fate had inadvertently arranged a special encounter for them. Just as Huode was getting up and preparing to return to the hotel with Li Xia to spend the night together, he suddenly saw two young men at the next table quietly and surreptitiously pouring a packet of powdered stuff into the cup in front of him. Then one of them lifted up the glass that was miserably full of the powdered stuff and handed it to a woman at the same table. Huode knew that a bar was a mixed place, and he didn't find this surprising. Only when those two men opened their mouths, Huode frowned. "Miss Han, we'll toast you with this glass of wine. A small day?" What Huode didn't expect was that these two men were actually from the east. Ding! Gained real-time intelligence 1. The 2 little days, preparing to follow up this gambling stone conference, want to continue infiltrating China. They belong to the same Yamaguchi group as the ones who infiltrated Jiangcheng before. At this moment, seeing the intelligence prompted by the system, Huode's frown deepened. He had thought that smashing the Yamaguchi group's arms warehouse in Jiangcheng before would make the Yamaguchi group retreat. But he didn't expect that after how long had passed, they were actually thinking of continuing to infiltrate Huaxia again. This time, they had actually set their target at the border city of China, Chongqing. If he hadn't come to Oki City this time, he might have really let this group of little days have their way. But now, heh, it's your bad luck if you run into your grandpa Hua. Of course, even if these two little kids weren't from the Yamaguchi group, he would still take action. After all, in Chinese territory, the two little days actually dared to drug a Chinese female compatriot. This behavior was simply a provocation and insult to China. Hua Da's eyes instantly became stern. He knew deep down that he could not just sit back and do nothing. He had to take action to stop the evil behavior of these two Easterners. He gently patted Li Xia's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Xia, I have some urgent matters that I need to take care of. You go back to your room and wait for me first. I will be back soon." Although Li Xia was a bit puzzled, she nodded her head obediently and left the bar with her room card. Immediately afterward, Hua Da walked towards the table where the Eastern people were in large strides. Just as the daughter was about to drink the cup of wine that had been drugged, Hua Da immediately stepped forward to stop it. "Don't drink it, this wine is drugged." When Xiao Lily heard this, she hurriedly put down the wine cup and then looked at Hua Da suspiciously. Hua Da hurriedly explained, "I just saw these two little days secretly put something inside this cup of wine." After Xiao Lily heard this, she immediately questioned the two little days. "Mr. Yamamoto, is what he said true?" The young daily named Yamamoto immediately got up and said, "Ms. Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. We are partners, how could we do this to you?" Ichiro Yamamoto didn't admit it on his lips, but in his heart, he already hated Hua Da. Ding! Obtained real-time psychological intelligence. Almost made it. It's all because of this damned, it's all because he spoiled us. Hua Da smiled faintly and said, "Since you said you didn't drug it, then you drink this cup of wine said Hua Da as he passed the wine to Yamamoto Ichiro. Yamamoto Ichiro's face instantly turned iron blue. He didn't expect Hua Da to dismantle their plot so directly, and he didn't expect Xiao Lily to believe the words of a stranger. Facing Hua Da's provocation, he was caught in a dilemma. "Why should I drink this glass of wine?" Ichiro Yamamoto stammered, his eyes flickering. Hua Da sneered and continued to apply pressure. "What? Don't dare to drink it? Is there a ghost in your heart?" Xiao Lily originally had some half-belief in Hua Da's words, but at this moment, after seeing Yamamoto Ichiro's appearance, her heart was already sure that what Hua Da had said earlier was true. Ichiro Yamamoto had really drugged the wine. "Mr. Yamamoto, it seems that there is no need for the cooperation between us to continue." After saying that, she picked up her satchel and turned around to leave. Hua Da saw that Xiao Lily had left, so naturally there was no need to stay. But at this time, Inoue Daisuke, who was beside Yamamoto Ichiro, stepped forward to stop Hua Da's way and said, "Spoiled our good deed and still want to walk away?" Facing Inoue Daisuke's block, Hua Da's eyes instantly became stern and he sneered, "What, you guys still want to make a move? Don't forget that this is China, not the East." When Ichiro Yamamoto heard this, he frowned and gritted his teeth. "Inoue-koen, let him go." "That's right." Hoda sneered, put his hands in his pockets, and left the bar. "Yamamoto-koen, should we just let him go?" Daisuke Inoue asked reluctantly. "Of course not, but don't forget the purpose of our visit to China this time. Even though this is a bar, it's crowded with people, there's no need for us to make a move here." Ichiro Yamamoto said. "Then us? Go, follow him." Chapter 109, Huaxia, not a place where a small life can get its hands on. After Hua Da walked out of the bar, he saw Xiao Lily still standing at the door, as if she was deliberately waiting for him. So, Hua Da went up and struck up a conversation. "Beauty, why don't you go back yet?" Xiao Lily looked up at Hua Da and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for just now, if it wasn't for you." Hua Da quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, I just can't stand to see a small day. If it was a Chinese person today, I probably wouldn't have made a move." Xiao Lily sniffed and froze for a moment. She didn't expect Hua Da to say this. For a moment she didn't know what to say. At this time Hua Da smiled and waved his hand, directly leaving the bar. Seeing this, Xiao Lily also headed in the other direction and left the place with quick steps. Not long after the two left, the two of them, Makoto Ichiro and Inoue Daisuke, walked out from inside the bar. However, the two did not go after Xiao Lily, but instead chased after Hoda in the direction he left. Ding! Gained real-time intelligence 1. Because you ruined the good things of the two little lives, the two hold a grudge against you and want to take revenge on you and make you disappear from this world. They've been trailing you behind for a long time and are ready to find a deserted place to strike. Seeing the hint popping up from the system, Hua Da's eyes stared. This bunch of little days are really ruthless, actually wanting to make themselves disappear from this world. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Hua Da was secretly vigilant in his heart while quickly thinking of a response. He intentionally slowed down his pace, pretending not to notice the stalker behind him. Then he saw a path in front of him, and then he vigorously walked straight into it. Seeing this, Ichiro Makoto and Daisuke Inoue in the distance were overjoyed. They were still worried about finding a chance to strike, but they didn't expect Hoda to be so cooperative. Quickly, follow them. The two immediately sped up and chased after him, afraid of losing Hua Da. But when the two turned into the path, they found that this road was actually a dead end, but at this moment the two did not find any trace of Hua Da. What's going on? Where is he? Makoto Ichiro asked suspiciously. Inoue Daisuke was also confused. He clearly saw Hua Da turn into this place, but now how come he was gone? Could it be that he's a ghost and can walk through walls? Inoue Daisuke said to himself. Obviously frightened by such a bizarre event. On the contrary, Ichiro Yamamoto was much more calm. Although he was also a little shocked why he was missing Hoda's silhouette, he didn't think that Hoda was a ghost, he thought that Hoda must have hidden. Look carefully, he is most likely hiding, Ichiro Yamamoto said. Not to mention, it was really Yamamoto Ichiro's guess. Hoda was indeed hiding. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind the two. Both of you, are you looking for me? At some point, Hoda had already appeared behind the two. And at this moment, Hoda was looking at the two with a calm face, playing with a desert eagle with a silencer in his hand. You. As soon as Inoue Daisuke opened his mouth, he saw the desert eagle in Hoda's hand through the light on the street and was startled. Wasn't it said that China was the country with the strictest gun control in the world? Why would this guy have a desert eagle in his hand? Ichiro Yamamoto on the side also frowned. He originally thought that Hoda was just an ordinary person who could be rubbed out casually. See, now he realized that he was wrong, and he was also very wrong. It was as if he was the existence that could be rubbed casually in front of Hoda. Friend, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Makoto Ichiro kept himself as calm as possible, talking to distract Hoda while his right hand slowly reached behind his back. It wasn't just Hoda who had a gun in his hand, he did too. As long as he was allowed to pull the gun out, he was confident that he could hit his opponent one step ahead of Hoda. Ding! Gained real-time intelligence 1. The other party has a gun in his hand, he just wants to stabilize you first before finding an opportunity to finish you off. Hoda sneered, misunderstanding? Since it's a misunderstanding, why are you guys following me at night? Sanben Ichiro sniffed and immediately explained, you've misunderstood, the hotel we stayed at is also in this direction. Oh really? The corners of Hoda's mouth rose slightly as he continued to ask, then you guys followed me in, you wouldn't be wanting to make it convenient as well, right? Yes, we're just here for convenience. Sanben Ichiro immediately said along with Hoda's words. However, at that moment, Hoda suddenly raised the desert eagle in his hand and aimed it at Ichiro Yamamoto, saying with a teasing face, then what are you doing with your hand? It's not like you're trying to pull out a gun, is it? When Ichiro Sanben heard this, his face changed. Immediately pulling his hand out, he raised his hands above his head, signaling that he was not pulling out a gun. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Sanben Ichiro's mouth said misunderstanding, but in reality, his heart was shaking like a batch. After all, anyone who was pointed at by a gun would panic. And what surprised him even more was how he knew he had a gun. It wasn't scientific. Hoda looked at Makoto Ichiro's panicked appearance and sneered in his heart. Is it a misunderstanding if you say it's a misunderstanding? But I don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, you guys are trying to get me killed, right? The Yamaguchi Gumi people are really arrogant enough to actually dare to get a Chinese person killed in our China. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two of them, Sanben Ichiro and Inoue Daisuke, instantly turned pale. They were not surprised that Hoda would guess that they were going to deal with him or even kill him. What they were surprised about was why Hoda would know that they were from the Yakuza. They should know that the identities they used when they entered China were all proper businessmen. It was impossible for anyone in China to know their true identities, but Hoda knew, and even directly pointed out their identities. Ichiro Yamamoto frowned and said in a cold voice, who exactly are you and why do you know our identities? Hoda smiled faintly, his eyes revealing an unfathomable confidence. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you and I know more than you guys want. Huaxia is not a place you can get your hands on. As someone who will die, I will tell you one last secret. The arms warehouse in Jiangcheng was smashed by me, and this desert eagle was also obtained from there. After saying that, Hoda pulled the trigger. One shot at a time, directly blowing out the brains of Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue. It was a good thing that his desert eagle had a silencer installed on it, and it didn't cause any commotion. After resolving the two people, Hoda directly put their corpses into the virtual space. And just to be on the safe side, he also exchanged a super hacker card and invaded the city surveillance system of Chong City, deleting the nearby surveillance equipment. Only after doing all this did he slowly walk back to the hotel. Chapter 110, Suspicion Lifted. After returning to the hotel, Hoda originally wanted to go find Li Xia. However, after hesitating after walking to the door of her room, he finally gave up. Of course, it wasn't that he had a guilty conscience. Rather, the system hinted that this Li Xia's identity was not simple, and that she was a member of the Chinese national security. In fact, national security had long since discovered the two of them, Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue. It was only that national security did not know the true identities of the two, so it was just still in the monitoring stage. And Li Xia approached Hoda in order to better monitor these two. At the same time, inside Li Xia's room. What do you mean, those two Easterners are missing? The two followed the one called Hoda after they left the bar, and then they were never seen again. What about Hoda? Surveillance shows that he has returned to the hotel. Good. Li Xia's brows were furrowed, and she felt more and more that this matter didn't seem as simple as it appeared on the surface. And Hoda was afraid that he was not an ordinary person. On the other side, Hua De was also very flustered in his heart after returning to his room. He had counted 1,000 times, but he just hadn't counted that Li Xia was actually a member of the national security and was still monitoring Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue. He now somewhat regretted why he had killed these two little lives. However, there was no use regretting it now. He had to think of a way to remedy the situation as soon as possible. The national security is not currently suspecting you. All you need to do is to let the national security's people discover the bodies of the two little days as soon as possible, and you will be able to get rid of the suspicion. Right. The people of the national security did not know that Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue were dead right now, much less would they think that they had killed these two. If the national security found the bodies of the two, it should divert their attention. Thinking about this, Hoda already had an idea. 1 a.m. Hoda changed his face and walked out of the hotel. Before that, he had already utilized the super hacker card to tamper with the hotel's surveillance video. So no one knew that he had left from his room. After leaving the hotel, Hoda scurried out like a cheetah. It was only a few kilometers away from the hotel that he waved his hand and stopped a cab. 10 minutes later, Hoda appeared in the bar street of Chong City. Every city's bar street was filled with underground forces. Hoda was trying to use the opportunity to frame the deaths of Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue on the underground forces in Okinawa City. Hoda took advantage of the people around him not paying attention and entered an unoccupied alley with a flash, then took the two men's corpses out of the virtual warehouse and casually threw them on the ground. Then immediately took advantage of the night to leave the place. By the time he returned to the hotel again, it was already 2 a.m. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. The host has successfully cleared his suspicions. The people from the national security will no longer suspect you. After seeing the system's prompt, Hoda then breathed a sigh of relief before falling back to sleep. While Hoda and Zhou Gong were playing chess, Li Xia received the news that Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue had died. What, those two Easterners are dead? Who did it? It's still unclear, but the place where the two of them were found was in the territory of the Tiger Gang in Okinawa. It's likely that the Tiger Gang's people did it. I see, you guys continue to investigate this matter. I'll report to the higher-ups first. On the other side, Eastern Japan, Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters. Have you contacted Yamamoto and the others? The current boss of the Yamaguchi Gumi, Shinoda Kenichi, asked a henchman in front of him. Not yet, they seem to have lost contact. The henchman replied nervously. When Shinoda Kenichi heard this, his brows tightened and his face instantly became gloomy. How long have they been out of contact? Almost 24 hours. The underling said carefully. Shinoda Kenichi was silent for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling his men to go out first. He sat alone behind his wide desk, deep in thought. Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue were his hand-picked capable generals, and this time when he had sent them on a mission to China, he had thought that it would be foolproof, but he had never expected that he would lose contact. At this moment, Shinoda Kenichi picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Contact the informants in China and have them investigate the whereabouts of Yamamoto and Inoue. After hanging up the phone, Shinoda Jianshir stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the bustling city night scene in the distance. His heart was filled with uneasiness and doubts. He was well aware of the importance of this mission and understood the possible consequences if he failed. 1 hour later, a henchman hurriedly knocked on the door of Shinoda Kenichi's office and informed him of the latest news. News has come from the Chinese side. Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue are dead. They were shot in the head. What? Shinoda Kenichi was shocked when he heard this, and then asked, who did this? The underling said, according to the information provided by the informant over in China, it is suspected to be the work of the Tiger Gang, a gangster from Okinawa City in China. When Shinoda Kenichi heard this, his frown tightened. He paced back and forth, thinking about the cause of Yamamoto Ichiro and Inoue Daisuke's deaths. The deaths of the two were not worth mentioning to him at all, and the only thing he was worried about now was whether or not their identities had been exposed. If it was once exposed, then it would be difficult for them to sneak into China again. Early the next morning, Hoda woke up at 8 a.m. on time under the effect of his biological clock. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check the local news in Chongqing. But to his disappointment, the news did not report the deaths of Ichiro Yamamoto and Daisuke Inoue. Apparently it had been officially suppressed. When he thought about it carefully, he understood. The deaths were, after all, 2 small days, so if they were reported directly, he was afraid that it would cause international disputes. However, Hoda didn't worry about anything. After all, the system said that he had no more suspicions. For the system, Hoda was still very trusting. At this time, Wan Yukai called and asked him to go to the restaurant for breakfast together. Hoda got up and cleaned up, then left the room. When he arrived at the restaurant, the 3 of Wan Yukai had already arrived. The hotel's breakfast was all buffet style, both Chinese and Western styles, and the variety was quite rich. After Hoda picked some of his favorite food, he returned to his seat. Then he chatted with Wan Yukai and the others in a conversation. After breakfast, the group took a car to the site of the Stone Gambling Conference. Speaking of the site, it was actually a huge open-air open space. Would conservatively estimated that the area of this place was about 500 acres. All around are stalls selling jadeite stones. Of course, compared to the stalls, more merchants come to buy jadeite raw stone, as well as to come to the hilarious ordinary people. This stone gambling conference was open to the public, so it also attracted a lot of ordinary people to come and watch. This place, a total of 4 areas divided into ABCD, each area of the material has a different quality, origin is also different. Of course, the biggest difference is the price. A area of the jadeite raw stone price with D area of the jadeite raw stone price then, that is called a world of difference. Chapter 111, 8,000 pieces of IC jadeite. This was Hwada's first time coming to this kind of stone gambling convention, so he was curious about everything, looking here and there from time to time. At this time, he noticed a phenomenon. He saw that the surfaces of so many stones seemed to have been rubbed off with a machine, and he could directly see the different colors of emerald inside the stones with his naked eyes. Elder One, what is this situation? Hwada looked at Wan Yukai beside him and asked. Wan Yukai smiled and said, this kind is half gambling, a kind of gambling stone. Semi-gambling? That's right, gambling stones include full gambling and half gambling. Full gambling is when the original stone is completely wrapped in a skin shell without any treatment, and the buyer can only judge the internal emerald by observing the external features of the stone. Semi-gambling is also known as open window material. It is the businessman who chooses a suitable location on the raw stone and grinds off a part of the skin shell or cuts a small opening, so that the buyer can see a part of the internal condition of the raw stone, just like what you see. The price of a full gamble and a half gamble are different, and of course the risks taken are also different. After that, Wan Yukai talked about some more tips about gambling on stones. After Wan Yukai's explanation, Hwada also had a comprehensive understanding of gambling stones. Only, those tips that Wan Yukai talked about were completely useless to Hwada. He had a system, so what else did he need tips for? However, after strolling for so long, Hwada didn't wait for a hint from the system. Could it be that there wasn't even a single jadeite here? It shouldn't be. At this time, he followed Wan Yukai and the others to a stall. It was a private stall, and there were quite a few people gathered in front of it. Only that most of these people came to watch the fun, and none of them actually paid money to buy. Hwada observed, this booth in front of the jadeite raw stone are quite large, the smallest piece are as big as a stainless steel bowl. The smallest piece is as big as a stainless steel bowl, and the bigger ones are almost as tall as an adult man. While Wan Yukai was observing the raw stone, Hwada also squatted down and casually picked up a piece of material the size of a bowl and looked at it. This piece of material, with its dark appearance, could not be seen to have any difference other than its weight being a little heavier than ordinary stones. I don't know if there is any jade inside this piece of material? Hwada's heart just had some doubts. A system prompt immediately popped up in front of his eyes. Ding! Obtained a real-time intelligence. This piece of raw stone inside is IC jadeite. If it is processed into jewelry is worth about 50 W. If it is in the open window state its value is about 20 W. Seeing the system prompt, Hwada was instantly overjoyed. He didn't expect that a piece of raw stone he casually picked up had emerald inside, and its value wasn't low. But what made him the most happy was that the system wasn't unresponsive, but needed him to touch the raw stone in order to see it. As long as the system reacted, it was fine. Hwada calmed his inner excitement and looked at the stall owner. Boss, how do I sell this piece of material? 10 W. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He casually glanced at the raw stone in Hwada's hand and opened his mouth. How much? 10 W. Hwada froze for a moment. How could he not expect a bowl-sized raw stone to actually sell for 10 W? This price had to be said to be really expensive. It was simply outrageously expensive. No wonder, so many people were looking at it, but not a single person paid money to buy it. This is not unreasonable. So expensive, the average person who can afford to buy a 10 W, although Hwada also shelled out, and he still have to earn. But who doesn't want to earn a little more? So, Hwada tentatively asked, Boss, can it be cheaper? The boss looked up and measured Hwada, perhaps to see him young and dressed in ordinary, or he is not open to facilitate this single, then hesitated and said, this way, to give you cheaper 2 W, 8 W you take. 8 W is not the other side of the heart of the low price. This piece of raw stone is to the price of each piece of 1,000 wholesale. His heart of the low price is 5,000. 1,000 cost price, actually sell 10 W, this is too violent. Without changing his face, Hwada continued to haggle. Boss, 8 W is still too expensive, how about erasing a zero? Hearing this, Wan Yukai and the others on the side were dumbfounded. There is no such thing as Hwada who bargains like this, 8 W of something directly erasing a zero. But what surprised them even more was that the stall owner actually agreed. Alright, 8K is 8K. Hwada immediately took out his cell phone and paid 8K. Seeing Hwada finish paying, the three of them, Wan Yukai, only then came back from their shock. Wan Yukai even gave a thumbs up to Hwada in admiration. Mr. Hwa, do you want to go cut the stone? Meng Tao asked. Cutting stones? Yeah, do you know where to cut stones? Huode was also eager to see what the emerald in this raw stone actually looked like. I know where it is, come with me. Meng Tao said, and led a few people to a place where stones were cut. Because it was still early, there weren't many people cutting stones. There were only 2 people waiting here. These 2 people were the same as Huode. One person bought a piece of material, obviously coming over to try their luck. The so-called 9 out of 10 bets, those 2 people stone cut inside all the flotsam, a bit of emerald shadow did not see. It is clear that the 2 people are betting on the collapse. Although the 2 eyes are some disappointment, but did not take it too seriously, but continue to pick material. At this time, it was Huoda's turn. This young man, how do you plan to cut this material? The one cutting the stone was a skinny old man, looking more than 50 years old, wearing a goggle and asked Huode. Huode thought for a moment and said, let's open a window first and take a look. The old man nodded and then pressed the switch. At once, the humming name of the machine resounded, while his hands were holding Huode's piece of stone in front of the grinding wheel. Accompanied by the sound of bared friction, a milky white color soon appeared on the bowl-sized material. Up! Up! Both Wan Yukai and Meng Tao exclaimed. Even Lu Yao, who was on the side, revealed a look of surprise. It's really gone up. This Huode is really powerful. The raw stone that he bought casually actually really opened the emerald. Huode was the only one present who was still able to remain calm. After all, he had known for a long time that there was emerald inside this piece of material. And is still in the jade variety, belongs to the high-grade ice-type jadeite. The old man cleaned the material with water, and then said, the young man is lucky. This is a piece of ice jade, as the name suggests, is inside the jadeite is transparent as ice. If the quality of the words often prepared to worm for the sale of glass species, belonging to the high-grade vary. Old man, this piece of material can be worth how much money? The sight of the Wan Yukai cannot wait to ask. Chapter 112 Excellent Violet Glass Seed. The old man carefully surveyed the material in his hand and said after a moment of contemplation, the quality of your piece of material is quite good, it's just that it's not big enough. If it's full of meat inside, it can be conservatively estimated to be able to be processed to produce 3 bracelets, as well as some earrings and rings. As for the price, my conservative estimate should be around 50 W. Of course, this is the price after processing. In between you have to throw away all sorts of costs. If you sell the material according to the half gambling can have a price of about 20 W. The old man's judgment is still very accurate, exactly the same as the price given by the system. Huode behaved exceptionally calmly because he knew it in his heart. On the contrary, Wan Yukai and the others were excited. After all, they have witnessed the whole process of Huoda's purchase of the material to the cutting of the stone. The stone that was bought for $8,000 turned into 20 W in a flash. This is really crazy. No wonder some people say that gambling on stones is a cut to heaven and a cut to hell. This is something that can really make people rich overnight. 200 W is not a few dollars for Wan Yukai, it's just that what he didn't expect was that Huoda's luck was so good that he went up the first time he gambled on the stone. He is now getting more and more glad that he called Huode up. With him around, he would definitely be able to return home with a full load from this trip to Punch City. Brother Hua, why don't you sell this piece of material to me? How about I offer you 25 W? Wan Yukai asked. Huode raised his eyebrows, thinking that there is still this good thing. At that moment, he smiled and said, that's a good feeling, so let's follow the 25 W that one said. Inside, Wan Yukai asked Lu Yao to transfer 25 W to Huode, and then he asked the old man to continue cutting the stone. Old sir, help me grind all the stones around the material. Wan Yukai looked at the old man with anticipation in his eyes. Wan Yukai watched as the case on the material was gradually polished, his heart was thrilled. Although this piece of material was only 25 W, it was of excellent quality and would definitely be gambled up. The old man's movements were very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he polished all the cases around the piece of material. When the old man will be the last piece of case grinding away, a piece of crystal clear jadeite raw stone presented in front of the eyes of the crowd. This piece of jadeite was bright in color and delicate in texture, as if it contained endless life force. Wow! It's gone up! Big rise! Wan Yukai shouted excitedly, his face overflowing with uncontrollable joy. The surrounding crowd also cast envious gazes and murmured. And murmurs rose and fell. The quality is really outstanding, the color is pure, the waterhead is sufficient, there is almost no flaw. According to the current market price, the value of this piece of jadeite can at least double a few times. Hearing the old man's words, Wan Yukai became even more excited. He deeply knew that after this piece of jadeite was processed, its value would far exceed 25 W. This investment was simply blood money. He looks at Huode gratefully, Brother Hua, thanks to you, if it wasn't for you I wouldn't have had the chance to get such a superb ice seed jadeite, you are truly my lucky star. Saying this, Wan Yukai excitedly patted Huoda's shoulder, almost slapping Huode out of internal injuries. Huode waved his hand and said, luck, all luck. Huode made 25 W with 8K, and although Wan Yukai spent 25 W, he was able to make even more. This was considered a win-win situation for both of them. After that, the group continued to look at the raw stones. Wan Yukai's side took note of a few pieces of good quality raw stones, but didn't rush out to buy them. Hua Da's side, on the other hand, utilized the system prompts to check it out, and the results weren't too good. On the contrary, there are a few pieces of not so good quality raw stone has jadeite, which is very fast, even have emperor green. Hua Di also secretly wrote down those pieces of raw stone. Elder brother Hua, what do you think of those pieces of material just now? Wan Yukai asked with a smile. Elder Wan, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Hua Di didn't answer directly, but asked in return. Of course it's the truth. Wan Yukai directly blurted out without any hesitation. Then don't be angry if I say it. Am I that petty? Just say it. Upon hearing this, Hua Di moistened his throat and said, honestly, it's not very good. Although the pieces of raw stone you're interested in do look good from the looks of them, they are actually worthless. Worthless? Wan Yukai sniffed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he turned his head to look at Hua Di, as if he wanted to get more explanations from him. Hua Di nodded and continued, Elder Wan, you should also know that in this business of gambling stones, appearances are often deceptive. Although I don't know much about gambling stones, I know one thing. Speaking here, Hua Di deliberately paused for a moment. Wan Yukai hurriedly asked, what truth? Hua Di smiled and said, this truth is actually very simple, and that is that a seemingly ordinary stone may have a valuable jadeite hidden inside it, while a raw stone that sells extremely well may be empty. This is also the reason why gambling on stones is known as one cut to heaven and one cut to hell. Wan Yukai was silent for a moment after hearing this, then nodded, agreeing with Hua Da's point of view. Mr. Hua, although what you say makes sense, the pieces of raw stone that teacher has his eye on are all mined from old pits that are renowned in the gambling world, with superior quality, and the probability of good goods has always been extremely high, so could it be that there is also a time when you look away? Meng Tao, Wan Yukai's disciple, interjected from the sidelines, clearly having reservations about Hua Da's views. Although Hua De had just opened a piece of raw stone of ice jadeite, Meng Tao felt that Hua De had completely gotten lucky. Hua De smiled faintly and didn't refute directly, but patiently explained, there are indeed many uncertainties in gambling on stones, and the probability of good goods coming out of old pits is high, but it doesn't mean that every piece can be cut up. The formation of jadeite is very complex, affected by a variety of geological conditions. Even if the stone is from the same vein, its internal structure and quality may be very different. He paused for a moment and continued, moreover, gambling on stones is not only to look at the pit and character, but also to combine the stone's crust, texture, color and many other factors to make a comprehensive judgment. Sometimes, some seemingly insignificant stones, but can cut out a surprising jadeite. This knowledge Hua De was not aware of at first, was just the system prompt told him. Once these words were uttered, it also made the two of them, Wan Yukai and Lu Yao, look at him in a different light. Only Meng Tao, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face, as if he felt that Hua De would only pay lip service. At this moment, Hua Da's remaining light glanced over a huge raw stone. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! Obtaining a piece of real-time intelligence. 50 meters ahead, a piece of violet glass seed jadeite has been discovered. It is recommended that the host buys it lightly so as not to be taken advantage of first. After seeing the prompt, Hua De immediately looked over in the direction that the system pointed to. Good guy. This piece of violet glass seed jadeite that the system prompted was as big as a sedan. How much money does it cost? He immediately asked Wan Yukai beside him, Elder Wan, how much money did you bring with you this time? Chapter 113, 3 hours to make 100 million. Hearing Hua Da's inquiry, Wan Yukai stretched out 5 fingers. $50 million? Hua De frowned slightly. Although $50 million was quite a lot, I'm afraid it wouldn't work if he wanted to rely on $50 million to buy a good raw stone at the gambling conference. No, it's 500 million. Wan Yukai said with a smile. Hua De was shocked when he heard this. He knew that this old man was rich, but he didn't think that he was actually so rich that he could casually pull out $500 million. At this time, Wan Yukai continued, Brother Hua, truth be told, most of this money is loaned from the bank, so you have to help me. Loan? Hua De skimmed his lips, and in his heart, he was becoming more and more impressed with Wan Yukai. To actually go for a loan for the sake of gambling on stones, what if he loses his money? Hua De couldn't help but ask, Wan Lao, you're really breaking the bank, and you're not afraid of losing money? Wan Yukai nodded and smiled awkwardly, I have no choice. Wan Yukai was actually very helpless. After all, his hands are worth some antiques and paintings. These things are only worth money if they are sold, and if they are not sold, then they are a pile of broken iron. And these broken iron in a short period of time is not sold. If he waited for these broken iron to sell, the gambling conference would have ended long ago. So, he had no choice but to apply for a loan from the bank. Regardless of how Wan Yukai got this money, since he had $500 million in his hands, he thought that taking this violet glass variety should not be a problem. However, Hua De did not want to tell Wan Yukai about the violet glass seed so soon. Manhwa always has selfishness. What if this piece of raw stone, he could take it himself? So, Hua De said a word to Wan Yukai and separated. After separating, Hua De walked straight to the stall that possessed the extreme violet glass variety. This brother, feel free to take a look. The raw stones I have here can all be dug out from the old pits in Burma. That's all top quality good stuff. Hwada smiled and nodded. His eyes wandered between the raw stones on the stall and finally landed on the piece of violet glass seed raw stone that the system suggested. He pretended to ask casually, "Boss, is this piece of yours a raw stone as well? It's really big." Upon hearing this, the stall owner's face was filled with smiles as he enthusiastically introduced himself to Hwada. "Little brother has a good eye. This piece of raw stone is the one I personally selected from the old pit in Myanmar. If you want this number, you take it," said the stall owner, stretching out 3 fingers. 3 million? Hwada asked tentatively. The stall owner shook his head and said, "It's 300 million. How much?" 300 million, why don't you go rob it? Hwada's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the stall owner to offer such an outrageous price. 300 million, not to mention that he didn't have that much money. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to spend 300 million on a piece of raw stone. Even if the inside of this piece of raw stone was a superb violet glass variety. "Boss, you can't just sit on this raw stone because it looks big. What if there's no emerald inside this stone?" Hwada tried to pick the thorns of this piece of raw stone so as to facilitate what price. "Let's do it this way. I'll say a number. If you're willing, I'll pay immediately. Let's say $30 million, see if that's okay." Hwada began to cut the price off the cliff again, cutting a zero first without saying anything. "How much?" $30 million. "Brother, you mess it. Have you so cut the price of directly cut a zero?" Obviously this stall owner, not like the previous stall owner, is good to talk. "This piece of raw stone, less 100 million I do not sell." Ding. Get a real-time intelligence. This piece of superb violet glass seed, if carved by a master carver, will be worth more than 100 billion. If sold as a raw stone, it will also be worth more than 50 billion. Good, $100 million then. Hwada agreed immediately after seeing the information prompted by the system. Although 100 million was a lot, it was nothing compared to tens of billions of dollars. Besides, this is already $200 million cheaper, so one must learn to be content. However, Hwada can't get $100 million for the time being, so he said to the stall owner, "Boss, this 100 million funds is a bit big. I need to go and draw funds. I will pay $10 million first as a deposit, and the rest will be paid back within 3 hours. Do you think it's okay?" The boss wanted to refuse, but seeing that Hwada was willing to pay the deposit, he agreed. "First things first, if you don't pay within 3 hours, I won't return this $10 million to you." "Don't worry, inside 3 hours, I will definitely return," Hwada said and immediately left the stall. Hwada's idea was actually very simple. It was to use these 3 hours to gamble on the stones as a way to earn the $100 million for purchasing the violet glass seed raw stone. Ding! Obtaining a piece of real-time intelligence. There is a 500W worth of rough stone within 100 meters ahead, and the stall owner's psychological price is only 1W to close the deal. Ding! I've got real-time intel. There's a rare tricolored jadeite stone in the stall in front of us on the left. The market price is 3000W, but the stall owner's price is only 20W. Ding! Getting a real-time intelligence. There is a piece of high ice king green in the stall on the left. The market price is as high as 5000W. The stall owner's psychological price is only 500W and it will be sold. As the system continued to provide real-time intelligence, Hwada was like a fish out of water within the stone gambling conference. After more than an hour of careful selection, Hwada had picked a total of 5 pieces of raw stones. According to the system's prompts, if these 5 pieces of raw stones could be sold, their value would be just over $100 million. After paying the money, Hwada then asked the various stall owners to help him and sent the raw stones to the stone cutting place. "Little brother, how do we cut this first piece of material?" The same old man from before was still in charge of cutting the stone. Hwada learned from the way the people around him addressed the old man that the old man's name was Sun Aaron, known as Sun Lao. Hwada picks up the marker pen on the side and follows the system prompts to draw a marking line on this piece of material worth 1W. "Elder Sun, first cut a slice according to this line." "Okay," Sun Lao promised, then opened the machine. The ear-piercing friction sound soon rang out, and everyone held their breath as they watched the stone that was slowly cut in front of the grinding wheel. When the stone split in two, everyone saw an emerald green light flash out. "This is hibiscus seed?" When the people around them saw this, they immediately let out a gasp of surprise. Hibiscus seed was a mid to high-grade variety of jadeite, and hibiscus seed was also divided into advantages and disadvantages. The price of a good hibiscus seed jadeite was worth more than any ordinary ice seed jadeite. Big rise. This is definitely a big rise. Looking at the size of this piece of material, the market price is definitely not less than 500W. Because this piece of material was cut directly in half, so a glance can see the good and bad of the jade inside, the price is naturally very good prediction. Chapter 114, Stone Cutting, Continuous Big Rise, 100 million to hand. "Little brother, you this piece of emerald to sell or not? I'm out of 500W. At this time a big belly, clip a satchel of middle-aged people came over, directly bid. Before Huode opened his mouth, someone else in the crowd bid. I bid 510W. 520W. 550W. In the blink of an eye, the price of this piece of hibiscus seed jadeite was fired from 500W to 550W. However, just as Huode was about to open his mouth, the middle-aged uncle who was the first to bid, clenched his teeth and opened his mouth and said, 600W. Huode smiled faintly at the middle-aged uncle and said, he's yours. Then, the other party transferred the 600W to Huode's card through his cell phone. The unraveling of the stone continued. After the second piece of material was cut, the crowd once again let out a burst of murmurs. Because Huode's second piece of material actually rose again. And this time it is better than the hibiscus species, and more rare fuck luck show 3-color jadeite. The so-called fuck luck show refers to a piece of jadeite at the same time on the 3 colors of green, red and purple, which means that the 3 stars of fuck luck show, symbolizing happiness, good fortune, and longevity. This kind of jadeite is extremely rare on the market and belongs to a very precious variety of jadeite. It's Fortuna, it's actually Fortuna. A gasp erupted from the crowd, and all eyes were focused on the piece of jadeite raw stone that had just been cut. The fortune and longevity tricolored jadeite shone with a charming luster under the sunlight, green like a green bamboo, red like a flame, and purple as warm as jade, all 3 intertwined together in a beautiful way. Huode smiled as he looked at this precious piece of jadeite, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that the value of this piece of fortune and longevity tricolored jadeite far exceeded that of the previous hibiscus seed jadeite, and due to its rarity, it would most likely cause a sensation in the jadeite market. However, what depressed Huode was that there were a lot of people talking around at the moment, but there was a delay in bidding. Hey, this is a fortune, why is no one bidding on it? Huode asked suspiciously. However, as soon as his words fell, a figure rang out from the crowd. I'll bid 3000W. The one who spoke was a woman, and Huode followed the voice to see that it was actually Chio Lily. Huode had even saved her last night at the bar and didn't expect to actually meet her here. Seeing Chio Lily, Huode's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly recovered. It's you? Mr. Hua, we meet again. Chio Lily smiled and greeted Huode before continuing, I wonder if the price I offered is still satisfactory to Mr. Hua? Although this piece of fortune and longevity jadeite didn't increase in price like the previous piece of hibiscus seed jadeite, the 3000W given by Chio Lily was the same as the price given by the system, and Huode was actually quite content. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Miss Cho, pay up, said Huode as he flashed his bank card account number. Chio Lily quickly transferred 3000W to Huode. After Huode saw the extra 3000W in his account, he immediately handed the fortune and longevity emerald to Chio Lily. Then he held up the third piece of material on the ground, elder son, let's continue. At this time, the people around the site were getting more and more crowded. Many people had heard that an extremely rare piece of tricolored jadeite had been opened here, so they had come over to see the world. Look, it's this young man who cut out a piece of tricolored jadeite and sold it for 3000W. That's 3000W. I'll never make that much money in my life. Not only 3000W, this young man has already opened a piece of hibiscus-type jadeite before and sold it for 600W. I'll go, this is a real stone gambling god. More than that, I remember a few hours ago, he had already opened a piece of high ice kind of jadeite, only the size is very small, only sold 25W, but guess how much he bought it? How much? You quickly say don't sell it. 6,000. This little brother used 6,000 to buy a piece of high ice jade worth 25W, counting these 2 times, this little brother has cut up 3 times in a row. I go, awesome. This guy can't have perspective eyes. Huode naturally heard the surrounding chatter, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to it. His whole body and mind are on the material in Sun Lao's hands at the moment. I went up again. It's sunny green. This dude is simply a god. He cut 4 stones in a row, and they all went up. Brother, there are still 2 more. Why don't we cut them all? Yeah, why don't we cut them all? Huode originally wanted to sell this piece of positive green jadeite, and then cut the 4th piece of material. But, nay, the surrounding audience was just too enthusiastic. Huode could only nod, signaling Sun Lao to continue. The 4th piece of material was cut. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The result was predictable, another big rise. After the last piece of material was cut, everyone waited for his eyes, and some of the more dramatic spectators began to worship Huode. 5 pieces of material all big rise, which makes the onlookers all sucked in a breath of cool air. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, but this saying seems to be completely useless in Huode's case. For a while, everyone looked at Huode with admiration in their eyes. Some people even called him a master, thinking of letting him help pick a few stones. In response, Huode of course refused, but he still have to go back to buy that huge piece of superb violet glass seed jade. How can have time to delay here? But in order to go and buy the superb violet, you have to sell these 3 pieces of emerald in your hand first before you can do so. Mr. Hua, do you want to sell these emeralds as well? Chio Lily stepped forward and asked. Hua nodded and looked at Xiao Lily and asked, if Miss Xiao wants to buy, just bid. Xiao Lily's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement when she heard this. Hua opened these emerald quality or emerald high, if you can take them all, it will certainly be able to make their own company out of the predicament. Xiao Lily family is open jewelry company, headquartered in Magic City, has thousands of stores in the country. They mainly do the low-end crowd, and go for thin profits and high sales. But over the past few years, the low-end market competition has become increasingly fierce. Xiao Lily thought of changing her mindset and entering the high-end market. The jewelry industry wants to enter the high-end market. The first prerequisite is that you have to have high-quality raw materials to process. Xiao Lily, this trip is for this purpose. Just did not expect this stone gambling conference. This only began the first day. Let her found so many rare jadeite. I'll take all of these. I'll offer $100 million. Xiao Lily said as she directly offered $100 million. Boom! The moment Xiao Lily said this, it instantly made the surrounding Guagua crowd erupt in a burst of gasps once again. 100 million ah! This is $100 million. Hua smiled and said, yes, $100 million, these emeralds are all yours. Although these emeralds were also very valuable, but compared to that huge piece of superb violet glass seed, what was $100 million? Chapter 115, Happy Trouble. Xiao Lily paid $100 million in cash in person, and after seeing the funds arrive, Hua couldn't wait to return to the extreme violet glass seed stall. There were still the last 10 minutes left before the agreed upon time, and he had to buy the raw stone over as soon as possible. Boss, I'm back. Hua hurriedly rushed to the front of the stall and glanced at the time. Fortunately, it was not too late. After the stall owner saw Hua, he didn't forget to tease, if you were a few minutes later I would have made $10 million for nothing. Hua smiled and paid the remaining $90 million, then asked the owner to help transport the big guy to the stone cutting place. At this time, the melon eaters who had previously spectated were ready to leave after seeing Hua immediately. But I didn't expect how long had passed. Hua actually came back again. And this time, he actually brought another huge piece of raw stone. This stone is also too big. Yeah, it's bigger than a person. Will there be emerald inside such a big stone? Who knows, but seeing as this kid cut 5 pieces in a row before and they all went up, maybe there's something good inside this piece too. The crowd's murmurs rose and fell. Everyone was full of curiosity and anticipation for this huge piece of raw stone. Even Xiao Lily, who hadn't left yet, couldn't help but look forward to it. Hua stood at the stone cutting place, and his heart was also apprehensive. Although he had the help of the system and knew that this piece of raw stone hid the very best violet glass jadeite, the cutting process was still full of unknowns and risks. Elder son, please. Hua said to son Aaron, the stone cutting master at the side. Elder son nodded, put on his protective glasses, picked up the cutting machine, and began to carefully cut the piece of raw stone. As the roar of the cutting machine sounded, the atmosphere in the crowd became more tense. Time passed minute by minute, and the blades of the cutter gradually penetrated deeper and deeper into the interior of the raw stone. Suddenly, a faint purple light came out from the cutting mouth, followed by a piece of crystal clear, richly colored violet glass seed jadeite gradually displayed in front of the crowd. Up. Actually went up again. This color, it's violet. My god, this guy is really a god, actually not once is a bet loss. The surrounding crowd's exclamations rose and fell, even Xiao Lily cast an admiring gaze at Hua. If 1 or 2 times of betting up was luck, but 7 times in a row of betting up, it was by no means as simple as luck. At this time, Hua stood in the stone cutting place, eyes firmly staring at the piece of violet glass seed jadeite gradually revealed its true appearance, heart full of unspeakable excitement and joy. Along with the cutting depth, violet glass seed emerald's full appearance is gradually displayed, its color is rich, the texture of the pure, let everyone present for the marvel. Little brother, still cutting? Sun Lao asked towards Hua after opening a window. This stone has already been gambled up, this is the best time to make a move, in case it is likely to lose money if it continues to be cut. Although Sun Iran was only a stone cutter, but after so many years, he had an understanding of stone gambling. Like such a large raw stone, there is mostly no emerald inside, even if there is an area, it will not be too large. Continue cutting, Sun Lao, you position yourself along this piece. Hua did based on the location prompted by the system, as much as possible, Sun Lao retained the integrity of the emerald. With the sound of the machine starting up again, the crowd was once again staring intently at Sun Lao cutting the stone. From time to time, Hua followed the program given by the system, allowing Sun Lao to make positional adjustments. The entire stone cutting a total of more than 1 hour, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers is also more and more gathered, 3 layers outside the 3 layers surrounded by a circle, and even alarmed some of the live broadcast of the anchor. Dear friends, what you are seeing now is the process of cutting the stone. What is currently being cut is a piece of violet. According to the buddies on the side, the owner of this piece of raw stone has already cut it up 7 times in a row, which is not common in stone gambling. Master, isn't that Mr. Hua? Meng Tao said as he pointed to Hua in front of him. Wan Yukai took a look and it was really Hua. They had been wandering around the convention earlier, and then they heard someone around them say that someone over at the stone cutting place had cut out violets, and that the area was exceptionally large. So a group of 3 people came to the stone cutting place, only to make them did not expect is that this cut out violets is not someone else, it is Huda. Wan Yukai and Meng Tao and the others squeezed through the crowd and finally came to the near front of the stone cutting place. They looked at Huda with surprise and admiration in their eyes. Huda stood beside the stone cutting machine, concentrating on guiding Sun Lao in the cutting process, and that calmness and confidence made them deeply admire him. Brother Hua is really great, actually able to cut up so many times in a row. Wan Yukai exclaimed, patting Huda on the back. Meng Tao, on the other hand, no longer knew what to say. Lu Yao on the side was starry-eyed, looking at Huda with little stars of adoration in her eyes. As the cutting continued, the full appearance of that piece of violet glass seed jadeite was gradually revealed in front of everyone. Its color was even more intense and its texture was even more pure, as if it was a piece of carefully carved artwork, pleasing to the eyes. Exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd from time to time, and the big anchors also pointed their cameras at this precious piece of jadeite, showing its beauty and value to the audience. Finally, the cutting was completed. Glass seed. This is a glass seed violet. Such a large area, or a glass-seeded violet, this price is afraid to be sky-high, right? This should be priceless. If a price is hard to come up with, I think its value should exceed $100 billion. At this time, an old man came out of the crowd to the side of several people and said. Seeing the other party, Old Man Sun stopped his work in his hands and nodded towards the other party. What wind has blown you, the president, here? Zhou Xingda pointed at Old Man Sun and said with a smile, I didn't hear that someone had cut out a superb violet, so I thought I'd come to see it. Saying that, Zhou Xingda turned his head to look at Huda and said, How are you this little friend? I am the president of the Cloud Province Jadeite Association, my name is Zhou Xingda. Hello Elder Zhou, my name is Huadi. The two shook hands briefly as a greeting. After that, Zhou Xingda continued, From my many years of experience, this piece of violet is considered to be a superb piece, with a bright color, smooth texture, and such a huge size. Its value alone is over $50 billion, and if it were to be processed, its price would exceed $100 billion. I wonder, little friend Hua, how do you intend to deal with this piece of extreme violet? For a while, everyone's attention was focused on Huda, waiting for him to make a decision. Honestly, Huda himself was also very torn. He wanted to sell it directly to save money, but he wasn't willing to earn so little. But if he doesn't sell it, he doesn't have the energy to do that, besides, he won't. For a moment, he is also very difficult. Chapter 116 Dragon Rhyme Jewelry. I have a proposal. Just as Huda was hesitating, Zhou Lily, who was on the side, spoke up. According to what President Zhou said, the price of this piece of extreme violet is conservatively estimated to be over $50 billion, and I don't think there should be any person or enterprise that can eat it alone at this price. Therefore, I would like to unite several enterprises and buy this piece of violet jade together. Zhou Lily's idea was very simple, which was to find a few industry giants and then eat this piece of extreme violet together. This way, although she couldn't take the big head, she could still get a piece of the pie. This young lady's proposal is not bad, but I think there is a better way. Zhou Xingda said with a smile. I wish to hear it. Huade waved his hand to signal Zhou Xingda to continue. I think that little friend Hua can completely use this piece of jadeite to take shares and look for suitable business partners to set up a new jewelry company. With the value of this piece of extreme violet, I believe that it will definitely be able to attract a large amount of investment. Moreover, with this piece of jadeite as a treasure of the town, the popularity and influence of the new company will also be rapidly increased. Zhou Xingda became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes flashing with a shrewd light from time to time. Huada sniffed and frowned slightly, obviously thinking seriously about the proposal. Zhou Lily on the side also revealed a thoughtful look, clearly interested in this proposal. President Zhou, this proposal is indeed very attractive, but setting up a new company is not a simple matter. There are many factors that need to be considered. Huada mused. Zhou Xingda nodded, expressing his understanding of Huada's concerns. Little friend Hui is right, establishing a new company does require careful consideration. However, if you are willing, I can help match you up and introduce you to some powerful business partners. Not only are they well-funded, but they also have rich experience and resources in the jewelry industry. Huada's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation when he heard this. He was well aware of the value of this piece of superb violet emerald and understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, he was equally aware of the risks and responsibilities involved in establishing a new company. Compared to those investors he didn't know, Huada was more willing to choose to trust the people around him. Ding! Obtaining a piece of real-time intelligence. Zhou Lily beside the host is the heir of a veteran jeweler in Mordor. Choosing to work with her will be the host's best choice. The system's beep sounded at the right time, providing Huade with an important piece of reference information. He turned his head to Zhou Lily and found that she was listening intently to the conversation between Zhou Xingda and himself, with a serious and expectant glint in her eyes. Miss Zhou, what are your thoughts on President Zhou's proposal? Huade directly asked Zhou Lily, wanting to hear her opinion. Xiao Lily smiled faintly as she said, I think President Zhou's proposal is very creative. Using this piece of superb violet jadeite as the new company's store's treasure will indeed be able to rapidly increase the company's popularity and influence. And, saying this, Xiao Lily deliberately paused for a moment, then spoke again, if Mr. Hua is willing to cooperate with me, the Zhou family will be happy to become your business partner and provide financial and industry support. Her purpose in coming to Chongqing this time was to seek out jadeite of superior quality as a way to enter the high-end market. However, their family's brand had always taken the low-end route, and if they suddenly entered the high-end market, they were bound to encounter rejection from consumers. This is like a cell phone brand, just out of the time only sell $19.99, $29.99, well consumers are attracted to, then began to circle money, launched a $19,999 cell phone, claimed to be far ahead. Then it was spit out by consumers like crazy. Instead of this, Xiao Lily felt that it would be better to take the opportunity to launch a new brand, and then focus on high-end products, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Hua De sniffed and pondered in his heart. Cooperating with the Zhou family meant that not only would he be able to obtain stable financial support, but he would also be able to take advantage of the Zhou family's rich experience and resources in the jewelry industry, which would undoubtedly greatly reduce the risk and difficulty of setting up his new company. Thinking of this, Hua De already had a decision in his mind. However, at this time, Wan Yukai, who was on the side, spoke up, Elder brother Hua, Ms. Zhou, I wonder if you still lack business partners? Although my capital isn't as strong as the Zhou families, and I haven't been in the related jewelry industry, but I'm in the antique industry and I know quite a few people, so I think I can help the new company broaden its sales. Wan Yukai had long had the intention of wanting to change careers, and this time he had come to Chongqing to prepare for this. However, he had no previous experience in this area, so instead of trying to figure it out from scratch like a headless fly, he should just find a potential partner to develop together. And now there is such an opportunity in front of him, how can he miss it? After hearing these words from Wan Yukai, Hua De and Xiao Lily looked at Wan Yukai together, clearly surprised by his proposal. However, they soon realized that with Wan Youcai's participation, with his connections, he might really be able to quickly open up the high-end market. Ms. Xiao, what do you think? Hua De looked at Xiao Lily and asked. Xiao Lily smiled and said, I think it's fine, but should we find a place to sit down and chat slowly? Hua De nodded and said, indeed, this place is not suitable for chatting about this, let's put it this way, it's almost time for dinner, why don't we chat while we eat? Thus, Hoda and his group went together to a nearby upscale restaurant. At the table, the people ate and chatted, discussing in detail the specific details of the cooperation and future development plans. Xiao Lily first put forward her vision for the new company. I hope that the new company can focus on the high-end jewelry market, use the extreme violet jadeite as the core competitiveness of the brand, and create a unique jewelry series to quickly create brand awareness. Hoda agreed and added, in addition to jewelry design, we also need to focus on marketing and branding. I think we can utilize the most popular social media and online platforms to showcase our products through beautiful pictures and videos to attract the attention of more high-end consumers. Wan Yukai, on the other hand, offered his accumulated experience and connections in the antique industry. I can utilize my connections to help the new company find more cooperation opportunities and marketing channels. At the same time, I can also help the new company identify and acquire some valuable antique jewelry to enrich the product line. During the discussion, the three gradually clarified their respective duties and division of labor. Xiao Lily would be responsible for the day-to-day operation and management of the company, Hua De would be shopping for quality jadeite raw stones for the company, and Wan Yukai would be responsible for market expansion and the appraisal and acquisition of antique jewelry. Among the three, the one who is the most idle is Hua De. After all, he only needs to be responsible for selecting the jadeite raw stone is enough. But this is the most important part, because without the excellent quality of the jadeite raw stone, everything is empty talk. Together with that piece of excellent violet, Hua De has the highest shareholding, reaching 60%, Xiao Lily contributes up to 30%, and Wan Yukai has 10%. After the meal, they decided to set up the new company as soon as possible and started to prepare for the relevant registration and preparations. Right, what would be a good name for the new company? Xiao Lily asked. Hua De pondered for a moment before saying, let's call it Dragon Rhyme Jewelry. Chapter 117, Meeting Li Xia again. Time passed quietly, and early the next morning, Hua De once again arrived at the site of the stone gambling conference. As for Xiao Lily and Wan Yukai, they went to busy themselves with the establishment of their new company. Hua De originally came to the gambling conference was thinking of making a fortune, but now, he wants to reserve as many good quality jadeite as possible as raw materials for the new company. Today's gambling conference site is still a sea of people, but compared to yesterday, Hua De obviously feel is more people today. Hua De continues to target the vendors, want to use the smallest cost to pick up the leakage. Perhaps it is because yesterday Hua De continuous cutting stone big rise, when some stall owners in the see Hua De directly after the selling price 10 times. Some of them even directly do not sell to Hua De, holding their own Hua De selected material ran to the stone cutting place to cut stone. As a result, the raw stones that Hua De picked all went up. In this way, these stall owners are even more reluctant to sell the original stone to Huoda. Now Huoda can see that he is afraid that he has become famous. It's impossible to pick up the slack at these retailers, so Huoda locked his target on those bidding materials. Compared to the retailer's raw stone, the raw stone involved in the auction is more than one grade higher in quality. However, the price was correspondingly higher, so it was a good thing that the two of them, Zhou Lily and Wan Yukai, transferred $1 billion to him last night as funds to purchase the raw stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come to the bidding. Inside Area B, Huoda walked and looked. Looking all the way down, there were a lot of emerald raw stones, but there were very few that actually had emerald in them, not to mention the extremely high-quality emerald. How is the jadeite in this B area less than the C area D area? It shouldn't be ah? Huoda was a bit puzzled. The gambling conference was divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, D. It is reasonable to say that the quality of the jadeite raw stone in Area A is the best, and Area D is the worst. But now, the quality of the emerald raw stone that was second only to Area B actually couldn't even compare to that of Area D, which made him puzzled. However, just at this moment, he saw that not far ahead, a few stall owners were actually hiding raw stones. That's right, just hiding. Huoda finally understood why there were so few emerald raw stones in Area B. Good lord, it turns out that this group of people are deliberately hiding the emerald raw stones in order to prevent him from picking up the pieces. I'll go, as far as this is concerned. Huoda spat out a sentence and then walked straight to the A area. After coming to Area A, there were obviously more good materials. Area A was an official stall, unlike the other 3 areas, which were all personal. At this time, Huoda came to a stall and picked up a piece of yellow leather material that was about 20 centimeters thick and oval in shape and asked, "Boss, how much is this piece of material?" "One byte price, $150,000. "Boss, you are robbing money, just such a piece of crap material you actually want $150,000? It's only $30,000 or $40,000 at most in the other districts." Huoda played with the material and spat with a depressed face. Love it or hate it. Perhaps because this was an official stall, the owner's attitude was very tough, and there was no room for bargaining at all. Huoda continued, alright, 150,000 is 150,000, but boss, you have to send me 2 smaller materials, just as a lottery. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that the young man in front of him was an ingrate, and actually really didn't bargain back. He appeared to be the stall owner of this stall, but all of them were actually hired by the officials. In addition to his daily basic salary, he also had an extra commission. And these commissions depended on his own skills. That is to say, the more expensive the raw stone is sold, the higher his commission will be. The piece of material that Huoda is interested in is only a few $1,000s, but sold for $150,000. Even if he sends him 2 smaller pieces of raw stone, the cost of the 3 pieces of raw stone will not be more than $10,000. In other words, this business, net profit of 140,000 yuan. He would be able to take 20,000 in commission alone. Thinking of this, the stall owner was afraid that Huoda would return to his regret and hurriedly said, "Success, you can pick it yourself, but the premise is that it can't be bigger than the size of your fist." "Thanks, boss." Huoda was instantly delighted and immediately picked 2 pieces of fist-sized material, then paid $150,000. After leaving the stall, Huoda took advantage of the fact that no one was there to casually throw the piece of yellow leather material into the trash can. In fact, there was nothing inside that piece of material, but Huoda still endured the pain of buying this piece of material in case what happened before happened again. In fact, his goal was the 2 complementary pieces of material. Huoda put away the 2 pieces of material and prepared to cut the stone again in a while. Afterwards, he continued to stroll around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who was it if not Li Xia? Why is she here? At this moment, Li Xia was accompanied by a few burly men who looked like they were on some official duty. Murphy. Huoda's first thought was, could it be that he had been discovered? Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. The host's worry is superfluous. The officials have already learned the true identity of those 2 little days, as members of the Yakuza, and the purpose of Li Xia and the others' trip is to come and look for the little days receivers in the Dragon Kingdom. The Yakuza have always wanted to resume their arms smuggling business in China, so this time they have hit on the idea of emerald. They want to use emerald as a cover so as to smuggle arms. So that's how it is. No wonder I saw Li Xia here. Huoda originally wanted to pretend that he didn't see Li Xia and turn around, but at this time, Li Xia's gaze happened to look over towards Huoda's side, and he happened to see Huoda. "Hey, Huoda!" Hearing Li Xia call out his name, Huoda knew that he couldn't leave even if he wanted to at this moment. He could only forcefully squeeze out a smile and said, "Beauty, what a coincidence. Why are you here?" Huoda asked knowingly. Li Xia casually said, "I came to buy jadeite. Ah, what are you doing here?" Huoda smiled and said, "Like you, I'm also here to buy jade. Team Li, there is a discovery." At this time, a voice came from Li Xia's earphone, and Li Xia's face changed immediately after hearing it. Then she casually found an excuse and separated from Huoda. After seeing Li Xia leave, Huoda was finally relieved. To be honest, he really didn't want to get too entangled with Li Xia. This woman looked soft and weak on the surface, but he didn't know how good her hands would be. He didn't like a woman who could fight so well. However, the more Huode didn't want to see Li Xia, the more he would run into her. This is not the case, the two have just separated for a short while, but they actually bumped into each other again. Only this time, Li Xia seems to have identified a target person. And this person happened to be in Huoda's surroundings. No way, am I that unlucky? Chapter 118 Catching Spies at the Bidding Site. Huode and Li Xia parted ways and arrived at the bidding site. The auction method adopted by this stone gambling conference was not a unified bidding model, but rather a multi-occasion auction. However, all those jadeite raw stones marked with a low price are auction items, and the stall owners in Area A can auction them off at any time. This way will greatly shorten the time of the auction. After all, there are a lot of wool in this gambling conference. If the unified auction will inevitably waste a lot of time. At this time, Huode is in front of this stall gathered a large group of people. Obviously this stall is auctioning jadeite raw stone. Huode stopped to look for a while, and found that the auction is a huge jadeite raw stone from the old pit in Myanmar. This piece of raw stone has obvious python lines. Python lines is one of the important characteristics to determine whether or not to cut out the jadeite. In addition, this piece of raw stone is from the old pit mine, which gathered a lot of jadeite merchants who came to bid. And Li Xia's target was among them. Ding! Obtaining a real-time intelligence. Among the people participating in this auction, there is a spy from Kodomo. This person is 3 meters away from you. He is ostensibly a jadeite trader from China. In fact, he joined Kodomo's nationality a long time ago, and has been lurking in the country before, and this time, because the Yamaguchi group wants to resume the arms business, this time, it is the only time that they have activated him. I go. Huode was simply speechless. He realized that he was not finished with these little days. It seemed like he could run into these little days everywhere he went. Bidding starts now. The low price is $5 million. Each increase shall not be less than $500,000. As the stall owner's voice fell, the bidding began. Huoda's attention was also all focused on the bidding. Ding! Obtained a real-time wealth intelligence. This piece of jadeite is an old pit ice seed. Its value is over $1 billion, and if it is processed and sold, it will be worth even more. Old pit ice seed. As we all know, in the emerald, and the best emerald is emerald, also known as the emperor green, this kind of emerald is worth a lot of money. Even the existence of only the size of a fingernail cover is worth millions of dollars. And under the emperor green, the best belongs to the ice jade. Just this value compared to yesterday's excellent violet is a lot worse off. Of course, this has a direct relationship with the size of the emerald. Yesterday's piece of excellent violet has such a high value, mainly because it is really big. The size of this piece of material was not as big as yesterday's piece of superb violet, which was why its value was so much worse. 550W. 600W. 700W. 1000W. 1200W. In the blink of an eye, the price of this piece of ice seed jadeite material had come to 1200W, and its price was still rising. Huode didn't rush to call out the price. He planned to let the bullets fly for a little while longer. Because he knows, like this kind of bidding raw stone, the first to shout the price is usually cannon fodder. Those who were truly powerful wouldn't shout at the beginning. Not long after, the bidding price has come to 2000W. The number of people who were shouting was obviously quite a bit less. Right at this moment, the spy from that small day finally couldn't help but participate in the offer. 2500W. As soon as this person opened his mouth, he directly raised the price by 500W, instantly scaring off quite a few people. 2500W, once. 2500W, twice. 2500W. Wait, I'll offer 2550W. Huode looked at the fact that no one had made an offer and knew it was time to make his own bid. 2600W. But as soon as Huode quoted, the other party immediately followed suit. 2650W. Huode continued to bid. 2700W. The other party was in hot pursuit. At this time, Huode observed that Li Xia and the others had slowly approached the other party. Why doesn't this Li Xia make a move yet? Why don't you hurry up and do it? If you do it a second later, I'm going to have to bid several million more. Huode couldn't help but curse in his heart. 2750W. 28. Before the words of the spy from the small day were finished, Li Xia and the others suddenly appeared and directly pressed him to the ground. The sudden scene directly froze in everyone. The originally lively bidding scene instantly quieted down. Huode also stopped making offers, his gaze tightly fixed on the small day spy who was pressed to the ground. Everyone, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. After seeing that the person was under control, Li Xia got up and smiled apologetically at the crowd before turning her head to the colleagues beside her. Take him away. A few plainclothesmen from national security quickly stepped forward and handcuffed the little day spy. Who are you guys? What gives you the right to arrest me? Quickly let go of me, I'm going to see you guys. The little day spy hadn't realized that he had been exposed and was still chattering and screaming. Seeing this, Li Xia directly flashed her work ID and said, Chen Zhirong, you are now suspected of collaborating with the enemy in treason, take away. Chen Zhirong's entire body froze when he saw Li Xia's ID. He then realized that he had been exposed, and he stopped struggling unnecessarily, allowing the plainclothes national security officers to take him away. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, surprised and curious about this sudden turn of events. Huo De, on the other hand, breathed a long sigh of relief. He knew that Li Xia's operation was finally over, and he should be completely safe now. The most important thing was that no one was competing with him for this piece of ice seed jadeite. Hey boss, still bidding? Huo De called out to the stall owner, who was still in a state of confusion. Keep going, how much did you just shout? Oh yeah, 2750W. 2750W, once. 2750W, twice. 2750W, 3 times. Sold. In the end, after intense bidding, Hoda pocketed the piece of material at a high price of 2750W. Although the price of 2750W was high, it was not worth mentioning compared to the ice jade inside it. Afterwards, Huo De asked the boss to call someone to send this piece of material to the stone cutting place. At this time, the stone cutting place lined up a lot of people. Huo De waited for almost 20 minutes before his turn came. Seeing Huo De, the onlookers immediately let out a burst of murmurs. Obviously someone recognized him. After all, Huo De was in the limelight yesterday. He had cut 7 stones in a row, all of which had risen greatly, and he had even cut out a superb violet worth $50 billion. As of now, Huo De's extremely fine violet is also the highest valued emerald in this gambling conference, and so far no one can surpass it. Holy, isn't this the master who gambled 7 pieces of material in a row yesterday that all went up big? More than just 7 pieces that all went up, this master cut out a superb violet worth $50 billion yesterday. What? Worth $50 billion? Really? Someone sucked in a breath of cool air, clearly not believing this. To know that this was $50 billion, how many people in this world could have such a terrifying wealth? Could it be that the stone gambling wizard that was mentioned yesterday is this benevolent brother? Obviously, there were some people who had heard about yesterday's events. I'm really looking forward to what superb emerald he will cut out today. Chapter 119, Big Rise again. Elder Sun Iran, who is responsible for cutting the stone, also recognizes Huo De, and asks with a pleasant smile equals. This little friend, how do you plan to cut today? Sun Iran has cut wool for most of his life, and the one who impressed him the most is Huo De. After all, yesterday's superb violets had really left him with a deep shock. It was also the most expensive material he had ever cut in his life. Huo De first handed over 2 small pieces of material and said with a smile, Trouble Sun Lao, peel them all. According to the system's tips, these 2 small pieces of material were all stone-wrapped jade, so the best way to cut the stone was to peel it. Elder Sun nodded and started the stone cutting machine, grinding off all the stones from the skin of the material according to Huo De's words. Old pit ice seed. This is old pit ice seed. It's a pity that it's just too small, but it's already worth a lot of money. The crowd of onlookers let out bursts of shock. Unlike the crowd's shock, Huo De's expression at the moment was much more calm. After all, he had already known that these 2 pieces of material were ice-grade jadeite inside. As Sun Lao stopped the machine, the stones on the skin of the entire piece of material were all polished. A round jadeite the size of an apple appeared in everyone's eyes. This piece of jadeite had a clean and translucent texture, and the waterhead was also very sufficient, as if it was a piece of pure ice, emitting a holy light under the sunlight. Up. This is definitely a big rise. Such pure material is definitely a big rise. This little brother, is this piece of material for sale? 100W, I want it. Some people in the crowd were already stupid enough to start bidding. I'll bid 120W. 150W. For a while, the stone cutting scene suddenly evolved into a bidding scene, and the value of this piece of ice seed jadeite continued to go up. If it was yesterday, Huo De might have just sold it. But now it's different. He and Xiao Lily and Wan Yukai set up dragon rhyme jewelry. These emeralds naturally want to keep for their own use. Therefore, Huo De apologized and said, Everyone is really sorry, this piece of material I intend to keep for my own use will not be sold. Hearing Huo De's words, the crowd all sighed and secretly said it was a pity. Then the cutting continued. After the second piece of material was cut, the crowd once again boiled. Because this time, the jadeite that was cut out was an off-color jadeite. What is heterochromatic emerald? Refers to emerald has 2 or more different colors. Yesterday, Huo De opened the piece of blessing and longevity as belonged to a kind of heterochromatic jadeite. And this time he opened the emerald although only 2 colors, but also valuable. Because half of this piece of jadeite is emerald green and the other half is milky white. If such a rare jadeite was placed in normal times, it would definitely make Boss Sun be shocked. But in the past 2 days, he had really seen too many rare treasures, and this kind of different colored emerald was already nothing. However, he still carefully scrutinized it before giving his own evaluation. The quality of this piece of material is not as good as the previous one, but the texture is still very good. The head of water is also very sufficient. The key is that the color is very rare. If we find a master carver to carefully carve it, its value shouldn't be less than 10 million. Hiss. As soon as Sun Lao's words fell, the scene resounded with bursts of sounds of sucking in cool air. The crowd was not only surprised by the value of this piece of jade, but also by Hua Da's ability to pick the jadeite raw stone. It seemed that wherever he picked a raw stone, there wasn't a single piece that wasn't cut up. Hee, why is it that when I see this piece of emerald, the first thing that comes to my mind would be cabbage? You don't say, this jadeite really looks like a piece of cabbage. At this time, someone in the crowd whispered. But after he said that, many people felt that it was really like that. Just then, an old man who was quite old and knowledgeable spoke up. I remember in the Forbidden City Museum seems to collect a piece of cabbage carved from jadeite. It is said that that piece of jadeite is a priceless treasure. This piece of material size is a little small, but it can be made into a handpiece. The moment these words came out, it instantly made quite a few powerful businessmen dumbfounded. This little brother, $10 million, I'll take this piece of material. Someone directly opened a heavenly price. As the saying goes, things are as precious as they are rare, and the texture of this piece of material had already determined its price. Of course, if the color of this piece of jadeite is not emerald green and milky white, but whenever it is replaced with other colors, I am afraid that its price will be greatly reduced. But now this color match is just right, just like the old gentleman just said, if it is carved into a cabbage the meaning is different. Because the harmonic of cabbage is by Kai, there is the saying of 100 parties coming to wealth, and it is a very popular subject in the jade industry. Listening to the offer of $10 million, Hua De said it is false not to be moved. But keep their own sales do not smell. Longyan Jewelry had just been established, and it was the time when it needed to expand its products. Relying on a superb violet is not enough, he has to find more rare jadeite for the company to expand the company's product line. Hua De once again smiled and politely refused the other party. But the other party didn't seem to want to stop there, he felt that his bid was too low and didn't impress Hua De. So he once again bid, how about this, I'll bid 1200 W, can little brother cut it? Who knows, Hua De once again shook his head and said, this uncle is really sorry, it's not a matter of money. The reason why I refuse to sell you the emerald is because I have set up a jewelry company. The new company has just been set up and needs a large amount of emerald. If you really like it, you can pay attention to Dragon Rhyme Jewelry. It is the new company that I have set up together with my friends. Hua De did not forget to publicize his new company while refusing. It was important to know that in addition to the jewelers from all over the country at the scene, there were also quite a few suppliers of raw materials, as well as the general public. After this wave of publicity from Hua De, there were quite a few suppliers who took the initiative to introduce themselves and pass their business cards up. Hua De also accepted all of them. I'm sorry everyone, the company was just established and I didn't have time to print this business card, I'm really sorry. Elder brother Hua, founding a company at such a young age, the younger generation is fearful, Yes, brother Hua is much stronger than we were when we were young. If you need anything in the future, just call us. That's right, in the future we'll have more dealings, as the old saying goes, more friends, more roads. After a few people boasted to each other, they set their eyes on Hua Da's last piece of material. Little friend Hua, this piece of material, how do you plan to cut it? Elder's son asked. Hua Da smiled and said, cut it directly. This piece of material is relatively large in size, so it's not good to maneuver if you're taking a peel, so it's not as fast as cutting it directly in half. Sun Lao sniffed, adjusted the machine, directly cut it in half. As the old pit ice seat appeared, it signified that Hua Da's piece of material had once again risen greatly. God! Simply divine! Does this person have a see-through eye? It actually rises greatly every time. Chapter 120 Encountering Lin Wanner, a love affair. This stone gambling conference lasted for 3 days, and Hua Da was rewarded for 2 days in a row. But on the third day, he realized that there was no more good material in the conference. So he also directly took the airplane back to Zhangcheng. As for Wan Yukai, he and Xiao Lily went to Mordor to discuss the establishment of the new company as early as the next day. After a conference call between the three of them, it was determined that the new company would be set up in Mordor. After all, Mordor is the economic center of China, with the title of Pearl of the Orient. Although the cost is high, but all kinds of resources are centralized, the main thing is that Magic City has a lot of talent. Coupled with the new company in Xiao Lily Town, Hua Da once again is a hands-off. Overall, Hua Da gained a lot from this trip to the city. Not only was it the accumulation of personal wealth, but more importantly, the creation of a new jewelry company. It was believed that with the support of the Extreme Violet, Longyun Jewelry would be able to quickly gain a firm foothold in the domestic and international markets. After returning to Zhangcheng, Hua Da's days became uneventful again. When he is not doing anything, he chats with a few confidants and occasionally plays poker with Su Shi. One day a week after Hua Da returned to Zhangcheng, he suddenly saw Lin Wanner on the street, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and there was a man with her. At first, Hwode thought that Lin Wan-air didn't look for him because of what happened that night, but now it seems like she has a new love. Seeing this scene, Hwode didn't want to disturb Lin Wan-air, but what he didn't expect was that Lin Wan-air, after seeing Hwode, directly walked to Hwode's side, took his arm and rushed at the man. Zhao Chang, I told you many times I already have a boyfriend, he is my boyfriend. Zhao Chang sniffed and looked Hwode up and down, then said disdainfully. Wan-air, I know you don't like it, but there's no need for you to find a random man on the street to humiliate me, right? Zhao Chang was an official second generation from Jiang Chang, and both of his parents were Jiang Chang's official dignitaries. His father, Zhao Jijun, was even a district governor under Jiang Chang. His mother, on the other hand, worked in the health bureau of Jiang Chang. And with the help of his parents, he became a small section chief of the Jiangcheng Industry and Commerce Bureau at a young age. Previously, Lin's group needed to deal with official people because they had obtained a project to renovate an urban village. During a meeting, Zhao Chang met the heavenly beautiful Lin Wan-air. Ever since then, Zhao Chang had launched a fierce pursuit of Lin Wan-air. At first, Lin Wan-air estimated the project and did not face-to-face refused, which let Zhao Chang mistakenly think that he has a game, began to intensify the pursuit of Lin Wan-air. Afterwards, although Lin Wan-air said she already has a boyfriend, but when Zhao Chang asked who her boyfriend is, Lin Wan-air but stammered and could not say a reason. Zhao Chang thinks that Lin Wan-air has no so-called boyfriend at all. The reason why she said so is to reject himself. That day, Lin Wan-air met Zhao Chang on the street again and was stalked by him. How to get rid of cannot get rid of. However, just then, Lin Wan-air saw Hwode, so Lin Wan-air ran to Hwode's side at the first opportunity. He's not just anyone, his name is Hwode is my boyfriend in return. Lin Wan-air looked at Zhao Chang and said firmly. Just him? Which part of his body is worthy of you? Zhao Chang said with a face full of disdain. Zhao Chang originally thought that Hwode was just a person that Lin Wan-air casually pulled in, but seeing Lin Wan-air's appearance didn't seem like an act. Could it be that the two really had some kind of relationship? Ding! Obtained a real-time psychological activity intelligence. Even if this country bumpkin is Lin Wan-air's boyfriend and how, wearing with a turd like a look is a no power no money beggar, how can I compare with me? The old man is young to become a section chief, the family's network of relations can be hearted, in front of this beggar which point then I am strong, I must think of a way to let Lin Wan-air see clearly his true colors. Hwode saw the tip, hugged Lin Wan-air tightly and asked with a sneer, Wan-air, who is this Who the are you talking about? Without waiting for Lin Wan-air to open her mouth, Zhao Chang directly disliked him, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Hwode smiled faintly and didn't take the bait, but slowly opened his mouth. Whoever asked just said who? You. Alright, don't get in the way here, my girlfriend and I still have to go shopping. Hwode waved his hand, very impatient with Zhao Chang. You wait for me. Zhao Chang put down a harsh sentence before twisting his head and edging away. Ding! Obtained a real-time psychological activity intelligence. Kid, I'll let you be complacent for a while, see how I'll clean you up in a while, aren't you bullish? When Lin Wan-air learns that you have a woman outside, will she still like you? I have to say, Zhao Chang, this kid is really damaging, simply bad, since he came up with this trick to deal with himself. But how could Hwode be afraid? After Zhao Chang left, Hwode looked at Lin Wan-air and asked with a frown on his face, Wan-air, why haven't you contacted me for so many days? Do you know how worried I am about you? Since that farewell, Hwode hadn't seen Lin Wan-air for a long time. Sending messages were not returned, and phone calls were not answered. It was as if Lin Wan-air had disappeared from his life. Lin Wan-air lowers her head and doesn't dare to look at Hwode, saying in a small voice, it's not busy. Busy? This excuse, Hwode obviously didn't believe. If we didn't meet by chance on the street today, are you not going to contact me for the rest of your life? You know, just now when I saw you with that kid called Zhao Chang, I thought you too. Thought me what? Hearing this, Lin Wan-air suddenly raised her head to look at Hwode with a serious expression and asked. Thought you two were together. Hwode said. How could that be? How could I possibly look at him? Before Lin Wan-air could finish her sentence, Hwode directly kissed her lips. It was only after a long time that the two separated. After separating, Lin Wan-air shyly burrowed into Hwode's arms, pounding Hwode's chest with both hands, pretending to be angry. What are you doing? How can you be like this on this street? Hwode sniffs and asks with an evil smile, then is it okay if it's not on the street? You're bad, you just know how to bully me. Lin Wan-air said shyly while pounding Hwode. At this time, Hwode held Lin Wan-air tightly in his arms and said seriously, Wan-air, don't ever leave me again, okay? Aha! Lin Wan-air softly agreed. Lin Wan-air actually had Hwode in her heart, it's just that after losing her virginity to Hwode, she didn't know how to face Hwode. Or rather, she didn't know how to face herself. After all, the first time between the two of them wasn't between you and me, but because of an accident. This made Lin Wan-air feel that she was a bad woman and not worthy of Hwode. That's why she avoided Hwode for so long. But that kiss just now made her realize the weight she has in Hwode's heart, and also made her understand Hwode's feelings for her. Hwode liked her, and she also liked Hwode. Since this is the case, why can't two people who love each other be together? At this moment, Lin Wan-air finally reconciled with herself and accepted Hwode openly. After that, Hua took Lin Wan Air to the mall and saw a newly released movie that was not bad, so he bought a ticket. At the same time, after Zhao Chang left, he went to a foot bath center and ordered the most expensive item, Evil Fire. Yo, isn't this Mr. Zhao? Why did you come over at this hour? A sweet-looking technology took the initiative to stick to Zhao Chang's arms and asked coquettishly. Don't talk nonsense, quickly remove the fire for me. Looking at the other party gulping his dragon head non-stop, Zhao Chang let out a burst of soothing sound and couldn't help but plan in his heart. Chapter 121, Zhao Chang's plan. Do you want to make money? Zhao Chang asked at the female technician in front of him. The female technician thought that Zhao Chang was trying to add items, so she shouted and nodded her head repeatedly with a lollipop. Who knows, the next second Zhao Chang suddenly trembled and exploded without warning. After getting comfortable, Zhao Chang said his plan to the female technician. After the female technician heard it, she naturally agreed with her mouth full, who let Zhao Chang give more. As soon as Zhao Chang opened his mouth, he gave her 2W. To know that she would have to eat more than 20 lollipops to earn this 2W. On the other side, Hua and Lin Wan Air came out after watching the movie and were trying to find a place to eat. The two had just walked out of the movie theater not long ago, when out of nowhere, an alluringly dressed woman suddenly appeared and blocked the two's path. This person is not Zhao Chang looking for female technician, and who is it? After the female technician stopped the two of them, she directed a flurry of output at Hua. Could you heartless, after screwing my old lady, you don't recognize it, actually hooking up with a vixen here, are you right for me? Everyone, come and take a look at this human and beastly-hearted negative man, lifting up his pants and denying it. Under the female technician's loud clamor, the scene quickly filled up with a crowd of gourmets. Lin Wanner also looked at Hua beside her with a skeptical face. It wasn't that she believed what this woman said, although this woman was dressed very alluringly, her looks were somewhat, well, not complimentary. Lin Wan Air believed that with Hua's vision, she definitely wouldn't look at this woman. But the problem was, this woman was talking as if she was really serious about it. Hua frowned and a system prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. This woman is an actor that Zhao Chang found. Her real job is a foot bath store technician. Zhao Chang spent 2W for her to come over and put on a show to discredit you in front of Lin Wanner, thus letting Lin Wanner misunderstand that you're a flirtatious and irresponsible man, and thus destroying the relationship between you two. Hua understood everything in his heart after reading the system prompt. He laughed coldly and looked at the pretentious female technician in front of him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You think this kind of clumsy trick can fool me? Hua said coldly, while turning his head to look at Lin Wan Air, his eyes full of sincerity. Wan Air, believe me, I don't have any relationship with her. Lin Wanner looked at Hua's firm eyes and her heart instantly settled down a lot. She gently nodded her head, expressing her belief in Hua. At this moment, Zhao Chang, who was hiding in the distance, was incomparably pleased in his heart after seeing this scene. Stinking beggar, actually dare to steal a woman from my old man, let's see how I'll play you to death. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. The culprit of this matter is hiding in the distance, watching this scene. After Hua received the new intelligence from the system, his eyes quickly swept around and quickly locked onto Zhao Chang, who was hiding in the shadows. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and he already had a countermeasure in his mind. Hua looked at the female technician in front of him and said with a smile, Zhao Chang gave you 2W, how about I give you 5W? When the female technician heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't understand why Hua would know that Zhao Chang had given her 2W. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that the man in front of her was even more generous than Zhao Chang. 5W ah. This was 5W ah. How could she not be moved? Lin Wan Air felt a little strange at first, but after Hua said Zhao Chang's name, and after seeing the reaction of the female technician, she understood it all. All of this was Zhao Chang behind the scenes. Are you really going to give me 5W? The female technician asked with some disbelief. Hua smiled and nodded, took out his cell phone from his pocket and spoke, of course, but you'll have to explain things clearly to my girlfriend. In addition, I want you to report Zhao Chang. I think you should have evidence, right? The female technician nodded, of course. Then the female technician explained the whole thing, and Hua kept his promise and transferred 5W to her. Zhao Chang, on the other hand, knew nothing about it because he was too far away. He was still fantasizing that after Lin Wan Air and Hua had a big fight, they would go their separate ways, and he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile smugly. However, he did not yet know that he was about to be in big trouble. When he laughed for a while and looked ahead again, his entire being froze. Where is everyone? Why are they gone? Weren't they just here? At this time, where were Hua and Lin Wan Air's shadows ahead, even the female technician was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Chang immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the female technician's number. However, the cell phone came back with the sound of being in a call. After Zhao Chang called several times in a row, it kept showing that it was in a call. Zhao Chang knew that this was afraid to be a failure and then left the place. 2 hours later. After Huode and Lin Wan Air finished eating, he sent her back home. After the two separated, Huode didn't rush back. Zhao Chang had disgusted him so much today, there was no way he could just let it go. He had to make Zhao Chang pay. Reporting was only the first step, he wanted to make Zhao Chang lose his reputation. Just how to make him lose his reputation? Huode began to think. Thinking and pondering, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Huoda's eyes. There were various strange buildings on it, as well as a red dot that was moving rapidly. This is a map of Jiang City? After all, Huode had lived in Jiangchang for so long, he was still very familiar with Jiangchang and instantly recognized the virtual screen that suddenly appeared as a map of Jiangchang. At this moment, he was looking down on the entire Jiang City from a god's perspective. Then what is this red dot? Huode touched his consciousness to that red dot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening a new function of the system. This function is called Virtual Map. The host will be able to know everything that is happening in River City through the virtual map, and can obtain more intelligence through the virtual map. Although the system's introduction was simple, Huode knew that this virtual map was just like the eye in the sky. As long as one opens the virtual map, one can control the entire Jiang City in real time. As for being able to obtain more intelligence through the virtual map, Huode hadn't figured it out yet. However, right at this moment, a set of text appeared above the red dot in the virtual map. Name, Zhao Chang, location, Southwest City Road, speed 80 km per hour. Southwest City Road, in a speeding BMW. Damn stinking beggar, count yourself lucky today, you won't be so lucky next time. Zhao Chang didn't want to let Huode off the hook, only that after this plan failed, he decided to think long and hard. Huode sat in the car and kept looking at the red dot on the virtual map and drove into a neighborhood called Beihai Lotus Edge. Then, it entered Building 11, Room 1602. The good part is just beginning now. Huode said with an evil smile. Chapter 122 Huoda's Counterattack. Jiangchang, Beihai Lotus Edge, Building 11, Room 1602. When Zhao Chang returned home, he took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and then sat alone on the sofa in the living room, savoring the red wine while thinking back to the scene in front of the movie theater today. He had thought that his plan would be seamless, and that he would be able to successfully dissociate the relationship between Huode and Lin Wan Air. But he really couldn't figure out why Huode had solved the trouble so quickly. How on earth did this kid do it? Could it be that woman who betrayed me? Impossible, but she received $2 from me, how could she betray me? Spare Zhao Chang to think through his head would not think that Huode just spent $3 more than him to settle this matter. Damn, when I find out your background, I'll go after the people around you, let's see what you'll do then. How dare you steal a woman from me, looking for death? Zhao Chang drank the red wine in his cup and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. 10 p.m. After Zhao Chang was fully dressed, he once again left the Beihai Lotus Edge neighborhood. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. Zhao Chang is in an extremely depressed mood and is preparing to head to the Jiangnan Club to go to the fire, and will be staying out all night tonight. As the saying goes, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Huode was originally still thinking about how to let find an opportunity, but he didn't expect this opportunity to come to his door by itself. Afterwards, Huode immediately drove to a place about 1 kilometer outside of the Beihai Lotus Edge neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Huode found a place where no one was and opened the system mall. Ding! Points 5W, remaining, 109W, obtained Universal Human Skin Mask 1. Ding! Props used successfully, target, Zhao Chang, replicated successfully. When Huode reappeared, he had already transformed into Zhao Chang's appearance. Huode looked at himself in the rearview mirror, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, perfect. With that, he strutted towards the Beihai Lotus Edge. A few minutes later, the entrance to the Beihai Lotus Edge neighborhood. The security guards immediately shouted respectfully after seeing Zhao Chang, "Hello, young Zhao." Huode nodded at the security guards and then walked quickly in the direction of Building 11. The reason he did this was so that the security guards could see him and use them to testify for him. Soon enough, Huode took the elevator to the door of 1602, and opened the door with the code he had spied long ago across the room. This was a standard 4-leaf clover apartment, with an area of roughly 140 square feet, and very luxuriously decorated. Huode briefly looked around, all kinds of furniture and appliances used all imported brands. Just the decoration cost is estimated to be quite a lot of money, not to mention the value of the house itself. To say that with Zhao Chang himself can afford to buy a house here, Huode is never believe. He is definitely relying on his family, maybe the money to buy the house is still from his parents' embezzlement. Huode first rummaged around the house for a while, but unfortunately did not find any valuable information. Since I didn't find any valuable incriminating evidence, I'll have to do it myself. Huode took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the female technician during the day. "Hey, I'm Zhao Chang, you immediately come over to 1602, Building 11, Beihai Lotus Edge subdivision right now, remember to call your best friend. Zhao Xiao, you. Cut the crap, I'll give you 10W, hurry, and come over." The moment the female technician heard that there was 10W to be earned, she immediately answered with her mouth full, and quickly contacted her best friend, and the two of them rushed to the Behi Lotus Edge neighborhood together. At the same time, Huode found a box of unopened small umbrellas in Zhao Cheng's bedroom. He took out a few, put them on the coffee table in the living room, and then sat on the sofa waiting for the female technician's arrival. Soon, the doorbell rang. Huode saw through the cat's eye that it was the female technician and her girlfriends, so he opened the door. As soon as the female technician and her best friend entered the door, they were attracted by the luxurious decorations inside the house and their eyes were filled with envy. "Young Zhao, you asked us to come." The female technician had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Huode. "Don't ask so many questions, hurry up and take off your clothes." The female technician and her best friend looked at each other, a little embarrassed, but for the sake of money still immediately did as they were told. Then, Huode opened the function of cell phone video recording. 1 hour later, Huode gave the two people 10W each as agreed, and then let them leave. Huode looked at the video in his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He knew that this video would be the trigger for Zhao Cheng's defeat. In order to ensure that the plan was foolproof, Huode decided to add another fire. Ding! Points 5W, remaining, 104W, obtain Super Hacker Card 1. Ding! Super Hacker Card used successfully, time limit, 2 hours. After redeeming the Super Hacker Card, Huode immediately posted this video online. After doing this, he didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to utilize the Super Hacker Card to find the contact information of the Minister of Discipline Inspection Commission of Jiangcheng and sent this video over. When this was done, only then did Huode put away his cell phone with satisfaction and left the Behi Lotus Edge. As for what would happen next, it had nothing to do with her. If there were no surprises, tomorrow Zhao Cheng would be taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission to be investigated. Late at night at 11:30 p.m. Zhang Yangyao, the minister of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Jiangcheng, was just about to close his computer and go to bed. However, a prompt suddenly popped up on the computer window, prompting him to receive an email. Zhang Yangyao subconsciously clicked on the email and found that it was a video. Click on play. The computer immediately appeared a picture that one would not dare to look at. Originally, Zhang Yangyao wanted to immediately turn it off, but when he saw the man in the image, he was instantly shocked. This was because he recognized the man in the picture as the son of the governor of the lower district of Jiangcheng. Just at this moment, the cell phone he had placed on the table suddenly sent out a vibration. Zhang Yangyao picked up the phone and glanced at it, then picked it up. "Minister, it's not good." "What?" At this moment, the Zhao Cheng on the screen blurted out. "I'm the section chief of the Jiangcheng Industry and Commerce Bureau, my father is the district governor, I'm the sky in Jiangcheng, I can play whoever I want." "Bastard!" Zhang Yangyao hung up the phone and pressed the pause button on the video at the same time. This matter was not too big, not too small. For the sake of Zhao Cheng's father's face, he was able to suppress this matter and then make Zhao Cheng's father owe him a favor. But this Zhao Cheng actually sent the video to the internet, then the nature of this matter can be changed, even if he wants to suppress cannot be suppressed. Zhang Yangyao took a deep breath and decided to take immediate action. He then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Go and check the authenticity of the video and find out who posted it. Yes. Chapter 123, it's over, it's all over. Minister, after verifying that the video is real, the account that posted it is also the account registered by Zhao Cheng. Not long after, Zhang Yangyao received a call from his subordinate. After hearing what his subordinate reported, the only glimmer of hope left in his heart was dashed. He hurriedly put on his clothes and picked up his cell phone in preparation for heading to the office. "Old man, why are you still going out so late?" Zhang Yangyao's old companion couldn't help but ask suspiciously when she saw him still going out so late. Zhang Yangyao bristled and said, "Don't mention it, I'm afraid I won't be coming back tonight, you don't have to wait for me." After saying that, he picked up his briefcase and walked out of the house. When Zhang Yangyao rushed to the office, the Jiangcheng Discipline Inspection Commission's action team was already all in place. "Do you know where Zhao Cheng is right now?" A Discipline Inspection Commission staff member came forward and said, "It's already been found out, Zhao Cheng is currently at the Jiangnan Hui foot bath shop." After hearing the staff member's report, Zhang Yangyao frowned, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a hint of indignation towards Zhao Cheng's indulgence. He took a deep breath and quickly made a decision: act immediately and bring Zhao Cheng back for investigation. The action team quickly responded, and the group immediately drove to the Jiangnan Hui foot bath. On the way, Zhang Yangyao constantly thought about how to properly handle this case. It was important to maintain the image of the official in the hearts of the people, but also to eliminate the reoccurrence of such incidents. Jiangnan Hui 666 private room, Zhao Cheng ordered 2 technicians in a row for 3 bells. At this moment he is already exhausted. Of course, comfortable is also really comfortable. Under his fierce attack, the irritable mood was finally given vent to. But after calming down, his mind thought of Hoda again. Is his own superior origin still no better than a poor man who came out of nowhere? He really couldn't figure out why Lin Wan Air would look at Hoda. Where exactly is he not better than this poor man? Zhao Chang was thinking more and more angry. His heart secretly resolved that he must think of a way to pull out this thorn in Huada's side. Thinking of this, Zhao Chang extinguished his cigarette and once again charged at the two technicians beside him. However, just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came faintly from outside the door, and it sounded like there was more than one person. Zhao Chang instantly stopped his movements and began to listen carefully to the movements outside. He had a special identity after all, so if he was really caught by Uncle Hat, the fun would be great. However, he quickly calmed down. Although his own position was not high, his old man was the district governor. As long as the name of his old man is reported, these Hat uncle more or less still have to sell some face. After all, he is not the first time to come to this kind of place. Before has not encountered this kind of situation. At that time is reported to his family's old man's name will be nothing. The next day, or to eat the drink, as usual. Bang! Before Zhao Chang could get up and get dressed, the door to the private room was roughly kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a group of Discipline Inspection Commission staff in plain clothes rushed in. Zhao Chang was also sharp-eyed, and at a glance, he could tell that this group of people were not Uncle Hat, and his bottom line became even stronger. Who are you people? Do you know who I am? I'm the son of Jiangqing District Governor Zhao. How dare you kick in my door? You guys want to revolt? Believe it or not, one phone call from my old man can make you not see tomorrow's sun. Zhao Chang was incomparably arrogant, while the Discipline Inspection Commission staff were incomparably angry. A Discipline Inspection Commission staff member who was in the lead immediately waved his hand towards the colleague beside him. The two of them instantly understood and stepped forward to control Zhao Chang. Hey, what are you guys doing? What gives you the right to arrest me? Do you guys want to die? Seeing that Zhao Chang was still clamoring there, that Discipline Inspection Commission staff member immediately pulled out his ID and said, "We are the Discipline Inspection Commission of Jiangcheng. We are now investigating you according to the law. Please cooperate with us." Once Zhao Chang heard that the other party was from the Discipline Inspection Commission, his face instantly turned pale. He originally thought that the other party was just ordinary plainclothesmen, and that he would be able to scare them off after reporting his father's name. But he never expected that the other party was actually the Discipline Inspection Commission. Although he was flustered in his heart, he still pretended to be calm on the surface and tried to threaten the staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission with his words. "So what if you're the Discipline Inspection Commission? I haven't violated any laws or discipline. What right do you have to arrest me? I'm telling you guys, my old man is a district governor. Try moving me." Zhao Chang shouted. However, the Discipline Inspection Commission staff were not deterred by his threats. "Do you think we'll come to you without substantial evidence, and just because of what you've done now, it's enough for you to drink a pot of water? Take away." Zhao Cheng's entire body was in a state of confusion when he was brought out from Jiang Nanhui. It wasn't until this moment that he started to panic, and fear started to spread within him. Right, these people are definitely not cognizant of who their old man is. As long as I can contact my old man, he will definitely have a way to get me out. Thinking of this, Zhao Cheng immediately shouted, "I'm going to call my parents." "Call? No need, they're already waiting for you at the disciplinary committee." "Impossible, my dad, how could he be taken away by the discipline inspection committee?" Zhao Cheng couldn't figure it out, even if he had made a mistake, but it was just whoring, it couldn't possibly involve his old man. In fact, in principle, Zhao Cheng was right to think this way. But the problem was that Zhang Yangyao was thinking about what kind of person was trying to deal with Zhao Cheng on the way here to arrest him. Although Zhao Cheng wasn't a thing, with his old man backing him up, as long as he didn't mess with those top two generations he could almost walk sideways in Zhang Cheng. Zhang Yangyao thought about it and finally let him figure it out. Not someone to deal with Zhao Cheng, but someone to move his old man. Zhang Yangyao's political sense of smell was very sensitive and knew that he couldn't be on the wrong side at this time. So he immediately had people take control of Zhao Cheng's parents. The two, as local officials in Jiangcheng, it was impossible to say that they hadn't made mistakes. Normally, everyone turns a blind eye and that's it. But at this time, even a sesame-sized mistake would be infinitely magnified. To tell you the truth, your parents have been double-checked, your family can really be greedy. A small district chief actually embezzled $10 billion. How much? 10 billion? Even Zhao Cheng was dumbfounded by this figure. He was aware of his dad's embezzlement, but he hadn't thought that his dad was so capable of embezzling. More than that, your old man can play with more flowers than you. There are more than a dozen lovers just outside, including teachers, doctors, celebrities, students, and there are actually a pair of twins under the age of 18. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng only had one thought. That was the end. His biggest dependence was his old man. Now that his old man was also arrested, his biggest dependence was gone, so wouldn't he be finished? Chapter 124 Beautiful Neighbors. The following morning at 8 o'clock. Lin Wanner, who was eating her breakfast at home, was dumbfounded when she saw the news playing on the TV. In the television, the dignified morning news presenter was broadcasting the latest news message from Jiangcheng. And at the moment, what she was broadcasting out of her mouth was the raid by the Discipline Inspection Commission of Jiangcheng last night. Although the host didn't say Zhao Cheng's full name, only using Zhao instead. However, the TV station did not mosaic Zhao Cheng's photo, and Lin Wan recognized Zhao Cheng at a glance. Hee, isn't this the Zhao what's his name that's been chasing you before? Lin Jinghua put down the newspaper and said. It's a good thing you didn't say yes to him, otherwise nah. I still think Xiao Hua is a good young man, it's a pity. Lin Lao said to himself. Grandpa, what's a pity? Lin Wan asked curiously. Lin Lao glanced at his granddaughter and sighed. It's a pity that such a good young man can't become my Lin Jinghua's granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa. Lin Wanner's cheeks blush slightly at her grandfather's words and she lowers her head in some embarrassment. She knew that Grandpa had always liked Huode and had been setting her and Huode up. Alright, Grandpa won't tease you anymore. Lin Lao looked at his granddaughter with a smile and changed his words, but seriously, little Hua is indeed a good child, with a sense of responsibility and commitment. Grandpa stop talking, I'm already with him. Although Lin Wanner's voice was small, Lin Lao still heard it clearly. He froze for a moment, then a bright smile blossomed on his face, his eyes glittering with surprise. Really? Wan, don't lie to Grandpa. Lin Lao said excitedly, his voice filled with joy and anticipation. Lin Wanner raised her head and looked at her grandfather's wrinkled but happy face, a warm current surged in her heart. She nodded and said firmly in her voice, really, Grandpa, Huode and I are already together. Lin Lao was overjoyed after hearing this. Good boy, this kid has finally chased you down. On the other side, Huode was also watching the morning news. Although he had long guessed that the Jiangqing Discipline Inspection Committee would take action, what he didn't expect was that the Jiangqing Discipline Inspection Committee would be so efficient. It actually arrested Zhao Cheng overnight, and not only that, it also arrested Zhao Cheng's parents as well. Of course, the most surprising thing to him is that this Zhao family actually embezzled so much money, really surprising. However, with the downfall of Zhao Cheng's father, Zhao Cheng's days would not be any easier, I'm afraid. Ding bell. A phone rang. Huode picked up the phone and saw that it was Chiu Lily calling. Hey, Huode, do you have time to come to Magic City recently? What is it? You wouldn't have forgotten that the opening ceremony of Longyun Jewelry is in a few days, right? Only then did Huode remember that the opening ceremony of Longyun Jewelry was 3 days later. It had to be said that Chiu Lily, this woman's efficiency was really high. Only a few days after the Stone Gambling Conference, she had actually organized the new company. Not only recruited a group of employees, but also overnight to get the first directly managed store out. What surprised Huode the most was that the first batch of Longyun Jewelry's jewelry had already been completed. Of course, the first batch of jewelry was not created with the finest violets, but some of the ice jadeite that Huode had previously opened. Although it wasn't as good as the extreme violet, the value of the icy jadeite was already very high. Chiu Lily had another reason for saying this, the good goods should be left for the end. If she took out the extreme violets at the beginning, how would she attract rich people in the future? Alright, then I'll go to Magic City tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Huode was just about to go get something to eat, but at that moment the doorbell rang. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. The one knocking on the door is the beautiful owner who lives above you. She just accidentally dropped her underwear on your balcony when she was putting away her clothes, and is now anxious to get her underwear back. Lingerie? Huode stopped and walked to the balcony. There was really a pair of black lace panties dropped on the ground. Or a pair of erotic lingerie, playing with flowers. Huode spat out, then quickly stepped forward and opened the door of the house. As soon as the door of the room opened, what met his eyes was a stunning beauty. Huode had a lot of beautiful women around him, but this woman still made Huode astonished. Too beautiful. It was really too beautiful. Huode was dumbfounded. Huode's mouth couldn't even close when he looked at this breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of him. Gu Shui frowned when she saw Huode's piggy look. However, because she still had to beg him, she forced herself to endure her discomfort and squeezed out a smile, saying, Hello, I live upstairs. I just accidentally dropped my clothes onto your balcony when I was putting them away. Is it convenient for me to go in and get them? Gu Shui spoke softly with a hint of apology on her face. Only then did Huode come back to his senses, and hurriedly said, Oh, it's fine, I'll help you pick it up. With that, Huode was ready to walk towards the balcony. Seeing this, Gu Shui hurriedly pulled Huode and shouted, No, I'll just go myself. If she had dropped ordinary clothes, it would be fine, but she had dropped her intimate underwear. How could such a thing be touched by a strange man? No, not even if it wasn't a strange man. Only then did Huode remember that Gu Shui had dropped her underwear, and immediately scratched his head and said, Go by yourself. Gu Shui quickly stepped into the balcony and quickly picked up the dropped underwear, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly hid the underwear in her bag before turning around and walking back to the living room, saying to Huode, I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble. Huode smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's fine, a small matter. If you need any help in the future, just say so. Gu Shui nodded gratefully and couldn't help but feel a few points better about Huode in her heart. Moreover, she realized that Huode was actually quite handsome and had an easygoing personality, giving people a very reassuring feeling. By the way, my name is Gu Shui, I'm a newly moved resident. We'll be neighbors from now on, so please take care of us. Gu Shui took the initiative to introduce herself and extended her hand as a sign of friendship. Huode also extended his hand to shake Gu Shui's and said with a smile, "My name is Huode, nice to meet you. We'll all be neighbors from now on, it's only right that we take care of each other." After the two of them briefly chatted for a few moments, Gu Shui excused herself and left. Huode looked at Gu Shui's departing back and couldn't help but feel some emotions in his heart. Yi Yunyao's house is really good. Not only is the landlord a great beauty, even the neighbors are more beautiful than one another. First there was Su Shi, and now there was Gu Shui. Living here, just seeing beautiful women is a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 125 The System's Good Intentions. 3 days later, the first directly managed store of Longyun jewelry will open, so Huode will leave for Magic City in the next 2 days. However, before he left, he wanted to say hello to a few confidants first. Originally, he was thinking of sending a message to each person. After all, he was only going to Magic City for a few days and would be back soon. However, after seeing Gu Shui, Huode changed his mind and decided to say goodbye to these confidants in person. His purpose was naturally to stay in Jiangqing for a few more days to see if he could meet Gu Shui again. Unfortunately, Gu Shui stayed at home and didn't go out in the past few days, so Huode didn't have the chance to have a chance encounter with Gu Shui. Alas, it seems that we can only wait until we come back from the Magic City to find another opportunity. Huode muttered, packing up his things and preparing to head to the train station. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. In half an hour, a traffic accident will occur at the entrance of the neighborhood where an elderly person was hit by a car and then the driver hit and ran. You can see to it that you are brave enough to send the elderly to the hospital. Huode? Seeing this piece of information, Huode is filled with black lines. What's the situation? The dog system actually let him help the old man. Isn't this waiting to be blackmailed? This world is not as cold as his original world though. What's more, there is nothing not you hit. Why do you want to help? The words of the tiger and the wolf. But this does not mean that the world is not blackmail events occur. Huode just wanted to pretend that he didn't see this piece of information, and the system once again popped up a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating a scourge for the society, making this world more of a love, completing a special task to obtain a point reward of 20W, remaining points, 124W, obtaining a special prop life modifier 1. Kindly remind the host that this system is a positive energy system. Doing good will not only make you happy, but at the same time, you can also get rich rewards. It's called doubling your happiness. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Huode, in the heart of the system, pressed the determination regardless of whether the old man will blackmail him, he will help the fixed. Not for what generous reward, but because he is a good person. Of course, if there were any rewards, he would also smile. Huode glanced at the time from the old man was hit immediately almost arrived, so he immediately rushed out of the neighborhood, came to the roadside, lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for the target to appear. In the middle of the day, the traffic on the road is not big, and there are not many pedestrians on the road. Huode really cannot figure out, on this can still be hit? Could it be that the old man ran a red light? These days, pedestrians are more horizontal than those who drive. Crossing the road without looking at the car, even if, sometimes obviously red light, also do not care, directly across the road and harm themselves. Many drivers are full of complaints. Obviously they abide by traffic rules. Is the other side of the red light caused by the accident, the results of the final traffic police uncle to a no matter what, you hit a person is responsible. Really have no place to say Huode subconsciously thought that the old man was hit also because of his own death. However, at this time, in the distance, a cab stopped in front of a supermarket. From the backseat came down an old man with gray hair who looked like he should be 60 or 70 years old. The old man wore a dark blue tang suit, black pants underneath, and a pair of black cloth shoes on his feet, looking very spirited. Huode looked up and thought in his heart that the old man that the system said was hit could be him. After all, within a radius of 500 meters, there was only such an old man who was old. Just as Huode was speculating, the system intelligence appeared in time. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. The target person has appeared. In 5 minutes, an out-of-control tram will rush towards him. Because the speed of the car was too fast, the old man was unable to dodge, knocking him off, causing the old man to bleed intracranially and fracture his body in several places. Sure enough, it was this person. Since the system had asked himself to save this old man, he thought that the identity of the other party must be extraordinary. Ding! I've obtained a piece of character information. Name, Xie Jinlong, age, 65, character, upright, kind, and just, identity, President of the Magic City Sculpture Association, Vice President of the Huaxia Sculpture Association, and famous Huaxia Jade Sculptor. Seeing the other party's identity information, Huode finally realized the system's intention. This old man looks ordinary, but he is actually a famous jade sculptor in China. What is jade? Jadeite is also a type of jade. Doesn't he have a jewelry company? If he can make friends with this old man, wouldn't that mean The reason why Cho Lily did not launch the excellent Violet series of products, in addition to wanting to continue to build momentum for the Dragon Rhythm jewelry follow-up, the more important reason is that they did not find a top-notch carving master. To know the best violet jadeite is a rare treasure. If you do not find a top carving master carving, that is a waste. And wasn't this Xie Zhenlong the top carving master they had been searching for? The system really won't let him work for nothing, seemingly letting himself save people for the sake of justice, but actually letting him make friends with noble people through this way, and letting the other party owe him recognition. At that time, he then opened his mouth to ask for help. I think the other side will not refuse. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time intelligence. This elderly carving master has already had the idea of sealing the knife, but because there is not before the sealing of the knife to leave a masterpiece of work, so there has been a delay in announcing the sealing of the knife. If you can hand over the best violets to him to carve, not only can the other party achieve the reputation of the first knife of China, but also make the value of the best violet series geometrical multiples of the increase. Seeing the system's prompt, Huo suddenly came to a realization. A top-notch master carver's sealed swordwork was already a heavenly price. If this sealed swordwork was also carved with diluted treasures, the value could be even more sky-high than the sky-high price. At that time, Longyan Jewelry was afraid that it would really become famous. No! It is a battle to seal the gods. Thinking of this, the corner of Huoda's mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Ding! I've obtained a piece of future information. There is 1 minute left before the runaway tram appears, and the target will be involved in a serious car accident 1 minute later. Huo stubbed out his cigarette and got up to walk towards Xie Zhenlong. Suddenly, Huo saw a silver-colored minivan in the distance approaching at a rapid pace. And Xie Zhenlong didn't seem to have noticed the car in the distance and just happened to step out onto the crosswalk. If nothing else, Xie Zhenlong would have been hit by this car when he stepped out into the center. Dangerous, stop. Huo didn't have time to think and immediately ran towards Xie Zhenlong with a loud reminder under his breath. But Xie Zhenlong didn't seem to hear Huoda's shouts, and still continued to walk towards the center of the road. He didn't see the silver car until it was dozens of meters away from him. But by this time, he was already so scared that his legs were shaking and he stood in place not knowing what to do. Finished. At this time, Huo only had this one thought. The next second. Bang! Chapter 126, Seeing Justice. Bang! There was a loud bang. The silver minivan hit the steering wheel at the critical moment and did not crash straight into Xie Zhenlong. However, because of the inertia of the turn, the rear of the car still hit Xie Zhenlong, throwing him a few meters away. And the driver of that small sedan immediately took control of the car and left after seeing that he had hit someone. Ding! Obtaining a piece of real-time intelligence. An out-of-control tram hit an old man who was crossing the street during the driving process. The car owner hit and ran after seeing that he had hit someone and left, ultimately because the vehicle was out of control, leading to a multi-vehicle rear-end collision. The traffic police took control of the car, however he pushed all the responsibility to the quality of the car, thus avoiding criminal responsibility. Huo didn't bother with the car owner, his attention was on Xie Zhenlong. Ding! A real-time intelligence has been obtained. An old man who was hit by a fast-moving vehicle suffered an intracranial hemorrhage due to his head hitting the ground, multiple fractures, and multiple soft tissue contusions, which could be life-threatening if not treated in time. Huo rushed forward to check Xie Zhenlong's injuries, and found that he had fallen into a coma at this time. But around the pedestrians passing by, but no one dares to come forward to help. Some people even quickly step away from this place. People's hearts are not ancient, the world is going downhill. Huo hard a sigh, but cannot blame these people cold-blooded. After all, the bloody lessons were too many, which led to the cold-bloodedness of people today. Moreover, now was not the time to think about this. Huo quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the 120 emergency hotline. Hey, there's a car accident on Seaside Road. An old man was hit by a car and is now unconscious. Quickly send an ambulance over. Huo quickly said what happened and the location of the incident. Ding! Obtained a piece of future intelligence. Due to the tram going out of control causing multiple cars to rear-end, the ambulance was stuck in traffic and couldn't arrive in time. The old man will die because he couldn't be sent to the hospital in time for treatment. Huo didn't expect things to turn out like this, and just as he was thinking about what to do, the enthusiastic aunt on the side hurriedly advised. Young man, you'd better not be looking for nothing. You've already called 120, which is already considered benevolent. Don't get yourself involved. With the first person opening their mouths, the surrounding melon eaters have admonished Huo. Yeah, you're still young, don't be stupid. You'll put yourself in harm's way by doing this, don't do anything stupid. Young people, just haven't experienced the poisonous beatings of society, don't know that people's hearts are unpredictable. You save people with good intentions, in case they blackmail you, it'll be troublesome. Yes, my neighbor's young man is on the side of the road to help a fallen grandmother. The result is the other family to blackmail. Lawsuit is useless, now is to sell houses and cars are not enough to compensate. Huo sniffed, more or less touched. To say that these people are bad, they are not really bad, but also know to advise him not to do nothing. But to say they are not bad, it, so many people froze forward to help people are not. In fact, this cannot be blamed on them. After all, there is a lesson learned: the crisis of confidence is not out of nowhere, but a pile of one piece of injustice piled up. But some people themselves don't have much love, and the fear of being blackmailed is just an excuse for their indifference. Huada's face was stunned, and he said righteously, "I believe that this old man doesn't look like the kind of person who would blackmail others, and besides, there are security cameras here, and you are all eyewitnesses." Hearing Huada say that they were eyewitnesses, the melon eaters immediately dispersed in all directions. However, they didn't leave, but kept a certain distance from Huada, obviously not wanting to get involved. Huada also didn't have anything to do with these people. After all, they weren't obligated to say that they must help. The most important thing now was to find a way to save Elder Xia's life. Right at this moment, Huada remembered the life modifier that the system had rewarded him with earlier. I wonder, does this thing work? Huada couldn't turn off so much, he can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. System, I want to use the life modifier. Ding! Life modifier used successfully. Target task, Xia Zhenlong, within the next half an hour, the other party will eventually die of brain death due to intracranial hemorrhage resulting in intracranial hypertension. May I ask the host whether to modify the target's experience within the next half hour? Modify. With that, a virtual pop-up window popped up in front of Huada's eyes. On it was Xia Zhenlong's experience in the next half hour, only that there were a few more options on it. Huada could manually change Xia Zhenlong's life experience in the next half hour. He didn't have time to take a closer look and directly started making changes. A moment later, Huada looked at the modified content with satisfaction, confirming that there were no errors and clicked confirm. Ding! Confirmation complete, the target character's life for the next half hour has been modified. Modified experience, the target character Xia Zhenlong was hit by a car, resulting in multiple fractures and soft tissue contusions on his body. He was unconscious due to shock, and after being sent to the hospital for treatment, he was no longer in any serious condition. The most serious injury on Xia Zhenlong's body was the intracranial hemorrhage, and Huada directly modified the most deadly experience of intracranial hemorrhage. The rest were just some external injuries, and would be fine after some surgery and recuperation. As the system's confirmation sounded, the boulder hanging in Huada's heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly checked Xia Zhenlong's condition and found that although the old man was still in a coma, his breathing and heartbeat had stabilized, which made him slightly relieved. Afterward, Huada waited for almost 20 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. After confirming Xia Zhenlong's injuries, the accompanying doctor immediately carried him to the ambulance. Because the old man is only one person, Huada also went to the hospital with him. After arriving at the hospital, Xia Zhenlong was immediately sent to the operating room, while Huada went to the payment window to pay for his medical bills. In fact, Huada did not have to do this, but Huada thought that people are saved. Advance payment of medical expenses is nothing. Besides, if he helps to pay the medical fees, Xia Zhenlong will owe him a bigger favor. Xia Zhenlong's surgery took more than 4 hours, during which Huada was guarding outside the operating room without moving an inch. Only after Xia Zhenlong was pushed out of the operating room did Huada quietly leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to brush his presence in front of Xia Zhenlong, but Xia Zhenlong hadn't woken up from the anesthesia yet, so it was useless even if he went. Early the next morning, Huada bought some fruits and nutrients and came to a single ward. At this time, Xia Zhenlong has woken up, but his hands and feet are in plaster. An old woman is feeding him something. There were also a few middle-aged men waiting on the side. That, is Elder Xia staying here? Chapter 127. This old man is on the road, can deal with. Xiaohua, this time I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, old man Mia might have died beyond death. In the hospital room, Xia Zhenlong holds Huada's hand and thanks him vigorously. Blah blah blah, you bad old man, what nonsense are you saying? On the side, Xia Zhenlong's boss glanced angrily at Xia Zhenlong on the hospital bed, then looked at Huada and thanked, Little Hua, this time, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you old Xia. As he said this, tears came to the eyes of Xia Zhenlong's old partner. Seeing this, Xia Zhenlong frowned and said, what's there to cry about, I'm not dead yet. Huada looked at the appearance of the two old men fighting, a burst of embarrassment, turned his head to the side of a few middle-aged people, asked in a low voice, the two old men have always been like this? A few middle-aged men nodded and said, Master and Master Mother have always been like this, don't mind Mr. Hua. Hearing how several people addressed Xia Zhenlong and his old partner, Huada then realized that these people were Xia Zhenlong's disciples and not children. After the two old men finished fighting, Huada smiled and waved his hand and said, Old Xia, this is all what I should do. I believe that anyone who sees this kind of situation will lend a helping hand. No, there aren't many people who see justice these days. Xia Zhenlong was already 65 this year, and at this age he was even more precious about his life. So Huada saved him, he was truly grateful in his heart. Huada smiled and didn't say anything else. He didn't come here to listen to Xia Zhenlong's words of thanks, he came here to let Xia Lao out to help carve the extreme violet. Ding! Obtained a real-time psychological activity intelligence. As the old saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring, not to mention that this is a life-saving favor. I must thank this young man properly, but how should I repay him? I've got it. Let's thank him with my sword work. The work of sealing the sword? Huada's heart was shocked. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but this old man had already thought of how to repay him first. This saves him a lot of trouble, otherwise he wouldn't know how to speak. Shawa, you are a good boy. The old saying is that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. You saved me, I have to repay you properly. It's a pity that the old man in this life, except for the ability to carve some jades, will not have anything to show for it, or I will send you a piece of jade that the old man I carved myself. However, it's not very convenient for me to be injured right now. When I get better, I will definitely carve a unique jade for you. Xia Zhenlong said. Jade stone? Master, is the jade you're talking about jadeite? Huode asked knowingly. Jadeite is also a type of jade. Xia Zhenlong explained, then asked, Little Hua, are you fond of jadeite? If that's the case, then I'll carve a jadeite pendant and send it to you. Ding! Obtained a piece of real-time psychological activity intelligence. Jadeite is a bit expensive, but compared to the grace of saving his life, what's it worth? Since Xiaohua likes jadeite, then I'll carve a jadeite pendant and send it to him. This old man is really nice. Not only is he going to carve him for free, he's actually bringing his own emerald. But Huode is not the type to take advantage of others for nothing. Master, I didn't expect you to actually know how to carve jadeite? Huode puts on a surprised expression and asks. That's my master. His old man is the president of the Magic City Carving Association and also the vice president of the Chinese Carving Association. He is the best at carving jade. One of the old master's disciples said. False names, they are all false names, not worth mentioning. Xie Zhenlong waved his hand and said. Since it was all laid out here, Huode no longer hid it. Elder, since you are the president of the Magic City Sculpting Association, then the late generation has an unkind request. Huode suddenly said with a serious expression. Xia Zhenlong took a look and his expression also immediately became serious. You say, as long as the old man can help, I will definitely help. Xia Zhenlong had already thought about it. As long as it was within his power, he would never push back. Of course, the fact that he dared to decide this was entirely because of Huoda's character. In his opinion, Huoda's character was nothing to write home about, and his request would presumably not be the type of request that would violate the law or morals and ethics. Huode said after a moment of contemplation, Master, I'm not going to lie to you. Some time ago I cut out a few rare pieces of jadeite at the gambling conference in Chongqing City, and then I set up a jewelry company with a few friends, and I'd like to ask you, Master, to help carve a product line. Product series? The old master frowned when he heard this, but he didn't immediately refuse, but he didn't immediately agree either. As the saying goes, words spoken, water spilled. Since he had said that he would send Huode a pendant that he had carved himself, he would not go back on his words. But as a master carver, Xie Zhenlong had his own pride. Not all jadeite was worth his hand in carving. Moreover, this was, after all, his sealing work, and he had to strive for excellence in his control of the material. The reason why he didn't immediately agree was because he was worried about whether the jadeite in Huoda's mouth could be worthy of being the material for his sealed swordwork. Little Hua, can you show me the emerald you cut out? Xie Zhenlong asked. Sure. Saying this, Huode pulled out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and then handed the phone over. Xie Zhenlong glanced at the cell phone screen, and his eyes instantly became sharp. He carefully examined the jadeite photos on the phone's screen, his fingers gently sliding on the phone screen, carefully observing the texture, color, and luster of each piece of jadeite. This is a superb violet? Xie Zhenlong's voice trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. As a veteran jade carver, he naturally had an extremely high appreciation for jadeite, and these jadeites in front of him were undoubtedly one of the top-grade jadeites he had ever seen. The old man really has good eyesight. Huode smiled and patted Xie Zhenlong's ass. This is the emerald that I cut out at the Stone Gambling Conference. Good boy, so you're the one who cut out the extreme violet at the Stone Gambling Conference. Xie Zhenlong laughed out loud. Although he didn't go to this Stone Gambling Conference, he also heard a few old friends say some things about this Stone Gambling Conference. One of them was a young man who had cut 10 pieces of material all up, and this young man had also cut out a superb violet. Xie Zhenlong took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated mood. He looked towards Huode, his eyes full of respect and anticipation. Little Hua, these emeralds of yours, they are simply heavenly gifts. To be able to use them to create my sealing work will be the greatest honor in my carving career. Huoda's heart burst with joy as he heard this. Then thank you, Master. Don't worry, after I recover from my injuries, I will personally handle the sword and won't fail this rare treasure. Chapter 128, Trolley Car Taken by a Tram, Huode Saves Beauty. After Huode and Elder Xie exchanged contact information, he left the hospital. He had been delayed for a few days, so he had to rush to Mordor overnight. Fortunately, Zhangchang is not far from Mordor, and there is a moving train to Mordor every hour. After taking a taxi to the moving train station, Huode bought the fastest shift to Mordor. Half an hour later. A moving car to Mordor. Huode sat in a window seat and waited for the vehicle to start. At this time, a long-legged beauty wearing sunglasses, hot pants, and black high heels came to his side. Huoda's eyes unconsciously glanced at the other party. It was a bit familiar. Are you Gu Shui? The long-legged beauty was actually Gu Shui, the beautiful neighbor Huode had been pining for. What a coincidence, actually meeting you here. You are? Huode scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, not expecting Gu Shui to not recognize him. He hurriedly introduced himself. I'm Huode. I live just downstairs from your house. We've met before, do you still remember? Gu Shui carefully sized up Huode and finally remembered this somewhat familiar face. Oh, I remember, you were the one who helped me that day. Gu Shui did not continue to speak further as she remembered a scene that made her embarrassed. Seeing this, Huode smiled understandingly and took over the conversation. Yes, that's me. That day your clothes accidentally fell off my balcony. I even helped you pick them up. Gu Shui's cheeks slightly reddened, said gratefully, that day was really troublesome for you. I haven't had time to thank you properly. Huode waved his hand and said easily, it's a small matter, don't take it to heart. I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. The two of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and happy. Gu Shui took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bright big eyes, and asked Huode curiously, where are you going? I'm going to Magic City, there's something I need to take care of. Huode replied, while asking in return, what about you? Going to Magic City as well? Yeah, I'm going to a fashion event. Gu Shui replied. After that, the two of them had a chat. Of course it was mostly Huode talking and Gu Shui occasionally answering a few sentences. Ding! Obtained a real-time psychological activity intelligence. This person is not finished, can't you see that this lady doesn't want to talk to him? When Huode saw this system intelligence, he held back his words as they came out of his mouth. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what to do, and before, he was the one who didn't know what Gu Shui was thinking. But now that he knew, there was no need for him to continue to stick his hot face up his cold ass. Gu Shui was beautiful, but not so much so that Huode would kneel down. After all, there was no shortage of beautiful women around him. Huode stopped talking and turned to look out the window. Although Zhangchang is close to Magic City, the moving train has to drive for an hour and a half. At this time, the sky outside the window was already dark. In the carriages, many people took out the small snacks they carried with them. Even Gu Shui took out a box of unopened Wansai small steamed buns from her bag. Huode saw the scene through the car window, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I didn't realize that Gu Shui, who had a high and cold appearance, also had such a cute side in her private life, liking to eat small snacks like want little steamed buns. Are you eating? Gu Shui saw Huode peeking at her through the car window and mistakenly thought that Huode also wanted to eat, so she opened her mouth to ask. Ha? Oh, no need. Huode smiled and refused. Since Gu Shui didn't want to have too much contact with him, he had to keep his distance as well, didn't he? After another moment, Gu Shui ate the packet of wanted little steamed buns and put it into the garbage bag, then got up and left her seat. Ding! Obtained a piece of future intelligence. In 3 minutes, this beautiful woman with a high cool appearance will encounter harassment from a tram dervish. Huode was instantly shocked, there were actually tram dorks on this Chinese moving train? Although Gu Shui didn't treat him well, he wasn't cold enough to sit back and watch. Huode hurriedly got up and walked towards the carriage's bathroom. Ding! Obtaining a piece of real-time intelligence. As early as when this high-cooled beauty got on the train, the tram dorks had already set their sights on her, and it was hard to wait for her to go to the restroom before the tram dorks started to act. Ding! Obtained an important piece of information. If the host is able to save the beauty in time, he can win the heart of the goddess and make her change her mind about you. Grass. Am I that shallow? I am. Huode thought in his heart. Huode walked quickly in the direction of the bathroom, and sure enough, when he was about to approach the bathroom, he saw a man who looked so gentle wearing glasses. However, the other party's eyes were always fixed on the bathroom door. At this moment, a word quickly popped up in Huode's mind. Sven scum. Isn't it describing this kind of person who looks Sven, but is actually dirty and lewd inside? Needless to ask, it was obvious that this man was the trolley idiot that the system was talking about. Huode didn't rush forward, after all, the system said that he had to be a hero to save the beauty in order for Gu Shui to change her mind about him. At this moment, Gu Shui, the heroine, has not appeared, so it is useless for him to go up now. Huode waited in the aisle for a while, the bathroom door was open from the inside, and Gu Shui walked out from it. At this time, the man with the glasses proceeded to pass by Gu Shui in the name of going to the restroom. However, at this moment, the man with glasses suddenly held Gu Shui with one hand and dragged her towards the bathroom, and with one hand covered Gu Shui's mouth to prevent her from making a sound. The bathroom of the carriage is in the corner. If not, Huode knew in advance that Gu Shui would be in danger and waited here early. I'm afraid no one would have found this. Seeing that Gu Shui was about to be dragged to the bathroom by the man with glasses, Huode hurriedly yelled, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of her." The originally quiet carriage, by Huode yelling like this, everyone's eyes focused over. The man with glasses was startled by this sudden roar, and the movements in his hands couldn't help but stall. Gu Shui took the opportunity to struggle hard, while crying out for help. Help! He wants to molest me. Huode quickly rushed forward and grabbed the glasses man's arm, pulling him away from Gu Shui with force. The glasses man obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly intervene and was a bit flustered for a moment, but still tried to break free from Huada's restraints. Want to run? Can you run away? Huada grabbed the other man's arm with one hand and protected Gu Shui behind him. Honestly speaking, Gu Shui was on the verge of despair when she was just grabbed by the man with glasses. In that moment, Gu Shui's heart was filled with fear and helplessness. However, right at this moment, Huada's voice sounded like heavenly music and then appeared to save her. At the moment, she hid behind Huada and felt incredibly safe. Brother, I'll give you money, please let me go. The man with glasses had already seen a passenger police rushing here, and his tone was filled with pleading. Let you off the hook, humph, dream on. Huada drank in a cold voice. Seeing this, the man with glasses could not help but punch Huada's face. Be careful. Seeing the other party make a move, Gu Shui hurriedly reminded Huada. You who actually dare to make a move against you? Huada struck out like lightning, grabbing the glasses man's fist before breaking it with force. Ah! Only to hear the glasses man let out a miserable cry, covering his right hand and falling to the ground. My hand, my hand.